Chapter 1. In the year 767 of the Ikage era, on Earth, the formidable Super Saiyan Goku found himself engulfed in an endless abyss of suffering, a torment that transcended the mental realm, shattering the glory of the universe's mightiest warrior. Though perhaps he was indifferent to this so-called glory, the once invincible fighter ultimately succumbed to the malevolent affliction, his life nearing its inevitable conclusion. In a daze, Goku beheld his wife Shishi, weeping inconsolably upon him. Surrounded by Gohan, Bulma, Krillin, and others, their profound sorrow palpable. Shishi! Goku's heart silently called out, yet the excruciating pain gnawed at his entire being, even shaking his very soul, rendering him unable to utter a single word. He strained to reach out, yearning to caress the woman who had walked beside him, but his once mighty hand, capable of obliterating planets, could scarcely be lifted. I truly refuse to accept this. I long to battle stronger foes. Goku's inner voice cried out, laced with a hint of helplessness, as the world around him gradually blurred, marking the end of the life of the universe's strongest warrior. Kakarot, you scoundrel! Vegeta burst into the room, witnessing the lifeless Goku, his body trembling, veins bulging as he expressed an indescribable fury. In the year 767 of the Ikage era, on Earth, Goku, clad in his orange martial arts GI, stood amidst the ruins of a shattered city, his face a canvas of confusion. He surveyed his surroundings, where remnants of limbs and corpses lay scattered, blood flowing like a river, charred bodies mingling with dismembered organs, provoking a sense of revulsion. What is this place? Am I not supposed to be heading to the afterlife? Goku pondered, a sense of bewilderment etched upon his brow. He had encountered death before, yet this experience was fundamentally different compared to his previous demise. This realm felt akin to a hell on Earth. What is this? Goku's gaze suddenly shifted to the distance, his fingers resting on his brow, as he sensed a familiar energy. The once thriving West City had been reduced to ashes, its past clamor now transformed into charred decay, the blood-soaked ground adorned with the remnants of various lives, resembling a hellish purgatory, upon which stood two groups of individuals. Among them, two figures were encircled by a throng. Is this what you deem beauty? Observe these wretches, their expressions of futile struggle and terror. The sensation is exquisite, remarked a stern young man clad in black, a scarf tied around his neck, seemingly indifferent to the chaos surrounding him, instead mocking the scene before him. Indeed, the fear of humanity is the most delectable thing in this world, responded a beautiful woman in denim, her demeanor as frigid as ice. She gently stroked her flowing golden locks, her azure eyes calm as still waters, tinged with a hint of excitement. You two must be the heinous villains wreaking havoc during this period. I absolutely cannot allow you to continue your misdeeds. Surrounding the man and woman was a black-haired man clad in an orange martial arts uniform, a faint scar etched upon his face, lending him an air of ferocity. Isn't this a tea gathering? The man's gaze swept across the group, encircling him, landing on a robust figure with three eyes, whose head was topped by a pale, diminutive face hovering above. Their martial attire bore a resemblance, while another individual, similar in appearance to the earlier tea drinker, was a short, bald man. Beside him stood a youth dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, who continued, not bad, quite courageous, but you are still far from being a match. Where is son Wukong? Why hasn't he come? Father. The boy in the W uniform momentarily froze, replying, oh, I'm uncertain how you know my father. He passed away last month. Passed away? The beautiful woman with golden hair momentarily faltered, but in the next instant, a glint of murderous intent flickered in her azure eyes. Scanning the group, she coldly remarked, but do not worry. I shall soon send you to meet your father. Remember my name? Number 18. In an instant before the boy could react, he felt an overwhelming force strike his abdomen, propelling him into the air, blood spewing forth. Since your father is deceased, let the son pay for the father's debts. Accompanied by a soft voice, the boy felt a sudden heaviness, crashing heavily to the ground. Only then did the tea drinkers realize the boy had fallen into the blood-soaked earth, his head pressed beneath the foot of the beautiful woman known as number 18. Gohan, the bald man in the orange martial arts uniform, gasped in shock and was about to leap forward seeking death. A flicker of cruelty crossed the expression of the man in black as he moved slightly. In the next moment, Krillin felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a hand piercing through his torso. Instantly, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, and in his dazed mind, a name echoed, Sun Wukong. Perhaps in his heart, only this man could triumph over these two fiends. Krillin, unseen by all, Sun Wukong, donned in his orange martial arts attire, witnessed Krillin's demise, an overwhelming fury surging within him. With boundless rage, a golden aura erupted, resembling a colossal dragon soaring into the sky. Sun Wukong's black hair stood on end, transforming into golden locks. The might of the universe's strongest warrior, the Super Saiyan, capable of shaking the very heavens. Yet, those around seemed utterly oblivious. Only you. Unforgivable. In a flash, the orange figure darted towards the man in black. Surprisingly, the orange figure passed directly through the black-clad man's body, seemingly without resistance. Kamehameha! Ha! At this moment, the Super Saiyan Son Goku appeared blissfully unaware. With a swift turn, he brought his hands together, an immense aura beginning to coalesce, unleashing a wave of energy that surged toward the figure clad in black. Yet, that earth-shattering strike merely passed through the man without effect, who remained unfazed. He slowly withdrew his right hand from the bald-headed individual known as Krillin, casting a cold smirk at the other three. What is happening? Am I unable to strike him because I'm already dead? Is this merely my soul? As Son Goku realized the futility of his attack, he paused, perplexed, eyeing his own hands. I shall send you on your way. Son Goku's son. With a forceful step, Android 18 pressed Gohan's head into the soil, disregarding his flailing hands with no hint of compassion. She took a step back, her right hand outstretched, as golden light began to gather between her fingers, aimed at Gohan. Krillin. Gohan! At this moment, the three-eyed bald man sipped his tea, while simultaneously launching an attack at the figure in black. The diminutive figure midair appeared to be harnessing some mysterious power with outstretched hands. Foolish. The man in black smiled coldly, and as his figure flickered, he suddenly felt a momentary sluggishness, allowing the duo to exploit the opportunity to exchange a few blows. Gohan. Witnessing Gohan on the brink of death, Goku felt an overwhelming urgency. Yet, despite his proximity, he found all his attacks incapable of reaching the two fiends. Suddenly, a spiraling wave of light descended from the heavens, shattering the energy blast in Android 18's hand. A white cloak billowed in the wind, enveloping a peculiar green-skinned man. He cast a glance at Gohan in the pit, his eyes reflecting a tinge of compassion before turning coldly toward Android 18. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be King Piccolo. In an instant, Android 18 seemed to vanish from her position, appearing less than a foot away from Piccolo. A smirk graced her lips as she remarked, "When I was little, my family often used you to frighten me." Piccolo was taken aback, although he was aware of her unprecedented strength. He did not anticipate her speed to be of such magnitude that his eyes could not keep pace. As a seasoned warrior, Piccolo, despite his surprise, swiftly tore away his white cloak, his left arm bulging with muscle as he launched a powerful fist toward the woman before him. Unexpectedly, this fist, imbued with formidable strength, was effortlessly caught by the woman. It seems, Android 18 remarked, gazing at the astonished Piccolo, her left hand tightening, causing the once dominant King Piccolo to turn pale. Suddenly, her expression hardened. She yanked backward with her left hand, brutally tearing off one of Piccolo's arms, the purple blood staining the ground. Ah! The excruciating pain was unbearable, even for someone as formidable as Piccolo. He staggered back a couple of steps, clutching his right shoulder with his left hand, his face etched with anguish. The so-called Demon King is nothing remarkable, however. Witnessing the fear on the legendary Demon King's face brings me indescribable joy. Number 18 sauntered forward, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she approached Piccolo. How infuriating! Who are you, and why have you chosen to slaughter so many? Piccolo's expression was one of profound torment, and his own suffering was compounded by the sight of number 17 leisurely toying with Gohan and the others, delighting in their expressions of terror and helplessness. Number 18 unexpectedly halted, casting a glance at Gohan, who stood trembling beside her with a faint smile. She continued, "It is not a secret we are androids created by Dr. Gero. My designation is number 18, and his is number 17. Our purpose is to eliminate Son Goku Dr. Gero." The revelation stunned not only Piccolo and Gohan, but even Son Goku was taken aback. He had believed that the Red Ribbon Army had been entirely vanquished, yet Dr. Gero had not only survived, but had also devised such a terrifying adversary. Damn it. This is all my fault for attracting such formidable opponents. Yet now, I find myself utterly powerless to assist. Goku could not help but feel overwhelming guilt. He had longed for the thrill of battle against strong foes, even sparing enemies for that very reason. However, he never intended for others to bear the consequences of his mistakes. Damn. Goku trembled with self-recrimination. Of course, in return for the immense power bestowed upon us by Dr. Gero, we were the first to validate such unparalleled strength. A smile graced number 18's lips, her beautiful visage reflecting in the eyes of Piccolo and the others. Yet she resembled a demon from the deepest depths of hell, so cruel and Terrifying, however, even if Dr. Gero is deceased, our mission to eliminate Son Goku remains and shall serve as a source of amusement. As for Son Goku, should he perish, we can simply reshape the world out of boredom. Number 18's smile was sweet, yet it emanated an aura of danger that sent chills down the spine in that case. I cannot allow you to destroy the earth. Everything here is the property of me. Piccolo, the Demon King. Piccolo rose, tearing away the white cloth from his head, channeling energy through his body as one arm extended outward, green liquid splattering everywhere. Humph! A bunch of ignorant machines. With a chilling voice, a man clad in a black bodysuit suddenly descended beside Piccolo Uncle Vegeta. Gohan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the arrival of the man. Hey, Kakarot's son, step aside and join Bulma. Do not interfere with the battle here. The man named Vegeta cast a fleeting glance his way, then fixed his gaze intently on the two, Android 17 and 18 Gohan. Quickly seek the Dragon Balls to resolve this situation. While I can still hold out for a moment, aside from Son, no one can withstand their might. Suddenly, Gohan felt the echo of Piccolo's voice resonate deep within him. With a swift motion, Piccolo seized Gohan and hurled him forcefully away, trying to escape. Let me tell you, none shall leave. As Android 18 prepared to move, she was met with a formidable force charging towards her. It was none other than Vegeta. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Even though Vegeta had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, he managed to hold his ground against Android 18 for a brief moment. I've had enough of this, Android 17 scoffed, and with a flicker of movement, Tien and Kairatsu were suddenly struck down, blood gushing forth as both their visions were filled with shimmering golden stars. With a flourish, 17 extended his hands, conjuring countless green energy blades that unleashed an unending barrage upon the two as the thick smoke began to clear. Only the blood-soaked remnants remained. 10. A heart-wrenching cry echoed as a diminutive figure floated in the air, tears glistening in his eyes as he charged towards Android 17, seeking death. Android 17's expression turned grave as he retaliated, sending the figure flying with a single strike, while simultaneously unleashing a golden energy wave that extinguished yet another life. Damn it! Goku pounded his fist into the ground in frustration, yet it bore no impact on this hellish realm. It seemed he was no longer of this world, as if everything lay beyond the veil of reincarnation, separated by an entire dimension. Hey, King Piccolo, your opponent is me. Android 17 disregarded the blood splattered across himself and stepped forward, positioning himself between Piccolo and Android 18, his visage stained with crimson, resembling a demonic deity. With a sudden force, Piccolo charged, colliding with 17, once the great Demon King. He managed to withstand a few blows from 17, but his energy waned swiftly thereafter. It ends here. Once the mighty King Piccolo, with a dismissive grunt, Android 17 struck Piccolo in the abdomen with his elbow, sending forth a torrent of green blood mixed with shattered organs. Ah, not bad. You can regenerate. One might say you truly are the great Demon King, aren't you? Seeing Piccolo's injuries mend, Android 17 remained unfazed, instead revealing a hint of mocking amusement. The dark shadow lingered closely behind the retreating Piccolo. In the next instant, a powerful fist struck, brutally shattering Piccolo's head. Standing firm, Number 17 scoffed, no matter how formidable your regeneration ability may be, a shattered skull can never be mended. Piccolo's figure collapsed in response, and for a fleeting moment, the world dimmed. As if bidding farewell to the once mighty demon, King Number 17 shook off the remnants of flesh and blood from his hands, casting his gaze towards the battlefield of Number 18. At this juncture, Vegeta was exerting every ounce of his strength. The fierce combat had even begun to shake his very being, yet Number 18 appeared to effortlessly absorb all his assaults. Is this truly your full power, you who claim to be the Prince of the Saiyans? With her delicate, alabaster hand, she grasped Vegeta's fist despite the bulging veins that adorned his body. He found himself unable to escape her grip. A chilling realization crept over him. The woman before him seemed even more terrifying than the former universe tyrant, Frieza. In that moment, he believed he could have held his own against Frieza, but against this woman, he felt utterly unworthy of even being her opponent. With a swift motion, Ping raised his right leg, and his brown leather boot collided forcefully against Vegeta's abdomen. In that instant, it felt as though Vegeta had been struck by an immense mountain. The pain coursing through his body was excruciating, and he was sent hurtling through the air. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could this be happening? Furious, Vegeta gritted his teeth against the searing agony and, with a single hand pressed against the ground, struggled to rise to his feet. Vegeta felt a sudden heaviness on his head, only to discover Android 18 standing on it, a smirk gracing her lips as she remarked, "What so-called prince? It's nothing extraordinary. With seemingly delicate legs, Peng exerted a slight force, effortlessly driving the Vegeta deep into the earth. Curse it! The furious roar resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, as Vegeta's veins bulged with intensity, and a powerful aura surged, causing the very ground to tremble. Oh, is there still some ability? Just as Android 18 was about to conclude the encounter with Vegeta, she felt the ground beneath her quiver, prompting her to take 2 steps back, intrigued by the man below. The rising aura gradually shifted towards a golden hue as Vegeta straightened his body. Although his hair remained unchanged, his eyes glowed white, exuding the ferocity of a wild beast. He was a Super Saiyan. Go, Vegeta! At this moment, Goku, who was already engulfed in guilt and anguish, glimpsed a flicker of hope deep within as he beheld Vegeta's transformation. This is quite fascinating. Android 18's form flickered as she collided with Vegeta. With a resounding boom, even the formidable number 18 was sent flying. Ultimately, a brilliant flash erupted. Accompanied by a furious roar, a radiant golden light converged and a colossal orb of light struck down upon the location where number 18 had fallen. Yet, the aura emanating from Vegeta continued to ascend, as if he were advancing towards some extraordinary realm. Keep going, Vegeta, this is still insufficient. Goku watched anxiously from the side, recognizing that during their recent battle, both Android 17 and Android 18 possessed unfathomable power. Even with his own survival, he could only endure by relying on their combined strength. Victory seemed utterly unattainable. What a surprise, you've managed to tear my garment. A voice akin to celestial music resonated in the air, yet it carried an unsettling chill. Amidst the swirling smoke, Android 18 rose, her tattered clothing in her grasp. The assault arrived with the suddenness of a thunderclap, leaving even Vegeta unable to withstand its force. The earth trembled, cities crumbled, and everything appeared on the verge of vanishing. After an endless cascade of light, Android 18 grasped Vegeta's neck with one hand and, with a gentle twist, reduced his former pride to naught. Vegeta! The anguished cry resonated, yet only Goku could hear it. At that moment, he was consumed by a furious rage, his entire being suffused with a crimson hue amid the golden aura. Was it anger, or perhaps remorse? With an anguished roar, Wukong witnessed the space before him shattering inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to another realm. The ground remained charred, and the 2 figures before him, an alluring man and woman, appeared as harbingers of doom, exuding an aura that was undeniably terrifying. However, what set this scene apart was the sight of a tall young man clad in an orange martial arts uniform adorned with the character for Wu. He knelt partially, one arm lost to oblivion, a scar tracing his face, while his golden hair blazed fiercely, engulfed in a golden flame that symbolized both hatred and conviction. Was this the grown-up Gohan? What on earth was transpiring? In that fleeting moment, Wukong felt disoriented, uncertain of the ordeal he was enduring or the path that lay ahead. It was utterly mundane. Gohan, it was time for you to descend and reunite. Android 18 gazed at the grown Gohan with a gentle smile, extending one hand as a radiant white light gradually converged. A resounding explosion reverberated through the city, giving rise to a breathtaking display of fireworks. How splendid these fireworks are! Come, number 17. Number 18 cast a glance at number 17 and strolled over. How infuriating. I shall never, ever forgive these 2. Son Wukong gazed at the lifeless form of Son Gohan, tears like pearls brimming in his eyes, his heart feeling as if it were being mercilessly torn apart, rendering him unable to stand. With a resounding crash, the world before me shattered once more. Where am I? Wukong gazed at the picturesque surroundings, momentarily entranced. As he strolled, he caught sight of a figure in a nearby vegetable garden, another version of himself, clad in laborer's attire, diligently toiling away. Another me? Why can I sense no trace of his presence? Wukong felt a twinge of surprise. Although he could not physically touch Gohan and the others moments ago, he was aware of their existence. Yet this seeming doppelganger of himself eluded his perception entirely. At last, the work is complete. Surely now, Chi-Chi will agree to let me train under Lord Kai. The man, resembling Son Wukong, paused from his labor, exhaling deeply, and spoke with palpable excitement. Suddenly, it seemed as though a supreme force had descended upon the world, rendering another version of oneself increasingly ethereal. In an instant, a different visage emerged, adorned with green skin and crowned with a peculiar array of white hair. What has transpired? Why has my appearance changed so abruptly? Witnessing this, Wukong was taken aback, as if encountering something extraordinarily bizarre, and a fleeting sense of alarm surged within him. Father, what has happened to you? A child clad in a formal blue suit approached from a distance, bearing a striking resemblance to Wukong in his youth. He held a lunchbox in hand, gazing in astonishment at the bewildered man before him, before swiftly turning and flying away. Who is this child? Could he be my future son? Where on earth am I? Clad in an orange martial arts uniform, Sun Wukong was engulfed in confusion, with no one to provide an explanation. Allow me to enlighten you. You are still Sun Wukong, albeit in the body of Zamasu, and your original form has been seized by the divine being of the new era, Zamasu. As the familiar voice resonated, a figure resembling Wukong materialized before him, garbed in attire reminiscent of the King of Worlds, a diabolical smile playing upon his lips. Zamasu, who are you? The green-skinned Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed, as if he had never encountered this name before. Who am I? I am not merely a man. I am a deity. The man known as Zamasu brandished a pink blade from his right hand, lunging toward the green-skinned Wukong with intent. How infuriating. The green-skinned Goku struggled to move. Yet this body proved to be exceedingly unwieldy, leaving him unable to evade. The rose-colored energy sword was drenched in blood, and Zamasu, with a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth, looked mockingly at the green-skinned Goku. How despicable. Who is this person? It seems I have never heard of him before. The original Goku, filled with anger, realized that this stranger, with whom he had never crossed paths, had not only swapped bodies with him but also intended to take his life. How infuriating. The green-skinned Goku appeared to be in immense pain, clutching his wound with his left hand while his right fist was clenched tightly. Kaioken times 20. A crimson aura erupted, fueled by an unparalleled conviction. Despite the excruciating agony coursing through his body, he was determined to unleash this punch. This was Son Goku, embodying the very essence of Son Goku's belief. Despite being caught off guard at this moment, Zamasu was struck and sent flying by a single punch. Truly, what foolish beings humans are. As he landed some distance away, Zamasu wiped the scars from his face, casting a cold glance at Sun Wukong in the distance, and retracted the blade of his sword with his right hand. With both hands positioned at his waist, an unparalleled aura of power began to coalesce, as dark waves of energy gradually formed and suddenly shot forth with great velocity. How infuriating. At this moment, the green-skinned Goku realized that this body could not withstand the full force of his original self-strike. However, if he were to evade, the entire Earth would surely suffer the consequences. Kaioken times 50. A crimson aura surged violently, and the green-skinned Goku's skin began to crack, blood oozing from every pore. Nevertheless, his resolve would not waver. This was the essence of Sun Wukong's belief, to protect his companions and to battle against the strongest adversaries. In this confrontation with himself, there was not only anger but also a hint of exhilaration. His pupils reflected a fervent intensity as he roared, Kamehameha wave. With a resounding boom, crimson waves of light converged, gathering an infinite reservoir of energy, resembling a colossal dragon as they fiercely collided with the obsidian waves. Surrender. Humanity can never triumph over the divine. Zamasu, reveling in his advantage, proclaimed triumphantly. A flicker of madness danced in his eyes as the green-skinned Goku began to fracture, in stark contrast to the red orb of light that surged forth with overwhelming force, ultimately engulfing Zamasu. Yet, after this fierce confrontation, Goku's body stood frozen, blood cascading violently, his breath gradually fading, and his pupils dilating before he succumbed to death. Truly detestable humans. As Goku's essence dissipated, Zamasu's voice emerged from the swirling smoke of the explosion, glancing at the lifeless form of Goku with a hint of smug satisfaction. Oh, Wukong. A woman's voice suddenly echoed from the side. Zamasu turned to see a beautiful woman clad in purple, accompanied by a child resembling Sun Wukong. Could it be Wukong's wife, Chi-Chi, and their young son, Goten? A sinister smile crept across Zamasu's lips, his eyes gleaming with an unfathomable murderous intent. Chi-Chi, run, shouted the orange-clad Sun Wukong, his voice filled with urgency. Yet, it was to no avail. Chi-Chi and Goten remained oblivious. What have you done to Wukong? Despite the fierce welling within her, Chi-Chi demanded fiercely. I merely seek to rectify the errors of the gods. I shall soon escort you to him, Zamasu replied, his footsteps momentarily pausing as the rose-colored blade in his hand radiated a palpable thirst for blood. Chi-Chi, the figure clad in orange, Sun Wukong, swiftly positioned himself in front of Chi-Chi, intending to absorb the fatal blow on her behalf. However, the blade of Zamasu pierced through his form, directly impaling Chi-Chi's chest. A piercing sound of the blade cutting through the air resonated, as blood drenched the earth, striking a profound blow to Goku's heart. He collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed with grief. Wu-Tian, hurry, go find your brother. In the face of life and death, Chi-Chi exerted her last ounce of strength to implore Wu-Tian beside her, before her breath ceased. Yet, Goku lacked the strength to even turn and glance back. How infuriating! Zamasu's steps drew ever closer to Sun Wu-Tian. While no one was aware of Goku's furious roar nearby, his face flushed and veins bulging in rage. With a resounding crash akin to shattering glass, Sun Wukong felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if the world had transformed before his very eyes. What was happening? At the instant Wukong departed, Zama suddenly experienced a pang of anxiety, causing his movements to falter for a brief moment. In the next heartbeat, the transformed Super Saiyan Goten charged forward, fueled by an overwhelming fury. Even caught off guard, Zama stumbled slightly under the force of the collision. That insufferable little brat! Zama scoffed, his right hand gripping a rose-hued sword that gleamed with radiant light, intent on severing the defiant being before him with a single stroke. A white beam of light flashed by, preventing Zama's from approaching. What transpired, Goten? Dressed in black, Vegeta finally arrived. Fixing his gaze on Zama's for a moment before speaking. Who are you, and why do you wield Kakarot's body? How dare a mere mortal question a divine being? Zama scoffed, raising his right hand with a blade, declaring, the greatest evil of humanity, Son Goku, has been vanquished. Next, you shall face your demise, Vegeta. How dare you slay Kakarot? With a resounding whoosh, an ethereal ambience descended, enveloping Vegeta in a cerulean hue reminiscent of ancient ice. His dark locks transformed into a striking blue, exuding an air of mystique and elegance. Vegeta glared at Zamasu, roaring with fury, that is my prey. The clash of speed and power beyond the limits of the world struck Zamasu with an overwhelming force. Even one as formidable as Zamasu found himself rendered powerless by this cataclysmic blow. Truly, only a brute force of foolish humanity. He scoffed, raising his right hand, from which a silver ring emanated a mesmerizing and ominous light. In an instant, the vast ocean transformed into dry land, and Zamasu vanished without a trace. Damnable fiend! The only remnants of that confrontation were Vegeta's unwilling and furious roars. Cursed Kakarot! Deep within Goku's heart lay an insurmountable sense of helplessness and guilt. Perhaps he could have reconciled with the death of a loved one had he merely known. Yet witnessing it firsthand inflicted an indescribable agony upon him. Yet, paradoxically, he understood his own impotence. At that moment, he was utterly unaware of his own circumstances. In various dimensions, Goku bore witness to his own demise, as well as that of his comrades. He had seen families completely subjugated by alien forces, powerless to intervene. He had witnessed another version of himself, clad in crimson fur and exuding ferocity, joining forces with a similarly transformed Vegeta to confront an unimaginably malevolent entity. However, even their combined strength proved futile. Ultimately, they sacrificed their lives, merging with the essence of the universe to restore harmony and peace. He had also seen himself, golden-haired and enveloped in crackling lightning, battling the embodiment of evil, only to be defeated, along with all his companions, consumed by that terrifying adversary. Thus, he pondered the reason behind it all, endlessly questioning himself. As the world trembled, Goku's figure traversed another realm, arriving at a familiar yet foreign planet. In the year 737 of the Age of the Saiyans, Planet Vegeta stood as one of the most vicious locales in the cosmos, home to the most wicked race, the Saiyans, whose lives revolved around conquering other planets for profit. Consequently, many Saiyans were sent to other worlds at birth to engage in conquest and slaughter, only to sell those planets at exorbitant prices. However, at this moment, Planet Vegeta was unusually bustling with life, presenting a facade of prosperity. Yet beneath this rare affluence lay a lurking danger that was difficult to articulate. A spacecraft was poised to descend upon the Saiyan planet. Where is this place? The attire of these people resembles that of Vegeta. Could it be Frieza? Goku, clad in orange, gazed around, only to suddenly spot a figure bearing an uncanny resemblance to himself, albeit dressed in Frieza's army uniform and marked by a scar across his face. Hey, Bardock, we are about to return to Planet Vegeta. It has indeed been a long journey, remarked the Saiyan piloting the spacecraft. What was transpiring? Why were all the Saiyans summoned back to Planet Vegeta? The man named Bardock, whose appearance closely resembles that of Wukong, crossed his arms over his chest, seemingly questioning his companions yet also interrogating himself. It was not the order of that scoundrel Frieza. The Saiyan pilot, evidently filled with indignation towards Frieza, suggested removing the scouter, lest he overhear their conversation. Bardock, not even casting a glance in his direction, coldly replied, appearing to be burdened with heavy thoughts. Oh, the Scion driver momentarily exhibited a trace of panic, for Frieza's ruthless methods have always instilled fear among the masses. Behold, everyone has returned in a flurry. The driver gazed at the ships soaring towards the Scion planet and spoke. Look over there, Bardock remarked with his customary indifference. His gaze fixated on the approaching spaceship, which bore a notable distinction from others. His pupils contracted as he continued. It is a vessel of Frieza's army. Yet, there is still time. Why is he so impatient? How peculiar, isn't it? Though he received no response, Bardock pressed on. If he merely wished to communicate something, he could simply use the radio. There would be no need for us all to return. And if he intends to provide us with new weapons, again, summoning us all back seems rather excessive, perhaps even paranoid, don't you think? The Scion warriors thrived on the conquest of planets, a directive instigated by Frieza's father, King Cold. Observing his silent companions, Bardock continued, that was a long time ago. The pilot interjected, seemingly reluctant to acknowledge certain truths. So, how do you perceive the current situation? Or the collaboration between the Scion warriors and Frieza? As the spacecraft descended towards Planet Vegeta, Bardock inquired unhurriedly. Well, it appears no Scion truly favors Frieza. With the pilot's response, the ship finally landed on Planet Vegeta. Bardock added, Frieza's sentiments towards the Scions are equally mutual. Rising from his seat, Bardock continued, however, Frieza's army is steadily expanding. Perhaps they no longer require the Scions. Watching Bardock stride confidently out of the ship, the pilot broke into a cold sweat, unable to contain his shock, exclaiming, Are you suggesting that Frieza intends to annihilate us? Perhaps, Bardock declared, continuing his march forward without glancing back. Hey Bardock, wait up. A familiar Scion called out to him. Do you know why Frieza has summoned all the Scions this time? Bardock turned his head to ask. I don't know. But perhaps he has discovered a particularly massive planet that requires our collective might to conquer, the Scion conjectured. Bardock, however, remained resolute and continued on his path. The other Scions seemed to recall something and added, but it seems his confidants are inquiring about the legendary Super Scion. Super Scion? Bardock paused. The legend of the universe's mightiest warrior resurfacing in his mind. He turned back and exclaimed, Yes, indeed, the Super Scion, with a newfound determination. He pivoted and made his way homeward. The tale of the Super Scion? Suddenly, Son Goku had an epiphany, realizing they were on Planet Vegeta. He grasped that this might be the world of his birth, and that Bardock might very well be his father. He felt a surge of emotion and smiled, saying, What a surprise it is to meet my own parents. Janae, the slender Scion woman, who was in the midst of slicing meat, paused her actions and turned to gaze at the man at the door, her face alight with unmistakable joy. Father. The two embraced each other swiftly, and Jine seemed immensely thrilled as she exclaimed, You have finally returned. Indeed, everyone has come back, Bardock replied softly, then continued to inquire, Where's Raditz? He has become a warrior and has gone to another planet with Prince Vegeta, Jine stated proudly, removing her work gloves. Prince Vegeta? Bardock furrowed his brow and remarked, What a troublesome individual. What about Kakarot? Is he still in the nursery? Bardock asked, still concerned about Raditz's absence. Yes, but he will be out soon, Jine replied. I wish to see him, Bardock mused thoughtfully. Indeed, the two individuals rose and traversed through the numerous palatial halls, arriving at the Scion nursery. Due to the Scion's fervent passion for combat, every newborn is required to be sent here for assessment and training, subsequently organized into groups for task assignments. How tiny he is, Bardock remarked, gazing at his son in the incubator, a faint smile gracing the child's lips as he echoed the sentiment alongside his unseen sibling. He was undoubtedly a late bloomer. Chi-Chi, admiring her son more with each passing moment, commented, Moreover, he bears an uncanny resemblance to you, particularly with that signature hairstyle. It was indeed a surprise. Could these be my parents? Observing the tender affection emanating from Bardock and Chi-Chi as they gazed at Kakarot in the incubator, Goku suddenly felt a dampness at the corners of his eyes. Perhaps sometimes, the reluctance to seek is not born from desire, but rather from ignorance. Tonight, we shall procure an old spacecraft and send him to another planet, Bardock declared after a moment's contemplation of his son. Are you joking? Chi-Chi responded, taken aback. She simply could not comprehend Bardock's reasoning. No, I am quite serious, Bardock replied, his gaze fixed intently upon her. But why must we do this? Chi-Chi said, her voice tinged with frustration. He hasn't even learned to speak yet. Given Kakarot's potential, he will undoubtedly be sent to other planets. We might as well send him to a more suitable place in advance, Bardock continued. Yet, it is far too soon, Chi-Chi protested. Her heart averse to the thought of parting with her infant son, even if she knew it was destined to be. It is getting late, Bardock said, a flicker of resentment in his gaze. Frieza is likely to take action against the Scions, fearing the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan? Chilled by a hint of confusion, Kine remarked, that is merely a fairy tale I heard in my childhood. Indeed, yet he has been preoccupied with this notion. I sensed the imminent presence of death. Bardock fixed his gaze upon her, an unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. As stars twinkled in the night sky, Bardock and Kine placed Kakarot into an archaic spacecraft, setting their course toward the launch site. Yet I still find it hard to believe, Kine expressed, her reluctance evident as they flew. If I am mistaken, I shall retrieve him, Bardock declared, steadfastly shouldering the spacecraft. But why can't the three of us escape together? Kine inquired. Their detectors will locate us immediately, Bardock analyzed with calm precision. Why do you exert yourself so tirelessly for this cause, so concerned for our child? It hardly seems characteristic of a Scion, Kine observed, a chuckle escaping her lips. Perhaps I have been infected by your innocence, Bardock mused, pausing before continuing. After enduring relentless battles, I often feel an overwhelming urge to protect something, especially my son, a low-class warrior. My parents resemble me unexpectedly. They fought for my very existence. Nearby, Goku felt an intense urge to connect with his parents, a fusion of paternal and maternal love brewing within him. Kakarot gazed at his parents and suddenly burst into tears. Even as a child, the thought of being separated from them was unbearable. I have designated a planet called Earth for you. The inhabitants there possess both low technological advancement and combat prowess. Even you can survive there. And it holds little value. Frieza's army is unlikely to attack. Bardock regarded his son with rare tenderness. Rest assured, if I am mistaken, we shall come for you shortly. Kine's gaze was filled with boundless affection, tears beginning to form. You must survive, Bardock implored, extending his left hand toward his son with solemnity. Farewell. Gnei extended his right hand, gently waving it through the distance of the spaceship. Tears in his eyes that could no longer be contained. The spacecraft transformed into a streak of brilliance, traversing the frigid night sky. Kakarot. In the night sky, the anguished cries of Jine reverberated, embodying a profound love for her son, a testament to the most magnificent form of maternal affection. In the year 737 of the Age of the Universe, due to the legends surrounding the Super Scions and the Super Saiyan God, Frieza resolved to annihilate Planet Vegeta. Although King Vegeta had foreseen the impending doom and had organized an elite group of Scions to launch a surprise attack while Frieza's forces were still consolidating their power, the overwhelming might of Frieza's army proved insurmountable. The feared Frieza himself did not even need to intervene, as the Scion elite met with utter obliteration. A storm was brewing, and the entire planet was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. Even those Scions who were unaware of Frieza's sinister intentions could feel the weight of despair enveloping the world. What a beautiful planet it was, indeed. Outside Planet Vegeta, aboard Frieza's spacecraft, Frieza sat atop a small vessel, gradually ascending and gazing upon the planet. A flicker of light ignited at the tip of his right finger, and his cruel laughter echoed through the cosmos. Frieza, a roar echoed, infused with the Scion's defiance, emanating from the planet Vegeta. In the next moment, a dark figure pierced through the atmospheric resistance, hurtling towards Frieza. Is there still a Scion bold enough to resist at this juncture? A thought flickered through Frieza's mind as he instinctively cast a glance at the approaching Scion. Clad in a sleek black battle uniform, with a distinctive hairstyle that was hard to forget, and a rugged face marred by a scar, this visage stirred a sense of displeasure within me. An infinite killing intent flashed in Frieza's narrow eyes, as the energy sphere at his fingertips expanded without limit, even surpassing the size of the entire planet. A colossal sphere of fiery crimson hurtled through the cosmos like a shooting star, destined for Planet Vegeta. Yet it first collided with Bardock, a legendary warrior who, despite being a low-class fighter, battled valiantly until the very last moment. Before the colossal projectile could draw near to Bardock, the searing heat it emanated caused his entire body to tremble, and his armor began to show signs of melting. Bardock gritted his teeth, enduring an onslaught akin to a meteor's descent. His armor, subjected to searing gusts of wind, began to shatter, and his consciousness faded into a haze as he collided with the energy sphere heading towards Planet Vegeta. How infuriating! Such thoughts flickered through Bardock's mind as his awareness slowly disintegrated. Bardock, Dad. Goku cried out, witnessing the profound love his parents held for him. In that moment, Goku realized how precious his father truly was, and he stepped forward, determined to protect what mattered most. With a swift motion, Wukong approached Bardock. And the moment he made contact, his form inexplicably vanished. Wukong felt as though his entire being was being stirred, merging together as if in the midst of a fleeting ritual. In that instant, Bardock's aura began to expand wildly. How is this possible? At that moment, Frieza, floating above in space, observed the data from the probe escalating wildly, even surpassing that of Captain Jinyu, reaching levels comparable to his own. With a crisp sound, Frieza activated the detector, causing it to exceed its limits and emit a plume of white smoke. Am I now able to engage with this world? At that moment, I felt the intense heat and overwhelming pressure. Yet, I was also able to confront Frieza's immense fear. Though I was uncertain of the circumstances, Frieza, prepare yourself. A resounding crack echoed through the cosmos as a purple lightning bolt streaked across the void, its majesty awe-inspiring. Frieza beheld a diminutive human beneath the colossal fireball, radiating a resplendent golden glow. At that moment, Frieza recalled a terrifying legend, a tale of a warrior who was once thought to exist solely within the realm of fairy tales. A resounding crash echoed as the golden flames blazed fiercely, propelled solely by the expanding currents of air, preventing the colossal sphere of light from advancing even an inch, and gradually pushing it back towards Frieza. Once on the brink of death, Bardock now seemed reborn. His emerald eyes narrowed sharply, and his blood-stained skin was crowned with golden hair standing on end, exuding an aura of icy yet formidable power. Frieza, prepare yourself. Bardock, or rather, Son Goku, the Scion Kakarot, cast a piercing gaze at Frieza, with his right hand slightly outstretched. He appeared to push gently, yet the immense energy sphere retreated with the velocity of a falling meteor. How infuriating! At this moment, although Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he sensed his energy depleting at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, his power had diminished to less than 3/4 of its original might. Impossible, echoed Frieza's furious roar through the cosmos. Is it because this is not my body? I must resolve this battle swiftly. As Goku looked up, the luminous sphere was shattered by a surge of purple light. In the next instant, Frieza, clad in white, broke through the luminous sphere, approaching him with a form that embodied pure terror, reminiscent of their previous life and death struggle. Scion Monkey, die! The frenzied roar drowned the entire starry sea, seemingly attempting to submerge the deepest fears within. With a mere gesture, Frieza unleashed an endless wave of light, charging forth with overwhelming force. Kamehameha. Sensing his energy waning, Goku wasted no time, unleashing his ultimate technique. The golden wave consumed Frieza's onslaught, striking him directly and, with tremendous power, pierced through their spacecraft. How infuriating! At that moment, Goku felt a sudden weakness beneath his feet, faltering and crashing down onto Planet Vegeta. His expression a mask of fury. Scion, you shall perish. Frieza, bloodied and enraged, could hardly fathom that the legend was indeed true. Once an emperor of the universe, Frieza now finds himself drenched in blood, his body racked with excruciating pain. More significantly, the prideful tyrant is engulfed in an unprecedented sense of humiliation. At this moment, Frieza's eyes blaze with fury as he casts a venomous glare towards the planet Vegeta. With a resounding roar, Frieza raised his hands high, gathering an earth-shattering energy that gradually coalesced into a colossal purple sphere, imbued with an unfathomable power capable of annihilating all existence. With a piercing sound, a violet colossal projectile tore through the fabric of space, surging ominously toward planet Vegeta. Frieza, perched atop the planet, remained ever vigilant against a potential Scion onslaught. Alas, upon landing on planet Vegeta, Son Goku felt a profound lethargy enveloping him, his body beginning to resist the very essence of his soul. His breath faltered, and he found himself half-crouched on the ground, unable to stand. It seemed there was no other option. With his fingertips resting on his forehead, Son Goku relinquished his Super Saiyan form. Son Wukong materialized within Bardock's abode, while Kain gazed in terror out the window at the approaching colossal purple orb in the sky. In that moment, she sensed the chilling breath of death. Kakarot. Her heart was still murmuring the name of her little son, Kakarot. After all, he was still quite young, and she was most concerned for her family. Before Jin could react, Goku, who had instantaneously appeared, grasped her arm with one hand while placing 2 fingers on her forehead with the other, sensing a particular aura. How infuriating! Goku roared in anger. desperately searching for any trace of the old Master Rashi and the divine presence of the gods on earth, yet he found none. Ah, what is this? Swish. A thunderous roar heralded the arrival of a violet energy blast upon the planet Vegeta, as the figures of Goku and Kairatsu vanished amidst the explosion's fiery display. In the vastness of outer space, Frieza maintained his poised stance, ever ready for the emergence of a formidable adversary. Even the tragic sparks igniting before him could not distract him. He understood that the strength of the individual who had just appeared would not withstand his impending strike. What could possibly be amiss? Moments later, as the smoke began to dissipate, leaving behind a swath of cosmic debris, Frieza was enveloped in perplexity. Though he was notoriously arrogant, he was not naive enough to believe that an opponent nearly equal to his full power could be vanquished without resistance by such a blow. Casting a cold, piercing gaze at his cowering troops, he barked, "Dodoria, immediately scan the area. I demand to know of any life forms with battle powers exceeding 10,000. Yes, Lord Frieza." Dodoria, observing Frieza's distressed state, dared not utter another word. He was acutely aware that any further commentary might provoke Frieza's wrath. After a brief interval, Dodoria reported, "Lord Frieza, we have searched the surrounding planets and found no life forms with battle powers exceeding 10,000. He spoke cautiously, glancing at Frieza. So, the transformation was merely a coincidence? That Saiyan did not fully attain the status of Super Saiyan. Thus, after that single strike, he could not continue, and I, Frieza, have eradicated him? While Frieza's mind buzzed with uncertainty, a profound wariness of the Science began to take root within him. He gradually recognized his own limitations. Having been ambushed by a mere monkey and left in such disarray, his expression darkened as he surveyed the damaged spacecraft behind him and the fearful faces of his soldiers. From this day forth, I command a thorough investigation of every galaxy for Science. I will ensure the complete annihilation of that wretched monkey race. Yes, Lord Frieza, rang out a uniform response from the depths of space, echoing the fury of the cosmic tyrant. At the edge of the universe lay a mysterious planet, Namek. This celestial body was home to a secretive and peace-loving race known as the Namekians, who possessed extraordinary abilities, even capable of fulfilling the wishes of others. At this moment, outside the Grand Elder's chamber, Nail stood vigil, as usual. Being a rare warrior-type Namekian, he was entrusted with the safety of the Grand Elder and their people. In an instant, a figure materialized before Nairu, startling even him, whose profound mastery of the arcane arts typically left him unfazed. Both individuals bore tails, unmistakable indicators of their heritage as members of the malevolent race of scions from the cosmos. At that moment, the male scion was drenched in blood, his visage suggesting a state of near unconsciousness, as though he were on the brink of oblivion. This individual was none other than the soul of Sun Wukong, inhabiting the body of Bardock. At this juncture, he felt an unprecedented weakness, as if he were teetering on the edge of vanishing into nothingness. The body of Pung Bardock fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, as Wukong blinked, it seemed as though he had traversed countless cycles of reincarnation. He could still perceive the world around him shattering like fragile bubbles, as if, in an instant, all reincarnations and all realms had ceased to exist. And darkness gradually enveloped his pupils. "I am Sun Wukong, the scion who grew up on Earth." The resolute voice echoed through the abyss as one by one, mysterious objects encased in crystal began to shatter, and a glimmer of brilliance suddenly ignited within his eyes. In a world reverberating with tremors, Sun Wukong felt himself enveloped by an enigmatic substance, his soul gradually condensing. Meanwhile, the earth remained tranquil, with individuals engrossed in their pursuits, each striving towards their own aspirations. At this moment, a spacecraft descended silently. Son Gohan, with a bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, ventured out as usual to gather herbs. Since parting ways with his master, the martial arts deity came Senin, and earning renown in the realm of martial arts, he had secluded himself from the outside world, finding solace in a life dedicated to health and training, relishing the tranquility. "What is that over there?" Son Gohan mused, observing something peculiar in the distance, distinct from the ordinary. As a proficient martial artist, he could discern clearly despite the distance. There lay a vast crater, reminiscent of a meteorite's impact from the heavens. Faintly, he thought he could hear the cries of a child. With a few agile leaps, he approached the crater, only to discover a silvery sphere nestled within it, exuding an air of sophistication. Just as he prepared to investigate further, the distant wails of an infant reached his ears. Son Gohan focused intently, as one would expect from a martial arts master. In an instant, he deduced the source of the cries and, with remarkable agility, reached the nearby cliffside. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a small child clad in black armor, weeping profusely before three wolves. Though the child appeared diminutive, they possessed a head of fully developed hair, and judging by their stature, one would not expect them to be capable of walking. Begone! Sun Wukong, without a moment to ponder, swiftly positioned himself in front of the child as he witnessed the wolves preparing to pounce. His pupils narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the three wolves and uttered a sharp rebuke. To his astonishment, the wolves appeared to have encountered something profoundly terrifying, as they turned and fled wildly into the depths of the ravine. "Oh, you little one, how could you wander out here alone?" Sun Wukong mused, a wave of tenderness washing over him as he regarded the child. Ignoring the child's struggles, he cradled him in his arms, gently caressing him and lamenting. "I wonder which heartless parents could treat their own flesh and blood in such a manner." Wow, the child continued to wail, clutching tightly at the white beard of Sun Wukong, appearing rather fierce. However, in Sun Wukong's eyes, the child resembled someone simply afraid of strangers. It seemed likely that the child could not find their parents. Sun Wukong gently freed his beard from the child's grasp and surveyed his surroundings in such a desolate wilderness. Finding another person was no small feat, moreover. To abandon one's child in such a perilous location was unfathomable. What would happen if he were to find the parents? His gaze returned to the child, and the more he looked, the more he felt affection, for the loneliness of old age made encounters with children all the more endearing. He stroked the child's head and softly said, "Then let us live together from now on. You shall be called." As he strolled slowly towards his home, careful not to jostle the child in his arms, he pondered what name to bestow upon the little one. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly declared, "From now on, you shall be called Sun Wukong." Wow, the child, who had momentarily ceased his tears while playing with Gohan's mustache, suddenly burst into sobs again. The little one retained vivid memories of two significant individuals and the origins of his own name. Kakarot, a warrior of the Saiyan race. Why is he crying again? Gohan, having just returned home, was taken aback by the child's wailing, momentarily at a loss for how to comfort him. Although he was a renowned martial artist, he found himself somewhat helpless in the face of a child's distress. On planet Namek, Bardock and Jine had been recuperating for over a month. Initially, Nail harbored a deep-seated disdain for the notorious Saiyans residing on Namek. However, after the Grand Elder intervened, accommodations were arranged for the two, and Bardock received the treatment he needed. Over the course of a month, the Namekians began to understand that these two Saiyans were markedly different from the malevolent beings depicted in legends. While the male Saiyan was indeed cold, he was not malevolent. When a monstrous attack had threatened the Namekian tribe in the west, and Nail was absent due to pressing matters, it was Bardock who came to their aid, ultimately safeguarding their community. This act of bravery earned Bardock and Jine the friendship of the Namekians. In their quarters, Bardock mused, "Hey Jine, what do you think happened the last time I suddenly appeared and brought you to this planet?" He lightly tapped his forehead, contemplating a particular conundrum. "Yes, just before Frieza annihilated our planet, you brought me here." Jine, exasperated, gazed at Bardock. Despite having answered this query countless times, he appeared relentless in his pursuit of an explanation, hardly resembling the stoic Saiyan he was known to be. "But I truly have no memory of it," he admitted. Bardock tilted his head back to meet her gaze. "My memories are still anchored in my battle against Frieza in outer space." Yet, he was overwhelmingly powerful. Merely absorbing one of his energy blasts rendered me unconscious. "Let it be. If you cannot comprehend it, do not dwell on it," Jine quietly advised as she stepped forward to embrace Bardock. "At least our family is still alive, and that is sufficient. Indeed, however, I will seek vengeance for the atrocities committed against Planet Vegeta. I will ensure Frieza pays for it," Bardock declared, a fierce Saiyan spirit rekindling within him. Certain grievances were simply intolerable. "Before that, shouldn't we locate Kakarot? I worry about him living alone on Earth," Jine replied, her thoughts drifting to their youngest son. "Yes, in a few days, we shall bid farewell to the Grand Elder and set our course for Earth. That unremarkable planet will serve as a perfect refuge from Frieza as we await our opportunity," Bardock contemplated thoughtfully, his voice resolute. "Indeed." Kai nodded gently as she gazed at Bardock. The two Saiyans, having traveled from afar, were invited for a conversation. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the Grand Elder echoed in their minds. Bardock and Kine exchanged glances before rising to soar towards the village where the Grand Elder resided, the very heart of planet Namek. As their eyes scanned the distance, they soon beheld the iconic structure of the Grand Elder's dwelling, guarded by vigilant sentinels at the entrance. Among them, the most formidable guardian was Neru, whose power surpassed even that of Bardock himself. With a soft thud, the two descended gracefully to the ground, where they were greeted by the indifferent Nairu. Recently, however, Nairu had begun to acknowledge these two scions, nodding toward them as he remarked, "The Elder has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. You are truly formidable." From the moment Bardock laid eyes on Nairu, his gaze had not wavered. The scion race, inherently combative, possesses an instinctive ability to gauge the strength of their opponents. Yet, at this moment, Bardock found Nairu to be utterly inscrutable. As a warrior of his people, having survived countless life-or-death encounters to attain his current power level of over 10,000, it was astonishing to discover that this peace-loving Namekian was indeed far superior. Undoubtedly, Bardock harbored a desire to engage Nairu in combat. "Let us proceed." Jine gently tugged at Bardock's clothing, and the two ascended to the center of the room through a ceiling entrance. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. I must apologize for my inadequate hospitality. It has taken us some time to convene." A voice, calm and authoritative, resonated, seemingly capable of soothing all human malice and impatience. Bardock and Jine gazed upward at the imposing figure seated before them. Indeed, it was the Grand Elder, his stature towering above the average Namekian, though now, whether due to age or other factors, his form had become significantly distorted. At this moment, he appeared exceedingly corpulent, his face marked with age spots and his eyelids drooping, suggesting an overwhelming weariness. "Great Elder." Nairu and others bowed respectfully to the Great Elder. "Due to health reasons, I am unable to rise and greet the guests who have traveled from afar. Please, take a seat." The Great Elder gestured towards the chairs on either side. Bardock and Janae complied, settling into their seats while gazing at the Great Elder. "Great Elder, I am here to request the use of a spaceship," Bardock remarked after a brief silence, noticing the Great Elder's hesitation to speak. "Madam is with child, and traveling by spaceship may not be beneficial for her health." The Great Elder's discerning gaze swept over the two, revealing a hint of bewilderment, yet he continued to speak. "Are you pregnant?" Jine was somewhat perplexed. She herself had not yet sensed anything, yet the Grand Elder spoke as such. Indeed, it must be a nascent pregnancy, one that remains undetectable at this stage. However, it is certainly inconvenient to travel by spaceship. The Grand Elder paused for a moment before continuing. "Currently, Frieza is scouring the entire universe for the traces of the scions. Once you depart from the concealment of Namek, it is likely you will be discovered swiftly. With this in mind, matters concerning Kakarot must be postponed for the time being." Jine gazed at Bardock with a hint of helplessness. It was true that Bardock was exceedingly formidable, having drawn her back into the fray in such a short span of time. "By the way, during your visit, I have a favor to ask. Mr. Bardock, may I access certain memories of yours?" The Grand Elder inquired of Bardock. "My memories?" Bardock's expression grew stern as he regarded the Grand Elder with suspicion. "The essence of my soul's awakening? It was evident that you harbor some doubts regarding your own matters. Coincidentally, I too find myself puzzled by your arrival on Namek at this particular time, and I thought that perhaps this ability could illuminate understanding for both of us." The Grand Elder explained calmly. "Very well." Bardock contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to accept the Grand Elder's proposal. Firstly, he harbored certain doubts regarding various matters. Secondly, the Grand Elder had indeed rendered a life-saving favor to both of them. And thirdly, he felt he had nothing to conceal. "Please come here," the Grand Elder said. And in the blink of an eye, Bardock had moved to his side. At that moment, the Grand Elder extended one hand, emanating a peculiar wave of light, and then he beheld a vision. A planet on the brink of annihilation, engulfed in relentless flames. Continents collided in a frenzy, mountains and valleys erupted with tremendous roars. The sky was illuminated by violet lightning, and upon a crumbling piece of bluish stone stood a golden-haired man, his back turned to the chaos. Clad in tattered garments, a blue vest above and orange trousers below, his attire was in shambles, stained with blood, and an aura of golden flames enveloped him. He turned slightly, revealing his emerald-green eyes that seemed to disregard everything around him. It is unclear. Indeed, the fate is inscrutable. The Grand Elder sighed deeply, pondering the meaning of the scene he had just witnessed. Suddenly, he inquired, "Have you considered a name for your son?" "Not yet." Bardock shook his head. realizing he had little time to ponder such matters. Then allow me to propose a name. How about Sun Wukong? The elder contemplated for a moment before suggesting this to Bardock. Time on Earth flowed steadily, and in the blink of an eye. It had been 4 years since Son Gohan discovered the peculiar child. It must be said that this child exuded an air of strangeness. Not to mention he possessed a tail. After all, according to certain experts on Earth, the ancestors of humanity were primates, making the appearance of atavistic traits a possibility. However, there were various other abnormalities. For instance, he would often observe his training with an outwardly indifferent demeanor, even displaying contempt. Furthermore, there was the incident of him confronting a fierce tiger alone while ravenous in the morning. Yet, the most astonishing moment came when Gohan named him Sun Wukong. And the boy turned and replied, "My name is Kakarot." What child could respond in such a manner? Nonetheless, it was fortunate that despite his somewhat aloof nature, over the years they had grown closer, transitioning from a grandfatherly figure to a familial bond. Kakarot, though inherently proud, possessed a kind-hearted spirit and lived quite happily each day. Meanwhile, Kakarot often found himself reminiscing about the two individuals who had waved him goodbye, his parents, wondering if they were still alive. My earthly grandfather has some wisdom, Kakarot mused, observing his grandfather practicing outside. Although Gohan's combat prowess was not overwhelmingly powerful, he seemed to wield his strength with perfect mastery, effortlessly channeling his capabilities. Little Kaka, would you like me to teach you martial arts? I am revered as the disciple of the legendary Master Roshi, known as the god of martial arts. If you train with me, you might become the next martial arts deity. Gohan noticed Kakarot watching his practice and felt that the child had remarkable talent, a natural for martial arts. After all, who had ever seen a 4- or 5-year-old challenge a tiger? Hey, Grandpa, didn't we agree not to call me Little Kaka? My name is Kakarot. Kakarot declared proudly, arms crossed defiantly. If you keep that up, I'll just continue to call you old man. As for your martial arts, I might be a bit interested. Very well, starting today, you will train with me every day, Gohan replied, his gentle expression turning slightly serious as he looked at Kakarot. However, let me make this clear. Once we begin training, nothing can interrupt us, no matter what happens. Humph. Kakarot remarked as he observed the slightly serious expression on Gohan's face, completely unfazed. He thought to himself that this old man was not intimidating at all when he adopted a serious demeanor. After all, how could I, the proud scion Kakarot, be thwarted by you earthlings? I belong to a warrior race, one that shall never be deterred by trivial setbacks. Kakarot gazed at Gohan with a resolute demeanor. Are you referring to that northern tribe renowned for wrestling bears with their bare hands? Gohan inquired, somewhat perplexed. He recalled hearing from his master about a tribe in the northwest that stood as the backbone of Earth's defense, known as the warrior race, whose favorite pastime was indeed wrestling bears. Kakarot was utterly bewildered, pondering how he could possibly know the direction of his former planet relative to Earth. Let us commence today's training, he declared. Observing Kakarot's befuddled expression nearly melted Gohan's heart, prompting him to speak with fervor. First, we shall practice this set of martial arts. How much of it did you comprehend from my earlier demonstration? Gohan, rather than taking a passive role, seemed intent on assessing Kakarot's understanding. Remember this, Kakarot said with a proud expression, watching as Grandpa Gohan relinquished the space for him. He began to execute the set of martial techniques. It was a rare talent indeed. Gohan observed Kakarot's diminutive figure tumbling outside. Despite his small stature, the punches he delivered embodied the essence of the techniques remarkably well. Astonishingly, without having received direct instruction from himself, Kakarot had managed to grasp the quintessence of these moves to a considerable extent. Gohan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. With such talent, it seemed that surpassing Master Roshi was merely a matter of time. Grandpa, how did I perform? Kakarot inquired after completing the sequence, standing firm. He held a strong confidence in his martial skills, as being part of a warrior lineage endowed him with an exceptional aptitude for combat techniques. The martial arts are commendable, Sun Wukong nodded, having caught sight of Kakarot's triumphant smile. He then cleared his throat and continued, however, it seems that your technique is imbued with a certain malevolence. Though I am unaware of the underlying reason, this is indeed unacceptable. For those who cultivate martial arts, the foremost aim is to strengthen the body, followed by aiding the distressed and alleviating the suffering of the populace. Given your current path, my dear, I fear you may stray from the righteous road. Is that so? Kakarot inquired with a hint of confusion. What is this ominous aura? I merely experienced an impulse for combat and slaughter. How could it possibly be labeled as such? It seems that before I teach you the art of martial combat, it is essential to first instill a sense of tranquility within you. Once your mind reaches a state of serenity akin to the gentle flow before Mount Baozi, you may commence your training in the profound mysteries of my turtle school. Gohan observed Kakarot, striving to maintain a facade of seriousness, yet his eyes betrayed a persistent glimmer of affection. "Oh, I understand," Kakarot replied, a hint of reluctance evident on his face. Lately, he had felt increasingly irritable, occasionally beset by an inexplicable urge to inflict harm. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Had that woman not warned him against gazing at the full moon? Why should one avoid the full moon? Could it be that some monstrous entity would emerge? Kakarot found himself pondering this peculiar notion, for it is undeniable that the musings of a child are often whimsical and unrestrained. Just like our Kakarot, who, one moment, lamented his inability to train, and the next was preoccupied with thoughts of the moon's appearance. "Little Kakarot, now focus on your breathing," Gohan instructed, noticing Kakarot's subtle disappointment. A pang of sympathy tugged at Gohan's heart. However, he understood that Kakarot was a rare prodigy in martial arts. Thus, he felt a profound sense of responsibility for Kakarot's training, for the consequences of neglecting it could be dire. Breathe. Thus, Kakarot's first day of training transformed into a lesson in respiration. It must be said that this technique of breathing proved to be quite effective, at the very least. Kakarot felt a notable decrease in his inner turmoil over the past few days. Throughout the following month, Son Gohan concurrently trained Kakarot's mindset and physical capabilities. Remarkably, he observed improvements in Kakarot's body and spirit alike. The ferocity displayed during sparring had diminished significantly. "Little Kakarot, from this day forward, you shall learn the art of martial combat from me." Rising to his feet, Son Gohan emanated an aura of a master, starkly contrasting with the frail elder he had appeared to be previously. He gazed at Kakarot and proclaimed, "The martial arts of this world have been passed down through the ages, reaching their zenith under the tutelage of Master Wutai." Alas, following this golden era, a legendary Dark Lord emerged, causing the entire martial arts realm to retreat in fear. Fortunately, the noble Master Wutai ultimately sacrificed himself, confronting the Dark Lord with unparalleled courage, sealing him away and saving the world. As he recounted this tale, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Noticing Kakarot's eager expression, he darkened his tone and continued. "Yet Master Wutai was but a mortal. After this harrowing battle, he soon ascended to the heavens. Nevertheless, he left behind 3 disciples, who gradually evolved into the Turtle School, Crane School, and the present-day Warrior School." With a sigh laden with reminiscence, Son Gohan added, "Thus, only Master Wuming of the Warrior School remains, revered by all as the immortal of martial arts. As the eldest disciple of Master Wutai of the Turtle School, you shall henceforth be a part of our lineage." "Does this mean that the Warrior School and Crane School are our adversaries?" Kakarot inquired, his expression fierce, driven solely by a desire for battle. After all, the inherent nature of a scion is not easily subdued. "What enemies?" Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, contemplating delivering a playful slap to Kakarot, yet he hesitated, ultimately continuing. "Setting aside the fact that Master Wuming and Master Wutian are brothers, it is undeniable that Master Wuming's martial arts have reached a pinnacle, perhaps even surpassing the legendary Master Wutai. Furthermore, I have heard my master speak of an encounter with a deity. Therefore, when you meet him, you must show the utmost respect." Oh, although Kakarot replied in such a manner, he remained indifferent in his heart. How could ordinary humans compare to the warrior race of Scions? Despite not having undergone the traditional Scion knowledge infusion, he was certainly not intimidated. Oh, he had almost forgotten to await the night of the full moon to see what might transpire. These past few days of rigorous breathing training under his earthling grandfather had nearly made him lose sight of it. Kakarot was still fixated on the full moon night, pondering the potential secrets of the Scion race. Thus, he resolved to commence his training. Son Gohan then began to impart training methods to Kakarot. "First, you must stand on your tiptoes, just like me," Son Gohan instructed, demonstrating as he leapt lightly across to the opposite grove. Had a martial artist been present to witness, they would have recognized his profound skill. His toes barely touched the ground, leaving not a speck of dust in his wake, and his balance was remarkable. "Uft! What is so difficult about that?" Kakarot scoffed, with his tail wrapped around his waist, mimicking Son Gohan as he bounded towards the other side. Kakarot, having failed to maintain his balance, fell out directly. Indeed, for a fleeting moment, Son Gohan felt a pang of sorrow. However, reflecting upon the martial path, he understood that it is rooted in perseverance and hardship. If one cannot endure such trials, how could they aspire to brilliance in the future? Time flows inexorably, moment by moment. In the vast cosmos, myriad stars traverse their respective orbits, all appearing so serene, as if the annihilation of a single planet would not stir the tranquility. Planet Vegeta serves as a temporary abode for the cosmic sovereign, Frieza. Upon his arrival, the planet attempted to resist, leading to the complete domination by Frieza's forces. Mr. Dodoria, how is it that such a splendid opportunity allowed Prince Vegeta to escape once more? What do you propose as a reward for you? Frieza, with his alabaster skin adorned with purple armor and a slender frame, casually scanned the rotund, crimson-hued figure prostrated before him with his red pupils, speaking softly. Lord Frieza, this time it truly was not within our control. Prince Vegeta is far too formidable. For reasons unknown, he possesses an astonishing battle power nearing 40,000. Even besting Lord Zarbin after his transformation. Dodoria, still on the ground, felt beads of sweat cascade down his face as he gazed at Frieza. 40,000 battle power. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Frieza's crimson eyes. Downing a glass of crimson liquid, he remarked, "It has only been 6 years. Prince Vegeta should hardly be considered an adult yet. Moreover, you lot have failed to capture a mere child over this span." A piercing violet beam sliced through the spaceship, accompanied by harrowing cries. The Frieza force outside the vessel was immediately struck with terror. Over the years, Frieza had frequently succumbed to rage over the Saiyan's, often unleashing his fury even upon his most trusted allies. Though not fatal, such outbursts instilled a deeper sense of dread. On the distant azure planet of the North Galaxy, Goku was still diligently training alongside Gohan. To Gohan's astonishment, Goku had managed to master a remarkable 80% of his abilities in just 2 years. The only aspect he lacked was refinement. During these years, Goku had undeniably become the sovereign of the Paozu Mountain. With the number of creatures such as saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs he had consumed being countless. Indeed, the very beings of the mountain would flee to the corners at the mere whiff of Goku's presence, truly embodying the phrase to flee at the scent. It had been quite some time since Gohan had last seen Master Roshi and Uncle Mutant. As he observed Goku, who was engrossed in his training, Gohan found himself lost in thought. "Little Kakarot, tidy up a bit. We are about to visit the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi," Gohan called out. Goku, caught up in his vigorous practice, immediately recognized his grandfather's voice. With a slight pout of discontent at being called Little Kakarot, he had grown accustomed to this name over the past 3 years. His eyes sparkled at the mention of Master Roshi, and he responded eagerly, "All right, Grandpa. This boy is commendable in every way, save for his excessive indifference towards others," Gohan mused, shaking his head. He recalled the last time Uncle Mutant had visited upon learning of his adoption of a grandson, even expressing a desire to take Goku as his personal disciple. It was noteworthy that, despite having taken many students over the years, none had ever elicited such a statement from him. Goku, however, had coldly refused, leaving Uncle Mutant in a rather awkward position. Moreover, when Master Mutant learned that the child was named Kakarot, he wore a strange expression. How did he know that Gohan had once gone by the name Son Goku? Had he perhaps witnessed Goku transform into a gorilla during a full moon? Nevertheless, Uncle Mutant proved to be quite entertaining. Upon realizing his failure to recruit a disciple, he insisted on a duel with Goku, which ultimately revealed Goku's fierce spirit. "Grandpa, let us be off." In the blink of an eye, Goku was ready, clad in a blue coarse tunic, a slender red staff slung across his back, and a yellow translucent bead around his neck, adorned with 4 moving stars, which looked rather striking. The duo, brisk and resolute, set forth towards Master Roshi's abode. Both being martial artists, they traversed the distance with remarkable speed, surpassing that of an ordinary automobile. Martial Arts City, a collaborative establishment by all martial artists on Earth, provided the finest training resources and had nurtured countless formidable warriors. At the heart of this city resided the current martial arts sage, Master Mutant. The world indeed seemed to have undergone a transformation. Master Wu Ming, clad in a pristine white martial arts uniform, sat serenely within the confines of the dojo, engaged in his practice. Suddenly, he sighed with a hint of exasperation and remarked, "Everything is about to commence." Rising to his feet, he pushed open the window, allowing golden sunlight to flood the room, illuminating him like a celestial being. "Kakarot, Son Goku, I eagerly await your adventures. This is also my opportunity, Wu Ming proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a formidable aura. In the distant Frieza of the Oort galaxy, he remained composed within his spacecraft, though a flicker of concern for the remaining scions lingered in his heart. Over the years, he too had undergone rigorous training. The scions had prevented him from reverting to his original form. Suddenly, the device at his ear crackled to life with a report from one of his subordinates. We have detected a power level exceeding 100,000 in the northern galaxy. But it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. What planet is it? Have you identified it? Frieza inquired, his pupils narrowing with a steely glint. Yet his voice remained as calm as ever, as if he were entirely unfazed. It is in a remote area of the northern galaxy, a place referred to as Earth, came the reply over the radio. Earth? Upon hearing this name, Frieza was instantly filled with a sense of unease, as if an ominous premonition had gripped him. He felt deep within that one day he would forge an intricate connection with Earth, a prospect that bode ill for him. He commanded all members of the Frieza force to prepare for an expedition to the northern galaxy, declaring his intent to personally visit this planet. A sinister gleam flickered within his cold, crimson eyes. Regardless of whether the scions inhabited Earth, he was resolute in his intention to eradicate this planet from the cosmic map. Yet, in stark contrast, the present Earth remained a bastion of tranquility. Its inhabitants busied themselves, immersed in their own bliss. Surrounded by vast azure oceans, a small island came into view, adorned with a house featuring a striking red roof and encircled by a few palm trees, encapsulating an atmosphere of serene harmony. A speedboat swiftly leapt onto the small island. As Sun Wukong and Kakarot finally arrived at their destination, the turtle hermit's abode. Master Roshi, your disciple Sun Wukong has brought his grandson Kakarot to pay a visit. Sun Wukong announced with a slight bow as he stepped onto the island and stored the boat back into its capsule. However, after a considerable pause, there was no response. Sun Wukong, aware of his master's tendencies, presumed that he was undoubtedly engaged in some indescribable activities within the house. Shaking his head, he proceeded to enter the room. With a soft creak, the door swung open, revealing a frail, bald old man with a white beard who was burdened by an enormous turtle shell upon his back. At that moment, the old man was leering at a television screen displaying a long-haired human clad in pink attire, his gaze shifting incessantly as he watched the women sway their waists. Kakarot scoffed at the sight, dismissing the humans as unremarkable. Lacking tails, they appeared neither formidable nor refined. With a soft click, the television was turned off by Gohan, who realized that it was inappropriate for his son to witness such content. Hey, Gohan, what are you doing? The irritable Master Roshi exclaimed, momentarily interrupted from his own enjoyment. However, upon seeing his beloved disciple, Gohan, he couldn't help but question him. Knowing full well that this disciple shared a similar fondness. My son is here, Gohan quietly indicated toward Goku, who was nearby. Oh. Master Roshi felt a fleeting moment of awkwardness as he turned to the doorway, only to be met by the indifferent expression of Kakarot. He continued to inquire. Is he the child you mentioned in your last letter? Indeed, Master Roshi, he possesses extraordinary talent. In fact, last time, even Master Wu Ming personally came to seek him as a disciple. Son Gohan looked at his grandson with immense pride. What? That arrogant Wu Ming is willing to take him as a disciple? Master Roshi's expression transformed, as if he had encountered something exceedingly peculiar. Yes, that's correct. Up until now, I find myself unable to provide him with further guidance in martial arts. Therefore, I hope Master Roshi can offer some instruction. Son Gohan said as he bowed respectfully to Master Roshi. Of course, Master Roshi glanced at Kakarot, feeling an inexplicable sense of fondness for the boy, who appeared to be a rare prodigy in martial arts. Hey, little Kakarot, come over and pay your respects to Master Roshi, Son Gohan urged Kakarot. Greetings, Master Roshi. Kakarot approached, bowing with a stoic demeanor, retaining his indifferent expression, as if he were always aloof except when in the presence of Son Gohan. At the moment when Peng bent down, Master Roshi's pupils contracted, and with remarkable swiftness, his right hand launched an attack on Kakarot. Kakarot swiftly responded, his tail flicking slightly as it coiled around Master Roshi's arm, employing the martial arts techniques he had refined during his training with Gohan to launch an attack. Indeed remarkable. After exchanging a few moves, Master Roshi deftly deflected Kakarot with a wave of his hand, his face radiating praise. From tomorrow onward, you shall commence the next stage of your training in the Turtle School. Master Roshi regarded Kakarot with satisfaction. His skills and combat awareness displayed immense potential, akin to an innate instinct. Reflecting on their earlier bout, he noted a slight shortness of breath, a sign of his advancing age, perhaps. Come, let us celebrate your arrival at the Turtle Hermit's abode. As the night enveloped them, a crackling bonfire was ignited, with Master Roshi, Gohan, Kakarot, and a turtle gathered around the table in joyous revelry. The moon is particularly full tonight. I recall the last time I beheld a full moon. After that, my memory fades, save for my grandfather's words about monsters appearing during such nights. Kakarot gazed at the luminous moon, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Thump, thump. The sound of Kakarot's heartbeat intensified, and he began to swell, dark fur erupting from his body, transforming in an instant into a colossal ape. Alas, Sun Wukong exclaimed, suddenly flipping backward in a moment of panic, chiding himself for his carelessness and forgetting that today marked the full moon. Above the boundless green ocean of Namek, the Namekians commenced their bustling day. The mightiest warrior of Namek, Nail, clad in a white scarf and flowing robe, stood guard by the Grand Elder's chamber. Everything proceeding as usual. In Bardock's dwelling, Jine had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, eagerly awaiting her youngest son, Sun Wukong, to return from his training. Although she found it peculiar that the Grand Elder had bestowed such an odd name upon her son, she felt it oddly fitting, as if the name were crafted solely for him. Speaking of Sun Wukong, one could not help but commend the genetic lineage of the Bardock family. The four sons shared an uncanny resemblance, save for Raditz, who had diverged slightly in appearance. Mom, I'm home. Jine, lost in her thoughts, was jolted by the vibrant voice of her son. She looked toward the door, her heart leaping at the sight of Sun Wukong bounding in. Clad in an orange martial arts uniform adorned with the character for Wukong, complemented by a blue undershirt that radiated vitality. It must be said that the Grand Elder possessed a keen sense of style. Sun Wukong, in this attire, exuded an inexplicable charm. Wukong, you must be exhausted from training. I have prepared a lavish breakfast for you, Jine said, approaching her son and affectionately ruffling his hair. However, she felt the dampness of his brow and, in a tone that mingled reproach with tenderness, remarked, honestly, you're still so young yet train harder than your father. Must you push yourself so? Hee hee. The universe is vast, and there are many unimaginable strong warriors. I truly wish to face them, Sun Wukong replied, gripping his mother's hand as he gazed at the dining table, his heart swelling with excitement. Yet, memories of terrifying encounters surfaced, and with a somber expression, he added, moreover, I must grow stronger to protect certain things. Very well, from now on, you shall protect me. Now, eat your meal and grow strong. That is what truly matters. Jine said, holding his hand, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness. Though her son was small, he possessed an unexpected depth of empathy. Indeed, Sun Wukong was famished. He had entered the gravity chamber established by the Grand Elder of Namek for his training that very morning. Even with his current physique, he found it somewhat taxing. Nevertheless, he harbored a fervent desire to become stronger, as he had glimpsed foes of greater power, reaching realms he had never before conceived. Yes, this Wukong was the version who, after succumbing to a heart ailment, traversed various worlds. Upon attaching to Bardock's body on Planet Vegeta, he had intended to journey to Earth. However, at that moment, he could not sense the familiar auras of Earth. Fortunately, at the last moment, he detected a powerful presence on Namek, allowing him to teleport there. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he was reborn, though his naturally optimistic disposition led him to take it in stride. Honestly, I wonder if your father has reached Earth. It's been 7 days since he left, and it truly worries me. Jine rested her head on her hand, observing her young son relishing the delicacies she had prepared, and her heart brimmed with joy. Yet, her thoughts drifted to Bardock, who was on a quest to find their second son, Kakarot, and a wave of concern washed over her. Bardock had ventured to Earth, fully aware that Frieza was hunting scions throughout the universe. Jine had opted not to accompany Goku, fearing that her presence might hinder his mission, and thus he set off alone. She wondered how her elder son was faring on Earth, hoping he could integrate harmoniously with those around him. Although Jine was a scion, she was unlike most of her kin. She disapproved of their brutality and pillaging ways, instead cherishing the ideals of peace. Surely, he would manage well. Goku, while savoring his meal, suddenly recalled something. The notion of another version of himself crossed his mind, but it seemed this counterpart had transformed into an elder brother, perhaps still named Goku. Yet, this thought flickered momentarily, quickly overshadowed by the delightful food before him. Your father, that fool, is always preoccupied with seeking out Frieza to reclaim the dignity of the Science, she remarked. I have heard whispers that Frieza possesses a battle power of over 530,000. Jine gazed at Goku, sharing sentiments she had never voiced to Bardock. To be candid, she often worried about her husband, fearing that in a moment of impulsiveness, he might confront Frieza for revenge. She paid little mind to Goku's silence, feeling compelled to express the thoughts that had accumulated within her. Yet, your father's battle power, even after training on Namek with Nail, is still under 100,000, rendering him utterly incapable of facing Frieza. I am full. After a hearty feast, Sun Wukong, having devoured everything on the table, was left with only empty bowls and plates. He then turned his serious gaze toward Jine and said, Mother, leave Frieza to me. I shall defeat him. Foolish child. Jine's expression changed upon hearing this, and she struck his head with her palm, her face marked by irritation. Do not even think about battling Frieza. That fiend is utterly invincible. I tell you this not to encourage you to confront him. But Frieza isn't even that strong. Sun Wukong replied, rubbing his head and gazing seriously at his mother. Not strong? Jine exclaimed, exasperated as she looked at Sun Wukong. You have never encountered Frieza. How could you fathom his terror? She shook her head, believing him to be a naive child. When he succeeded his father, King Cold, and first descended upon Planet Vegeta, he ruthlessly slaughtered my brother. My brother, Bells, was a formidable Scion warrior with a battle power nearing 5,000. Jine's gaze lingered on Sun Wukong, as if reminiscing about an unforgettable past. Is that so? Sun Wukong rose to his feet and, rather than elaborating further, simply stated, I shall commence my training for today. Upon witnessing the subtle nod from Janae, Sun Wukong proceeded towards the gravity chamber. It must be said that over the past 6 years, he has garnered substantial experience. With the accumulation of martial arts knowledge from his previous life and the encounters with formidable beings across different realms, he has made significant advancements. In merely 6 years, he senses that this journey will lead him even further. Frieza, I eagerly anticipate our next confrontation. Do not let me down too greatly. Within the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong forcefully resisted 100-fold gravity, engaging in monotonous training while reminiscing about Frieza. With astonishing speed, he evaded aerial assaults, continuously strengthening his own prowess, yearning for stronger adversaries to challenge him. Above the earth, a full moon hung high in the night sky, symbolizing beauty and reunion in the human realm. Oh, another full moon? In the desolate wilderness, Bardock, clad in armor, leapt from his spacecraft, donning a pair of glasses-like apparatus that shielded his eyes from the moonlight. Now, let us examine the highest combat power in this world. As Bardock spoke, he gently pressed a button on his eyewear, and a series of numbers and information promptly appeared before him. To his astonishment, the strongest combat power in this world was merely a few hundred. Bardock was indeed taken aback. He had imagined that the pinnacle of strength on a planet would surely exceed 1,000. This is over 300 power level. Is it Kakarot? Bardock glanced at the moon above and muttered to himself, tonight is the night of the full moon. It is quite normal for Kakarot's power level to reach 300. Wait. What? The combat power around him fluctuates wildly, over 1,000. The figure of Bardock transformed into a streak of light, racing towards that direction. His heart filled with concern for his son. Master Wuming of the Martial Arts Academy, having concluded a long day's work, had just decided to retire for the night when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. Such a formidable aura, he exclaimed, wild and domineering, is this the essence of a Scion? Impossible. At this hour, it is theoretically improbable for an extraterrestrial to arrive on Earth, and I have never heard of such a powerful Scion, one who surpasses Vegeta. Master Wuming's face clouded with uncertainty, as if something beyond his comprehension was unfolding. That direction, he uttered gravely, became house. As Teacher Wuming opened the window, he instantly soared into the air, heading towards the turtle hermit's abode. Internally, he chided himself for failing to master the instantaneous movement of the yard rat, a skill that the illustrious Sun Wukong had effortlessly wielded. Yet, his heart was in turmoil, preventing him from acquiring this remarkable ability. The turtle hermit's dwelling. How vexing. If this continued, the entire island would face annihilation. Son Gohan and the turtle hermit tirelessly evaded the onslaught of the colossal ape. Their hesitation was not due to an inability to combat the transformed Kakarot, but rather a deep-seated fear of harming him. Son Gohan's heart ached for his son, compelling even Teacher Wutian to restrain himself. Gohan, the turtle hermit urged, We can no longer afford to evade. If this persists, Kakarot's transformation into a giant ape will only grow stronger, posing a significant threat to Earth. With a swift motion, the turtle hermit deflected a beam emitted by Kakarot, gazing at the increasingly ferocious giant ape before turning to Son Gohan. You must distract Kakarot while I bring down the moon. Indeed, Sun Wukong, aware that continuing in this manner would lead to no resolution, gracefully maneuvered his form, endeavoring to entice Kakarot away from this land. Kamehameha. Master Roshi assumed a firm stance, and in an instant, his muscles swelled with immense power, a vast aura emanating from him, causing the entire island to be beset by fierce winds and tumultuous waves. A colossal beam, as wide as a water barrel, surged forth towards the distant moon, seemingly intent on obliterating it. Unexpectedly, a beam of light surged from the distance, effortlessly dissipating the Kamehameha. What an overwhelming aura! The turtle hermit gazed at the distant figure in a daze, completely unaware of the approaching colossal ape, Kakarot. Kakarot. It is indeed you. In the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived before the giant ape, hovering gracefully above the turtle hermit, casting a serene glance at the massive creature. With a thunderous roar, the colossal ape pounded its chest with immense force, unleashing a deafening growl. Do you wish to engage in battle with your father? The man who had just arrived wore a solemn expression, his figure shifting gracefully as he evaded the giant ape's formidable assault. With a soft exhalation, a man gathered a radiant white light in his hands, manifesting a shimmering blade of luminescence. In the fleeting moment as the colossal ape turned, its tail detached from its body. A full moon hung serenely above the secluded Kame house, while a giant ape wreaked havoc below. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of the light blade cut through the air, causing the leaping giant monkey to diminish in size, plummeting from the sky. So are you enemies? Enemies of Kakarot. A man clad in peculiar armor leaped forward to catch Kakarot, who had reverted to his human form, casting a glance towards the two elderly figures nearby. Who are you? Release my grandson at once, exclaimed Gohan, who had been closely observing Kakarot, unable to discern the identity of the man before him. Upon witnessing him embrace Kakarot earlier, he pointed an accusatory finger in his direction. Who are you, grandson? The man approaching cast a disdainful glance at Son Gohan. Though he had realized that the other was not an enemy, a confrontation was inevitable. How could it be otherwise? At that moment, Son Gohan's gaze fixed upon the individual cradling Kakarot, and he discerned that this person bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot's hairstyle, save for a scar etched upon his face. He was the grown-up version of Kakarot. Indeed, the man who had just arrived was none other than Kakarot's father, Bardock. Truly unexpected. Your combat power fluctuates remarkably. Bardock's eyes swept over the two of them. When he had arrived, he distinctly noted that the old man, who had unleashed his aura, possessed a combat power nearing 10,000, yet now it appeared to be less than 10. You are Kakarot's father. Master Roshi regarded Bardock with a grave expression, sensing an extraordinary power emanating from the man before him, one that surpassed all on Earth, including the lofty Kaishin. Yes, I am Kakarot's father, Bardock of the Scions. Bardock's gaze traversed the two, and the fervor for battle surged within him as he continued. Although I am unsure how you conceal your combat power. With a gentle rustle, Bardock placed Kakarot aside and turned around, his aura suddenly erupting, causing a tempest to ensue. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Master Roshi, upon realizing that his opponent was a Scion, recalled the discussions he had overheard from Lord Kai during his training tales of the Scions, the most belligerent and malevolent race in the cosmos, known for seizing other planets and selling them at exorbitant prices. In an instant, he comprehended the reasons behind Kakarot's arrival on Earth and his transformation into a gorilla. Resolutely, he unfastened the turtle shell from his back and cast it aside, fixing a serious gaze upon Bardock as his own aura gradually intensified. Master Roshi, I shall fight alongside you. Observing Bardock's ominous demeanor, Gohan stood shoulder to shoulder with Master Roshi, their auras similarly escalating. Indeed, this is quite intriguing. Can one truly conceal their fighting prowess at will? A flicker of delight crossed Bardock's features as he remarked with a faint smile, one has risen from below 10 to 8,006, while the other has ascended from 200 to 3,002. Such figures are remarkable even among Scions. Kamehameha. Both Master Roshi and Gohan felt the unparalleled pressure emanating from Bardock and simultaneously chose to engage him. The blinding white light was exceedingly intense, as two robust beams converged in the air, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon Bardock. he mused, sensing a surge in battle power, which had astonishingly risen to 20,000, an extraordinary phenomenon among his kind. While Bardock outwardly feigned indifference, inwardly he was taken aback. After all, his own maximum combat power had only reached around 50,000. Yet here on Earth, there existed a battle power of 20,000, surpassing that of all the scions from the once mighty planet Vegeta. With a resounding breath, Bardock stood resolutely before the two formidable beams of light, his body radiating a brilliant golden glow. He crossed his arms, determined to withstand this unimaginably powerful assault with sheer physical strength. Bardock's body was pushed back relentlessly by the beam of light, his expression twisted in agony as if he were exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Perhaps this too was a manifestation of his arduous training. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, unleashing an unrelenting tempest, as that colossal beam of light was mercilessly crushed by Bardock's grip. Bardock stood firm, catching his breath, his body unscathed, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the two. I must admit, your strength is truly remarkable, but this is where it ends. How infuriating. At that moment, Master Roshi trembled uncontrollably. Even with all his might, he could not inflict the slightest harm upon his opponent. This overwhelming power reminded him of the time when he faced King Piccolo, a similar sense of helplessness. However, back then, after undergoing training in the other world and guidance from King Kai, he had learned to dismiss it. Yet now, facing Bardock, he felt an inescapable powerlessness. He pondered whether to employ the ultimate techniques he had learned from King Kai, although they would impose a tremendous strain on his body in dire circumstances. He would have no choice but to resort to them. Well then, this is where it concludes. I have witnessed your power, and I thank you for nurturing Kakarot to this point, but I must take him with me. Bardock turned, lifting Kakarot from a distance, and smiled at the two. So, farewell, Earthlings. What? Aren't you planning to seize our planet, eradicate everyone, and sell it for a high price? Master Roshi, who had already come to terms with the idea of employing that forbidden technique, was taken aback, struggling to comprehend that the notoriously malevolent scions would abandon their assault on Earth. You have indeed heard of the scions? Bardock regarded Master Roshi with keen interest, and after a moment, continued, however, I am currently disinterested in such endeavors. Moreover, the scions previously invaded planets to serve Frieza, but now Frieza. Master Roshi was utterly perplexed, as if he had heard that name somewhere before, yet he could not quite place it. As Bardock was about to depart, he suddenly sensed an immense fist bearing unparalleled strength approaching. Yet, a seasoned warrior, his reflexes were remarkably swift. He clenched his right fist and swiftly turned to collide with the oncoming blow. The impact of their fists generated a tremendous shockwave, and in that fleeting moment, Bardock felt the ancient, destructive power contained within his opponent's fist. With a swift motion, he hurled Kakarot behind him with his left hand, while his own body was sent flying, skimming across the surface of the ocean for over 100 meters, cleaving the river in two. Cursed be this terrifying foe. Bardock retreated to a distance, feeling as if his hands were about to split, a trickle of blood already at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Kakarot, who he had caught anew, still trembling from the encounter. Martial Master, Gohan, are you all right? A newly arrived figure, clad in a white martial arts robe, with thick brows and large eyes, casual short hair flowing in the breeze, bore the character war emblazoned on his chest. He stood amidst the air with an undeniable presence of a master, indeed the martial immortal of this realm, Master Wu Ming. Everything is fine, he began. But before he could finish, he noticed Wu Ming already had reached the ocean, standing before Bardock. You resemble Kakarot. You must be his father, Bardock. As Wu Ming approached, he discerned the striking resemblance between Bardock and Kakarot, with identical hairstyles and features, clad in black armor, his demeanor radiating coldness. In that instant, he was utterly astonished, for according to his knowledge, Bardock had perished amidst the flames of Planet Vegeta. Do you recognize me? Bardock's form flickered, and he returned to the turtle hermit's abode, placing Kakarot aside, turning with a puzzled gaze towards the formidable figure before him, who seemed to know him. However, he had never encountered any earthling before. Yet, he could sense that this man possessed unimaginable power, so he assumed a defensive stance, scrutinizing his opponent. Have you come to attack Earth? Wu Ming did not respond to Bardock's inquiry, instead casting a grim look his way. Although he was unaware of how Bardock had survived, his very presence on Earth suggested ill intentions. In Wu Ming's mind, aside from the Earth-imbued son Goku, he held no favorable views of scions. Even the once proud Prince Vegeta was not exempt, let alone the pure scion warrior, Bardock. I have no interest. Besides, Earth holds little value. I have merely come to take my son, Kakarot. Bardock regarded Wu Ming with an unprecedented seriousness, yet he did not cower. The warrior spirit of the Scions never shied from battle, ready to engage at any moment. Take Kakarot away? Absolutely not, Wu Ming declared, his surprise palpable before he firmly rejected the notion. This new era is to be ushered in by Son Goku. If you take him, who will confront the cosmic crises that lie ahead? How am I to advance into this new age? If you will not permit me to take my son, then war it shall be. Upon hearing this, Bardock's expression shifted, and a white aura enveloped him as he locked onto the figure of Wu Ming before him. I believe your son Kakarot, if he were on Earth, would encounter a more refined guidance in martial arts, particularly in the utilization of ki, something your scions are incapable of. However, Master Wu Ming showed no intention of striking. Instead, he discreetly heightened his ki, prepared to intervene should Bardock decide to take Kakarot away. The utilization of ki? Bardock paused, then responded, are you referring to the technique of concealing one's battle power and concentrating it into a singular point? That is indeed intriguing. That is merely a fragment of it, Wu Ming replied, casting a glance at Bardock before continuing. The utilization of ki encompasses your grasp of battle power. If you can master your own power flawlessly, you might even triumph over foes significantly stronger than yourself. I believe that to defeat Frieza, one must learn this technique. Is that so? Defeating Frieza? Bardock maintained his stance, yet was inwardly astonished. This earthling harbored the audacity to challenge Frieza. Nevertheless, he could not deny that this method of utilizing ki captivated him, and could indeed be immensely beneficial in overcoming Frieza. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I still find it hard to believe that this technique alone could yield results. Above the azure planet of the northern galaxy, the auras of two formidable warriors began to rise steadily. Bardock, I shall match your battle power and engage you, allowing you to witness the advantages of this skill. Wu Ming declared as he stepped across the surface of the deep sea, his aura fully radiating and escalating to a strength comparable to Bardock's. With a battle power of 54,000, it is indeed quite similar to my own. Now, I shall make the first move. Bardock's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, his aura erupted forth, parting the waves like a dragon emerging from the sea, directed toward Wu Ming. With such an attack, Wu Ming's figure gracefully swayed, effortlessly evading Bardock's full-force strike. He swiftly positioned himself behind Bardock, raising his right fist towards Bardock's back while remarking, your killing intent is too pronounced, a skilled opponent could easily evade it. With a resounding crash, even Wu Ming could scarcely believe that Bardock, in a moment of peril, could turn around and deliver a powerful punch. Their fists collided, each pushing away from the surface of the sea. Indeed, warriors teetering on the brink of life and death possess an extraordinary combat awareness. Wu Ming shook his somewhat numb right fist, preparing to speak, only to discover that Bardock had already closed the distance, his massive fist hurtling toward him directly. With a resounding splash, Wu Ming was struck by a punch, plunging him into the depths of the sea. The tumultuous waters surged upwards, reaching heights of 10 zhong, reminiscent of a waterfall cascading upside down. Curse it, Bardock gazed downward, only to discover that the numerical data regarding Wu Ming had completely vanished from his visor. Prompting an inward curse, a blinding white beam of light surged forth, stirring tumultuous waves and sweeping through the fierce winds, advancing relentlessly towards Bardock. With a swift motion, Bardock retreated 100 meters away, his right hand aglow with a brilliant white light that coalesced into undulating waves. In the blink of an eye, he formed an energy sphere that surged towards the tumultuous waves beneath the air currents. Bardock felt a sudden weight on his back, an ominous premonition stirring within him. However, it was too late to turn back. His body was struck with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the sea. How is this? Perhaps it is nearly over. Wu Ming, hovering above, smiled down at Bardock, revealing a row of pristine teeth beneath his snowy beard. Fortunately, Bardock glided across the sea for several hundred meters before coming to a halt, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Wu Ming, fully aware that his opponent had just held back. Otherwise, he would not have emerged unscathed. He spoke, I must admit, your Earth possesses an extraordinary finesse in combat prowess, or what you refer to as the utilization of chi. However, with a resounding crack, Bardock lifted his gaze to the heavens. The moon had now vanished, and the sky appeared shrouded in darkness. He gently removed his glasses, crushing them with a sudden force, and continued, it seems I am beginning to understand. Should one commend him for being a scion? Or perhaps for being the father of Son Goku? Wu Ming observed Bardock's actions, fully aware that he had gained insight into the essence of energy. Moreover, he resolved never to rely on such machines for understanding again. Bardock furrowed his brow, gazing at Wu Ming with a hint of confusion. How did you come to know that my youngest son is named Sun Wukong? It was a wise man who bestowed that name upon him, albeit rather peculiar in nature. What? Even with Wu Ming's calm demeanor, he could not help but exhibit an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, You mean to say you have another son? And his name is Sun Wukong? Yes, after Kakarot departed, I had another son, and I named him Sun Wukong. Is there a problem with that? Despite Bardock's exceptional intellect, renowned as the sage of the Science, he could not fathom why Wu Ming was so astonished. No, I was merely overreacting. It's just that Gohan once named Kakarot Sun Wukong, and I did not anticipate such a remarkable coincidence. As Wu Ming spoke, he regained his usual composure and took strides towards Master Roshi's island. Really? Bardock gazed at Wu Ming with a profound skepticism. He firmly believed that such a coincidence could not possibly lead a dignified warrior to exhibit such behavior moments ago. However, he did not press further and simply remarked, Kakarot cannot be referred to as Sun Wukong. After all, one cannot have two children bearing the same name. Wu Ming remained silent, outwardly composed while his heart was in turmoil. He had assumed he had entered the authentic Dragon Ball universe, and being informed that Bardock was still alive was tolerable. However, the revelation that Kakarot and Sun Wukong were two distinct individuals was a matter that could potentially alter the very fabric of the world. How could this be? All the previously established paths seemed rendered futile. With a soft thud, Wu Ming and Bardock simultaneously descended upon the Turtle Hermit's island. At that moment, the Turtle Hermit and Son Gohan stood outside, seemingly awaiting the return of the two. However, Kakarot had fallen into a deep slumber, and Son Gohan, concerned for his comfort, had taken him inside. Ah, so Mr. Bardock has decided to remain on Earth to train alongside Kakarot? The Turtle Hermit, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Wu Ming with a look of unexpected relief. Indeed, I yearn to train here with Kakarot until we vanquish Frieza. Bardock glanced at the others, then surveyed his surroundings. His brow furrowed, before continuing, Yet, the gravity on this planet is rather low, making it all too comfortable. It is not an ideal environment for rigorous training. You need not worry about that. In our martial arts city, we possess a gravity chamber, a marvel achieved in collaboration with the Capsule Corporation. Within it, you can adjust the gravity at will, even reaching levels hundreds of times that of Earth. Wu Ming observed a slight smile curling at Bardock's lips, as if he took pride in the technological advancements of his planet. Hundreds of times Earth's gravity. Upon hearing this, Bardock was utterly astonished. Such technology surpassed much of what the Scions possessed. Although he had witnessed similar wonders on Namek, the enigmatic nature of the Namekians had always left a profound impression, rendering Earth rather inconspicuous in comparison. Yet now, he discovered that Earth harbored such formidable technology. Indeed, training there would undoubtedly hasten your ascent to greatness, given your Scion physiology. Wu Ming continued to entice Bardock, though internally he resolved that should Bardock insist on taking Kakarot away, he would not hesitate to intervene. Very well, I shall train here. But before that, I must return to Namek. My wife Jine and my young son Kakarot are there, and I feel a sense of unease. Bardock addressed the group, stating, Until we meet again, I must take my leave. As Bardock's gaze swept over the three, seemingly perceiving something, he added, I entrust you with him. Bardock, he said, not waiting for a response from the others, was enveloped in a white aura and soared towards the distant place from whence he had come. Such an abrupt departure. What a peculiar fellow. Oh no. Master Roshi scratched his head while watching Bardock ascend, then suddenly leaped up, exclaiming loudly, Master Mateto, what is happening? Son Gohan inquired, slightly taken aback by Master Mateto's sudden outburst, fearing something of great significance had transpired. I missed a show, Master Roshi exclaimed, hastily retreating to his room to turn on the television. Son Gohan and Mateto exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips as they shared a moment of unspoken understanding. Well then, I too must take my leave. Kakarot, ensure you train diligently, Mateto stated as he turned to depart, just as he was about to take flight. A thought seemed to strike him, and he turned back to add, if Bardock comes, let him seek me out. With a decisive leap, Wu Ming surged towards the martial arts city like a gleaming blade, embodying determination in every motion. It was indeed a troublesome evening. Son Gohan shook his head, retreating to his room, yet the name Sun Wukong echoed in his mind. a surprising revelation that the Scions shared a similar taste with him. At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, an urgent report was issued. We have detected extraordinary combat power on Earth, suspected Scion invasion. Please proceed to the quiet hall immediately. In an instant, alarms blared and unsettling news flooded in from various locations. Saiyans? Gak was momentarily bewildered, vividly recalling that the Saiyan planet had perished. Suddenly, he remembered the infant that had been sent to Earth long ago and inquired, "Is it that infant? At last, it has made an appearance. I, the illustrious elite Gak, shall journey to Earth." An alarm blared, indicating a combat power reading of 54,500 on Earth, confirming the target's race as Saiyan. The alarm echoed once more. What? 54,000? Is this truly the Saiyan infant? Gak, poised to depart, was taken aback by the news. A combat power of 54,000 was no jest. What is the matter, Gak? You have always prided yourself as a super elite, yet now you are frightened? A fellow Galactic Patrol officer, dressed similarly, teased. I do not underestimate anyone. I am the super elite Gak of the Galactic Patrol. I merely find the situation somewhat troublesome, Gak replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he made his way to the cockpit. Galactic Patrol Officer Gak requests deployment. Target, Earth. Gak entered his information and summoned his spaceship, harboring a tinge of trepidation. First, I shall visit Tai Si to assess the situation, if matters escalate. I will seek assistance from Wu Ming. As Gak boarded his vessel and initiated the launch, he contemplated, however, that fellow Tai Si should be on Earth by now. The spacecraft transformed into a streak of light, traversing layers of space toward the Azure planet, while Gak silently prayed for a favorable outcome. In the west capital of Earth, the Capsule Corporation stood as the most renowned enterprise globally, having birthed countless technologies that transformed human existence and boasted the world's most cutting-edge innovations. Dr. Brief's residence at Capsule Corporation is truly perplexing. It is challenging to pin this down. How I wish I could gather materials directly from the cosmos, lamented a striking woman with short golden hair, gently tapping her pen against her head, visibly distressed. Sister Tai Si, are you writing your novel again? A blue-haired girl of about 10 years old rushed toward the golden-haired woman, noticing her sister's struggle with the story. So, Bulma, have you completed your assignments? Upon turning, Tai Si beheld her brilliant younger sister. Those tasks are merely for children. Bulma, the blue-haired girl, wrinkled her delicate nose, her beautiful big eyes gazing at her sister as she replied, "They're no challenge for me at all. Indeed, our Bulma is the smartest." Tai Si gently caressed Bulma's flowing blue locks, feeling a pang of envy for her sister's prodigious talent. Although just 10 years old, it seemed that nothing in the world posed a difficulty for her. A streak of light traversed the sky as a spaceship descended before Dr. Brief's residence. Oh, is this the spacecraft of Gak? Bulma cast a swift glance and immediately recognized the vessel. It was indeed the intergalactic patrol ship belonging to Gak, which she had encountered previously. Jake? Upon hearing this, Tai Si's gaze shifted, as if she had suddenly recalled something, and she appeared exceedingly joyful, swiftly darting out. Jake. Tai stepped outside and immediately spotted Officer Jake emerging from the spaceship. She addressed him directly. What brings you here? I happen to have something I need to ask of you. What is it? He replied. Hold on for a moment. I have some pressing matters to inquire about as well. Jake approached Ties and whispered, Hey, Ties, was there a large-scale battle on Earth just now? A large-scale battle? Ties looked bewildered, completely unaware of any such event. Her gaze shifted in inquiry towards Bulma, who had just stepped out. What large-scale battle? There's nothing of the sort happening. Bulma, with a look of exasperation, regarded Jake. I was outside the entire time, and everything was as peaceful as usual. It's rather tiresome, if anything. There was no large-scale battle. Is that so? I will conduct another scan. It's possible the machine malfunctioned, Jake said, turning back to the spaceship. Truthfully, he hoped it was merely a machine error. He pressed a series of buttons. Beep, beep, detecting unusual activity on the current planet. Scanning in progress. Under inspection, the target detection has been completed. The planet is functioning normally, and no anomalies have been detected. Could it indeed be a malfunction of the machine? Jack scratched his head in confusion, seemingly unable to accept this outcome, yet he felt a sense of relief within. Hey Jack, could you take me to explore the universe once more? Tai Si inquired softly, observing Jack's pallid countenance. To be frank, Tai Si, the current state of the cosmos is exceedingly tense. The Frieza force is frantically scouring the universe for the whereabouts of the Scions, having already annihilated countless planets in the process. I cannot assure your safety if I were to take you into space at this time. Jack, equally troubled, noted the dire situation of the Frieza force, which has left the Galactic Patrol on high alert, especially considering that Frieza is the most malevolent tyrant in the cosmos. The Frieza force and the Scions? That sounds somewhat familiar, Tai Si mused, a sudden flash of realization illuminating her mind. Isn't that the character you mentioned during your last visit to Earth? Indeed, you should fervently hope that Frieza remains unaware of the Scion presence on Earth. Otherwise, the planet will face its gravest peril. Jack warned cautiously, glancing at Tai Si and Bulma. While Earth possesses formidable martial artists like Wu Ming, he doubted their ability to withstand Frieza's might. Is this Frieza truly that terrifying? Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Officer Jack. Are you jesting? He is the most fearsome and malevolent tyrant in the universe, often regarded as the very source of all evil. Jack exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity, as if dismissing any notion that Frieza could be anything less than terrifying. Moreover, the Frieza force wields the most advanced technology and equipment in the cosmos. But the true horror lies within Frieza himself. Come now, that's absurd. No matter how powerful an individual may be, there are limits. Bulma scoffed at Jack's assertions, firmly believing that human strength has its bounds. You humans have no comprehension of Frieza's terror. The Frieza force's dominion over the universe does not stem from sheer power, but rather from Frieza himself, Jack replied gravely, looking at the two women. Frieza is renowned for his ruthlessness and cruelty. To him, life is as insignificant as grass, and the destruction of planets is merely a fleeting thought. Yet, no known strongman in the universe can rival him. But I still wish to go. Rest assured, I merely seek to gather the materials I need. How could I possibly encounter the Frieza force or provoke any enmity with him? Tai Si reassured him, sensing Jack's seriousness despite his usual playful demeanor, and patted his shoulder. Why can't you understand? Jack, somewhat exasperated, continued, Frieza destroys planets at his whim. If you happen to be within the range of his search for Scions, you would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Suddenly, a new idea struck Tai Si, her eyes gleaming with inspiration. I could craft an exceedingly malevolent villainous emperor based on the Frieza you mentioned. Then, I would have a noble and towering protagonist, burdened by a profound vendetta, rise to challenge this tyrant, bearing the hopes of the entire universe. Such a tale would surely become a bestseller across the cosmos. The more Tai Si contemplated this notion, the more her excitement surged. Without waiting for the astonished Gak to respond, she retreated to her room, embarking on a new literary journey. Gak was taken aback. He hastily pursued her to dissuade Tai Si. You cannot be serious. Crafting a villainous emperor inspired by Frieza could be perilous. However, Gak's attempts at persuasion ultimately fell on deaf ears. He could only hope that Tai Si's novel would not attain universal acclaim, though he was certain it could never achieve such heights. After all, Gak could not permit her to publish this book in the cosmos, as it might jeopardize his status as a super elite. Frieza, Scions, and such, what a chaotic mess. Bulma remarked, shaking her head as she entered Dr. Brief's laboratory to explore a new machine. Due to Kakarot's need for rigorous training, Son Gohan and Master Roshi had relocated, moving under the cover of night to a larger island. Kakarot, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple in the Turtle School, and I shall formally guide you in your training. Observing Kakarot, who appeared indifferent after his morning exercises, Master Roshi commenced his role as instructor. First, I shall assess your physical abilities to devise an appropriate training regimen for you. Master Roshi, undeterred by Kakarot's extraterrestrial origins as a member of the notoriously malevolent Scion race, felt a renewed eagerness to impart his wisdom upon him. First, we shall test your reflexes. With a subtle motion of his foot, Master Roshi created a circle on the ground and pointed to Kakarot. Step into this circle. I will throw 100 marked stones at you, and afterward, we shall examine the marks upon your body. Kakarot responded, stepping into the circle with a serious expression as he gazed intently at Master Roshi, who stood 10 meters away, his strength coursing through his entire being, poised to spring into action at any moment. With no preamble, the turtle sage unleashed a torrent of energy, wielding a stone marked with a white insignia, hurtling towards Kakarot with the ferocity of a tempest, as if intent on reducing him to mere fragments. Indeed, Kakarot's pupils constricted. His entire body tensed as he endeavored to evade the barrage of stones that descended upon him like a tempest. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he felt the impact of several strikes. Being still in his youth, such intense exertion left him breathless after but a moment. Enough. Master Roshi approached Kakarot, observing his labored breaths, astonished by the boy's tenacity. Despite the speed at which he had hurled the stones, Kakarot had managed to evade them throughout, never yielding. Such perseverance is indeed rare. One can only commend the formidable nature of the Scion physiology. You have been struck a total of 81 times. I must say, you still have a considerable journey ahead in this regard. I will contact Wuming to provide you with a dodging machine for your training, Master Roshi continued, noting Kakarot's lingering disappointment. Next, we shall focus on speed. With a swift motion, Master Roshi drew a straight line upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed 100 meters, addressing Kakarot from afar. At the moment I say begin, you must exert your utmost effort to run towards me. Commence. Upon witnessing Kakarot's earnest gaze, seemingly prepared, Master Roshi issued a command. In an instant, Kakarot transformed into an arrow loosed from its bow, sweeping past Master Roshi with the swiftness of the wind. Remarkably, it took merely 36 seconds. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction. It is noteworthy that Kakarot, at only 6 years of age, has achieved such speed, undoubtedly surpassing the majority of humanity on Earth. Now, summon all your strength and strike me with a punch, Master Roshi instructed, gazing intently at Kakarot. Are you certain you wish for me to strike you? Kakarot asked, tightening his right fist, energy coursing within. With a cold yet serious demeanor, he declared, I shall not hold back. Come now, the turtle hermit said, observing Kakarot's earnest expression with indifference, his tone merely casual. Kakarot, the turtle hermit said, not elaborating further, as he concentrated all his strength into a single fist and struck towards him. His power was commendable, yet it required rigorous training. The turtle hermit, seemingly casual, effortlessly caught Kakarot's punch and remarked, I have a fair grasp of your physical capabilities. Now, we shall commence your training in earnest. In the once tranquil expanse of the cosmos, a myriad of spacecraft now filled the void. Although varying in design, they bore a singular emblem, the insignia of the tyrannical Frieza's army. The full mobilization of Frieza's forces cast a palpable tension across the universe, as no one could predict the next malevolent move of the notorious Frieza, annihilating planets or exterminating entire races. Mr. Dodoria, have there been any sightings of the Scion Prince recently? Frieza inquired nonchalantly, pouring himself a glass of crimson liquid, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Dodoria. Report to you, King Frieza. Prince Vegeta has seemingly vanished, and we have been unable to detect any matching combat power in our searches, Dodoria stammered, trembling as he avoided Frieza's gaze. Let us set aside the matter of Prince Vegeta for now and focus all our efforts on attacking Earth, Frieza declared, his cold eyes scanning the luminous blue planet displayed on the cosmic hologram. Every time I behold this planet, an inexplicable disdain washes over me. By the way, do we have any news regarding Earth? According to yesterday's assessments, there were fleeting instances of 3 combat powers exceeding 10,000 on Earth, with the highest reaching a staggering 100,000. However, due to the considerable distance and the brief duration of these appearances, precise values could not be ascertained, Dodoria reported, his trembling intensifying under Frieza's calm demeanor. 100,000? Even Captain Jinyu only possesses a power level of 12,000, Frieza mused, his eyes narrowing as he savored a sip of the crimson liquid, a sinister smile tugging at his lips. Earth is indeed a fascinating place, is it not, Mr. Dodoria? Indeed, Lord Frieza, Dodoria replied hurriedly, bowing deeply in deference. Such an intriguing planet warrants a visit from the entirety of Frieza's army, does it not? Frieza set his glass aside on a nearby table, fixing his gaze on Dodoria. It would be even more delightful if those monkeys were present. We could all indulge in the most splendid spectacle the universe has to offer. Ho ho ho. On a small island on Earth, the turtle hermit, unaware of the impending arrival of the cosmic tyrant, was diligently instructing his young disciple, Kakarot. He looked at Kakarot and stated, Today, we shall begin with the first training exercise. Boom. The turtle sage pressed a capsule, and with a resounding explosion, a gray smoke began to envelop the area. As the smoke dissipated, countless boxes of milk were revealed. The turtle sage pointed to the milk and declared, Above these boxes lies the destination you must reach. Your first task is to deliver this milk. Is it merely a milk delivery? Kakarot furrowed his brow, appearing quite dissatisfied with such a task. Indeed. It is simply a delivery of milk, but you must complete it within 3 hours. Otherwise, there will be no lunch for you today. The turtle sage observed Kakarot's disgruntled expression, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Ah, young one, the true challenge lies therein. What? At this moment? Kakarot was taken aback upon hearing those words. Withholding food was undoubtedly the greatest punishment for him. Moreover, without allowing him to continue speaking, Master Roshi once again retrieved a capsule from his pocket, pressed it with his hand, and tossed it out while saying, "You shall wear this to deliver the milk." Boom. Indeed, just as before, the capsule unleashed a tremendous explosion. As the smoke dissipated, a set of black attire lay on the ground, exuding an air of quality. Should I don this outfit to deliver? Though Kakarot felt a twinge of confusion, he dismissed it from his mind and promptly picked up the garments from the ground. Kakarot, caught off guard, realized he had neglected to pick up the clothes from the ground, and he was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he summoned all his strength to lift the garments and, right in front of Master Roshi, changed into them without hesitation. They were indeed quite heavy. Kakarot contemplated the weight he was bearing, yet he never shied away from such challenges. In fact, there was a flicker of joy within him. What a rare individual. Master Roshi observed Kakarot at that moment, silently marveling at his remarkable adaptability. However, he furrowed his brow and addressed Kakarot, saying, "Kakarot, could you please change your clothes inside the house from now on? Is there a problem with here?" Kakarot replied, a look of confusion adorning his face, as he truly could not comprehend the human notion of propriety. I suddenly feel it is necessary for you to learn some basic etiquette before we continue training," Master Roshi said, wiping the sweat from his brow, realizing that Kakarot seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of manners. Etiquette? What is that? Is it something tasty? Or perhaps something that can make me stronger? Kakarot maintained his stoic expression, gazing at Master Roshi. Neither. Master Roshi, now sweating profusely, found himself speechless by Kakarot's logic. After a brief silence, he cleared his throat and continued, "However, to become an exceptional martial artist, etiquette is indispensable. But for now, you must complete my task." The timer starts now. With a resounding start, from Master Roshi, Kakarot's expression shifted dramatically. He dashed towards the milk, quickly grasping the delivery address and direction before sprinting off. However, the weight of his attire hindered his ability to control his movements flawlessly, causing his rapid run to resemble a clumsy stagger. On the island, dust swirled as Kakarot tirelessly delivered milk to the homes of the villagers. Yet, it was undeniable that carrying such a load, coupled with the intense exertion, left even Kakarot feeling sore all over. Cursing under his breath, he vowed not to be underestimated by his grandfather or that old man. Clinging to this conviction, even as fatigue enveloped him, he exerted every ounce of his strength, perhaps unaware that he was pushing the limits of his physical capabilities. What a persevering little fellow. Master Roshi sat in the turtle house, watching the television where several stunning women were performing some form of gymnastics, his mouth watering and his demeanor somewhat lecherous. Yet, he occasionally sensed Kakarot's presence in the distance. Master Wu Tian, will such strenuous training on the first day really not break Kakarot? He is only 6 years old. Gohan thought, also perceiving Kakarot's aura with deep concern. 1, 2, 1, 2. However, Master Roshi remained oblivious, engrossed in the television, even mimicking the movements of the enchanting women on screen. Indeed, Sun Wukong sighed, observing his master with a bemused shake of his head. Despite being a martial arts master, he always seemed to embody the demeanor of a lecherous soul, leaving one astounded. I should prepare some food for Kakarot. This intense morning training must have exhausted him. Sun Wukong chose not to disturb Master Roshi, fully aware of Kakarot's unparalleled talent in martial arts. It was precisely this extraordinary ability that prompted Master Wu Tian to impose such stringent demands from the very beginning. Under Master Wu Tian's guidance, including Wukong and others, the path of martial arts had reached its zenith. The world required new martial artists to elevate the discipline to unprecedented heights. Thus, today's meal shall consist of fish. With a powerful aura emanating from him, Sun Wukong parted the sea as he strode into the water, searching for lunch ingredients. How exhausting. Kakarot had wished countless times to shed the weighty garment he wore. This attire significantly hampered his movements, compelling him to tread cautiously, devoid of his usual swiftness. After merely a brief period of exertion, he felt his entire body grow weary and limp. Yet, he resolutely declared within himself, "I shall not concede easily." With a fierce inner roar, Kakarot summoned every ounce of his strength, clutching the milk as he dashed forward. In a fleeting moment, he experienced an exhilarating sensation of transcending his limits. Go for it, Kakarot. At this moment, Kakarot remained unaware that in Martial Arts City, a revered master was cheering for him, applauding the impending legend. Finally, it was over. After 3 grueling hours, Kakarot felt as if he had turned into a puddle of exhaustion, utterly reluctant to move. Kakarot, you performed admirably this morning, but do not let pride consume you. The afternoon holds even more arduous training ahead, so prepare yourself, Master Roshi remarked approvingly, momentarily setting aside his rigorous training regimen. Very well. Kakarot rose to his feet, his right fist striking his left palm, radiating a palpable sense of anticipation. Indeed, he eagerly awaited the forthcoming training, although it would undoubtedly be arduous and exhausting. Nothing could quell his fervent desire for strength. The morning's training had already yielded significant rewards. Come on, Kakarot, Master Roshi, it's time for lunch. At that moment, Son Gohan had also finished his meal and called out to the two. Oh. The turtle sage appeared somewhat displeased as he set aside the magazine in his hands and ambled towards the dining table. By the way, Gohan, your culinary skills have certainly improved of late. At the table, the turtle sage savored the exquisite fish feast prepared by Son Gohan, mumbling indistinctly. Kakarot, without a moment's pause for conversation, devoured bowl after bowl with an insatiable appetite. The table was rapidly stripped of its bounty of fish and meat, while his own bowls were piled high at an astonishing rate. It was truly a sight to behold. Despite having witnessed Kakarot's voraciousness the previous evenings, Master Roshi was once again taken aback by his extraordinary capacity for food. By the way, Kakarot, did you know that your father visited last night? Gohan pondered for a moment. This was a matter that needed to be addressed sooner or later, rather than waiting for Bardock's arrival to share the news. It would be better to inform him now. After all, they were his parents. Oh, Kakarot responded faintly before he began to devour another bowl of rice. Ah, I am full. Before him stood a towering pile of bowls, and finally satisfied, Kakarot patted his belly and exclaimed with delight. Hey, young Kakarot, did you hear? Yesterday your father Bardock came to see you. Observing the contented expression on Kakarot's face, Son Gohan resolved to speak up. After all, there are certain matters that one must confront on their own. Oh, my father? Kakarot lifted his head, gazing at Son Gohan with a look of confusion. Yet a particular figure began to emerge in his mind. Indeed, your father is a formidable man, Son Gohan pondered, realizing he knew little about Bardock, and thus continued. He is incredibly powerful. He came to seek you yesterday. Really? Is he that powerful? Is he stronger than Grandpa and Master Roshi? Kakarot, initially uninterested, now exhibited a keen curiosity upon hearing of his father's might. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to survey his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Moments later, he returned his gaze, somewhat perplexed, and remarked, but this place does not seem to harbor any formidable beings. Master Roshi, you should refer to him as such. Son Gohan retorted, playfully smacking Kakarot on the back of the head. He continued, your father is indeed very strong. Neither Master Roshi nor I could stand against him. He is truly one of the mightiest individuals I have ever encountered. Is that so? He is truly that powerful? Kakarot looked upward, as if envisioning what his father might look like. In an instant, his eyes appeared distant, and a dreamlike scene unfolded before him. Beneath a clear night sky, two figures, a man and a woman, gazed at him from across a spacecraft, their expressions filled with sorrow, tears welling in their eyes. They reached out their left and right hands, yearning to connect with him through the vessel. For reasons unknown, Kakarot's heart swelled with sadness in that moment. Unconsciously, his hands extended, as if longing to grasp the hands of those two figures, bridging the vast chasm of time and space, never to part again. Kakarot, what are you doing? Son Gohan observed as Kakarot's gaze grew increasingly distant, mist gathering in his eyes, and his hands outstretched, as though yearning to touch something or preserve a precious memory. Startled by Gohan's call, Kakarot jolted back to consciousness. He gazed at Gohan, his demeanor unusually detached, and with a hint of sorrow, he spoke. Grandfather. I long to see my father. He departed yesterday. Observing the shadow that seemed to envelop Kakarot's expression, Gohan continued, however. He mentioned that it is because your mother and brother are on another planet. He harbors concerns for their safety and intends to bring them to Earth, so that your family may be reunited. Is that so? Kakarot's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly inquired, what exactly is a brother? Is it something delicious? With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong stumbled, nearly dropping the dishes in his hands to the floor. Fortunately, his profound martial arts skills and swift reflexes allowed him to recover the dishes just before they met the ground. I suddenly found merit in what Master Wu-Tin had said. Indeed, it was imperative for Kakarot to receive lessons in etiquette. Sun Wukong gazed at the earnest expression on Kakarot's face, gently wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though he might truly be bested by Kakarot. Observing Kakarote's perplexed gaze directed at him, Sun Wukong refrained from further explanation, secretly resolving to ensure that Kakarote would understand earthly customs in the future. Otherwise, it would surely lead to some comical misunderstandings. Grandfather is truly peculiar. Kakarote murmured as he watched Sun Wukong depart, then pondered whether his own parents shared the same eccentricities, noting that they too lacked tails. Master Wu Tian, let us commence our afternoon training, Kakarote declared, rising from the dining table and glancing at Master Roshi, who was engrossed in a magazine. Despite feeling a pervasive soreness throughout his body, Kakarote's heart was filled with a fervent desire to swiftly advance to the next phase of his training. The turtle hermit, who was wholly engrossed in his magazine, was startled by Kakarote's abrupt inquiry. He glanced at Kakarote and, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Kakarote, one must be courteous when addressing others. Refrain from shouting in such a manner." Kakarote responded, yet his expression remained unchanged, his pupils filled with hope. "All right, you go and do 100 push-ups first." "I will be there shortly," Master Roshi said, observing Kakarote's face brimming with anticipation. 100? Kakarote murmured, counting on his fingers as he made his way towards the door. A hint of confusion etched upon his brow, seemingly uncertain about the true value of 100. 1, 2, 1, 2, 100. Just as Master Roshi stepped outside, he beheld Kakarote laboriously performing push-ups, his attire drenched in perspiration, his arms appearing as though they might falter at any moment. However, before Master Roshi could express his admiration for Kakarote's tenacity, he was taken aback by the boy's peculiar method of counting. "Hey, Kakarote, can't you count?" Master Roshi questioned, his expression a mix of bemusement as he observed Kakarote rise to his feet. Though still quite young, one would assume Gohan had imparted some knowledge to him. "What do you mean by counting?" "Grandpa always had me shout 1, 2 when doing push-ups," Kakarote replied, a tinge of perplexity gracing his otherwise impassive visage. The turtle sage was instantly struck with exasperation, feeling that Kakarote's ignorance of worldly matters had reached an excessive degree. He sighed and declared, "Very well. It is time to commence the next stage of the turtle school's training. Our first task is to till the land." Clearing his throat twice, the turtle sage feigned nonchalance and began to stride towards the distant fields, displaying no intention of waiting for Kakarote. Kakarote exerted himself, sprinting towards Master Roshi despite his flushed face and unyielding fatigue. Something felt amiss today, his body seemed out of harmony. As he and Master Roshi paused amidst a cultivated field, Kakarote sensed an imbalance within himself, as if something essential was missing. Earlier in the morning, he had been oblivious. But now, weariness had made him acutely aware. "Where is my tail?" Kakarote inquired, reaching behind him, only to discover the absence of his tail, which sent a wave of panic through him. "Have you only just realized?" Master Roshi watched Kakarote's frantic movements, astonished. "How could you spend an entire morning without noticing such an obvious issue?" "Never mind. Let's continue training," Master Roshi said, observing Kakarote's distress. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, he heard Kakarote's lament. "Indeed, you are still but a child," Master Roshi mused, shaking his head. He retrieved a pair of gloves from his pocket and handed them to Kakarote, saying, "Put on these gloves and finish tilling this land. I must warn you, if your pace is slow, the remainder of your training will be cancelled. Naturally, this will also result in a reduction of your food supply." At this moment, Kakarote appeared to have once again adopted an indifferent demeanor, starkly contrasting with his state after the meal. He silently took up his gloves and donned them, proceeding to renovate the soil with remarkable speed. The soil in the field, under the arduous toil of Kakarote, quickly transformed into a new visage, while Kakarote himself, breathless and fatigued, sat nearby to catch his breath. "Excellent. Let us proceed with the remaining training." Master Roshi observed Kakarote, who was already panting, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. Thus, Kakarote underwent the rigorous training of the turtle school, laboring at a construction site while donning weighted clothing, and was cast into the river to wrestle with sharks. This place was originally intended by Master Roshi to hone his speed. However, Kakarote found himself directly engaged in combat with the sharks, drawing a formidable swarm of them. Fortunately, thanks to his explosive potential, he narrowly escaped their jaws. Subsequently, he found himself beneath a beehive, evading the relentless assaults of the bees, which resulted in him being swollen and noticeably plumper. As time flowed onward, Kakarote dedicated himself to extraordinary training, and after a week of such exertion, even Master Roshi and the others were astonished. They had suspected the boy was a prodigy, yet they had not anticipated the intensity of his training. In just 7 days, he had remarkably begun to acclimate to the weight of his training suit. Hey, Kakarot. What drives your desire to train? During a meal, Gohan gazed at his grandson, whose face was swollen with bumps. I wish to grow stronger. Each time I train, I can feel the blood within me boiling. I yearn for battle, for the opportunity to confront those who are mightier. Unexpectedly, Kakarot, who was usually indifferent and unaware of worldly matters, provided a rather thought-provoking response. Why do you wish to engage with stronger opponents? Gohan continued to inquire, pondering whether this was a common trait among Saiyans. I do not know. I simply wish to become stronger, to never be outmatched by anyone, Kakarot replied, speaking through mouthfuls of food. You child, slow down your eating. If you cannot manage, perhaps you should finish your meal first. Gohan remarked with an unmistakable tenderness in his eyes. Beyond countless galaxies lay the planet Namek. A silver meteor streaked across the sky as a spacecraft descended upon the plains outside the village of Namek. Clad in armor, Bardock slowly emerged, having traversed a long journey. At last, he had returned to the planet Namek. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. Bardock gazed at the Namekian landscape and shook his head, fully aware that his presence had caused considerable inconvenience to the Namekians. It was time for him to depart. The remote location of Earth offered not only refuge from Frieza's relentless pursuit, but also an opportunity for him to further strengthen himself. Preparing for the day when he would stand against the tyrant Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. With a swift motion, Bardock pinpointed the location of his home and transformed into a streak of light. In the gravity chamber of planet Namek, Goku, clad in his orange attire, was evading the onslaught of various mechanical projectiles. Suddenly, he paused, gazing into the distance, and remarked, Father has returned, but it seems he is alone. The other me has not come back. Has he chosen to remain on Earth? Several machines hurtled towards Goku at an astonishing speed, yet with a slight misstep. He deftly evaded all their attacks before striding out of the gravity chamber. The youth in tattered orange martial arts garb emerged from a metallic chamber, his eyes flickering as he surveyed the distant village. With a sudden surge, a white aura enveloped his slender frame, propelling the young boy into the air. He soared gracefully, the flames surrounding him parting the currents of the sky as he advanced with remarkable speed toward the horizon. Meanwhile, in the household of Bardock, the bored giant began to tidy up the entire room, her face adorned with a sweet smile, seemingly content with her current life. Of course, it would be even more perfect if the threat of Frieza did not loom over them, allowing Bardock to bring Kakarot and Raditz back home. She often pondered the well-being of her eldest son, Raditz. Although he possessed a combative nature that starkly contrasted with her gentle disposition, he was still her son. In her moments of leisure, she would inevitably feel a pang of longing for him, and she had once worried that Raditz might fall victim to Frieza's clutches. Yet, her own lack of strength left her helpless in the face of such concerns. A soft sound echoed outside, jolting GNEI from her reverie, a hint of perplexity flickering in her eyes. Logically, at this hour, Sun Wukong had yet to complete his training, and should the Grand Elders seek her, he would typically convey his message directly through thought. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and a radiant smile graced her lovely visage as she hastened to the door and pressed the button to open it. As Bardock finally recognized the man standing at the door, Kine was overwhelmed with joy and rushed to embrace him. Ah, Kine, I have returned. Though I did not bring Kakarot back with me, there are matters we need to discuss, Bardock gently replied, wrapping his arms around his wife. Why? Why did you not bring Kakarot? Did something happen to him? Kine withdrew her hands from Bardock, her gaze filled with confusion and a trace of concern lingering in her eyes. Not at all. He has been taken in by a martial arts master on Earth and seems to be doing quite well there, Bardock said, stepping into the room and surveying his surroundings. The reason I did not bring him home is that I discovered some valuable things on Earth. Just to be safe, I thought it best to bring both of you there as well. Oh, I see. That means he is getting along well with those people on Earth. Kine followed Bardock into the house, her hand resting gently over her heart, as if to ease her worries. But do we really need to go to Earth as a family? While it does sound nice to be together, Goku has lived on this planet since birth. Leaving suddenly might be difficult for him. There's no need for concern. Earth is a wonderful place. Children adapt over time, and everything will improve. Bardock remarked as he scanned the room, taking a seat on a nearby stool. By the way, where is Goku? Has he gone off to train again? Indeed. That child has been devoted to training since birth. It seems his life revolves solely around becoming stronger. Who knows? He might even surpass all the Saiyans one day. Kine said, pride illuminating her features as she thought of their son. Yet amidst the pride was a flicker of worry, a concern that her son was solely focused on training, neglecting everything else. After all, he is a low-class warrior. Bardock slowly shook his head, the deeply ingrained hierarchy of Scion warriors weighing on his mind. Despite Goku being his son, Bardock could not shake the belief that he would not surpass the legendary Scions of the past. After all, he had fought through countless battles, barely escaping death to achieve a combat power of 13,000. Following the destruction of Planet Vegeta, upon arriving at Namek, his battle power had surged to around 30,000 after recovering from injuries. Even with the burden of his clan's hatred and the guidance of a more powerful force on Namek, he had barely reached a power level of over 50,000. What of being a low-class warrior? I can sense that our son is extraordinary. He might very well transcend the limits of the Scions, Kine retorted, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at Bardock's dismissive words about their son. Let us hope. Bardock did not refute Jine's words. Indeed, he too envisioned a future where his son could transcend the limits of the Scion race. In such a scenario, there would be no need to fear Frieza's existence. By the way, do you have any news about that little brat Raditz? Jine did not linger on that question either, clearly believing that with Goku's battle power of just one at birth, the notion of him achieving the legendary Super Saiyan status was utterly far-fetched. She continued to inquire about the information Bardock had gathered during his explorations across the cosmos. Raditz? Bardock shook his head, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke. The most recent news I have heard in the universe is that the Scions, led by Prince Vegeta, made an appearance at the confluence of the northern and southern galaxies. However, they subsequently managed to escape the encirclement of Frieza's forces. Prince Vegeta even inflicted severe injuries upon Zarbon, yet there has been no word regarding Raditz. Is that so? Jine's gaze momentarily dimmed, for he was indeed her child. Although she did not favor his temperament, her concern for him was no less than for her other sons. She continued, Prince Vegeta has become so strong that he could escape the encirclement of Frieza's army. Moreover, I have heard that Prince Vegeta possesses the highest innate combat power among all Scions throughout history. Perhaps one day he truly can defeat Frieza, allowing us to end this existence and consign the era of Frieza to the past. The rumors about Prince Vegeta sparked a glimmer of hope within Jine, for she longed for the reunion of her family. Prince Vegeta? Bardock slowly shook his head, recalling the once headstrong and cruel King Vegeta. A hint of depth filled his gaze as he spoke, setting aside whether Prince Vegeta can surpass the limits of the Scions and defeat Frieza. Even if he were to vanquish Frieza, I do not believe he would be significantly better than Frieza himself. Dad, Mom. Just as Jine was about to say something, a familiar voice called out from outside, and she realized her youngest son had returned. Although she was unsure why he had come back so early today, she excitedly pressed the doorbell. Goku, why are you home so early today? Every time Jine beheld her son's sunlit face, her heart felt as though it melted, enveloped in warmth. I sensed Dad's presence. Has Dad come back? As he reached out his hand toward his mother's, Goku allowed her to grasp it. Oh, you always say such strange things, claiming you sensed your father's presence, Jine remarked, unable to suppress a smile as she looked at Goku. Wait, Goku. Did you just say presence? That terminology resembles the concept of energy on Earth. Bardock observed Goku with a peculiar expression. This son had always been quite unusual, beginning his training at an early age and, by the time he was 4 or 5, claiming he could assist Bardock in his training. How absurd it was to think that a battle-hardened warrior like Bardock needed the help of a child, and now he was discussing the concept of presence. Hey, Dad, are we going to Earth? I see you didn't bring my brother back this time. Goku did not respond to Bardock, but continued his inquiry. Yes, we will tidy up today, bid farewell to the elder tomorrow, and we have spent enough time here. It is time to visit Earth and see where your brother lives. Bardock said, looking at Goku's innocent expression, choosing not to press further on the previous topic. After all, he was his son. The 10 months of gestation were not for naught. It has been such a long time since we last met, Goku exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists. Indeed. Though to be precise, you have yet to meet your brother, haven't you? Jine gently reached out to stroke his head, then turned and sat on the stool. By the way, Goku, how is your training progressing? You still seem rather weak, Bardock remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized his son. Having spent a few days on Earth, he had developed a rudimentary understanding of sensing energy, and he was alarmed to find Goku's presence nearly imperceptible. I've been training quite diligently, but I still can't defeat that villain Frieza, Goku replied, glancing at his hands with a hint of melancholy. Despite the rigorous training, he felt his youthful body had its limitations. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan wasn't enough to overcome Frieza's full power. Frieza. He was reputed to be the strongest in the universe, his innate talent and prowess surpassing even that of King Cold. Bardock shook his head, dismissing Goku's concerns as mere exaggerations from hearing too much about Frieza. Child, haven't I told you not to obsess over fighting Frieza? Jin interjected, unexpectedly stern, tugging at Goku's ear. Ouch, he exclaimed, wincing in pain, which made Jin's heart ache. Nevertheless, she thought it unwise to indulge him, fearing that if he pursued Frieza in a challenge, he might never return. After the playful scuffle, mealtime arrived. Jin watched her husband and son devour their food with joy, softly expressing, honestly, I wish you wouldn't think of fighting every day. Defeating Frieza and restoring the Saiyan pride is not what I desire. I simply wish for our family to be together, safe and happy. Indeed, we are soon to head to Earth, Bardock reassured her between bites. And then our family will be whole again. Yes, mother, Goku mumbled through a mouthful, when we are together, no one can separate us, not even that Frieza. With his current strength, he felt confident that even if Frieza were to appear, he could ensure his family's safety. The colossal planet turned slowly. Shrouded in mysterious and powerful energy, the enigmatic Namek. Come on, Goku. After bidding farewell to the elder, we shall set off for Earth. Bardock and Jin called to their son, who was practicing outside. With a final exhalation, Wukong completed a set of martial arts and stood still, returning to the room to assist his parents in packing their belongings. Let us bid farewell to the Grand Elder. Our stay here has been extensive enough. Bardock, bearing a large bundle on his back, was the first to step outside. Indeed, having resided here for over 6 years, I must confess a sense of reluctance lingers within me. Jin, similarly shouldering a considerable package, could not bear to let her 6-year-old son carry such a heavy load. Thus, she entrusted Wukong with a smaller parcel. In the future, we shall have the opportunity to return. Wukong gazed fondly at the Namekian planet, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. After all, he had spent 6 years of his life here. Even in his past life, he had deep ties to this planet. The Dragon Balls of Earth originated from Namek. It was precisely because of the Dragon Balls that he encountered his companions, leading to an array of subsequent events. In times gone by, I had achieved the evolution of a Super Saiyan here. Regrettably, I failed to safeguard this planet. This time, I shall not permit anyone, not even Frieza, to wreak havoc upon it. Wukong silently resolved. For now, Namek felt like his second homeland. We shall depart, and if fate allows, we will return. Bardock observed the lingering expressions in the eyes of the mother and son, offering a few soothing words before turning towards the distant abode of the Grand Elder. Jin and Wukong watched as Bardock soared into the sky, enveloped in a white aura that cleaved through the air, heading towards the Grand Elder's residence. The Grand Elder's dwelling was centrally located on Namek, while Bardock's home was on the outskirts, necessitating a considerable journey. Even with flight, it took a full half-hour. In truth, it was Jin's slower pace that prolonged their travel, as both Wukong and Bardock had been waiting for her. Please, come with me, the Grand Elder awaits. At that moment, Nail maintained his customary expression of indifference, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. Yet, his serious and aloof demeanor resembled that of a dutiful bodyguard. With a soft scoff, the three followed Nair's lead and entered through the grand entrance, subsequently soaring through a smaller door above into the abode of the Grand Elder. They were greeted by the sight of the Grand Elder seated regally, his appearance resembling that of 6 years prior, save for the slight expansion of age spots upon his visage. You have resided here for 6 years. I have seen little of you due to my health. And I am truly remorseful, the Grand Elder expressed, gesturing towards the benches below, inviting the others to take their seats. Grand Elder, we have come to bid farewell. Bardock stated succinctly, directly conveying their purpose, embodying the decisive nature characteristic of the Saiyans. Ah, has this day truly arrived? The Grand Elder remarked, seemingly exerting effort to open his eyes wider as he regarded the trio, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Earth, indeed, a name that evokes distant memories. Grand Elder, our departure is necessitated by the fact that we have been pursued by Frieza over these past years. Remaining here would likely draw the attention of Frieza's forces, bringing calamity to Namek, Bardock explained unexpectedly, his voice grave. Moreover, Earth possesses certain elements we require. If possible, we believe we may be able to overthrow Frieza's dominion. Oh, Earth is indeed a splendid place, the Grand Elder replied, his voice intermittent, as if lost in thought, reminiscing. After a brief pause, he continued. I recall when chaos befell Namek, the child of Kadas was sent there. Should you encounter him, I hope you might extend a measure of care on behalf of Namek. Are there Namekians on Earth? This notion briefly flickered through Bardock's mind, yet he pressed on. If we do meet him, we shall certainly treat him well. I regret that I cannot rise to see you off, the Grand Elder said, his gaze filled with sorrow as he regarded the three. After a moment of contemplation, he added, before you depart, I have some techniques for unlocking potential that may prove beneficial to you. Unlocking potential. A flicker of joy danced in Bardock's eyes, for he held an unwavering belief in the latent abilities of the Psions. After all, it was this very potential that instilled fear in the heart of the cosmic tyrant. Frieza. With the Grand Elder possessing such capabilities, there was a glimmer of hope that he might assist Bardock in transcending his limits. Thus, Bardock bowed respectfully to the Grand Elder, seeking his blessing. Very well, you three, step forward, the Grand Elder intoned, gazing down at the trio with a solemn demeanor. I shall refrain. I prefer to cultivate my strength independently, Goku remarked, observing the Grand Elder's gentle visage. He had never placed much emphasis on mere energy augmentation, instead valuing the mastery and control of power far more. Very well, the Grand Elder remarked, somewhat taken aback as he cast a glance at Sun Wukong. This child truly is full of surprises. Bardock and Jin exchanged knowing looks, both recognizing that this child consistently engaged in the most unexpected actions. Despite his relentless training to enhance his strength, he was willing to voluntarily relinquish such an opportunity. I shall begin, the Grand Elder declared, observing Bardock as he approached. Placing a hand gently upon his head, his eyes softly closing. As the Grand Elder's words echoed, a soft glow suddenly emanated from his hand. In the next instant, that ethereal light illuminated Bardock, akin to a spark that could ignite a vast conflagration. In an instant, a fiery aura enveloped Bardock, radiating with intensity. Wow, Dad has truly become stronger, Goku exclaimed, observing his father. He could sense a remarkable surge in Bardock's energy, which had more than doubled in that fleeting moment. Oh, what a sensation! Bardock lowered his gaze to his hands, clenched his fists, and felt a tremendous wave of power coursing through his entire being. At this moment, Nara gazed at Bardock, secretly astonished by the terrifying potential that resided within him. Even with the progress he had made in recent years, he found himself far outmatched by the Scion before him. The Grand Elder, I too wish to. Nara glanced at Bardock, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes as he approached the Grand Elder. After all, as a Scion, despite his gentle demeanor, there lingered a deep-seated desire for self-improvement. Very well, let us commence, the Grand Elder said, treating her with the same reverence as he did Bardock, placing a hand upon her head. Chi-Chi's entire being radiated with newfound energy, her flowing hair dancing in the air, indicating a significant enhancement. Why does it seem that my mother's power has increased even more than my father's? Sun Wukong gazed at his mother, a hint of confusion on his face. Bardock shot a discontented glance at his son. Do you realize how embarrassing it is for me to hear that? If your mother were to engage in battle, she would at the very least be a mid-tier warrior. This inherent disparity? You might as well inquire with your grandfather. After taking their leave, Bardock and the others did not linger excessively and proceeded to bid farewell to the Grand Elder. Well, I shall not rise to see you off, the Grand Elder remarked, his gaze sweeping over the trio before finally resting on Sun Wukong. There was an enigmatic destiny entwined with this child, and it was precisely for this reason that the Grand Elder would ensure all arrangements for his training were flawless. He felt a profound sense that this child might one day save the entire Namek. The three, upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, bowed slightly in respect before rising to exit. Wukong, if one day Namek faces the threat of annihilation, will you return? The Grand Elder suddenly inquired as he observed the trio gradually departing. I will return. No matter who it is, I will not allow them to destroy this planet. Sun Wukong replied, pausing momentarily to glance back at the Grand Elder. Indeed, the Grand Elder regarded the child before him, his small figure gradually merging with the golden-haired man he had glimpsed in the River of Destiny, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he did not linger and followed his parents out of the Grand Elder's chambers. The legendary universe's strongest warrior, the Super Saiyan, the Grand Elder mused, astonished to discover that the Super Saiyan truly existed and was right beside him. He exhaled gently. It seems that the impending crisis for Namek can be weathered after all. Wukong, why didn't you let the Grand Elder unlock your potential? It was such a remarkable opportunity for growth, Chi-Chi questioned, still perplexed as she boarded the spaceship. Rather than having my power unlocked in that manner, I prefer to enhance my energy through my own methods, Sun Wukong replied, his dark eye surveying Bardock and Chi-Chi, his face alight with excitement. It's astonishing how the Grand Elder managed to elevate both Dad's and Mom's powers to such heights. Indeed, it's quite formidable. I feel incredibly powerful myself, Chi-Chi remarked with a smile, observing her son's elation. All right, it's time to head to Earth. Make sure everything is in place while I prepare the ship, Bardock said, his mood unusually cheerful as he smiled at his wife and son. Then let us eagerly anticipate life on Earth, Chi-Chi said, taking Sun Wukong's small hand as they made their way to the storage compartment. Earthlings, this time. I shall not be defeated. Feeling the surging power within him, Bardock was struck by a thought upon returning to Earth. He would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his honor from Wuming. Farewell, everyone. Jean Nei and Sun Wukong glanced through the window at the Namekians bidding them farewell. And in that fleeting moment, their eyes grew misty. They waved goodbye to those who had once been their friends. With a swift motion, the silver spaceship transformed into a streak of light, traversing the horizon towards the fringes of the cosmos. In the distant northern galaxy, nestled in this remote locale, lay a cerulean planet. Though isolated, this place was bustling at the moment, as the cosmic Emperor Frieza summoned his legions to descend upon Earth. While the Scions sought stronger breakthroughs, converging here. In an instant, this realm seemed to become the epicenter of the universe, poised for events that would alter the universal order. The once tranquil Earth witnessed a silver meteor streaking across the sky. Moments later, a resounding roar echoed from a deep mountain, reminiscent of a cataclysmic upheaval. In the wilderness, a silver spacecraft had created a profound crater, and as its mechanism slowly unfurled, Bardock and his family emerged, their burdens in tow. With a gentle leap, they effortlessly cleared the Tinjong height, landing outside the pit. The landing apparatus of this vessel left much to be desired, Bardock remarked, glancing at the cratered spacecraft with a hint of disdain. Is this truly Earth? Kine inquired, her excitement evident as she surveyed the picturesque landscape. Inhaling deeply, she felt invigorated and smiled, exclaiming, "What a beautiful planet this is. The gravity here is merely a tenth of that on Planet Vegeta, making it quite a suitable place for habitation." Ah, Earth, Goku, donned in black Scion armor with a blue undershirt, surveyed his surroundings, relishing the long-missed essence of his home. It is indeed beautiful. Indeed, we may reside here for an extended period, Kine observed Goku's rapt expression, her face breaking into a smile as she turned to Bardock. By the way, where is Kakarot? Over there. It seems they have relocated, Bardock replied, having begun to sense the presence of energy. After a moment of concentration, he pointed into the distance, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his voice. Isn't your skill newly acquired? Are you certain it's not a misjudgment? Kine questioned, her skepticism palpable. I can still discern my son's presence without error, Bardock asserted confidently. Yes, it is indeed in that direction. Unlike Bardock, Goku sensed the energies of Master Roshi, Gohan, and Kakarot the moment he touched down on Earth. He was astonished to discover that both Master Roshi and Gohan possessed an unexpected level of strength, far surpassing his previous understanding. Who could that individual be? Goku mused, gazing westward, faintly sensing a formidable presence there, one that eclipsed all others on Earth and might even rival his own strength. Despite the peaceful essence of this energy, it was something he had never encountered in his past life, leaving him perplexed. Let us heed Goku's intuition. Perhaps they are connected and have sensed one another's presence, Kine remarked with a smile, her gaze suddenly drawn to the spacecraft in the deep pit. So, what shall we do about this vessel? Let us place this here for the time being and devise a method to address it later. Bardock cast a glance at the spaceship before rising and soaring into the distance. Remarkably, he felt an unexpected lightness in his body, allowing him to traverse mountains and seas with a mere motion. At that moment, Jine, holding onto Sun Wukong with one hand, surprisingly matched Bardock's speed. Marveling at the incredible abilities developed by the Elder. Is my grandfather still alive in this world? Sun Wukong felt a hint of moisture at the corners of his eyes. In recent days, Bardock had recounted his experiences on Earth, leading him to form certain conjectures, yet now, as he personally sensed his grandfather's presence, it was an entirely different sensation. After a brief silence, he pondered, according to my father's words, it seems that in this era, I have not suffered a head injury and still bear the name Kakarot. I had worried that being called Sun Wukong might pose some complications. In West City, Wuming, clad in a white martial arts uniform, sat in Dr. Brief's home, engaging in tea with him. Although Dr. Brief had gained considerable fame across Earth, He still regarded himself as a disciple in the presence of Master Wuming. After all, much of his current success could be attributed to Master Wuming's influence. As Wuming savored his tea, he suddenly seemed to sense something, gazing quizzically into the distance. Teacher Wuming, is something amiss? Dr. Brief inquired instinctively, observing Wuming's demeanor. In his mind, Wuming was a man who had weathered many storms. Even after years of acquaintance, he had never witnessed Wuming display even a hint of uncertainty. A few intriguing individuals have arrived. I must go investigate. I shall return to enjoy tea with you another time. Wuming appeared remarkably affable as he rose, opened the window, and executed a graceful flight technique towards the direction of Kame House. Indeed, the actions of the teacher were profound and inscrutable. Dr. Brief shook his head, unable to fathom Wuming's thoughts. In just a few days, his strength had seemingly doubled. Scions truly were remarkable. As Wuming soared through the skies, he mused about Bardock's rapid power increase. Simultaneously, he sensed another Scion presence. Although it was not as powerful as Bardock's, it surpassed all other Earthlings except for himself. When did Scions amass such formidable power? It seems Frieza not only failed to annihilate them, but inadvertently awakened their latent potential. Wuming pondered, considering that the elite Scion warriors typically hovered around the 10,000 mark. Yet, the warriors Bardock brought along, possibly including his wife, also exceeded this threshold. Son Goku, Kakarot. I am on my way. A glimmer of determination sparked in Wuming's eyes as he accelerated, creating immense waves in the ocean before vanishing from sight. On a remote island, Gak, Tai Si, and Bulma had gathered to relish the beauty of nature. Enjoying the gentle breeze and radiant sunshine, their spirits lifted in delight. Suddenly, a beep resonated from Gak's watch, detecting two powerful energy signatures approaching Earth. Target assessment complete. Science identified. Probability 90. Danger level. Planetary. What? Gak, sipping his juice, choked and spat it out upon hearing the alarm. What is happening? Tai Si queried, her brow furrowed with concern at Gak's sudden reaction. TCH. And they dare to call themselves elite warriors. Young Bulma observed Gak's expression of terror with a smirk, her face betraying disdain. The Scions are truly coming to Earth. This spells danger for our planet. Gak's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he gazed fearfully into the distance. Scions? Are they aliens? You must take us to see. Tai Si's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement at the news of the Scions' arrival. Are you joking? They are the most malevolent race in the universe, the Scions, who conquer planets for profit. Gak retreated slightly, his face a mask of fear, unsure whether he was more afraid of the approaching Scions or of Tai Si herself. ISNT there you. You are indeed a super elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, and you shall protect us, won't you? Bulma exclaimed with a radiant smile, her eyes fixed intently on Gak, her left hand clasping her right, embracing it against her chest, feigning admiration. Very well, but you must heed my words. Any reckless actions are strictly forbidden, for the terror of the Scions is beyond your imagination. Gak, ultimately flattered by Bulma's compliments, chose to lead the two on a journey to witness the Scions firsthand. Meanwhile, son Gohan, who was preparing lunch at Kame House, was initially filled with joy. But suddenly his expression shifted as he gazed into the distance in shock. He could sense two immense energies descending upon Earth, one of which belonged to Bardock. However, compared to the last encounter, there was a significant enhancement. Alongside Bardock were two other energies, one of which was exceedingly formidable, perhaps surpassing that of Master Roshi, while the other was inconsequential. Rushing into the room, Master Roshi was spotted by son Gohan, who found him engrossed in a television program, his body animatedly mimicking the characters on screen, exuding an exuberance that was unmistakable. Alas, son Wukong couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Sensing that Master Roshi had become increasingly peculiar, he walked directly to the television and switched it off. Gohan, what are you doing? Master Roshi remarked with a look of displeasure at Gohan's sudden action. Have you become too arrogant, or am I, old turtle, unable to bear my shell any longer? Master Roshi, please take a moment to sense the essence of Earth's presence, Gohan replied, noticing the reproachful gaze from Master Roshi. Oh, this is Kakarot's energy. It seems to have increased once again. The innate talent of the Scions is indeed formidable. Although Master Roshi heard Gohan's words, he merely took a cursory glance at the nearby energy. Son Wukong felt a slight dizziness, pondering whether he was meant to sense the aura of Kakarot. He reluctantly reiterated, "It is to allow you to experience the presence of Bardock and his companions who have just arrived." How truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi attempted to perceive the distant energy, and his expression shifted dramatically. Bardock's aura was undoubtedly more formidable than the last time, seemingly doubled in strength. To his astonishment, the energy emanating from those around him was equally powerful. Fortunately, he sensed no malice from either of these formidable presences. It seemed Kakarot's training was nearing its conclusion. Gohan, let us go to welcome our guests. With that, Master Roshi tidied his appearance and stepped out of the turtle hermit's abode. 3 figures streaked across the sky, descending upon this small island, and they were none other than the Bardock family. Bardock, we extend a warm welcome to you and your family on Earth, the turtle hermit said, taking a deep breath as he approached the trio standing on the ground. It must be said, he truly is his father's son. Gohan gazed at the child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot, marveling at the remarkable strength of Saiyan genes. Indeed, I am also delighted to meet you, Earthlings, Bardock remarked, nodding slightly at the turtle hermit and Gohan, signifying his acknowledgement of them. Kakarot. Meanwhile, Jine has been searching for her son ever since her arrival. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a figure clad in black around the corner. There stood a child, adorned in dark fabric, sporting the distinctive hairstyle of the Bardock lineage. His eyes, though seemingly indifferent, held an innocence that unmistakably identified him as Kakarot. Sun Wukong also looked up, only to meet Kakarot's gaze in the vast expanse. An inexplicable emotion surging within him in that fleeting moment. Amidst the galaxy, the stars danced, inscribing the mysteries of the universe upon the canvas of existence. On the edge of a cerulean planet, Kakarot's eyes swept past his grandfather and Master Wutian, ultimately colliding with Sun Wukong, who donned the traditional black Saiyan armor, his tail elegantly wrapped around his waist. In that instant, a profound sensation blossomed in his heart. Their glance felt as if it spanned mere inches. Yet it seemed to encapsulate the passage of eons. Kakarot suddenly sensed the celestial body shifting around him, and his mind became shrouded in a haze. In that moment of reverie, he felt as though he and the figure before him were separated by an entire world, as if they were never meant to cross paths. Kakarot. As she gazed at Kakarot, who stood momentarily stunned, Jine sensed a profound connection, a rhythm of blood ties, and rushed towards him, enveloping him in her embrace. Gohan, witnessing Jine's dash, instinctively moved to intervene, only to reconsider, realizing that it was entirely natural for a mother to hold her son. In fact, he felt more like an outsider, and thus retracted his foot that had ventured forward. Mom. Kakarot was suddenly seized in Jine's arms, jolting him from the enigmatic sensation that had enveloped him. As he looked at the person holding him, he was about to react when he was struck by the uncanny resemblance to the figure he had seen in his dreams. Beneath the silvery starlight, 2 silhouettes had waved farewell, one of which began to merge with the visage and form of the woman before him, ultimately coalescing into a single entity. Simultaneously, he felt the pulse of his own bloodline surge within him, prompting a heartfelt utterance of Mom, a call that emanated from the depths of his being. Bardock observed the mother and son in their embrace and stepped closer, gently caressing Kakarot's head, his heart swelling with emotion. He had never anticipated returning to Earth in his lifetime, let alone witnessing such a reunion of family, though he felt an unsettling sense of something forgotten. The turtle hermit scrutinized Goku, examining him from head to toe, yet he sensed an oddity about him. Despite this, he was unexpectedly struck by a sense of familiarity, as if they were meant to know one another. Moreover, he did not believe the child exuded the low energy he seemed to display. At that moment, Kakarot trembled, uncertain whether it was from excitement or something else entirely. When he felt a large hand stroking his head and looked up, he was met by a man who felt both familiar and foreign. In an instant, Kakarot's mind was engulfed in a whirlwind, as if all memories had faded away, leaving only the silvery brilliance illuminating a planet. A man and a woman stood beneath the moonlight, tears glistening in their eyes. Their faces a poignant blend of hope and reluctance, despair intertwined with boundless affection, reaching out with their left and right hands towards their distant selves. Father, mother. Whether it was the voice of Kakarot or a call from the depths of his heart, Kakarot gazed dreamily within Jine's embrace, extending both hands. Bardock and Jine exchanged a brief, surprised glance, and then smiled at one another, each reaching out a hand to collide with Kakarot's in midair. The gentle sounds echoed like a greeting transcending time and space, a long-awaited reunion. Master Roshi, Grandpa, it's been a while. Sun Wukong observed the tender interaction between his parents and Kakarot. After a moment, he abruptly turned to Master Roshi and Son Gohan, revealing a broad smile that showcased his perfect teeth. You must be Bardock's youngest son, Sun Wukong? Sun Gohan regarded Sun Wukong with a hint of confusion, as he and Master Roshi had never encountered this child before. Yet this child, upon meeting him, called him Grandpa, which was not entirely incorrect, as he was indeed the grandfather of his brother. The phrase long time no see was instinctively overlooked. Ah, yes, that would be me. Sun Wukong felt a unique warmth in his heart while gazing at Master Roshi and Sun Gohan. One was his grandfather, and the other, his mentor in martial arts. Both had played an immensely significant role in his journey. What a fine child, Sun Gohan mused, admiring the boy's innocence and striking resemblance to Kakarot. A wave of affection swelling within him, leading him to instinctively regard the child as his own grandson. This child is truly extraordinary. Master Roshi, however, remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Sun Wukong's greeting. His gaze was fixed upon Sun Wukong, perceiving the depth of his spirit and the terrifying calmness emanating from his small frame, which likely concealed an immense power. You must be Uncle Sun Gohan. As Kakarot's mother, I am profoundly grateful for your decision to adopt him. At this moment, Jine, Bardock, and Kakarot emerged from their shared atmosphere, needing no further explanation. They instinctively understood their connection. After all, genetics is a remarkable thing. Please, do not mention it. Sun Gohan replied, scratching his head with a cheerful smile. I have grown fond of Kakarot. Living with him has brought me a unique joy. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, Sun Gohan, Bardock said sincerely, his heart full of appreciation. Were it not for this elder before him, Kakarot might have faced an uncertain fate. Indeed, more than that, you must take good care of Kakarot in the future. Do not abandon him as you did last time. Sun Gohan, despite his reluctance to let Kakarot go, knew the child belonged with his parents. Suddenly, his aura surged, and he spoke in a low, resolute voice. If you dare mistreat Kakarot, though my strength may be humble, I shall demand an explanation from you on behalf of this child. The last time he brought him to Earth, Bardock observed the serious expression on Gohan's face with indifference. He understood that Gohan's intentions were for Kakarot's well-being, and he felt compelled to clarify his actions. He continued, it was due to Frieza's intent to annihilate our Scion race that I had my suspicions and sent him to this planet. It was not an act of abandonment nor a scheme to have him conquer Earth. When Frieza attacked, I fought desperately to resist, but ultimately, I could not withstand his assault. After losing consciousness, I found myself inexplicably crossing countless star systems to the planet Namek. My original intention was to retrieve Kakarot at that time. However, during my stay there, I had my third child, and with Frieza hunting down Scions across the universe, my journey to Earth was consequently delayed. Is that so? Sun Gohan squinted his eyes, gazing at Kakarot, who was indulging in the embrace of Jine. His mood was notably pleasant. Indeed, it is quite delightful. Goku, come and meet your brother and Sun Gohan's grandfather. As Jine spoke, she called out to the side, summoning Sun Wukong. Brother. Sun Wukong and Kakarot once again locked eyes, yet in this moment, a certain enigmatic aura was absent. Nevertheless, as Sun Wukong gazed at his other self, or rather, at this moment, his brother, he smiled with radiant brilliance. Ah, Kakarot, with an air of aloofness, nodded towards Son Goku, exhibiting a semblance of an elder brother. Speaking of which, we may consider settling on Earth. Do you have any delightful places to recommend? Jine affectionately ruffled the hair of both Son Goku and Kakarot, then turned to Son Gohan and Master Roshi nearby. Settling on Earth? A faint smile graced Son Gohan's face as he gazed at the two, saying, if you don't mind, my former residence, Mount Bowsy, is quite a splendid locale, with its pristine mountains and flowing waters, offering breathtaking scenery. There is no rush. After all, we cannot have our guests standing outside. At this moment, Master Roshi, having recovered from his earlier astonishment, addressed the group. Bardock, in merely 2 weeks, your strength has surged to such terrifying heights. It is indeed astonishing. A beam of light traversed the ocean's surface, halting before Bardock, revealing Wu Ming, clad in white, with strikingly sharp features. Upon arriving, he turned to Master Roshi, clasped his hands in greeting, and called out, Senior brother. Indeed, there has been a significant improvement. Bardock, who had previously spoken at length, now kept his words concise. Casting a calm yet intense gaze at Wu Ming, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, as if eager to engage in combat with the man before him. The Scions truly embody the essence of a warrior race. Wu Ming, observing Bardock's demeanor, could not help but chuckle softly. Having just experienced a surge in power, he already contemplated a duel with himself. His gaze swept over Jin, lingering momentarily on Son Goku, as if sensing an ineffable energy hidden within him. He merely smiled gently and remarked, "These two are your wife, Jin, and your son, Son Goku." Indeed, Jin nodded towards Wuming, casting an irritable glance at the recently returned to normal Master Roshi. One might question whether he had truly returned to normal or had instead become peculiarly odd, as he now fixated intently on Jin's bosom. After pondering for a considerable time, Sun Wukong, also known as Wuming, could not recall anyone by that name who had ever existed on Earth. Moreover, it appeared that this individual shared a commendable relationship with Master Roshi, and his strength was remarkably formidable. As Chi gazed upon the approaching Wuming, the liberated Kakarot, with arms crossed and a dismissive curl of his lip, sensed that this individual was nothing more than a grand deceiver. "Sun Wukong, is it? I can perceive an immeasurable power residing within you. Might you allow me a glimpse of it?" Having sensed the astonishing energy within Sun Wukong, Wuming resolved to put it to the test. "Wukong, Mr. Wuming, please do not jest." Even though Wukong has undergone rigorous training on Planet Meat, his age renders him far from formidable. Upon hearing Wuming's intent to challenge Sun Wukong, Jin was taken aback. She had already heard of this man's terrifying reputation from her husband, and instinctively positioned herself in front of Sun Wukong. "Is that so?" The thought flashed through Master Roshi's mind, yet he remained engrossed in the presence of Jin. "Ah, I too wish to witness the prowess of Teacher Wuming." Sun Wukong pushed aside Jin, directing his gaze towards Wuming, his usual innocence replaced by a solemn expression. Upon the island, with the fierce sea breeze whipping around, two formidable masters stood poised at opposite ends, ready to engage. Sun Wukong positioned himself before Jin, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Wuming, who sought to gauge his depth. Just as Wukong yearned to assess this unfamiliar adversary, the boy appeared utterly flawless. Wuming, too, did not dare to underestimate the situation. A swirling vortex of energy coalesced around him, gradually circulating as he assumed the initial stance of the battle immortal style, his eyes warily fixed upon Sun Wukong. "Wukong." Just as Jin was about to grasp Wukong and utter something, she was abruptly pulled back by Bardock, who shook his head at her. He then turned his attention to Sun Wukong and Wuming. Truth be told, he too was eager to witness the fruits of his son's training over the years, to ascertain whether he truly harbored a terrifying energy within, for he could scarcely believe that his son, who had been training since birth, had only achieved the superficial prowess that appeared evident. "Wukong, you may strike first." The celestial warrior Wuming regarded Sun Wukong, his eyes shimmering with intensity. After all, he was also a master of martial arts, and it would not be proper for a child to take the initiative. "Very well, Grandpa, I shall launch my attack now," Sun Wukong declared, as he suddenly spread his arms wide, conjuring countless blue blades of light directed towards Wuming. A cacophony of countless azure blades surged forth like a tempest, sweeping toward Wuming. Wuming's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as all the blades of light approached him, a brilliant blaze erupted around him, and an overwhelming aura surged skyward, shattering all the blue energy blades. With an expression of calm indifference, he gazed at Sun Wukong and remarked, "Such princely tactics are of no use against me." The sheer intensity of his presence left Master Roshi, Sun Gohan, and even Bardock in a state of astonishment as they looked upon Wuming. Prince's combat technique. Sun Wukong gazed at Wuming with a look of utter bewilderment, indicating his unfamiliarity with such tactics on Earth. Observing Wuming's soaring aura, he extended one hand towards him, and a golden radiance flickered to life, instantly transforming into a colossal orb of light. "Now witness my Kamehameha," Wuming remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he stepped back with his right foot. His hands gently came together at his waist, and as his energy gradually coalesced, a brilliant wave of light surged forth, manifesting as a robust sphere of energy aimed directly at Sun Wukong's incoming projectile. The old turtle hermit shook his head as he gazed at Wuming, who, despite already having achieved fame and possessing even more formidable techniques, still insisted on employing the moves of Wu Tian. Kakarot gazed at the wave of light, his eyes flickering slightly as though deep in contemplation. A resounding roar echoed through the air, signaling imminent peril. A brilliant wave of light surged forth into the cosmos, while Sun Wukong hovered gracefully in midair, his armor showing signs of wear and tear. He wiped the sweat from his brow, maintaining an air of calmness amidst the chaos. Sun Wukong, Wuming murmured this name. Though he could not discern the other's true essence, he marveled at the formidable presence before him. In an instant, his aura erupted once more, radiating a brilliant white light that soared skyward like a colossal dragon, compelling those nearby to retreat in fear. The adjacent sea roiled with tumultuous waves. He cast a glance at Sun Wukong and spoke in a deep voice. "I shall not hold back any longer." "Very well, unleash your strength," Sun Wukong replied. His pupils narrowing slightly, yet he remained serenely suspended in midair, a tail coiled around his waist. Despite his diminutive stature, he exuded a certain grace that conveyed an undeniable strength, suggesting he was far from inferior to Wu Ming. With a resounding boom, Wu Ming trembled as boundless energy radiated from his right fist. In the next instant, a flash of golden light streaked across, accompanied by a howling gale that stirred up boundless waves. Such formidable strength! Upon witnessing that punch unleashed, Bardock instinctively positioned himself before Kakarot and Jine, his aura surging as he fixed his intense gaze upon Sun Wukong, fully prepared to strike. With a resounding bang, the fist struck the vicinity of Sun Wukong, producing a thunderous echo that stirred clouds of dust from the ground. As it swirled through the air, it gradually transformed into a tempest, conjuring an endless array of wind and clouds. Aware of the formidable power behind Wu Ming's punch, Wukong's heart was filled with concern for his son, compelling him to rush towards the shrouded area engulfed in smoke. As Bardock witnessed Kine rushing towards the source of the smoke, he swiftly moved to intercept her. Placing a hand on her shoulder and shaking his head, he remarked, "Goku's energy has not diminished in the slightest. This child is truly remarkably powerful. Could it be that he has achieved the legendary Super Saiyan? Both of them are overwhelmingly strong." Master Roshi was equally astonished. As for Wu Ming, that was understandable. After all, according to Bardock, Goku was merely 6 years old yet could withstand such a terrifying blow from Wu Ming. What is happening? The spacecraft of Jack, which had just soared above Master Roshi's house, was rocked by this formidable energy, causing the 3 occupants inside to feel dizzy and disoriented. A spacecraft named Peng crash-landed beside Kame House, releasing a thick plume of black smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the figures of 2 individuals emerged, with Wu Ming still poised to strike. However, his fist was now firmly grasped in the hands of the young Sun Wukong. Is it truly fitting that he bears the name Sun Wukong? With a slight shift of power, Wu Ming retreated, his expression grave as he regarded Sun Wukong. It is worth noting that his previous punch, without considering the techniques that enhance energy such as the Kaioken, utilized 70% of his strength. Yet this child seemed to have effortlessly received it. "You are quite formidable as well. You have yet to unleash your full power." Sun Wukong landed gracefully, turning slightly to face Wu Ming, a warm smile still gracing his features. He chuckled. "So, shall we engage in a full-throttle battle?" Wu Ming, observing Sun Wukong, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his aura surged to a new level, a blue luminescence enveloping his gaze. "Goo goo," Sun Wukong said, still lying on his side. As his stomach let out a growl, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his belly and remarked, "Hee, it seems I am rather hungry." "Ah," Wu Ming inhaled deeply, allowing his aura to return to a state of tranquility. He gazed at Sun Wukong for an extended moment before finally smiling and saying, "Then let us dine first." "Goodness. Jack, how on earth do you operate that spacecraft?" The spacecraft was forcibly opened, and a girl of approximately 10 years emerged. Her attire was charred and blackened, yet it fortunately still covered her body. Her face bore large patches of soot, but her pair of lively, exquisite eyes shone brilliantly. Their overwhelming presence was potent enough to obliterate planets. A cough echoed from within the spacecraft, though it sounded rather feeble. "Ah, it is Bulma, Ties. And is that the Cosmic Patrol?" Wu Ming raised his brows, observing a man and 2 women stepping out of the vessel, shaking his head in mild disbelief. "Grandpa Wu Ming," Bulma approached him, ready to speak, but Wu Ming promptly interjected, saying, "Just call me Teacher Wu Ming. Grandpa feels too far-fetched. I believe I am still quite youthful." Bulma was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that she was older than even her grandfather's grandfather. "Mr. Wu Ming, are they science?" At that moment, Ties had also abandoned the unreliable Gak and turned to the battle sage, Mr. Wu Ming, gazing intently at the group of tail-bearing individuals across from her. "Indeed, they are science." Mr. Wu Ming cast a fleeting glance at the trembling Gak before continuing. "However, these scions have become our friends. They will settle on Earth and will no longer invade other planets." "That can't be true," Gak exclaimed, beads of sweat trickling down his face, especially when he felt the cold, indifferent gaze of Bardock sweep over him, causing him to tremble in fear. "Grandpa, I'm hungry." Son Wukong, oblivious to the newly arrived trio, walked over to son Gohan and tugged at his sleeve. "No worries, I've prepared lunch. Feel free to enjoy it," son Gohan replied. Genuinely fond of son Wukong at that moment, particularly because his name resonated perfectly with his taste. "Hey, you must be Kakarot." The stoic Kakarot approached son Wukong, his expression serious as he inquired, "How did you train to be able to fight that old man?" "Ah, on Namek. The Grand Elder set up a gravity room for me to train in, but it hasn't been entirely satisfactory," son Wukong replied, clenching his fists in apparent dissatisfaction as he followed son Gohan into the room. "Not satisfactory." Bardock exchanged glances with Jain, speechless. Their younger son was truly a source of both affection and frustration. "All right, let's all sit together. Bulma, why don't you come and meet these Scion friends?" Mr. Wuming took a deep breath, pretending he hadn't heard the words "not entirely satisfactory," although his expression was already grim, inwardly cursing the Scions for their audacity. "Sure, Mr. Wuming." Bulma's eyes lit up at his words as she pulled her sister along and entered the Kame house. Gak, initially hesitant to intervene, glanced at Mr. Wuming and mustered the courage to step inside as well. As Mr. Wuming strolled toward the Kame house, he pondered whether Son Wukong and Kakarot were indeed the same person. Shaking his head, he concluded that if they were not one and the same, the Dragon Balls he knew would not exist, implying that something must have changed. Is it Bardock? A flicker of realization stirred within Wuming's heart as he grasped the crux of the matter. It seemed that all these transformations were indeed rooted in Bardock. He had miraculously survived the explosion of Planet Vegeta and inexplicably arrived on Namek, where he fortuitously had a son named Goku. It was unfathomable to him that there was no mystery involved. Yet, Wu Ming vehemently dismissed the notion of Bardock being a time traveler. He shook his head, falling once again into confusion. He understood that if Bardock were a time traveler, he would have surely devised a way to master the use of ki, and his strength would undoubtedly surpass mere survival. Could it be Goku? His power was extraordinarily formidable, even surpassing that of Bardock, capable of matching my full strength. There must be a hidden truth within this. Wu Ming began to ponder the peculiarities surrounding Goku. His strength was the most significant enigma. It was impossible for an ordinary Scion to possess such prowess at the age of 6. However, from the moment he was named Goku, he had ceased to be an ordinary Scion. Moreover, when Planet Vegeta exploded, Goku had yet to be born. How could he have the ability to rescue Bardock? Once again, Wu Ming overlooked this crucial detail. Thus, our teacher Wu Ming found himself ensnared in a perplexing loop. In the modest room of the Kame house on Earth, a large gathering of individuals surrounded the scene, silently observing as Goku and Kakarot feasted voraciously. "Humph, I shall not lose in a meal," Kakarot scoffed, glancing at his younger brother, who was devouring his food prodigiously. Although Goku's martial prowess now surpassed his own, in terms of eating, he remained the elder. The onlookers gaped in awe as the plates and bowls piled up around the two small children, gradually reaching the ceiling beams. Were these children's stomachs bottomless pits? How could such tiny bodies consume so much? Bulma stared at Goku and Kakarot in astonishment, declaring that this was entirely unscientific. "Oh, this is the nature of Scions." Wu Ming turned to her with a smile, recognizing that while she appeared youthful and naive, she would one day become one of the smartest individuals in the world, deeply connected to the Scion legacy. "They seem just like us, merely with an extra tail," Bulma remarked with a smirk, casting a disdainful glance at the trembling Gak. "You lot have no comprehension of the terror of Scions." Gak clung to the pillar, shivering as he observed the Scions, particularly noting the scar on their faces which seemed to exude an aura of menace. Standing opposite, Gohan watched the two children devouring their meals as if in competition, his expression growing increasingly benevolent. What delightful children, he mused. Chi-Chi sat beside her sons, quietly watching them eat with a heart brimming with sweetness. "I am full." Son Wukong set aside a meticulously cleaned porcelain bowl, patted his belly, and remarked with a hint of satisfaction, "What a truly nostalgic flavor." "Child," Jain gently patted his head and said, "Indeed, it has been tough for you. There is little to savor aboard the spaceship. Once we relocate, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you." Turning her attention to Kakarot, who was still indulging in his meal, Jain softly caressed his head and remarked, "You have yet to experience your mother's culinary skills, have you?" "Well, I too have had my fill." Kakarot placed his spotless porcelain bowl aside, which happened to be slightly higher than Goku's towering stack of dishes, casting a proud glance at him. Truly terrifying. Tai Si and Bulma gazed upon the mountain of dishes. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that this was the work of the two small children before them. It appeared that there existed a vast chasm in appetite between scions and ordinary earthlings, aside from the mere difference of tails. Next, we should find a place to settle down, Bardock said, observing the two children dining contentedly. How about coming to my place? Not only is there a space for training, but there are also various strong warriors from Earth with whom you can spar. Wu Ming watched Bardock's persuasive approach, feeling an intense curiosity to unravel the mysteries surrounding Bardock and Sun Wukong. No, thank you. In comparison, both Jinai and I prefer tranquility, Wu Ming replied. Although Bardock was unaware of Wu Ming's residence, he could infer from his words that it must be a bustling locale. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock added, "As for training, I will seek you out. I can take you to Baozi Mountain to settle down. But Kakarot has yet to complete his training under the Turtle Hermit and needs to remain here for another year." Son Gohan considered the two and concluded that Baozi Mountain, being remote, was the most suitable place for Bardock's family. More importantly, he himself resided there, allowing him to be close to Kakarot. Another year of training? Jinai looked at Kakarot, her expression tinged with reluctance. Yes, that is not an issue. We can use the instant transmission technique to visit Kakarot whenever we wish. Bardock replied nonchalantly. During this visit, he was astonished to find that Kakarot had significantly improved in both energy and physical strength compared to 14 days ago. He was acutely aware that Earth's martial arts possessed unique qualities. A transformation of such magnitude within 14 days would have been utterly unattainable on Planet Vegeta. Indeed, even if Baozi Mountain is on the other side of the planet, the gravity of this celestial body allows us to reach it swiftly using instant transmission, Jinai said, her beautiful eyes glimmering as her short hair swayed, radiating undeniable allure. For instance, the Turtle Hermit's eyes sparkled with interest. "May I visit you in the future?" Tai Si inquired of Bardock and the others, her expression filled with hope. She genuinely wished to gather insights on the scions to fulfill her dreams. Sun Wukong's gaze swept over her before lingering on Bulma, a smile gracing his lips, filled with nostalgia, as he addressed the two. "Bulma, Tai Si, I eagerly anticipate your visit." "Wait, am I included as well?" Bulma interjected, pondering how a genius beauty like herself could casually associate with others, though she indeed felt a spark of interest in the scions before her. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Wu Ming felt a tinge of doubt in his heart. Just as he was about to voice his inquiries, the communication device belonging to Jekka began to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, Jekka hastily chose to answer. "Hello, Jekka. It has been confirmed that the entire Frieza Corps has mobilized. They are now en route to the North Galaxy. According to the star map, their destination is directly aimed at Earth, and it is anticipated that they will arrive within 2 years. Please return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters promptly to discuss effective strategies." An anxious voice emanated from the communication device, and in an instant, the entire Kame house fell into silence. With a resounding thud, the communication device clattered to the ground, stirring a tempest of turmoil within the hearts of those present. "Frieza!" Bardock clenched his fists, his eyes wide with fury. How could this be? Did Frieza detect our arrival on Earth? Kin's face was etched with terror. After all, Frieza's malevolence was profoundly ingrained in their collective consciousness. "Frieza, how could this be possible?" Wu Ming was equally astonished. In the vast cosmos, no one stood a chance against Frieza. Neither Bardock, Goku, nor he himself could hope to contend with such a formidable foe, even when exerting his utmost effort combined with the Kaioken. He could scarcely reach a fraction of Frieza's power. "Where is Sun Wukong?" Wu Ming glanced at Sun Wukong and shook his head. Presently, Sun Wukong's strength was approximately on par with his own. However, he had yet to master the Kaioken technique, and the Super Saiyan transformation was undoubtedly beyond his reach, rendering him without any chance against Frieza. Moreover, in the span of 3 years, Sun Wukong's combat power had not yet reached the explosive potential of a Saiyan, and thus, he could not anticipate any significant enhancement. Is Frieza really coming? Despite the gravity of the situation, Sun Wukong spoke with a faint smile, acutely aware that his energy had already reached a saturation point due to the limitations of his body. Even with 3 years to prepare, he doubted there would be substantial improvement. He pondered whether he might find an opportunity to transcend his limits within those 2 years. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Perhaps the path of the Saiyan was not as closed as he believed. After all, it was through Sun Wukong that the path to becoming a Super Saiyan had been forged. Now, He sought to break free from the constraints of his physical form and achieve a certain elevation. Frieza. The gaze of Master Roshi gradually returned from Jin and Tais, filled with profound astonishment. He had heard tales of Frieza, a being so formidable that even the combined forces of the four great Kais could not withstand him. Now that he had descended upon Earth, one could only wonder what fate awaited them. Is Frieza truly that terrifying? Tais and Bulma observed the others, especially the profoundly shocked expression on their revered teacher Wu Ming, and timidly inquired, "If it comes to that, I shall leave Earth and confront Frieza alone." Bardock disregarded the two, surveying the despondent atmosphere before finally fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong. From the recent battle with Wu Ming, he sensed that his son was extraordinary, perhaps even on the cusp of becoming a Super Saiyan, if only given more time. As his father, he felt it was his duty to secure that time, not merely for his son, but for Planet Vegeta and the innocent Earth as well. Going would be tantamount to throwing your life away. Wu Ming coldly regarded him, understanding his intentions. Firstly, he was in no position to contend with Frieza, let alone inflict any damage. Secondly, he did not believe that Bardock's demise or a solitary journey would alter Frieza's purpose for coming to Earth. Although the reasons for Frieza's arrival remained unknown, his determination to come and mobilize his entire army indicated that he would not relent easily. Thus, Bardock's actions would only squander their available forces against Frieza. The best course of action now is for you, along with Wukong, to train with me in the other world. Together, the three of us can enhance our skills. Perhaps then we might truly stand a chance against Frieza. Wu Ming looked at Bardock and Sun Wukong and made a decisive statement before turning to Master Roshi. Master Roshi, Gohan, while training Kakarot, you both must also commence your own training, as Frieza's subordinates are numerous and formidable. Bulma, Tais, upon your return home, informed Dr. Brief to fully develop a high-performance spaceship capable of accommodating a large population, just in case. As Wu Ming spoke, he shook his head, his thoughts lingering in deeper contemplation. Should we fall to Frieza, given his merciless nature? Is there truly anyone on this earth who could escape unscathed? I have no need for such hopes. I sense that my current strength is exceedingly difficult to augment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong spoke again. I seek to discover my own path to enhance my power. Wu Ming furrowed his brow, yet upon reflecting that the other party was, after all, Sun Wukong, a man capable of miracles, he spoke. Then do as you wish. Bardock, accompany me to the temple for training there. You shall learn all the martial arts of Earth. Wu Ming turned to glance at Jin and added, I will arrange for someone to help you construct your house on Baozi Mountain. Frieza is truly terrifying. Even Tai Si and Bulma trembled at the sight of such a spectacle. Frieza's presence is certainly not to be trifled with. Everyone must heed the warning to train diligently if they wish to survive. Bardock, come with me. With that, Wu Ming took flight without a backward glance. Goku, take good care of your mother. Kakarot, forgive your father for having to leave so soon after meeting you. Bardock's gaze softened as it swept over his wife and two sons, though he felt an inkling that his words may have been somewhat amiss. However, after much contemplation, he could discern nothing wrong. With a resounding exhale, Bardock's silhouette ascended towards the heavens, closely trailing Wu Ming as they soared to the summit of the clouds. In a remote star system, a child clad in armor, enveloped in a form-fitting blue suit, stood out. His hair, styled like flames, soared high, complemented by a prominent forehead and resolute brows. A peculiar glint danced in his eyes as he extended his right hand, effortlessly piercing the heart of a colossal beast, which met an untimely demise in an instant. The young prince had grown increasingly formidable. Nearby, another child donned in standard black armor revealed his exposed muscles, his long black hair cascading to his waist. His hairline was similarly pronounced, forming an M shape on his forehead, as he gazed at the diminutive boy with genuine admiration. Humph. The child, referred to as the prince, shifted his gaze and cast a disdainful glance at another long-haired boy. A hint of mischief curled at the corner of his mouth as he remarked, as a superior warrior, Raditz has endured countless battles. Yet his combat power has yet to reach even 10,000. What a disappointment. I wonder how you, as a superior warrior, have been evaluated. The boy with long hair, known as Raditz, lowered his head in shame upon hearing the words, feeling dwarfed in the presence of a boy who was much taller and stronger than himself. Unable to utter a sound. Nonetheless, Vegeta thought, this fellow has proven to be quite resilient. After all, he has survived numerous slaughters, and his combat power has reached over 9,000, making him a formidable warrior among the lower Saiyans. It is only reasonable, considering he is the son of a lower-class warrior, not to expect too much. A robust voice broke the silence as a tall man, dressed similarly to Raditz, approached slowly. His muscular physique was more imposing than Raditz's, and his shining bald head was particularly striking. "Humph, Nappa, how goes your reconnaissance?" Prince Vegeta inquired, casting a disdainful glance at Raditz before fixing his gaze on the bald man. "It is said that Frieza's army has summoned all forces to converge upon Earth. One cannot help but wonder what treasures Earth might hold." Nappa shook his head, clearly unable to fathom Frieza's intentions. Earth? At this moment, Raditz trembled at the mention of the name, feeling as though he had encountered it before. How could Raditz know of this place? Nappa observed Raditz with keen interest, for in the years they had spent fleeing from one place to another, they had scarcely paused to absorb any other information, yet Raditz appeared to possess knowledge of Earth. Vegeta regarded Raditz with an expression of indifference, his gaze replete with disdain. "It was my father Bardock who informed me," Raditz said, feeling increasingly anxious under Vegeta's scrutiny. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Before Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, my father sent a message stating that my brother Kakarot was sent to Earth, urging that I should retrieve him if the opportunity arose." Kakarot? That scion who spent 3 years in the nursery with a power level of only 2? Vegeta's lips curled into a more pronounced sneer. Frieza had been relentlessly hunting scions throughout the universe. Could it be that he had learned of a scion on Earth and dispatched his entire army there? Nappa pondered with a bemused expression, struggling to comprehend why Frieza would exhaust his efforts to eliminate a mere weakling. It was utterly laughable. Frieza, who proclaimed himself the Emperor of the universe, exerting his power merely to annihilate a worthless being. Vegeta tilted his head back, revealing his characteristic smirk. "So, Raditz, are you considering going to Earth to rescue your dear brother?" After finishing his jest, Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at Raditz. "What a joke. That is Frieza we're talking about," Raditz exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, setting aside the fact that he had no intention of concerning himself with his brother. The more pressing matter was that confronting Frieza would lead only to death. "Humph, truly pathetic," Vegeta remarked, observing Raditz's distress with a proud demeanor. "We Scions have no reason to fear Frieza. On the contrary, he should be the one fearing us. If he were not terrified of our kind, why would he be so eager to eradicate us?" "Is Frieza worried about the legendary Super Saiyan?" Nappa inquired, his bald head gleaming as he cast a questioning glance at Vegeta. "Of course, it is laughable that he, so self-important, would venture to Earth. I wonder how his expression will change upon encountering that weakling," Vegeta mused, a hint of excitement dancing at the corners of his mouth. "In this way, Kakarot may serve as a sacrifice for me, the soon-to-be victor over Frieza, the Super Saiyan. If the Super Saiyan truly existed." It seemed that only Prince Vegeta had the potential to reach such heights. Nappa gazed at Vegeta, his eyes glimmering with hope. Over the years, he had witnessed Vegeta's remarkable transformation, evolving from a mere battle power of 10,000 to nearly 50,000. Remarkably, Prince Vegeta had yet to reach adulthood. A terrifying prospect indeed, for even among adult scions, those exceeding 30,000 on Planet Vegeta were exceedingly rare. "Of course," Vegeta began, crossing his arms over his chest and turning slightly to face the two. "While it may not be necessary for you to intervene in the upcoming conflict, you are nonetheless my comrades as a Scion Prince." His gaze settled on Raditz, a frown deepening on his brow. "Especially you, Raditz. As fellow elite warriors, how is it that Nappa's battle power has surpassed 20,000, yet you remain below 10,000? Vegeta's intense stare bore down on Raditz, his irritation growing stronger. "Remember, you are part of my team, destined to become the universe's greatest warrior. I warn you now, if your battle power does not exceed 10,000 within a year, I shall personally see to your downfall." "What?" Raditz trembled at the words, fully aware that as the Prince of the Scions, Vegeta had always looked down upon him. He never anticipated that Vegeta would utter words suggesting a solution for him. "It's all right, Raditz. At worst, let either me or Vegeta give you a beating. With a Scion's physique, your battle power might just surpass the threshold of 10,000. Nappa gently patted Raditz on the shoulder, observing his shivering form. "If you seek my training, it is best you prepare yourself. I assure you, I will not hold back for trivial matters," Vegeta said coldly, his tone laced with an icy cruelty. "Enough of this. This planet holds little value at present. Lingering here would only draw attention." Vegeta, now serious, continued, "Though I fear not the Galactic Patrol, they remain a nuisance. Nappa, have you scouted the nearby planets for suitable training grounds?" Indeed. Not far from here lies a planet called Diaojun, where the gravity is 5 times that of Planet Vegeta. However, the environment is quite harsh, and only a few life forms can survive there. Nappa relayed the information he had gathered after some contemplation. 5 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta? That indeed sounds like an excellent place for physical training, and the creatures there should possess considerable combat abilities. Vegeta gazed into the distance, his thoughts seemingly far away as he declared, "It is settled then. I shall train on that planet for these years, raiding other worlds intermittently. When I emerge, I will offer Frieza a blood tribute." The notion of enduring 5 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta filled Raditz with dread, yet under Vegeta's overwhelming presence, he dared not voice his concerns. Is it truly time to confront Frieza? Nappa, despite his noble scion lineage, was also engulfed by fear at the thought of opposing Frieza. Of course, my body has yet to reach maturity, nor have I attained the explosive battle power characteristic of scions. Vegeta's gaze was fierce, brimming with confidence for the future. Clenching his fists, a milky white energy swirled around him, and in an instant, the area was engulfed in a storm of sand and stone as he stood proudly amidst it, proclaiming, "When I reach adulthood, it shall be Frieza's demise. I shall be the foremost being in the entire universe." Such strength. Nappa and Raditz crossed their arms over their heads in a defensive posture, yet they found themselves compelled to retreat further under Vegeta's formidable aura. "Now let us depart. Oh, and if time permits, I shall conveniently save your brother's life, provided he swears fealty to me, Lord Vegeta." Vegeta strode toward the spherical spacecraft, and suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he tilted his head slightly and addressed Raditz. The 3 spherical vessels transformed into streaks of light, hurtling into the cosmos. A week later, on the dim and somber terrain of planet Namek, sparse vegetation thrived amidst bizarre creatures that roamed over metallic rocks. Sinister birds of prey circled ominously in the sky, rendering the atmosphere profoundly eerie, accompanied by 3 resounding booms. The desolate wilderness revealed 3 small craters, each containing one of the spacecraft. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta and his companions emerged from within. As Pang emerged, the hapless Raditz stumbled and fell to the ground, making intimate contact with the heavy earth. How absurd it was for one claiming to be a mid-level warrior. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance his way, his entire being enveloped in a luminous white aura, exuding an air of calm as he effortlessly ascended from the pit. Indeed, the gravity was overwhelmingly intense. Just moments after exiting the pod, Nappa also faltered, nearly losing his footing. Yet, his reflexes were remarkably sharp. He subtly utilized the ground for support, summoning a similar white aura around him as he gradually rose to his feet. With a resounding crash, Raditz unleashed the full force of his energy, feeling a searing pain that threatened to tear his body apart. Nevertheless, he had finally taken his first step on this planet. The creatures here were both bizarre and formidable, and I must make it clear that you should not expect me to come to your rescue. Vegeta scoffed, enveloped in an aura of power, as he soared into the distance in search of the planet's inhabitants to annihilate. Science. There is no such thing as conventional training. They thrive solely in the crucible of combat and flourish through bloodshed. Nappa exchanged glances with Raditz, both of them gradually stepping onto the planet, preparing to acclimate to its combat prowess, for they lacked the terrifying strength and innate talent that characterized Vegeta. Far away in the northern galaxy, the Frieza force was marching toward Earth, with no one knowing why the cosmic tyrant Frieza had set his sights on this obscure frontier planet. After all, compared to the ruler of the universe, this was merely an inconspicuous speck, hardly worthy of such focused attention. Inside Frieza's ship, the pale-skinned tyrant reclined comfortably in a vessel resembling a baby carriage, his gaze fixed ahead, his narrow eyes gleaming with an inexorable intent to kill. "Lord Frieza, we shall arrive at Earth in 3 months," reported the warrior named Zarbin, his long green hair cascading down and clad in the standard Frieza armor that accentuated his striking appearance. He stood with his arms crossed, bowing respectfully to Frieza. "Indeed. I have heard that recently, readings of combat power exceeding 10,000 have been detected on Earth. It seems the humans of this planet are quite active," Frieza remarked with a smile, glancing at Zarbin. "Yes, Lord Frieza, those ignorant souls in desolate lands remain blissfully unaware of the fate that awaits them." Zarbin stood upright, maintaining a posture of respect as he spoke to Frieza. "Ah, but perhaps they are already aware and are conspiring to defy my Frieza force. Zarbin, should we not surprise that planet?" Frieza's eyes narrowed with intrigue as he posed the question. "Lord Frieza, I am willing to journey to Earth and teach those barbarians a lesson, Zarbin responded eagerly, bowing once more to request permission to act. He had been severely injured by Prince Vegeta last time, saved only by Frieza's impending arrival, which forced Vegeta to retreat before delivering a finishing blow. However, having suffered defeat at the hands of a scion was a blow to his pride, and he was keen to rectify that. Earth? That place harbors combat powers exceeding 100,000. Patience, Zarbin, Frieza remarked with a sidelong glance, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. When the time comes, there will undoubtedly be a grand feast for us. For now, I have already dispatched the Ginyu Force to Earth. With a gentle tap of his milky white fingers, Frieza activated the screen, projecting a cerulean planet into the grand hall before them. What a magnificent celestial body it was. Frieza squinted his eyes slightly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He cupped his hands as if cradling the projection, and with a cold chuckle, he remarked, "I can hardly wait to behold the impending spectacle." As he exerted a subtle force with his alabaster hands adorned with violet nails, a myriad of purple electric arcs danced around the azure planet. In the blink of an eye, the planet's projection shattered, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors that filled the air. Above the Earth's sanctuary, two figures clashed with remarkable speed. The already thin air around them grew increasingly heated, even sparking with electricity. Centered around the two, a tremendous whirlwind began to swirl in the sky. These enigmatic individuals were indeed difficult to fathom. But could they truly confront the cosmic sovereign, Frieza? Standing nearby was the Earth's deity, now aged, his skin a tapestry of wrinkles, with only a few teeth remaining. Clad in a flowing white robe, a red emblem on his chest delineating the character for God, he exuded an air of profundity. Leaning on a cane, he observed the fierce exchange between the two, trembling in apprehension. A resounding boom echoed once more within the temple, as a tremendous force struck the center, creating a gaping crater reminiscent of a meteor's impact, causing the entire structure to tremble. On either side in the air stood two men, one clad in black trousers, his upper body bare, muscles flushed from their recent fierce battle. His black hair billowed in the wind, and his rugged face bore a scar that only added to his allure. The other was adorned in a white martial arts uniform, his hair a striking silver, exuding vitality. His sharp brows framed piercing eyes, and where his clothing was torn, robust muscles were revealed, radiating strength from within. These two were none other than Wu Ming and Bardock, who had devoted 3 years to their training atop the temple. However, in truth, 2 of those years were spent within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Over this period, both had experienced significant growth. Bardock, with his solid foundation and newly acquired earth martial arts knowledge, was akin to a parched pond rejuvenated by a much-needed rain. He diligently honed his skills, and after more than 3 years in the chamber, his combat power surged from 60,000 to over 1 million in just 4 months. An astounding feat. Wu Ming, too, had ascended to new heights, successfully breaking through his previous limitations. Although his combat power remained unknown, yet it was evident that he surpassed Bardock without question, instilling in Bardock a profound sense of helplessness when facing him, akin to confronting an insurmountable mountain. With my current abilities, I should be able to contend with Frieza, Bardock thought, clenching his fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as power surged through him, manifesting as purple lightning that crackled around his form. But perhaps it is still insufficient. Even with my ultimate Kamehameha, it would be challenging to stand against Frieza. Wu Ming paused momentarily, stepping closer to Bardock. He sighed softly before continuing, "I must commend you. You are indeed a genius. To breach the first threshold of the universe and achieve a combat power of 1 million in just 3 years is remarkable. Yet, I regret to inform you that this is still inadequate to confront Frieza. If you were to engage seriously, you might not survive even a single blow." "Frieza's power is only 53, Bardock interjected, and despite his transformation abilities, my combat power can exceed 10 million when I employ the tenfold Kamehameha." Taking a deep breath, Bardock felt a blue aura envelop him, akin to the essence of life itself, swirling around his body. His power grew, encased in a pale blue energy that radiated outward, summoning whirlwinds that crackled with electricity, shaking the temple to its very foundations. The rising energy surged through the heavens, resonating in every corner of Earth. In the distant dueling temple, Master Doran, revered as a martial arts master, was instructing his young disciple Krillin in the ways of the Doran martial arts when he suddenly opened his narrowed eyes wide, astonished by the immense power emanating from afar. It was a presence so potent that it left him breathless, a realm of strength he could scarcely fathom. Amitba. It seems that teacher Wu Ming and that scion have made remarkable progress in their training. Master Doran clasped his hands in reverence. When Master Wuming embarked on his journey of cultivation, he had disseminated the news of the impending assault by the Frieza army and shared pertinent information regarding the invaders on the Martial Heaven network. He also alerted martial arts masters across various regions to devote themselves to rigorous training in preparation for the impending invasion, and Master Doran was among them. Beneath the Kalen Tower, the formidable martial arts master Bra was immersed in advanced training. His physique was robust and cloaked in darkness, exuding a primal ferocity with every strike. He conjured whirlwinds of sand and stone, displaying unparalleled strength. The formidable master, Beulah, abruptly halted his actions, his gaze filled with trepidation. He sensed an unprecedented aura of terror, one that was unparalleled in its ferocity. At this moment, perhaps victory was within reach. However, surrender was not an option. For the sake of my son UPA and my tribe, Beulah clenched his fists and resolutely resumed his rigorous training. On Turtle Island, three figures clashed violently, sending countless waves crashing and the explosive sounds of air reverberating, etching deep grooves into the earth below. At that moment, the three individuals simultaneously halted, turning their gazes towards the temple, their expressions reflecting boundless astonishment. The master of the Crane School and the deity of the Turtle School exchanged a glance, both recognizing the incredibility of the situation. It was indeed remarkable. Bardock had truly transcended his limits, and such power was utterly terrifying. Gohan inhaled deeply, excitement evident in his voice. With Bardock reaching this level, it implied that the child had surpassed it as well. The turtle hermit recalled Wuming, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although they were known as brothers, their relationship was akin to that of a master and disciple. After Wuming had just taken on Master Wutai as his teacher, the Demon King had emerged. Master Wutai had sacrificed himself for the sake of peace in the world. Thus the responsibility of guiding Wuming fell upon the turtle hermit and the crane master. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, a flicker of fighting spirit ignited within him. His eyes brightened as he addressed the crane master. "Old Crane, are you still able to fight? If not, we must return swiftly. We cannot afford to delay young Wuming's ascent." "You are the one who should worry, old turtle," retorted the crane master, his sharp tongue not faltering as he lunged once more at the turtle hermit for a fierce duel. Meanwhile, at Bowsy Mountain, Kakarot and Jine were immersed in training. Though Jine preferred peace, the Scions were never averse to battle, prompting her to learn earth martial arts while sparring with Kakarot. After all, Kakarot had yet to reach the heights of Bardock and the others. "Hey, Kakarot, your father's aura has grown tremendously," Jine exclaimed, gently pushing Kakarot aside before smiling at him. "Indeed, it is quite formidable," Kakarot nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, your father may have truly surpassed the limits of the Scions and could potentially defeat Frieza." Jine's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us continue, mother," Kakarot replied, unwilling to dwell too much on his father's strength. His focus remained on becoming more powerful, proving to his younger brother that he was indeed his brother, while also yearning to protect what was dear to him. In the distant wilderness, Goku, clad in orange, knelt on one knee, clutching his heart, seemingly enduring immense agony. A closer look would reveal faint, fiery red fur covering his body and fangs protruding from his mouth. Sun Wukong abruptly rose to his feet, a surge of energy erupting from his being, coalescing into the form of a colossal ape around him. A tremendous roar echoed forth, reminiscent of an ancient giant ape awakening, causing the entire forest to tremble. However, it was infuriating. He found himself utterly unable to harness this power, which was truly vexing. Wukong dissipated the energy, stroking his head, pondering his initial intention to draw inspiration from a version of himself he had once witnessed, integrating the might of the giant ape into his own body to achieve a certain evolution. If successful, he could transform into a Super Saiyan and far surpass Frieza. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the energies of the giant ape and the Super Saiyan could not fully amalgamate. "Wait, my father's aura, has he already reached this level?" Wukong slightly turned his body, sensing the immense energy emanating from afar, marveling at his father's rapid advancement. Nonetheless, even with such progress, defeating Frieza remained an insurmountable challenge. A serious glint flashed in Wukong's eyes as he slowly declared, "I must find a way to completely master this power before Frieza arrives." Above in the temple, Bardock finally reined in his energy completely and turned his gaze to Wuming, calmly stating, "Is such power still insufficient to contend with Frieza? My battle power has already surpassed 10 million. Even if Frieza possesses transformation abilities, he cannot leap from 530,000 to 10 million. I'm afraid I must reiterate, Wuming replied. Under Frieza's full exertion, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to last even a minute against him. Observing Bardock's unwavering confidence, Wuming slowly shook his head. He had already surpassed Bardock by a considerable margin. Exerting himself to the utmost could even unveil the limits of the universe, making the possibility of exceeding 100 million conceivable. Yet, worry still lingered in his heart. What? 120 million? Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. Such a battle power was simply staggering. Upon hearing such a figure, he was momentarily engulfed by despair. The disparity was too vast. Even with the addition of the Universal Fist, his battle power barely exceeded 10 million, rendering him incapable of confronting Frieza directly. Indeed, and I sense Frieza may be even more terrifying, Wuming remarked earnestly. Thus we must not underestimate him. We must continue to strive forward. He gazed seriously at Bardock, fully aware that Bardock, for the time being, could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Even if he were to complete the evolution into a Super Saiyan, he would not exceed the threshold of 100 million, let alone stand a chance against Frieza. Therefore, he contemplated that Bardock's battle power should be elevated to around 4 million, while he himself would also need to undergo further transformation. Is that so? Bardock clenched his right fist, crossing it over his left palm at his chest, radiating an indomitable spirit. He gazed at Master Wuming and declared, "Then let us continue our cultivation. Regardless, I shall not let him escape." For the moment, however, it would be prudent to pause. After years of relentless training, we both require a period of reflection, and there are matters on Earth that demand attention. Wuming contemplated for a moment and resolved to temporarily set aside his cultivation, dedicating a month to introspection before resuming his practice. Indeed, it has been a long time since I last saw Janae and the others, Bardock mused. Bowing his head in contemplation, he recognized that after more than 3 years of arduous training, he faced significant challenges both physically and spiritually, necessitating a time to assimilate his knowledge to pursue further advancement and attain a deeper realm. "And what of you?" Bardock inquired, looking at Wuming. "I must return to Martial Arts City. Firstly, there are pressing matters on Earth that concern me. Secondly, the 20th Global Martial Arts Tournament is approaching, gathering distinguished martial artists from afar. Should you find the time, you might consider attending." Wuming glanced at Bardock, pondering, "Of course. You may also choose to participate in the tournament, engaging in martial arts cultivation with formidable opponents. It could serve as a form of training." I shall contemplate it." Bardock replied with a nod, though internally he was skeptical. In his heart, he believed that aside from Wuming, no one on Earth could rival him. Participating in the tournament seemed futile. "Well then, celestial being, I bid you farewell." Wuming clasped his hands in respect to the aging celestial being standing nearby and enveloped himself in a fierce aura as he departed from Martial Arts City. "I never anticipated that the genius from Namek, whom the Elder has longed for, would become a celestial being on Earth," Bardock remarked after Wuming had left, turning his gaze towards the frail celestial being. "Oh, you are aware that I am from Namek?" The celestial being looked at Bardock with a puzzled expression. He had heard Wuming mention his Namekian heritage during his search for the King of the World, but he had not pursued the matter further. After all, he was now the celestial being of Earth and could not abandon it to seek answers on Namek. "Yes, I lived on Namek for 6 years. When I arrived, the Elder informed me that a dear friend of his had sent his child here." Bardock spoke calmly, observing him closely. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as that Namekian. However, due to matters of cultivation, I refrained from stating it directly. Perhaps one day, I shall return to Namek. I am now the deity of Earth, responsible for all that transpires on this planet. How could I depart so easily?" The celestial being shook his head. Although he longed to visit his homeland, he understood that Earth could not afford his absence at this time. "Then it rests upon you. By the way, should anything arise in the future, feel free to notify me directly. For now, I must take my leave." Bardock cast a cold glance at the deity before turning away, enveloping himself in a dense aura in an instant. "I bestow this attire upon you, hoping you can vanquish Frieza and secure peace not only for Earth, but for the entire cosmos." The deity extended one hand toward Bardock, as a brilliant white light coalesced above his right palm. In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped Bardock, dazzling with intensity. In the next moment, his tattered attire was renewed. "Oh, you possess such an ability?" Bardock mused, inspecting himself. His former armor now cloaked him anew, lighter and more comfortable than before. This is the divine cultivation. A deity must possess abilities beyond mortal comprehension. Yet, in true battle, I cannot be of assistance. That remains upon your shoulders. I beg of you, Mr. Bardock. The deity smiled as he withdrew his right hand, performing a half-bow towards Bardock. I shall do so. That scoundrel Frieza is also my adversary. Farewell, celestial being of Earth. Bardock glanced back momentarily, as his inner energy surged forth, heading towards the mortal realm. It was unexpected to discover such a scion in the cosmos, honorable, courageous, composed, and kind-hearted, with sons as pure and unblemished as crystal. The deity observed the world below, speaking softly, sensing that the future of these two children lay beyond his sight. In the martial arts city, Wu Ming hovered above, witnessing the flourishing scene below. Warriors under the banner of the War Immortal were diligently training, ever prepared to confront the formidable foes approaching, possibly in anticipation of the imminent Grand Martial Arts Tournament. With only a month until Frieza's arrival coinciding with the tournament, it was indeed fortuitous. All the strong were progressing further in their training, perhaps capable of contending against Frieza's army. Wu Ming felt a deep sense of relief as he watched his disciples gradually master the use of their energy. I should visit Brief. I wonder how his research is faring. Resolute, Wu Ming's figure shimmered, the white light intensifying, as he accelerated towards West City. At Dr. Brief's residence in West City, Mrs. Brief, feeling rather bored, cradled her little cat, reminiscing about her two daughters. The eldest was fiercely independent, blossoming into a renowned writer, traveling the world in search of inspiration, while the younger daughter had recently become infatuated with a boy possessing a tail, spending her days either at school or running to his home, claiming she wanted to learn about science. This old man is quite the nuisance. He completed the renovation of the spaceship a year ago, yet he is utterly consumed by his virtual intelligence research, toiling day and night. Mrs. Brief gently stroked her beloved pet, as if conversing with it. A figure silently descended outside Mrs. Brief's courtyard, clad in immaculate martial attire, with an ethereal grace. He stood in the courtyard, resembling a celestial being. With a soft sound, the locked iron gate slowly opened, revealing a figure approaching from within. Teacher Wu Ming, you have finally arrived. The figure, clad in a white work uniform, was none other than Dr. Brief, the chairman of the Capsule Corporation. With glasses perched on his nose and a head full of white hair, he exuded vitality. Upon receiving Wu Ming's telepathic message, he had promptly set aside his work to come greet him. Well, Brief, have those items been prepared? Wu Ming addressed Dr. Brief without formality. After all, he considered him a half-disciple, having once received his guidance, and they often shared tea together, making them more akin to friends than mere acquaintances. Yes, the spacecraft has been fully modified and is currently stationed beneath the Western Wilderness. Moreover, we have achieved breakthroughs in virtual intelligence, Dr. Brief replied, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. Perhaps within a year, no, in just 6 months, a brand new era for humanity shall dawn. Are we finally on the brink of success? Artificial intelligence and virtual reality, Wu Ming mused, nodding in agreement, as this endeavor was intricately linked to his grand vision of promoting martial arts worldwide. At most, we will need another year before it is operational, and we have already negotiated with the government, Dr. Brief acknowledged, reflecting on the transformative potential that awaited the world in a year's time. Thus, the global propagation of martial arts shall finally become a reality. Wu Ming felt a surge of emotion. For 2 centuries, he had devoted himself to the advancement of martial arts on Earth, preparing for the significant events that lay ahead. Yet, the strength of one individual is inherently limited. Despite his relentless efforts, the development of martial arts on Earth had made considerable progress. Yet it still fell short of expectations, with fewer than 10 individuals possessing combat power exceeding 10,000. In the beginning, Wu Ming envisioned disseminating martial arts through media and had even made attempts. However, the conventional internet proved inadequate for achieving many of his aspirations. In a moment of desperation, he recalled a science fiction novel from his past, wherein virtual intelligence was a possibility, and thus he entrusted his memories to the genius Dr. Brief. He hoped that virtual intelligence could indeed facilitate the advancement of martial arts. In his mind, a concept began to take shape, yet significant challenges remained in its realization, as well as certain issues surrounding the implementation of virtual intelligence. By the way, I wish to leverage the Martial Arts Alliance and the Capsule Corporation to disseminate a message. I would appreciate your assistance, Wu Ming said, turning to Dr. Brief with a measured tone. What message? I shall instruct Taurus to act immediately, Dr. Brief responded promptly. This upcoming World Martial Arts Championship will allow the top 4 contenders to receive my personal guidance, with a time limit of 1 month, Wu Ming declared, a smile gracing his lips. In the verdant embrace of Baobao Mountain, where wolves and tigers roamed freely, even the primordial dinosaurs wandered through the woods, and talking birds soared through the trees, there existed a place they all deliberately avoided. For there resided their nemesis, a mere slender monkey who effortlessly intimidated them, leaving them utterly powerless. A white wave of energy swept through the forest, causing a commotion among its inhabitants. The once mighty king of the woods retreated into his cave, breathless. Even the formidable dinosaur, capable of snapping steel with its jaws, took refuge beneath the trees in silence, while the soaring predators sought solace in their nests, enduring temporary hunger. Bardock's morning training had concluded early, and he returned home to prepare lunch for his 2 sons. Unfortunately, the saber-toothed tiger and the swift leopard, rulers of the Baozi Mountain, were chosen as the day's culinary delights. Kakarot continued his solitary training, inspired by Sun Wukong. Clad in a blue martial arts uniform layered with a heavy black vest, he sought to strengthen his physique, weighing over 100 pounds. Despite his tender age, his combat prowess was already remarkable, bolstered by a solid foundation in martial arts established from childhood. In comparison to Bardock, his potential was significantly greater. Once he reached the peak of his combat capabilities, his strength would surge uncontrollably. Rock, paper, scissors. Kakarot practiced the most fundamental techniques, yet their impact was not to be underestimated. As he swung his arms, the surrounding sturdy trees fell effortlessly before him. The mastery of energy control proved somewhat challenging. Kakarot scratched his head, aware that at his young age, he was still laying the groundwork. Neither his grandfather Gohan nor Master Roshi had provided extensive guidance on the use of energy. They planned to offer systematic training once the crisis on Earth had passed and Kakarot had matured physically. Kamehameha. Kakarot closed his eyes, envisioning the moment when Wu Ming unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Simultaneously, he attempted to harness the energy within his body. In an instant, Kakarot seemed to perceive the sound of energy flowing within him. A glimmer of light flickered between his hands, akin to sparks igniting a vast expanse, as the scattered radiance gradually transformed into a resplendent full moon. With a profound sense of unity, Kakarot thrust his hands forward, unleashing the formidable Kamehameha wave. The brilliant white energy surged forth with unstoppable force. Even in the hands of a child of such tender years, it exhibited tremendous power, piercing through the dense jungle and soaring towards the very heavens. Kakarot, my child, a gentle call echoed, awakening Kakarot, who was attuned to the essence of energy. Father. As Kakarot opened his eyes, he beheld the visage of a father whom he had met only briefly. In that moment, an indescribable emotion surged within him, and an earnest call escaped his lips. My child, you have grown remarkably stronger. It appears you have not neglected your training at all. Bardock lifted Kakarot onto his shoulder and ambled toward their home. Indeed, I have been training all along. Yet I have struggled to master the essence of Ki as described by my grandfather and others. Surprisingly, the usually indifferent Kakarot showed no aversion to Bardock's affectionate gesture. After all, they shared the same blood. Perhaps this was the unbreakable bond between father and son. You are still in the phase of fortifying your body, and your martial arts foundation is being solidified. I shall teach you the intricacies of Ki in due time. Bardock, with Kakarot resting upon his shoulder, was acutely aware of the significance of a solid martial foundation for an individual. He understood that if Kakarot established a strong base from a young age, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior, advancing relentlessly and effortlessly breaking through the barriers of 100 million in battle power. Kakarot responded faintly, yet he refrained from elaborating further. By the way, why does it seem that your grandfather is no longer at Baozi Mountain? Bardock briefly sensed the surroundings and realized that there was no trace of Gohan in the small house adjacent to his own, which struck him as peculiar. Logically, Gohan should have been by Kakarot's side, assisting him in solidifying his martial arts. Grandfather has gone to Master Roshi's island. He has been there for over a month. Kakarot continued, his words succinct. With his current level of martial prowess, there seemed to be no necessity to seek out that martial arts master any longer. Bardock felt a twinge of confusion. Gohan's martial arts training ought to have reached a level where he could forge his own path, rendering a return unnecessary, especially for such an extended duration. I heard that a fellow disciple of Master Wutian has arrived, and there is some discord between them, Kakarot stated once more. It was unexpected to find that he possessed a knack for mediating disputes. A subtle smile graced Bardock's lips as he spoke, and soon they arrived at his doorstep. The houses of these earthlings appeared quite impressive. It seemed Master Wuming had taken considerable care. Bardock gazed at his spacious home, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards Wuming. It seems your brother has yet to return. Bardock sensed the aura and discerned that Jain was indeed home, while Goku's presence lay on the other side of the mountain. Who knows? Kakarot smirked, for there were few on this planet capable of matching his strength. Jain, I have returned. Pushing open the grand door and traversing the lengthy courtyard, Bardock finally arrived in the hall. At that moment, Jain had prepared lunch and was about to call their two sons to the table when she suddenly sensed Bardock's familiar aura permeating their home. Ah, Bardock. Has your training finally come to an end? Jain rose, her face lighting up as she caught sight of Bardock, who was carrying Kakarot on his shoulder. Not yet, but the prolonged duration of my training has yielded no immediate enhancements. I require some time for consolidation. Bardock gently placed Kakarot on a stool and spoke in a measured tone. How do you feel? Are you capable of confronting Frieza? Jain inquired. Bardock took a seat beside the table, observing Jain and Kakarot. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Frieza will be dealt with by Wu Ming and me. Indeed, when I was training earlier, I could feel your overwhelming presence. It was unprecedented, Jain remarked, pride swelling within her as she gazed at her husband. But where is Goku? Why hasn't he returned yet? Bardock chose not to linger on this topic, as he wished to shield his family from such burdens and redirected the conversation towards their younger son. This child is always peculiar. Ever since you both went to train in the other world, he often ventures to the other side of the mountain to practice alone, claiming he has barriers to overcome. His dedication to training is extraordinary. Jain shook her head, bewildered by their younger son, who, despite his already remarkable strength, remained unsatisfied. Could he really be preparing to face Frieza alone? That boy is indeed exceptional. I have always believed he embodies the legendary Super Saiyan. Perhaps he truly represents the future of the Saiyans. Bardock expressed his confidence in their younger son, recalling how, at the tender age of 6, his battle prowess was already on par with Master Wu Ming. What is a Super Saiyan? Kakarot, having arrived on Earth under unusual circumstances, had never received the traditional Saiyan education and was thus unaware of such lore. It is merely a legend among the Saiyans. Jain seemed to discern Kakarot's curiosity, gently patting his head as she mused. Perhaps you are that very legend. Yes, I will definitely achieve it, Kakarot declared with fervor, clenching his fists. His aspirations set on reaching the status of Super Saiyan, if only to surpass that foolish brother of his. Where is Goku? Why has he returned yet? Jain, noticing Kakarot's spirited demeanor, nodded appreciatively, but suddenly recalled that Goku had yet to come back, finding it somewhat strange. She rose and made her way towards the door. Be careful, Bardock cautioned. Bardock nodded at her, pondering the peculiar stillness in the air that lingered for an unusual length of time. She considered going to investigate personally, but thought it might be beneficial for GNEI to take a stroll outside occasionally. After all, he had not sensed any danger on Earth. With a swift motion, the graceful figure of the young lady, enveloped in an aura of intensity, soared toward the opposite side of the mountain. On the far side of Baozi Mountain lay an expansive wilderness. At this moment, perched upon a rocky outcrop was a modern aircraft. Seated beside it was a petite girl of around 10 years, her azure hair styled into an energetic ponytail. She donned a white short-sleeved shirt with a wide neckline that elegantly revealed her collarbones, adorned with the capsule emblem of the Universal Capsule Company. Her lower attire consisted of light blue denim shorts, the hem tucked neatly into the shorts without a belt, showcasing frayed edges that accentuated her long, slender legs. Exuding an air of pride and confidence befitting Bulma, the brilliant daughter of Dr. Brief from the Capsule Corporation. Beside her sat a young boy, his dark hair styled in a manner reminiscent of a crab, his bright, pure eyes sparkling like unblemished crystals. He wore an orange martial arts uniform, with a black vest peeking from the V-shaped collar and a blue belt cinched at his waist, presenting an invigorating appearance. Bulma, you seem to have been visiting quite frequently lately, remarked Sun Wukong, his expression a mix of curiosity and bewilderment as he scrutinized Bulma, perplexed by her persistent presence. Clearly, it is your own peculiarities that have drawn my interest, Bulma retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the innocent-faced Sun Wukong, who often spoke in strange ways that piqued her curiosity, yet now seemed to find fault with her. You haven't changed a bit, Sun Wukong mused, recalling their adventurous days as he smiled at Bulma's pouty expression. Here we go again, Bulma sighed, rolling her eyes. Were it not for this peculiar individual's incessant utterances, the illustrious and intelligent Bulma would never demean herself to seek him out. On the other side of Baozi Mountain, in the desolate wilderness, she remarked, Hey, Goku, I have sought you out numerous times. Why is it that you never come to find me? Noticing Goku's silence, she pouted in dissatisfaction as she gazed at him. After all, I am about to confront that Frieza fellow, and at present, I am utterly incapable of securing a victory, Goku mused, lowering his gaze to his hands, gently clenching them as he sensed the energy coursing within. Yet he shook his head in discontent. Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor? Bulma scoffed. Although she had witnessed Goku's prowess firsthand, competing closely with Master Wuming, she could not help but feel that Goku paled in comparison to him. Having grown up hearing tales of the legendary Wuming and his brother, she smiled lightly and said, You little rascal, you truly intend to challenge Frieza? Fear not, for we have the esteemed Master Wuming and Master Wutian on our side. Two old gentlemen. Goku furrowed his brow slightly, casting his gaze into the distance, where he could sense a tremendous surge of power, significantly greater than before. Nevertheless, he slowly shook his head, stating, however, the current Frieza would likely prove formidable even against the combined might of those two. Perhaps in the past, there was a chance. You haven't even fought him. How can you be so certain? Listening to you makes it sound as if you have encountered Frieza before, Bulma retorted, pouting. Do you possess some form of prophetic ability? Sun Wukong slowly shook his head, choosing not to speak further. His gaze drifted into the distance, beyond the sky, as he sensed the malevolent forces lurking in the depths of the universe. Indeed, Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes, and in an instant, a shimmering silver galaxy unfolded in his mind. However, half of this celestial expanse was shrouded in a violet aura, which gradually coalesced with the radiance to unveil a silhouette. Clad in white, this figure was adorned with crystalline purple armor, and his violet pupils gleamed with malevolence. With arms outstretched, he seemed to embrace the entire cosmos, as if seeking to encompass it within his grasp. That being had indeed grown far more formidable. Sun Wukong gently opened his eyes, having sensed Frieza's overwhelming presence, which far surpassed that of his previous life. In the past, Frieza could be countered with the combined strength of Wuming and his father. However, the current Frieza possessed the power to obliterate the two of them united. What is it? Bulma exclaimed, rising to her feet and scanning her surroundings. Yet she found no trace of anyone else. With a hint of exasperation, she turned to Goku and remarked, You always act so strangely. Mother, Sun Wukong smiled faintly, suddenly glancing at the sky behind him. Gnei, clad in a casual pink outfit, was approaching them. I wondered why you hadn't returned home for dinner. It turns out a friend has arrived. Gnei gently descended and stood before the two, observing them with keen interest. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Bulma, why don't you join me for dinner at my home? Sun Wukong directly extended the invitation to Bulma, his mind devoid of any ulterior motives, simply feeling that they had become good friends. Is this little son serious? He is inviting a girl to his home? Bulma's cheeks flushed as she scrutinized Sun Wukong, her mind racing with thoughts. You are quite remarkable, and I would be delighted to invite you to my home for dinner as well, Gnei remarked, her smile carrying a hint of deeper meaning as she turned to Sun Wukong and added, Well then, I shall take my leave now. You may join this lady shortly. Well, very well, Sun Wukong said with a smile as he gazed at his mother soaring into the sky. Fool. As she gazed at the foolishly grinning Sun Wukong, Bulma's already flushed face began to turn irate. She swiftly delivered a slap to the back of the unsuspecting Wukong's head, exclaiming in anger, I haven't even agreed to your request yet. Ouch, that hurts. Wukong, caught off guard, immediately clutched his head and cried out in pain. My mother's cooking is truly delectable. You must try it, Bulma. Rubbing his slightly aching head, he earnestly addressed Bulma once more, as he genuinely wished to share something delightful with a dear friend. Humph. Considering your earnest appeal, I shall make the trip. Bulma feigned indifference as she turned away, rising to approach the modern aircraft and pressing a button. Boom. As smoke billowed, a capsule leapt forth from the haze. Bulma deftly caught it and placed it into her portable capsule box. Turning to Sun Wukong, she declared, You shall carry me aloft. Flying Nimbus. Sun Wukong exclaimed, cupping his hands to form a trumpet shape as he called out to the heavens. In this realm, his grandfather, Son Gohan, had bestowed upon him and Kakarot each a flying nimbus, although Sun Wukong no longer had any practical use for it. The sight of the nimbus always evoked a sense of comfort within him. A golden cloud gracefully traversed the layers of white clouds, descending before the two. What is this? A new mode of transportation? Bulma mused. Her curiosity piqued as she leapt onto the nimbus with exuberance. Unexpectedly, the golden clouds dissipated in an instant, causing Bulma to plummet as if she had fallen into the air, landing heavily on the ground. Rising to her feet, she cast an irritated glance at Sun Wukong. "Oh dear, I forgot that the flying nimbus can only be ridden by pure-hearted children," Sun Wukong said, scratching his head with an awkward smile. "Fool!" Bulma exclaimed, rising to her feet and brushing off the dust from her face, glaring at Sun Wukong with a fierce intensity. With a swift motion, she slapped him again, declaring, "The reason I cannot sit is precisely because of my overwhelming beauty. Oh dear, is beauty coupled with intelligence truly a fault? I was mistaken. This time, Sun Wukong displayed a willingness to learn. He leapt onto the nimbus cloud, extending a hand to Bulma and saying, "Let us depart." With a huff, Bulma wore an expression of displeasure, yet she clutched Goku's arm tightly. "Let's go, Nimbus." Goku, with one hand firmly embraced by Bulma and the other clenched into a fist pointing towards home, exclaimed loudly. A golden beam of light streaked across the sky, heading towards Bardock's home. "Goku, how has your recent training been?" Bardock inquired as soon as Goku stepped inside. "I'm still unable to break through my current barriers. I find it exceedingly difficult to defeat that Frieza fellow," Goku replied as he settled at the dining table, shaking his head slowly. "Take your time. There is no need to rush. I have heard that there is a prestigious martial arts tournament on Earth, gathering formidable warriors from all corners. Perhaps you might find some martial experience there that could aid in overcoming your limitations," Bardock remarked, sensing that despite the passage of 2 years, Goku's progress was negligible compared to before. He assumed that Goku's martial prowess was lacking and that he needed the Earth's martial arts to advance. The prestigious martial arts tournament? Upon hearing this name again, Goku's eyes gleamed with nostalgia, yet he shook his head and said, "I shall not participate. The competition holds little significance for me now." The renowned tournament, attracting the finest warriors of Earth? Kakarot's eyes lit up at this, and he eagerly raised his hand. Addressing Bardock, "Dad, Mom, I wish to enter this tournament. I want to challenge the best martial artists from around the world." Chi-Chi, upon hearing this, could only smile helplessly, realizing that her children had an extraordinary penchant for engaging with strong opponents. Very well. You may participate and strive for the title of the world's greatest martial artist. I must add, the title of the world's greatest martial artist on Earth is not easily attained," Bulma interjected, feeling the need to clarify as the others seemed to dismiss the significance of the tournament. The tournament is the most illustrious competition on Earth. Even making it to the top 8 is an achievement that signifies one as a premier martial artist. As for the champion, they are often masters of martial arts in their own right, with every competition brimming with talent and formidable opponents. Although your strengths are remarkable, claiming the top spot may prove challenging. Bulma understood that the individuals before her were not merely earthlings. Yet she could not help but feel a twinge of indignation at their casual discussions of easily securing victory in the tournament. After all, even the legendary Master Wuming had expended considerable effort to earn the title of the greatest martial artist. "Now, I find myself wanting to participate as well," Bardock said, glancing at Bulma, who appeared serious, half-jokingly. "Let us eat first, Bulma," he added. While others might not sense it, Goku could distinctly perceive that, on Earth, there were few who could match Bardock in combat. Aside from himself and Master Wuming, others fell far short. If Bardock intended to join the tournament for self-improvement, he would need to suppress his strength to match that of his opponents for it to be effective. Regardless, I am determined to claim the championship of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Kakarot swiftly devoured the food in his bowl, exuberantly exclaiming, "Wow. Auntie Giant's cuisine truly possesses a unique flavor." Bulma sampled the dishes prepared by the Giant family and was immediately taken aback, feeling that, in comparison to her own 5-star chef, this fare was remarkably distinct. "Delicious. Then you should indulge a bit more," Giant gently caressed Bulma's head, clearly fond of the spirited young girl. At the table laden with food, Bulma could only manage a few bites before feeling uncomfortably full. her astonishment growing as she watched the four scions devour the entirety of 2 tables worth of food without leaving a trace. However, she couldn't help but wonder how one participates in the martial arts tournament. After the meal, Kakarot suddenly inquired, "So, how do we enter the tournament?" "Well, the selection of martial arts masters begins in early May, where the top 8 fighters from each region are chosen, culminating in the final competition at Martial Arts City by May 7th, Bulma explained. She paused for a moment before adding, "Registration is from April 28th to April 30th, which means it closes tomorrow." "Oh, is that so?" Sun Wukong, realizing the significant changes in the Earth's Grand Martial Arts Tournament, was somewhat oblivious to the details, as he often was. "Hey, Sun Wukong, are you going to participate?" Kakarot asked, hopeful that his training might allow him to surpass his brother. "No, I have other matters to attend to," Sun Wukong replied decisively, for he still had his own cultivation to pursue. He needed to overcome certain weaknesses and transcend himself to reach a deeper level of mastery. Time on Earth flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, it was May 7th, 745 in the Age of Earth. The Earth's Grand Martial Arts Tournament had reached its 21st edition, marking a full century since the establishment of the Martial Arts Alliance. In a moment of reflection, the group recalled a century ago when the tyrant known as Karok II emerged, leading an army with ambitions to conquer the world. Despite the mobilization of national forces, resistance was futile until the return of the 2 martial arts masters, Wu Ming and Master Roshi. Under their leadership, the martial arts community rallied against Karok II, ultimately shattering his ambitions and restoring peace to the world. To prevent a recurrence of the calamities caused by the Demon King Piccolo and Karok II, Master Wu Ming gathered martial artists from various schools to establish the Martial Arts Alliance. Furthermore, to promote the development of martial arts, the alliance collaborated with a prominent fighting competition of the time to create the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, held every 5 years, allowing martial artists to exchange techniques and determine the foremost martial artist in the world. As a result, martial arts have seen rapid advancement over the past century, a stark contrast to the circumstances of 100 years prior. In the span of 2 short years, Frieza has made his descent, compelling an array of martial arts sects to unveil their prodigies under the weight of this impending threat. The martial arts capital, Wudao City, has transformed into a bustling metropolis, teeming with throngs of people, marking an event of global significance. Even in the face of the looming Frieza, the martial artists of Earth exhibit an unwavering resolve. Outside the vibrant venue of the martial arts tournament, the crowd is immense. This particular competition garners unprecedented attention, serving as a prelude to the confrontation with a formidable cosmic adversary, showcasing the prowess of Earth's martial arts to soothe the populace. Moreover, this edition of the tournament offers doubled rewards. Merely qualifying through the preliminary rounds promises access to the esteemed martial arts notes from the Martial Arts Alliance. Achieving a place in the top 8 unlocks even greater benefits, including the opportunity for direct mentorship from venerable masters of the Alliance. The rewards for reaching the Final 4 are particularly tantalizing, featuring personal guidance from the illustrious Master Wu Ming, Earth's most renowned martial artist. Engaging with such a legendary figure is an honor beyond compare, leading even some elderly practitioners to contemplate casting aside their titles to partake in this paramount competition. The rewards for second place are equally astounding, as the victor will be imparted with the signature technique, the Realm Origin Fist, a skill that has been cataloged in the Martial Arts Alliance's Exchange Compendium. However, the daunting martial arts points required for redemption deter many, for without proper guidance, mastery remains elusive at present. Only Master Wu Ming is capable of imparting such knowledge. The allure of first place incites a frenzy among martial artists worldwide, for the champion shall be accepted as a named disciple of Master Wu Ming. This designation allows one to train under the master while remaining affiliated with their original sect, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. This prospect has drawn numerous formidable contenders to vie for the title of the world's foremost martial artist. Come on, Clint. As the most gifted disciple of Doran Temple, you must secure a place in the top 8 at this tournament. A tall, slender monk clad in yellow robes urged his companion, a small, noseless monk dressed similarly. "Fear not, brother. Return to our master and assure him that I am certain of my victory," Clint replied, his eyes sparkling with intelligence and confidence as he regarded his senior, unyielding in the face of any challenger. "Then best of luck to you." The tall monk offered a supportive nod, recognizing the exceptional prowess of his younger companion, who had impressively adapted their master's techniques. Once an inconspicuous novice, Klin had rapidly ascended, now unrivaled among his peers at Doran Temple, a truly formidable force. Ah, there is someone of my age. Could it be that I'm not the only contender of my generation in this match? Klin gazed into the distance, observing a child clad in orange, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He could hardly believe that a child of his own age could possess genius akin to his own. As he focused on the target, a sudden flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Target detection complete. Please acknowledge. The golden glimmer in Klin's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a stream of information in his consciousness. Name: Sun Wukong race. Scion age: 8 years combat power. Skills? Weaknesses? Evaluation: an individual you absolutely cannot provoke. If he wishes to eliminate you, do not cower or flee, confront him directly, for that way you shall meet your demise with greater dignity. Note: while you are scanning him, you may be discovered at any moment. Best of luck to you, young one. What a ridiculous system. Klin inwardly scoffed, noticing the small child glance in his direction. He swiftly turned and dashed into the martial arts arena. The grandeur of the world's #1 martial arts tournament was truly astonishing. Feeling the weight of scrutiny, Sun Wukong abruptly turned towards the entrance of the arena. Spotting a figure stepping inside, he maneuvered through the crowd, finally reaching the entrance of the tournament, his mind still reeling with astonishment. He recalled the lack of such fanfare during his previous participation in a similar event. Did I just imagine that someone was watching me? Sun Wukong stood there, curiously surveying his surroundings. Hey Wukong, what's up? Why did you rush over here so quickly? At that moment, Giant Bardock and Kakarot finally made their way to the tournament entrance. Nothing much, just felt like someone was watching me a moment ago, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head as he spoke to Bardock and Giant. So, Mom and Dad, shall we go compete? Yes, do your best, Wukong and Kakarot. You must secure the championship. Giant encouraged her two sons, her fists clenched in excitement, embodying the spirit of a scion. I will definitely win the championship, Kakarot declared, also clenching his fist in determination. After bidding farewell to Giant and Bardock, Sun Wukong and Kakarot presented their entry passes and proceeded towards the arena. Giant's elegant gaze followed her departing sons as she turned to Bardock. Why must we insist that Wukong participate this time? Such a competition holds little significance for him. The pressure he places upon himself is immense. This tournament should merely serve as a respite for him. Bardock smiled at Giant, sensing the weight of pressure that Wukong had borne for so long, and wishing for his son to experience a moment of relaxation. Thus, compelling him to partake in this grand tournament seemed the best course of action. Indeed, this child sometimes truly baffled him. Nei shook her head and turned her gaze back to the venue, only to be obstructed by a door. She couldn't help but pout and remarked, "How utterly frustrating. I can see nothing of what transpires inside." "Let us depart," Bardock said, his body gently lifting as he extended a hand towards Jinai. "Where are we headed?" Jinai inquired, placing her hand in his. "We are in search of that fellow, Wuming. He always possesses a solution. I have heard that this matter seems to be related to a nationwide broadcast." Bardock grasped Jinai's small hand, enveloping them both in a surge of energy, propelling them into the air. Ah, a flying martial artist. Could he possibly be one of the prodigies from the previous martial arts tournament? Observers in the crowd buzzed with excitement as they witnessed the duo ascend. It appears this year's tournament will be of unprecedented caliber. Indeed, after all, the disciples of renowned martial arts masters from various regions have gathered for this event. I can hardly contain my anticipation. I am eager to witness these extraordinary battles. Following the host's announcement of the competition rules, participants drew lots for their matches. Sun Wukong was assigned to the second match, while Kakarot was slated for the 7th. Fortunately, they were not pitted against one another in the initial rounds. To everyone's surprise, Krillin had also arrived, and at this moment, he exhibited a formidable power. This guy is indeed impressive, Sun Wukong thought, his gaze drifting to Krillin, who was lurking in the shadows. A faint smile crept across his face. Could it be that he has detected my scrutiny of his strength? Is this smile a prelude to eliminating me later? At that instant, Krillin perceived an ominous intent behind Sun Wukong's previously gentle demeanor, causing him to shudder. Internally, he cursed the unreliable system that had promised him the title of the strongest human. Was he truly beginning to falter? You are Sun Wukong, a mere child, are you not? A towering figure clad in blue, roughly 2 meters tall, approached Sun Wukong, his gaze filled with arrogance as he regarded the boy before him. Indeed, Sun Wukong was about to engage in a conversation with Klin when he was abruptly interrupted. He cast a glance at the intruder, feeling absolutely unfazed. Huh. If you can compete in the regional tournament looking like that, you must have greased the palms of the association quite handsomely. However, I will not allow you to continue your nonsense. I advise you to concede while you still can, for as a champion of combat, I shall show no mercy. The burly man in blue surveyed Sun Wukong with a smug expression, seemingly confident of his impending victory. As the competition commenced, the announcer called, now entering the arena, contestant Nali Ba and contestant Sun Wukong. The announcer continued, introducing the two competitors. Contestant Nali Ba, who trained under a renowned local martial artist, has since secured multiple championships in the southern city and was also a finalist in the last World Martial Arts Championship. The host gazed at Sun Wukong on the arena, feeling a slight surprise. However, being somewhat knowledgeable, he remarked, the contestant Sun Wukong is merely 8 years old, and this is his first participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Will he emerge victorious? The stage was then handed over to the two competitors, and the match officially commenced as the host gestured for them to begin. The first and second contestants had taken their positions on the 8 platforms of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and their presence was broadcasted to the homes of ordinary citizens via the large screen. At that moment, television broadcasts were not the only means of dissemination. Even prominent websites had begun streaming the event, with a flurry of comments circulating in the digital realm. It was evident that enthusiasts from every corner of the world were tuning in to witness this grand competition, for regardless of circumstance, everyone harbors the dream of becoming a martial artist. Flame Mountain, notorious for its perpetual inferno due to a divine fire, remained a place of searing heat, making it challenging for even the most skilled martial artists to approach. It is said that the martial arts deity, Master Roshi's second disciple, the Bull Demon King, once extinguished a fire using the Kamehameha technique, only for the flames to return, proving impossible to douse thereafter. Consequently, the Bull Demon King relocated his martial arts school to the foot of Flame Mountain. Presently, the Bull Demon King's school remained open, albeit without any training sessions. A large gathering of people was instead fixated on the enormous screen displaying the live event of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Seated at the front was the imposing Bull Demon King, clad in a black martial arts uniform, cradling a petite, charming girl of about 8 or 9 years. Her expression was serene, and her eyes sparkled with innocence, evoking a sense of affection. "Daddy, can such a small child really compete in this tournament?" the little girl inquired, pointing at Sun Wukong, who had just stepped onto the stage. "Indeed, this child is named Sun Wukong?" the Bull Demon King mused with a quizzical expression, noting the similarity of the name to that of his elder brother. Could he be a descendant of his brother? If so, it would not be surprising for such a young one to dare to compete. It had been quite a while since he last saw his brother and master. He recalled how this martial arts school was established with the assistance of Master Wuming and his brother, Sun Wufan. "Yes, Daddy, but his opponent looks so fierce." The little girl expressed her concern for Sun Wukong as she gazed at the formidable man standing opposite him. "Fear not, Kiki," the Bull Demon King reassured, shaking his head. "If he is truly a descendant of my brother, then it is his opponent we should worry about." It appeared that this tournament indeed attracted many formidable talents. The Bull Demon King's eyes scanned the crowd, eventually resting upon a boy of approximately 13 years, clad in a black martial arts uniform adorned with white lines forming the character Neo on the front. The boy's disheveled yet stylish long hair framed a face marked by a scar, his gaze imbued with a hint of arrogance. "Sigh, this lad, drinking tea, may find it quite challenging to reach the finals this time. In fact, even making it to the top 4 might prove difficult." The Bull Demon King shook his head, acknowledging his disciple's notable martial arts talent. In previous tournaments, he would have certainly contended for the championship title. However, this edition is indeed teeming with formidable talents. Even reaching the top 8 demands considerable effort, while securing a place in the top 4 is tantamount to a great honor. Could it be that with the prowess of Brother Insha, he cannot even attain a spot among the top 4? A nearby apprentice expressed astonishment, for in their eyes, Brother Leping was an overwhelmingly powerful figure, almost akin to a towering mountain, especially with his self-created martial art, the Wolf Fong Wind Fist. He was truly invincible across the Flame Mountain. This year's martial arts tournament is unlike any other. As the Bull Demon King spoke, he gently caressed his daughter Chi-Chi's head, contemplating her exceptional aptitude for martial arts. Perhaps she would one day inherit the turtle sage style of combat. As the first arena of the tournament commenced, the host stepped down and Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, offering a slight bow to his opponent, a man named Nalaba. "Haha, little one. Do not think that your gesture of respect will lead me to hold back," Nalaba sneered, his heart swelling with arrogance as he beheld Wukong's bow. Sun Wukong merely stood his ground, calmly regarding Nalaba, his demeanor betraying no hint of pressure. "Little one, I am about to make my move." Nalaba, observing Wukong's composed demeanor, began to ponder in his heart. Could this individual truly be extraordinary, or was he merely a fool? As Nalaba gazed upon the composed young boy before him, an inexplicable sense of apprehension stirred within his heart. He had always placed unwavering faith in his instincts. Suddenly, he exerted himself, and the muscles in his arms swelled significantly, emanating a ferocious aura akin to that of a wild beast. Remarkably, the competitor Nalaba had entered the arena with a formidable technique he had showcased during the quarterfinals. It was said that in this state, a single punch from him could fell an adult elephant. How would the contestant Sun Wukong counter such prowess? The host of the first arena, observing Nalaba at that moment, felt a surge of concern for the young boy. Indeed, Sun Wukong, with his diminutive stature, exuded an air of innocence and purity, his eyes sparkling with an unmatched clarity, rendering him utterly endearing. "I shall strike now. You would do well to concede early," Nalaba declared, showing no inclination to grant the child the courtesy of initiating the exchange. Before he could finish his sentence, his body surged forward like a bolt of lightning. His massive form propelled a powerful punch that generated a fierce wind, causing Sun Wukong's dark hair to flutter charmingly, enhancing his already captivating appearance. However, at the moment when Naliba's fist made contact with Sun Wukong, that figure unexpectedly vanished into thin air. "Goodbye, uncle." Nalaba, who had just exerted all his strength to halt his body at the edge of the arena, heard a calm voice emanating from behind him. With a resounding crash, Nalaba felt an immense pressure surge from behind him. Just as he managed to stabilize himself, he lost his footing and was sent tumbling out of the arena with a deafening thud. The host of the first arena gazed in astonishment at Naliba's abrupt exit, his expression reflecting disbelief as if he could scarcely comprehend the event. Thus, it was declared that Sun Wukong emerged victorious. Despite his youth, he displayed remarkable martial prowess. The host, having encountered numerous martial artists from around the world, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. Sun Wukong wore a slight smile, truth be told. Such battles had lost their significance for him. However, it would be inaccurate to say they were entirely devoid of meaning, for he still needed to master his power perfectly. Defeating opponents without causing them harm could indeed be considered a form of cultivation. After exiting the arena, he observed the other battles and noticed several familiar faces, including Krillin, who needed no introduction, and even the stern-faced Icha, who exuded an aura of mastery. He also spotted Nan Wu, with whom he had once engaged in a fierce contest during the World Martial Arts Championship. How curious it was that they all seemed to have grown stronger, particularly Krillin, who had yet to train under Master Roshi. Sun Wukong regarded Krillin with intrigue, sensing that he possessed a formidable strength far surpassing that of their previous encounters, and he could even faintly detect a mysterious energy within him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's attention was drawn to his brother, Kakarot, who had also taken to the stage. Kakarot's demeanor was as cold as ever as he stared impassively at his opponent, swiftly delivering a decisive blow before the latter could finish his opening remarks. Sun Wukong shook his head, realizing that he had never before recognized this icy aspect lurking deep within himself. What was that aura? It bore a resemblance to Piccolo's. At that moment, Sun Wukong sensed a powerful and malevolent energy not far from Earth, an icy evil that rivaled even Frieza's notorious wickedness. Moreover, it appeared to be in close proximity to Frieza. Who could this individual be? In an instant, Sun Wukong trembled, for he had never encountered such a sinister presence in his past life. Yet, he perceived that this energy seemed to be dissipating, its life force waning. Sun Wukong continued to attune himself to that ominous aura, noting that while it was not significantly weaker than Frieza's, it was gradually succumbing to defeat. Never mind. If this entity truly intended to come to Earth, he would gladly confront him. A flicker of battle intent ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. If not for the safety of Earth and his loved ones, he would never shy away from a challenge. Even when confronted by formidable opponents 100 times stronger than himself, he remains utterly unafraid, his fighting spirit only ignited further. Ah, is Krillin also set to enter the arena? Sun Wukong glanced at Krillin stepping onto Ring 6 alongside his adversary, instantly recognizing that Krillin was destined for victory. Indeed, within mere seconds of his entrance, Krillin rendered his opponent unconscious, swiftly securing triumph in the match. Meanwhile, people across the globe were watching intently, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the top 8, with even the king himself taking note of this significant event for humanity. In the subsequent matches, Sun Wukong and Kakarot faced and vanquished all challengers with ease, none proving to be a worthy adversary, ultimately advancing to the top 8. Krillin, too, bulldozed his way to a coveted spot in the Elite 8. Following this, they enjoyed a moment of respite over tea, despite encountering some difficulties. Krillin triumphed over a formidable opponent, owing to his arduous training in the desert and the rigorous discipline he honed at the Bull Demon Martial Arts School, thus securing his place among the top 8. As the final echoes of the gong reverberated, it signified the official conclusion of the quarterfinals, and the 8 champions were duly inscribed upon the martial arts ranking. Thus, I declare the conclusion of the 21st World Martial Arts Championship quarterfinals. A man clad in a sleek black suit, his golden hair glistening, stood before the arena, his dark sunglasses failing to conceal the elation etched across his visage. It must be noted that this particular martial arts event has indeed given rise to a plethora of formidable contenders, with numerous youthful prodigies emerging. The exuberant host, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, surveyed the 8 finalists and proclaimed, "Now, I shall announce the list of the 8 champions for this tournament: Sun Wukong, Galder, and Kakarot." Ah, it seems that contestants Sun Wukong and Kakarot are strikingly identical. They appear to be a rare pair of twins. Remarkably, at such a tender age, they have both managed to reach the quarterfinals, an extraordinary feat indeed. Not at all. Glancing at the golden-haired host who cast an inquisitive gaze his way, Kakarot shot him a frosty look. In a fleeting moment, the golden-haired host felt a profound sense of embarrassment. He cleared his throat twice and continued addressing the camera. Next, we have contestants Atala, Klin, Yinch, Layla, and Namo. Remarkably, 5 of the 8 finalists are still minors. It is undeniable that the realm of martial arts is currently dominated by the youth, signifying the rapid advancement of martial arts on Earth. Now, I invite the contestants to take a brief respite and finalize the draw for their rankings. On May 8th, 745 A.J., it has been a day since the top 8 were determined in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, a moment still vivid in the memories of those who witnessed it. Furthermore, enterprising individuals online have established a fan leaderboard for this event. It must be said that the top 8 of this tournament are indeed captivating, each possessing unique traits that have begun to imprint their names in the minds of the world. Among them, 2 tail-bearing twins have captured attention. One, the aloof Kakarot, whose clear gaze seems to conceal icy, gem-like depths, captivating many with his ethereal aura and pristine demeanor. The other, the sunny Son Goku, possesses a similarly bright gaze. Yet within it resides a different charm, akin to a warm ray of sunshine that tugs at the heartstrings, making him irresistibly endearing with his lively spirit and petite stature. Next is the noseless young man, Klin, a direct disciple of Master Doran, though little more need be said, as he lacks conventional appeal due to his unusual appearance. Following him is Yinch, who, though similarly youthful, stands taller than the previous 3. A scar adorning his face adds an unexpected allure. And as a third-generation disciple of the Turtle School, he too has garnered a considerable fan base. Then there is Layla, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a purple ensemble resembling a blend of martial attire and a skirt, with a daringly low V neckline. Her pale blue hair is styled in twin ponytails, framing a face as delicate as white jade, adorned with sapphire-like eyes that seem to mesmerize. She completes her look with white boots, earning substantial admiration for both her remarkable beauty and martial prowess. The next contestant, Namu, is a disciple of Northern asceticism. His skin a deep shade of brown, draped in half a monk's robe, and barefoot. His eyes are tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to worldly affairs, as he engages in rigorous spiritual practice. Following him is Gardo, a disciple training in the Corinta tradition, with a rectangular face, bold eyebrows, and piercing eyes, all complemented by a fitted black tunic that exudes righteousness, radiating an immensely powerful aura. Finally, there is contestant Atala, a muscular man resembling a beast. Hailing from the wild western lands where humans and beasts coexist, giving rise to a new martial arts style known as form intent, which is formidable in its own right. The contestant clad in a tiger-patterned coat, known as a tala, stands as the vanguard of this generation's Shingi style. Adorned with countless accolades and regarded as a front-runner for the championship. Each of the 6 competitors possesses unique characteristics, drawing the attention of the entire world. As everyone eagerly awaits the official emergence of the world's foremost martial artist. The venue of the World Martial Arts Championship is laid bare before the audience. With a ring constructed entirely of diamond, surrounded by a barricade to prevent the fervent spectators from disrupting the match. Meanwhile, the 8 contenders have already made their way backstage. As the martial masters at the forefront manage the restless crowd, the staff affixes the matchups for this competition. The first bout features the ascetic Nam-Mu against Galder, the disciple taught by the sage Karantaka. Both competitors maintain a calm demeanor, yet it is evident that their prowess is formidable. The second match pits Kakarot against T-Drink. Though both are relatively youthful, T-Drink may be a few years older. It is apparent that both possess commendable martial arts skills. One hails from the renowned Bull Demon Martial Arts School, while the other's identity remains shrouded in mystery. However, some martial experts discern traces of the Turtle Hermit style in his techniques, suggesting that this clash might be an internal conflict of the Turtle Hermit school. Though the outcome remains uncertain. In the third match, Layla faces Atala. One has entered the top 8 through her beauty and modest martial talent, while the other, a representative of the Shingi style, has spent years in the wild, exhibiting remarkable reflexes and agility, leaving the victor still unknown. The fourth bout showcases Klin from Dorian Temple against Sun Wukong. Despite their youth, both exhibit extraordinary martial skills. One is the esteemed disciple of Dorian Zen Master, while the other's standing pales in comparison. Yet, upon hearing the name Sun Wukong, many immediately think of Sun Gohan, that legendary figure who seems born for martial arts, mastering myriad styles and seamlessly integrating them into a transcendent form. If Sun Wukong indeed is a descendant of Sun Gohan, then the stakes of this match become particularly intriguing. Now, the first match begins, featuring Nam-Mu against Galder. Let us welcome the 2 competitors to the stage. The same golden-haired host, youthful yet brimming with energy, announces the duel. As he utters the word martial, the 2 fighters approach the ring. One, with dark skin, palms pressed together, eyes gently closed, resembling a devout worshipper. The other, clad in black attire, with prominent brows and a square jaw, exuding an imposing presence. Nam-Mu, Nam-Mu, Nam-Mu. Galder, Galder, Martial Galder. The fans in the stands rally for their respective champions, while the 2 contenders remain locked in mutual gaze, absorbed in their impending confrontation. Now the match begins, proclaims the golden-haired host, who has taken his place at the foot of the ring, confirming the presence of the 2 martial artists beside him before announcing the commencement of the contest. With a deep breath, the presence of the other party's formidable strength seemed to resonate within him. He brought his hands together in solemn reverence, exuding an aura of majesty. A subtle yet resplendent golden light gradually enveloped his entire being. Is it Chi? Galder's lips parted slightly as he assumed a stance reminiscent of the legendary combat sage. In the next instant, a veil of ethereal energy enveloped him. Have these 2 individuals mastered the art of Chi? Such a rarity. Sun Wukong and his companions stood quietly at the rear entrance of the arena, observing the unfolding contest. Indeed, this martial arts tournament is undoubtedly the highest caliber in history, with the first 2 contenders demonstrating the fabled use of Chi right from the outset. The golden-haired host, gazing at the hazy auras surrounding the 2 fighters, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Galder has undergone the rigorous training of Master Karen, making him a worthy contender for the championship. Displaying Chi techniques in the opening match is certainly a nod to Nam-Mu. Galder's fans whispered excitedly below. Nam-Mu is the strongest, no need for explanations, soon. He shall surpass you, Galder. Nam-Mu supporters retorted fiercely, asserting that their champion, through diligent practice, stands unrivaled. I've known this technique for ages. Krillin observed the host's exuberance with growing irritation. Why was he destined to face such an opponent? Aside from Sun Wukong, he held confidence against all others. Yet his first match was against him. What a troublesome fate. It seems Nam-Mu possesses a slight edge. Sun Wukong surveyed the 2 adversaries, sensing that the outcome was already apparent. Despite Galder's tutelage under Master Karen, victory over Nam-Mu would prove exceedingly elusive. The Carlin Fist. The stalemate of the match was finally shattered as Gardo took the initiative. His body tensed like a drawn bow. In the next instant, he surged forward with the swiftness of an arrow, aiming a punch at Nam. At that moment, Nam remained vigilant. His eyes flew open before Gardo could strike. With the speed of lightning, he positioned himself alongside Gardo. Yet, despite Gardo's fist raining down with the ferocity of a tempest, they could not find their mark on Nam, who remained in a defensive stance. Carlin Chigo. Seeing that his punches were ineffective, Gardo abruptly retreated, executing 2 somersaults in the air before landing firmly in a wide stance. Immediately, his entire aura began to rise slowly like steam, and his complexion turned a deep crimson. A surge of white energy enveloped Gardo's right hand. He suddenly swung a punch, the energy coalescing into the shape of a fist, directed towards Namu. Meanwhile, Namu stood quietly, awaiting the moment the fist approached. Just as it reached him, his right hand transformed into a fist, colliding with the energy-formed punch. Yet, despite the power of such a move, even someone as formidable as Namu found himself retreating, inching ever closer to the edge of the arena. As soon as Namu's right foot reached the edge of the arena, his entire being seemed to be enveloped in a radiant golden light, shattering the fist that had coalesced from the surrounding energy. In a swift and decisive motion, Namu launched himself into action, his right fist crashing into Galder's abdomen. At that very moment of impact, a surge of energy erupted from him, sending Galder tumbling out of the ring, restoring Namu to his stance of prayerful reverence. It was truly astonishing. The dynamics of the match had undergone a dramatic reversal in the blink of an eye. The once dominant Galder had been unceremoniously cast out. One cannot help but acknowledge that in the realm of skilled fighters, one must never be careless. The golden-haired host raised the microphone towards the exuberant audience and proclaimed, thus, Namu advances to the semifinals. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, celebrating Namu's triumphant progression. Alas, my dear Galder has not made it to the Final Four. Surely, this must be a jest. Some of Galder's female admirers began to express their discontent. Now, let us proceed to the second semifinal match, featuring Kakarot against Icha. Once the arena quieted down, the golden-haired host announced the upcoming contest. As he spoke, Kakarot, clad in a blue martial arts uniform, and Icha, dressed in black, ascended to the stage. Kakarot wore an expression of indifference, paying little heed to Icha, for he felt no pressure from this opponent. Icha, too, appeared relaxed. Being the foremost disciple of the Bull Demon School, he regarded this child with little concern. Although young, Icha was well known as the primary disciple of the Bull Demon School, possessing an extraordinary martial arts talent. His boxing skills ranked among the finest of the new generation, making him a favorite contender for the championship title. The golden-haired host gradually introduced the 2 competitors, stating, on one hand, we have Kakarot, merely 11 years of age. Even among the history of martial arts tournaments, he is one of the youngest participants, practicing the turtle school technique. Now, let us await the outcome of this match. Meanwhile, in the backstage of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the esteemed martial arts sage, president of the Martial Arts Alliance, observed this rare event through video feeds. Beside him were Bardock and Kine, the Scions, whom Wu Ming had conveniently brought to the main backstage area for observation. It appears that the youth of your Earth possess a modicum of skill, Bardock remarked, sensing the auras of the 6 fighters in the arena, astonished that these children might even surpass their Scion peers. Of course, Wu Ming replied with an air of pride. Do you think I have spent centuries planning for nothing? He then slowly shook his head and smiled. Unfortunately, they still cannot compare to your 2 sons. Indeed, they are warriors of the Scion race, Bardock stated without a hint of modesty. By the way, Bardock, don't you want to see just how formidable your youngest son truly is? Wu Ming observed Bardock's self-satisfied expression, choosing to say little more. After all, his sons were indeed exceptional. Yet, he felt an inkling that something was amiss. Oh, it is his innate talent. How strong he becomes is ultimately his destiny. Bardock expressed his indifference. I only need to believe that my son is a Super Scion. Should we wait until he secures the championship, and then I will test him with all my might? Wu Ming inquired of Bardock and Chi-Chi. Why not just ask him directly? Given Goku's character, I believe he would never withhold anything if we were to inquire, Chi-Chi retorted, casting a sideways glance at the eager Wu Ming. At your age, you should not always be seeking to spar with my 8-year-old son. Wu Ming found himself momentarily embarrassed. The reasoning presented was indeed compelling, leaving him at a loss for words. He could only respond, have you never paid attention to Wukong's strength before? He has been diligently training on mech, and although he extended an invitation for me to join him, I was unable to attend and had little time to concern myself with his prowess. Bardock regarded Wu Ming with an expression that suggested this was all quite obvious. Despite being hailed as the intellectual backbone of the Science, he had often overlooked certain matters pertaining to his own son. Wu Ming was once again rendered speechless. While your words hold some truth, I still wish to witness the prowess of your son. Oh, Kakarot is about to engage in a duel with one known as Insha. At this moment, Gnei, who had been intently watching her son, noticed that Kakarot had already taken to the arena, facing a youth adorned with the character. Oh, upon hearing the name of the tea god, Wu Ming's face momentarily illuminated with intrigue. It was unexpected that the legendary deity of tea would falter in the very first match. Despite possessing strength ranking among the top 4, he found himself facing the protagonist of fate in this initial confrontation. One could wager a mere 50 cents that he would be utterly overwhelmed. The second match of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament had commenced. Tea God, unparalleled across the realm. The supporters of the Tea God were numerous, their cheers cascading like waves. Kakarot, give it your all. Kakarot, admired for his austere yet pristine demeanor, along with his exceedingly endearing appearance, garnered significant backing. So, Kakarot, I shall not hold back in this encounter. A smile played on the lips of the tea god as he regarded Kakarot, gradually assuming the initial stance of the bull demon martial arts. Indeed, Kakarot gazed at the tea drinker opposite him, merely nodding lightly while assuming a ready stance. Oh, it appeared that the initial postures of these two individuals bore an uncanny resemblance. Could they indeed be the heirs of the Turtle School? The audience below, observing the similarities in their stances, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The Turtle School and the Warrior Sage School both stand as the origins of martial arts in the world. The Warrior Sage School, without a doubt, has woven itself into the fabric of various martial disciplines, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that all martial arts stem from it. Although the Turtle School has seen occasional participation from the Bull Demon Martial Arts Academy in recent years, this marked the first time in a century that practitioners of the Turtle School would face one another in combat. In a sudden clash, Kakarot and his tea collided with astonishing force, their fists striking like a torrential downpour. In the air, the two figures, one large and one small, engaged in a swift exchange, rendering the outcome indistinguishable in an instant. Stone. Kakarot's gaze burned fiercely as his right fist clenched tightly, shattering the layers of defenses with a single blow to the face of the tea drinker. Despite the latter's extraordinary speed, he could not react in time and was struck so forcefully that his body bent backward. Fortunately, his reflexes remained relatively sharp, allowing him to swiftly perform several somersaults to evade Kakarot's subsequent assault. With a sudden jolt, the tea drinker, whose feet had just found stability on the ground, was enveloped by a surge of boundless energy that permeated the surroundings. He cast a triumphant glance at the small boy with the tail across from him and declared, "You certainly appear to be formidable, so now I shall reveal my true abilities." Kakarot responded nonchalantly, yet upon observing the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent, he couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. To this day, he remained in a state of personal comprehension regarding his own energy, having yet to receive systematic instruction. The ox demon unleashed the mighty ox fist with a dismissive snort, extending his right fist straight. An immense force coalesced throughout his being as he propelled himself forward, charging at Kakarot with the terrifying might of a rampaging bull. Kakarot felt no fear. Instead, he was eager to test the strength of his opponent. With his arms crossed before his face, he prepared to withstand the overwhelming force. With a resounding boom, an immense force surged forth like a tidal wave. Despite Kakarot's physique being honed to a level far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he found himself steadily retreating. Indeed, the inheritor of the Bull Demon martial arts and a martial artist of star-like caliber, he was steadily overwhelmed by the might of the Bull Demon fist. As Kakarot continued to be pushed back, nearing the edge of the arena, the golden-haired commentator commenced his own narration. Kakarot, retreating incessantly, suddenly roared, a wild glint flickering in the depths of his eyes. His black hair seemed to defy the wind, rising dramatically, while the muscles of his slender arms swelled with explosive intensity, astonishingly resisting the force of the punch aimed at him. As the moment of tea drinking had yet to register, Kakarot swiftly twisted his hips, his tail encircling the right arm of the tea drinker. In a fluid motion, as his body spun, his right hand suddenly unfurled, two fingers piercing directly into the throat of the tea drinker. With a sudden gasp, the tea drinker felt an overwhelming sensation of asphyxiation, letting out a cry as he forcefully hurled Kakarot away, retreating several steps while rubbing his throat. In a desperate counterattack, the tea drinker unleashed his ultimate technique, the Bull Demon Strength Fist, only to be met with Kakarot's retaliation, who now seemed to hold the upper hand. The blonde host, witnessing the rapidly shifting dynamics of the match, was filled with both tension and excitement. Is this the method of harnessing energy? Kakarot mused, glancing at his own hands. When in the next moment, a brilliant white aura erupted from his entire being. I never anticipated you possessed such formidable power. Thus, I too shall reveal my true abilities. The tea drinker rubbed his throat, observing the flames of energy enveloping Kakarot, feeling a flicker of surprise in his heart. Yet he spoke slowly and deliberately. Excellent. At this moment, Kakarot felt no fear in his heart. He merely wished to test the limits of his own strength. With a fierce howl, he unleashed the Wolf Fang Fist. In the next instant, his body, reminiscent of a ferocious wolf, executed a swift motion. His hands outstretched like the fangs of a venomous predator, concealing a lethal intent. The howls of the wolf echoed through the air as Icha transformed into a colossal beast, launching a ferocious assault against Kakarot. Yet, in this moment, Kakarot exhibited no fear whatsoever. He engaged in the most mundane game of rock, paper, scissors, effortlessly subduing Icha. It is over. Kakarot struck with all his might, colliding fiercely with the fangs of the venomous wolf mid-tea. Yet, at that moment, the star contender from the Bull Demon Martial Arts Academy was unexpectedly sent flying by the blow. Who? As the tea drinkers seemed on the verge of tumbling from the arena, their body abruptly halted mid-air. With a cold gaze directed at Kakarot, they spoke in a calm voice. I had no intention of revealing this, but it seems you have compelled me to such an extent. Indeed, it was the dance of the void. Astonishingly, the young tea drinker had already mastered this technique, promising an even more intriguing battle. The golden-haired announcer gazed in awe at the tea drinker floating effortlessly above. Ah, this fellow is quite remarkable, managing to sustain this for such a duration. Sun Wukong observed the suspended tea drinker, nodding silently in acknowledgement. How infuriating. These opponents are utterly beneath me. Why must I contend with the most formidable among them? Krillin watched Kakarot and the tea drinker in the arena, a sense of despair swelling within him. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Detecting his intense frustration, mission activated. Indomitable belief. What chaos is this? Klein expressed his annoyance, yet he still glanced at the system's task. Unyielding belief. As the most formidable human, how could one easily concede defeat? Please, host, triumph over Sun Wukong in the forthcoming battle. Success in this endeavor will yield a reward of 1,000,000 martial arts points. Failure will result in the forfeiture of the next lottery opportunity. The system seems to be intent on robbing me of my chance at the lottery. Doesn't it? Krillin's expression was one of discontent. How could victory possibly be within reach? The individual before him was even more powerful than his master. What a daunting challenge indeed. Please, host, continue to strive and soon become the strongest human. In the arena, the team master floated gracefully in midair, adopting a stance reminiscent of a martial artist. His aura surged as he suddenly placed his hands on his waist, a brilliant light coalescing between them. It was the Kamehameha wave, making a remarkable reappearance at the world's foremost martial arts tournament after all these years. How would contestant Kakarot respond? The blonde host ignited with fervor, seemingly invigorated by the emergence of the Kamehameha wave. Team Master, Team Master, Team Master. Among the audience, a wave of excitement surged, fueled by the Team Master's explosive display. Kakarot, observing the Team Master's escalating momentum, assumed his own stance. He brought his hands together before him, then returned them to his waist as a powerful aura began to gather, also channeling the Kamehameha wave, the signature technique of the Turtle School. This was astonishing. Contestant Kakarot had likewise unleashed the Kamehameha. This battle was undoubtedly a clash of Turtle School masters. Who would ultimately prevail? The blonde host's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched Kakarot's stance. Kakarot! Kakarot! The fervent cheers from Kakarot's fans rose to a crescendo, their voices even overpowering that of the team master. As the two individuals simultaneously unleashed their powers, a radiant white light coalesced in midair, igniting an extraordinary clash of two Kamehameha waves that stirred the fervor of the audience to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, in the backstage, Wu Ming shook his head at the sight of the two colliding forces, pondering the team master's peculiar decision to engage in such a confrontation. The atmosphere of the World Martial Arts Tournament was electric, with spectators fervently cheering for the two young prodigies who, at such tender ages, could execute the legendary Kamehameha technique of the Turtle School. The audience's excitement reached a crescendo, their ecstatic screams echoing throughout the entire city. On Turtle Island, the Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit sat side by side, flanking a trembling Son Gohan. "Kakarot is truly remarkable," mused the Turtle Hermit. "Despite my lack of instruction on harnessing energy or imparting the Kamehameha technique, he has managed to grasp it through sheer intuition." Gohan attempted to alleviate the awkward tension within the room. "Humph, the old turtle certainly has an eye for talent. Such promising students are indeed a rarity," the Crane Hermit remarked, slowly shaking his head as he recalled the 2 disciples he had sent into the wilderness for training. Resolving to bring them back for proper cultivation, determined that his students must not fall short of the old turtle's legacy. "Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if he's teary-eyed at the sight of these 2 children," the Turtle Hermit quipped, casting a sidelong glance at the Crane Hermit, his face brimming with pride as he contemplated when he could retrieve the child named T from the Bull Demon King's grasp. "Humph. It would be a waste of talent in your hands." The Crane Hermit shot a mocking look at his longtime rival. "That's still better than some old codger who can't even find a decent disciple. The only one he managed to train became an assassin." The Turtle Hermit showed no mercy, directly exposing the wounds of their long-standing rivalry. "Old Turtle, do you want to fight?" The Crane Hermit, known for his fiery temper, immediately rose from his seat, ready to brawl at the mere suggestion. Son Gohan, witnessing the impending clash between his master and uncle, hurriedly stepped in to intervene, fully aware that this would lead to considerable trouble. At the foot of Flame Mountain, the Bull Demon Martial Arts School awaited. How handsome! Kiki, nestled in the embrace of the Ox King, gazed at the indifferent yet formidable Kakarot, feeling an extraordinary allure emanating from him. "This child, Drink Tea, has truly grown stronger. In a couple of days, I shall personally escort both of you to Master Wutian for further training." The Ox King observed Drink Tea unleashing the Kamehameha, nodding slowly as he gently stroked Kiki's head. "Is that child truly a disciple of Master Wutian, or the successor of my senior brother?" The Ox King was taken aback as he witnessed Kakarot execute the same technique. Meanwhile, in the Capsule Corporation, Bulma, clad in her pajamas, was watching the World Martial Arts Tournament online. "I never expected the little monkey's brother to be quite impressive, capable of defeating that one named Drink Tea." As Bulma watched the match, she was somewhat astonished, considering Drink Tea's renowned reputation as a prodigy from the Ox King's martial arts school. It was remarkable that Kakarot could exert such dominance over him. At the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, the decisive battle between Kakarot and Drink Tea culminated in Kakarot's victory, sending Drink Tea out of the ring. Thus, the third match of the semifinals commenced, pitting contestant Layla against contestant Atla. However, to the audience, this bout resembled a clash between Beauty and Beast, one representing the martial arts style founded by the female master Shueqiong, showcasing the advantages of femininity to their fullest extent, while the other hailed from the style created by the martial arts master Mabai, known for its almost primal ferocity. Bored by the competition, Kakarot stood at the back of the arena, his expression one of disinterest as he observed the duel, particularly regarding Atla, who, despite facing a clearly weaker opponent, persistently adopted a defensive stance with a dazed expression. "What is going on? That woman named Layla seems so weak." Goku, standing nearby, echoed his confusion, unable to comprehend why Atla was consistently retreating. "That is clearly a feminine allure technique," Krillin remarked, observing the bewildered duo. "Oh, is that so? Krillin, you certainly know a lot," Goku chuckled, scratching his head, before asking, "But what exactly is allure?" Kellen was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether we were indeed familiar with one another. However, he soon sensed the palpable innocence radiating from the child before him. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he slowly articulated. "It refers to utilizing the inherent advantages of a girl's physique, such as the thighs, hips, and breasts, to execute a decisive victory over the opposite sex." How utterly tedious. Kakarot crossed his arms defiantly across his chest, genuinely perplexed as to what the allure of girls was. They certainly appeared devoid of any attributes conducive to combat. As Atla's complexion flushed crimson, he felt an increasing sense of weakness enveloping him. After all, it was merely a primal instinct akin to that of a beast. Yet he could not fully emulate the animalistic thought process, thus failing to suppress the inherent desires of humanity. Ultimately, he succumbed to his desires, effortlessly being pushed out of the arena by Layla. With Atla eliminated, Layla emerged victorious in this contest. The blonde host yawned, finding the lack of intensity in the match disappointing. especially when compared to the previous battles. The only noteworthy aspect seemed to be Layla's exquisite beauty. Her appearance was striking, and she possessed an innate ability to seduce men with a mere smile or frown, rendering ordinary individuals utterly captivated. Even seasoned martial artists, after prolonged exposure, would willingly submit to her charm. The next match would be the fourth round of the semi-final, featuring competitors Sun Wukong and Clint. As the host gazed at the receding silhouette of the enchanting Layla, he announced the commencement of the upcoming battle. "Come on, Clint." Sun Wukong beamed at his dear friend Clint before turning to enter the arena. "Are we really that familiar?" "Regardless, since victory is unlikely, I shall give it my all as a testament to my training." Clint was momentarily taken aback but soon focused on the nonchalant Sun Wukong, clenching his fists as he stepped onto the stage. Sun Wukong appears to be Kakarot's younger brother. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a mere 8 years old, undoubtedly the youngest competitor in the history of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The blonde host, energized by Sun Wukong's diminutive figure, continued. "This showcases the advancement of martial arts on Earth. Let us eagerly anticipate Sun Wukong's performance." Clint, a disciple of Master Doran from Doran Temple, was also introduced briefly. It is said that despite his tender age, he surpasses his contemporaries at Doran Temple. We can expect an exhilarating match today, with a resounding gong. The final round of the semi-finals commenced. "I shall strike first," Clint declared boldly, adopting an offensive stance. In an instant, a brilliant white aura enveloped his petite form, transforming him into a formidable force. "Come at me," Sun Wukong countered, assuming the initial stance of the turtle school technique. Being a cherished companion from his past life, he felt it necessary to show respect. With a flurry of swift movements, Clint charged towards Sun Wukong, his fists raining down like a tempest. Yet, Sun Wukong effortlessly intercepted Clint's strikes. It appeared deceptively simple. No matter how rapid or powerful Clint's punches were, they struggled to penetrate further. King Kong fist. Krillin, in a frenzy, displayed a cunning gleam in his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and a thunderous sound erupted from his right fist, imbued with an overwhelming aura as it surged towards Sun Wukong. Truly impressive, Krillin. However, despite the astonishing speed of Krillin's punch, Sun Wukong's right hand swiftly intercepted it, accompanied by a warm smile directed at Krillin. "Yet, regardless of your efforts, these techniques remain futile against me." Krillin retracted his right fist and retreated to the opposite side of the arena, warily observing Sun Wukong. "The gap between us is indeed vast at this moment, but it appears that after your training, you may stand a chance for a fair fight." Sun Wukong, with an innocent expression, beamed at Krillin. "Not necessarily so." Solar fist. Krillin responded with a slight smile, his figure subtly shifting, turning his back to the blazing sun above, positioning his hands in a scissor-like formation before his eyes. A brilliant flash of golden light suddenly illuminated the arena, casting a dazzling glow that caused nearby spectators to squint in discomfort. Even with my eyes closed, I could still sense the movement of your presence. The blinding sunlight gradually receded, leaving only Sun Wukong, who held Krillin's fist tightly. "All right," Krillin began, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "I concede. I cannot possibly defeat you, Sun Wukong, but I have one request." "Oh, what is your request?" Sun Wukong responded with great generosity, releasing Krillin's fist, his lively eyes sparkling with curiosity about Krillin's intentions. "I wish to witness your full strength," Krillin said earnestly, gazing at Sun Wukong. "Oh, you wish to see my true abilities?" Sun Wukong continued to blink at Krillin, but upon noticing the sincerity in his eyes, he nodded in understanding. "Very well, I comprehend." Upon hearing the result of Krillin's concession, the blonde host, poised to announce the outcome, was taken aback by the sudden and fierce outburst from Sun Wukong. A bright white breath surged forth like a mighty dragon, enveloping Sun Wukong's form. This immense aura was as vast as the ocean, compelling even Krillin to retreat step by step. The spectators, along with the martial artist guards standing nearby, trembled in response to this overwhelming presence. As the moment unfolded, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. In the next instant, the image of a massive brown ape flashed through his pupils, and an overwhelming aura began to surge around him, reminiscent of a colossal beast awakening from a millennia-long slumber. The ferocity of this presence was so intense that it rendered one breathless. The terrifying energy compelled Krillin, who was forced off the stage, to tremble uncontrollably, as if he were facing not a man, but a wild and untamed beast capable of shattering the surrounding diamonds with its sheer ferocity. In the backstage of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, Wuming, Bardock, and Kine felt the wild aura emanating from Sun Wukong, their hearts filled with astonishment. This energy surpassed their own, perhaps even Wuming's enhanced Kaioken. Yet, Sun Wukong had not even tapped into the Kaioken, let alone Wuming's modified version. Could this truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock stood abruptly, sensing the escalating primal energy that seemed to rival his own tenfold Kaioken, invoking memories of a fabled warrior. However, it was not sufficient. He could sense that Sun Wukong's aura, while extraordinary, did not reach the threshold of 1,000,000. His teacher, Wuming, was acutely aware that this was not the essence of a Super Saiyan, having heard from the KO that beings like Frieza, the ultimate warriors, could transcend the limits of the universe only when their power reached at least 100 million. Although Sun Wukong's aura was formidable, it still fell short of that mark. This child is truly remarkable. Even Kine was taken aback by her son's overwhelming presence. The vast energy enveloped in infinite wildness and fury, instilling a sense of dread. It bore a striking resemblance to the aura of a giant ape. Bardock, keenly attuned to the surging energy, noted its similarities to the transformation of a scion under a full moon. Yet, Sun Wukong had not transformed into an ape. Hearing that Sun Wukong's current aura was reminiscent of the giant apes, Kine momentarily lost her composure. Do not worry. Bardock stroked his chin, his eyes quietly fixed on Sun Wukong through the screen, noticing that his pupils had transformed into a golden hue. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "It appears that the boy Wukong has indeed mastered the power of the great ape within his ordinary form. He is truly an extraordinary child." Wuming looked at Sun Wukong with a puzzled expression, then at Bardock, pondering that he only knew that Super Saiyan 4 could contain the energy of the great ape within. Yet, that state was achieved while in Super Saiyan form, and the transformation was complete, unlike Wukong, who merely exuded the ferocious aura of the great ape. The atmosphere surrounding the arena was thick with tension. Master Doran, observing the match, felt a chill run through him from the terrifying energy that enveloped the arena. This immense power surpassed even Bardock's former might, evoking a sense of despair. Despite Master Doran's esteemed martial arts prowess, he felt as if he were but a grain of sand before the ocean in the presence of the child named Sun Wukong, leaving him greatly astonished. On the Korin Tower, the god stood beside Bobo, his body trembling and breath constricted, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he too sensed the hidden terror within that aura. Is this the essence of a Super Saiyan? In his confusion, a name surfaced in the god's mind, seemingly timeless, yet elusive upon reflection. Is this a memory left to me by the planet Namek? He gazed into the endless cosmos, seemingly catching a glimpse of the green of his homeland, only to shake his head, a tinge of melancholy in his eyes. Outside the Turtle Hermit's island, the waves crashed unusually high, as if responding to the immense energy emanating from afar. Inside the turtle house, Master Roshi and his two companions exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished that the Scions possessed such terrifying power. The energy now far exceeded what Bardock had once displayed. It was truly unexpected that this child was merely 8 years old. Master Roshi stroked his beard, still in disbelief. Indeed, this energy was utterly despairing. In this regard, Tien Shinhan surprisingly found common ground with Master Roshi. This little grandson is indeed remarkable. This energy is entirely beyond what a human should possess. Gohan nodded in agreement, as he had previously taken Sun Wukong under his wing as a grandson. Their mutual intentions aligned seamlessly. On the stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong's aura was akin to the vast, unfathomable cosmos, ever increasing in intensity, causing the audience below to sway in disarray, with even the very floor of the arena seeming to lift under the pressure. Stop, stop, stop! Krillin, struggling to maintain his footing beneath the overwhelming force, hurriedly raised his hands to halt Sun Wukong, his face drenched in sweat, unsure if it was from exhaustion or sheer terror of the boundless power. Oh, is this where it ends? As Son Goku was on the verge of transforming into a giant ape to complete his Super Saiyan evolution, he paused upon hearing Krillin's words. In an instant, the ominous clouds that had obscured the sun dissipated, revealing a clear sky. That will suffice, Krillin said with some difficulty, his voice laced with a profound fear towards Goku, yet internally, he felt a sense of delight, having seemingly received a reward of sorts. Is that so? I thought you wished to witness my full strength. I have yet to unleash it. Goku replied, slightly puzzled but not inclined to exert himself completely. He glanced around at the chaotic scene he had inadvertently created and sheepishly scratched his head. Turning to the dazed, blonde-haired announcer, he offered a warm smile and said, "I truly apologize, sir. It appears I have once again turned the arena into such a mess. Truly a monster." Upon hearing Son Goku claim he had yet to unleash his full power, Krillin could not help but murmur to himself, even without his utmost strength. He could still alter the very fabric of the world. No worries. The golden-haired host took a couple of deep breaths, regaining his earlier composure. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he addressed the audience, who had just steadied themselves on the arena floor. "I never anticipated that Son Goku's full power would be so terrifying. This energy even surpasses that of certain martial arts masters. Indeed, this year's martial arts tournament is a showcase of exceptional talents. With such formidable prowess, one could speculate that even if Frieza were to arrive, our Earth would remain unscathed. Son Goku! Son Goku! Son Goku!" The spectators beneath the stage were not disheartened by the overwhelming aura emanating from Son Goku. Rather, they were elated to witness such immense energy and celebrated the presence of such a prodigy. After all, this is an era that reveres martial arts. Although Son Goku may be young, his strength is remarkably formidable, making it seem somewhat inappropriate to simply call him by his name. Thus, let us refer to him as God of the Void, for such talent and energy deserve divine recognition. God of the Void. God of the Void. God of the Void. In that fleeting moment, Son Goku acquired yet another title. Consequently, with Son Goku's victory, the competition would be temporarily paused, resuming later in the afternoon after the arena had been refurbished for the final duel. The golden-haired host nodded at the fervent audience, indicating that this martial arts tournament had unfolded splendidly, effectively quelling the fears of humanity and preventing such anxieties from spreading further. "Ah, my sincerest apologies." Son Goku expressed his regret, feeling somewhat guilty as he addressed the host. "No need for concern. Son, feel free to prepare for the afternoon match." The golden-haired host replied with a nod and a warm smile. "Oh," Sun Wukong murmured as he turned and made his way to the backstage. "However, with your prowess, there is no need for preparation. In fact, the champion of this entire contest has already been determined." "It is truly difficult to fathom that an 8-year-old child possesses such immense power," thought the blonde host, shaking his head and choosing to ponder no further. "Hey, how exactly have you trained?" Upon returning to the backstage, Sun Wukong found himself under the intense gaze of Kakarot. "Never mind how you train, I refuse to concede," Kakarot asserted before waiting for Sun Wukong's response. "Indeed, I am truly remarkable," Sun Wukong thought to himself with a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Even when faced with formidable adversaries, his only desire is to engage in battle, to surpass them, and reach a deeper realm, never yielding easily. Though his current demeanor reflects eagerness while Kakarot's is marked by indifference, it remains authentically himself. "Is that guy arriving soon?" Sun Wukong suddenly looked up, as if he could see the scene beyond the ceiling. 3 days. Upon returning to Wu Ming's residence, Wu Ming gazed at the sky, contemplating who would take action when the time came. The afternoon battle was undeniably intense. Kakarot seemed to have been invigorated by Sun Wukong's challenge, unleashing his full might against Namu from the very beginning, ultimately securing the coveted second-place position. Sun Wukong, in his confrontation with Layla, resolved the encounter in mere moments. Although Layla possessed unparalleled beauty and a knack for seduction, should she encounter someone like Krillin, they would undoubtedly be left utterly disoriented, leading to her eventual triumph. However, when faced with Sun Wukong, alas, all her techniques proved futile, resulting in a dismal exit. The finals commenced half an hour after Sun Wukong's battle with Layla. Yet this final match featured the two brothers, whose combined age barely reached 20. Despite their youth, they stood at the pinnacle of the World Martial Arts Tournament, even surpassing certain martial arts masters. "I shall strike first," Kakarot declared coldly as he entered the arena, casting a casual glance at his brother. His voice resonated with authority, and though he was the elder, he showed no leniency towards his younger sibling. "Come on." Upon sensing the rising aura of Kakarot, Sun Wukong simultaneously elevated his energy to reach a comparable state, which was also a form of cultivation. In an instant, two identical figures collided, igniting a fierce duel. Their movements and combat techniques were strikingly synchronized, as if they were responding in perfect unison. It was truly astonishing. Both combatants exhibited an indistinguishable blend of strength, speed, and technique. Even the host, taken aback, felt a surge of excitement witnessing the evolving silhouettes engaged in battle. Indeed, the child Goku possessed a remarkable spirit. From a distance, Bardock held Kaiatsu close, observing the fierce confrontation between the two brothers. He felt a sense of joy as he watched Kakarot grow stronger amidst the conflict. However, he couldn't help but ponder whether it was truly necessary for these siblings to fight with such intensity. Kaiatsu, amidst the crowd, could see the bruises adorning her sons' faces and their tattered clothing, which filled her with concern. It was clear that both were striving to transcend their limits. Meanwhile, Teacher Wuming stood quietly among the spectators, seemingly invisible to all but Bardock. He observed the fierce clash, slowly remarking on the continuous growth of the two boys, particularly Kakarot, whose heart burned with indignation and boundless energy, was relentlessly honing his martial skills. I have triumphed. The battle persisted until the moon ascended, ultimately leading to Kakarot's defeat. Goku revealed his pearly white teeth to the onlookers, his disheveled attire failing to conceal the innocence of his smile and the profound depth of his gaze. The clear night sky was adorned with countless stars, and though it was well past midnight, an hour typically reserved for rest among Earthlings, the atmosphere was still one of joyous celebration. This exuberance stemmed from the splendid conclusion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. For a long time to come, people would remember the two endearing boys with tails, who fought valiantly until the late hours in pursuit of their martial arts dreams. Their dedication to the art was unwavering, and their belief in their own abilities overshadowed the significance of victory or defeat. In this tournament, both Kakarot and Goku left an indelible mark on the hearts of the spectators. Goku, embodying an unparalleled reservoir of energy, fought with equal force against his opponents, showcasing both his self-assurance and respect for the martial arts path. Kakarot, Goku's elder brother, though temporarily overshadowed by his sibling, found the courage to engage in battle after witnessing Goku's formidable power. He demonstrated remarkable resilience, continuously improving throughout the fight, ultimately conceding defeat. His unwavering determination and extraordinary comprehension of martial arts were truly astonishing. The 20th World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with Goku emerging as the champion and Kakarot as the runner-up, marking an event that would be forever etched in memory. This competition unveiled a myriad of youthful prodigies, each possessing exceptional skills. Alas, only one could claim the title, and Goku became the youngest martial arts champion in history. The golden-haired host beamed at Goku standing in the arena, filled with joy for the love he held for martial arts. Yet, lacking the innate talent, he could only serve as a host, feeling a tinge of regret. However, he was elated to preside over such a momentous event and witness the emergence of so many new-age martial artists. Now, allow me to present the rewards. A voice, not particularly loud yet resonant, reached the ears of everyone present, audience, contestants, host, and backstage crew alike. In the next moment, a figure, monumental as if traversing the cosmos, gracefully alighted upon the stage. Clad in a white martial arts uniform with short, graying hair and eyes sparkling like the stars, he stood tall upon the arena, embodying an era, the source of martial arts on Earth, the war sage, Master Wu Ming. Master Wu Ming. My goodness, I have truly encountered Master Wu Ming. The arena fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the golden-haired host, who was the first to shatter the stillness. His excitement was palpable, his face flushed, and his words stumbled as he expressed the immense honor of meeting this legendary icon. Greetings, your hosting is commendable. Allow me to take over from here. Teacher Wu Ming appeared exceptionally amiable, offering a slight nod towards the blonde host. Regardless of whether they were outside the arena or in front of the television, countless spectators cheered fervently. Some who had temporarily left the arena to satiate their hunger quickly discarded their half-eaten meals upon hearing the commotion, rushing back towards the arena, creating a cacophony that surpassed the earlier matches. Everyone, please be silent. I have something to say. A voice that seemed to resonate from the depths of the heart emerged, calming the agitated spirits of many. Observing the audience gradually quieting down, Wu Ming smiled at Sun Wukong and Kakarot, nodding slightly, and remarked, "It is indeed within my expectations that you two would secure the championship and runner-up. Dear friends, I am here to announce a significant matter. The cosmic monarch, Frieza, is set to arrive on Earth, a fact you are surely already aware of." Wu Ming turned to address those gathered below the arena, stating, "He is the ruler of the universe, possessing an extraordinarily terrifying influence and immense power. We must not let our guard down. However, there is no need for excessive fear, as we shall confront Frieza ourselves. Yet, we must also be wary of the formidable warriors under his command, which necessitates that all martial artists stand united in solidarity. Listen to me, everyone. As the noise within the venue began to rise once more, Wu Ming raised his hand to quell the commotion and continued. This impending crisis is of grave significance, far surpassing the threats posed by figures like King Cold II. It is imperative that you take this matter to heart. Furthermore, I must inform you that their advance party is expected to arrive on Earth in approximately 3 days. What? 3 days? Instantly, a wave of panic swept through the crowd as they contemplated the looming pressure of facing a cosmic emperor. What is there to fear? We have Teacher Wu Ming and the others. They reassured one another. Indeed, with Teacher Wu Ming and Master Wu Tian here, what is there to be afraid of? The arena erupted once again, an attempt to bolster their morale while concealing their inner trepidation. However, Wu Ming interjected, "In 3 days, we will not intervene. We require time to recuperate and hone our skills. The decisive battle against Frieza will rest entirely upon your shoulders." Observing the hopeful gazes directed towards him, Wu Ming slowly shook his head. His aim was not to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Earth alone, but to cultivate a collective martial spirit among all, preparing them for the impending upheaval. What shall we do? Panic spread among the crowd, as if they had lost the mighty pillar of support they relied upon. How can we face this? They questioned. We can manage. We must not continually place the burden upon Teacher Wu Ming and the others. Indeed, they are to confront the most powerful demon in the universe, Frieza. We should share the weight of this challenge. I shall conclude my remarks regarding Frieza here. Noticing that a portion of the audience had begun to recognize the necessity of self-reliance, Wu Ming nodded in approval and continued. Next, let us proceed to announce the 8 finalists of this competition. Firstly, Sun Wukong and Kakarot. The guidance you can receive from me is rather limited. Wu Ming gazed at Sun Wukong and Kakarot, shaking his head slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. These 2 young men are truly exceptional talents with remarkable potential for martial arts. Unfortunately, one of them possesses strength not much inferior to his own, while the other has already laid a solid foundation in martial arts under the tutelage of his senior brother. It wouldn't be proper for him to forcibly take them under his wing, considering he too was once taught by a senior brother. Very well, Wukong. I shall take you to an excellent place for cultivation, where you can experience rapid growth. After some contemplation, Wu Ming concluded that the only suitable location was the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps there, he could uncover the mysteries of the Super Saiyan. Kakarot. I will impart to you the techniques of energy manipulation. However, how far you can go relies solely on your own efforts. Wu Ming spoke slowly to Kakarot, deciding against interfering too much with his martial journey, thus opting to teach him only the methods of energy usage in the Realm Fist. As for Layla and Namu, your talents are commendable as well. Logically, I should have selected one of you as a disciple from among the 2. However, I currently lack the time to instruct you. Hence, you may proceed to the Martial Arts Academy, where all forms of martial arts will be open to you. We shall address everything further after Frieza's arrival. Wu Ming reflected on the decision to postpone the selection of disciples for these 2 and continued. As for the remaining 4, Krillin, Yancha, Atla, and Galder, I trust you have prepared your letters of introduction. You may collect your rewards from the martial arts tournament tomorrow, and afterward, feel free to visit those esteemed seniors. Yes, Master Wu Ming. The 6 individuals, aside from Wukong and Kakarot, respectfully acknowledged Wu Ming with a half-disciple bow. With that, the matter at hand concluded. Wukong, Kakarot. Follow me, Wu Ming declared, being a man of action. Without further ado, he vanished from sight. Kakarot glanced at him, then promptly followed suit. Farewell, Krillin, Yancha. Observing Kakarot trailing after Master Wu Ming, he greeted Krillin and Yancha before departing. His farewell left the 2 momentarily bewildered. Krillin was somewhat accustomed to such interactions, whereas Yancha expressed confusion, as he had never crossed paths with Sun Wukong and had even been bested by his brother. Upon arriving at Wu Ming's residence, Sun Wukong found his parents seated together, with Kakarot already being warmly embraced by Jine. You 2 children are brothers. Is it really necessary to fight so fiercely? Jine's gaze was a mix of reproach and concern upon seeing Sun Wukong. Well, actually, you both performed admirably, Bardock remarked with a smile, walking over to Sun Wukong and gently ruffling his hair. From now on, I shall not trouble you further. Master Wu Ming. I will pass on the techniques of energy manipulation to Kakarot. At this moment, it was evident that Bardock wished to refrain from imposing on Master Wu Ming and consuming his training time. After all, he did not wish for his son to engage in a fierce battle with Frieza. It would be ideal if Wu Ming could contend with him instead. Very well. I shall take Goku to the Room of Spirit and time for training, hoping he can transcend his limits, Wu Ming said, nodding towards Bardock. He had a desire to personally impart knowledge to Kakarot, yet time was an unforgiving constraint, as he had a multitude of responsibilities awaiting him. The Room of Spirit and Time? Goku's expression betrayed his confusion, as the name seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, memories flickered in his mind. It was a place he had visited during his previous life while training in the temple. However, that location was stark and desolate, imposing an immense psychological strain. Even he, at that time, could scarcely endure a single day there in reality. Indeed, it is an exceptional training ground. There, 1 year equals a single day in the outside world. Wu-Ming explained, noting Goku's perplexity. It is truly a remarkable place for cultivation. Goku's eyes lit up at this revelation. He was currently troubled by his inability to surpass his existing limits. Entering that realm might just facilitate his breakthrough. By the way, Wu-Ming, do not forget that your martial skills can also be imparted, such as the Realm Origin Fist, Bardock reminded, not overlooking the opportunity to seek benefits for his son. There is no need for that. Wu-Ming shook his head. He understood that once a Scion surpassed their limits to achieve Super Saiyan status, even the modified Realm Fist would offer minimal assistance, potentially even resulting in certain adverse effects. He spoke slowly. The so-called Realm Fist is a culmination of decades of my modifications to the King's Fist. By integrating the efficacy of vital energy, the damage to the body is minimized, designed to aid humanity in breaking through its limits. However, Goku must have his own methods of transcending, right? Indeed, Grandpa. You are truly remarkable. To have fused the King's Fist with vital energy is an extraordinary talent. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with admiration for Wu-Ming's gift. He recalled his own previous attempts to merge the two, but he had not completed it before facing Frieza. After that battle, with the enhancement of Super Saiyan, techniques like the King's Fist became rather inconsequential, given their considerable strain on the body. Wu-Ming, momentarily basking in self-satisfaction, soon realized that a mere child was praising him, leading him to question his pride. Turning, he saw Bardock, Jine, and Kakarot looking at him with bemusement. Well, the Realm Fist does reduce the burden, yet beyond a combat power of 100 million, it becomes rather superfluous, offering little benefit while still posing risks to the body. It is indeed a pity, he lamented, shaking his head in regret, as he still had not devised a method to enhance the Realm Fist. Let us leave it at that for now. We should head back, Bardock nodded. Although he had not yet fully experienced the limitations of the Realm Fist, he sensed its constraints and chose not to elaborate further. The family made their way toward Baozi Mountain. On May 9th, 745 of the age of the universe. The world was still abuzz from the conclusion of the unparalleled martial arts tournament that had occurred just yesterday. It must be said that this edition of the tournament had truly satisfied all martial arts enthusiasts, as all 8 finalists had mastered the art of utilizing vital energy, with the first-place contender's aura capable of shaking the very planet itself. The battles among the top 8 were nothing short of spectacular, showcasing an impressive array of skills and the intersection of spirit and perseverance. In particular, the final 2 children, despite their tender age, displayed a fighting will and technique that rivaled that of seasoned warriors, leaving a profound impression on all. If the prowess of the various masters at the tournament ignited the passions of the crowd, the arrival of the celestial warrior, teacher Wu-Ming, elevated the atmosphere to its zenith, ensuring that night would be eternally etched in memory. A delicate mist enveloped the temple, forming a resplendent cloud akin to colorful smoke, shrouding the divine edifice atop the clouds in a breathtaking display of red and white. Ultimately, Sun Wukong and Bardock descended upon the temple, where Wu-Ming had already arrived. Engaged in a discussion with the celestial being and Mr. Bobo. Sun Wukong, you have finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is the guardian of Earth, the celestial deity. And this is Mr. Bobo, once the mightiest martial artist on Earth and now the attendant of the deity. As Sun Wukong and Bardock arrived, Wu-Ming proceeded to introduce these 2 formidable individuals standing at the pinnacle of Earth. There was no need to introduce Sun Wukong to the god, for he had already perceived Wukong's existence through divine observation. Ah, the god and Mr. Popo. Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with joy upon seeing them again. Indeed, his martial journey had, to a significant extent, been shaped by their influence. Sun Wukong is truly an extraordinary child. The god, gazing into Wukong's crystalline eyes, discerned the purity of his heart and, as a deity, was immensely fond of such a life. Therefore, let Mr. Popo escort him to the room of spirit and time. Wu-Ming said to the god and Popo, hoping that Sun Wukong could swiftly master his powers and fight alongside him. After all, formidable foes lay ahead for Earth, akin to ancient demons sealed beneath the surface. Very well, follow me. Mr. Popo gently nodded to Sun Wukong, beckoning him to follow as he turned towards the towering palace. I hope this child can truly transcend the limits of the Scion, Bardock murmured, watching Sun Wukong depart. He will succeed, for he is Sun Wukong. Even at the tender age of 8, Wu Ming observed the boy, tail swaying, following Mr. Popo with eager steps, and recalled a legend, the golden warrior who shattered illusions, fought fiercely, and reached the zenith of the universe. That was his childhood dream. Yet, he was merely 8. How could all hope be placed upon him? The god shook his head, acknowledging that despite the child's exceptional talent, he was still just a child. To place all hopes upon him would be a tragedy for Earth's martial arts, and indeed, for the god himself. Rest assured, I have taken another step in martial arts. I shall confront Frieza myself. Wu Ming's eyes shimmered with determination as he gazed upwards, seemingly envisioning the most malevolent of beings at the universe's edge. Indeed, I shall not place all my battles upon others, Bardock observed Wu Ming, realizing that he had undergone a profound transformation. His aura and spirit were entirely renewed, having crossed a threshold within the cosmos, surpassing the battle power of 100 million, a true liberation of spirit. It is time for me to return. I have matters to attend to. My regards to you, Lord God and Bardock, Wu Ming said, bowing slightly before ascending in a radiant beam towards the lower realms. I must not be outdone by mere earthlings. Bardock clenched his fists, the Scion blood within him igniting once more. Now, I shall take my leave. That Namekian is not Earth's deity. Bardock sensed the essence of Sun Wukong dissipating from this realm, and, after uttering a farewell to the celestial beings, turned away to depart. A brilliant white light pierced through the pristine clouds, as Bardock's black hair stood upright in the wild wind, yet his mind was preoccupied with certain thoughts. Goku, regardless of the secrets you harbor, I shall not force you to unveil them, for you shall always be my son, and as a father, I must not succumb to you. Bardock faced the ferocious wind, his thoughts swirling as the Scion's combative nature reawakened within him. As a Scion, one must never allow oneself to be shielded by others. The sacred time chamber, a mysterious realm established by the original god of Earth, exists in a temporal flow distinct from the outside world. However, the pressures and torments experienced within its confines far exceed those of the external realm. The thin air and desolate expanse, coupled with the extraordinary gravity, impose immense strain upon the body. I have nearly acclimated to the power of the great ape. Now, it is time to refine my transformation into a Super Saiyan. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, tearing at the tattered fabric of his martial arts uniform, and spoke slowly. After approximately 6 months of rigorous training, he had fully adapted to the strength of the great ape, meaning he could now exert complete control over this power. Yet, to achieve the evolution into a Super Saiyan under such energy proved to be a formidable challenge. Whenever Goku attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan while in his great ape state, an overwhelming and savage consciousness would encroach upon his sanity. With crimson hair sprouting from his body, a truly terrifying sight, he sensed that if he completed the transformation, he would lose his rationality. Utterly consumed by the fervor of slaughter, standing within the sacred chamber, Goku felt the dark golden hue of his pupils gradually fade, revealing their original blackness. He raked his fingers through his hair and remarked, "To maintain the power of the great ape for so long, only to revert abruptly to my ordinary form, is quite uncomfortable indeed." Sun Wukong took a half step to the right, his pupils suddenly constricting. A formidable energy began to converge within his petite frame, accumulating in a manner that defied the ordinary. In the next instant, a golden radiance flickered from his back, igniting a blaze of golden aura enveloping him. His dark tresses stood erect, swiftly transformed into a golden hue by the overwhelming energy. Simultaneously, within his inky black pupils, a jade-like emerald green gradually spread. Under the blazing golden flames, the once gentle gaze of Sun Wukong, characterized by his verdant eyes, now appeared chillingly cold. It seemed evident that beyond Super Saiyan, there existed yet another realm of power. Was it that form with long hair and no eyebrows he had previously witnessed? He paused, ceasing the expansion of his breath, and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Never mind. If my other selves in different worlds can achieve this, then surely I have no reason to falter. Shaking his head, he resolved to immerse himself in the mastery and transcendence of his current state. The might of the Super Saiyan is unlocked through fury. However, this very intensity often leads to overwhelming excitement during battle, and the inherent brutality of scions could also influence him. It was likely that the amalgamation of the great ape's power with that of the super scion would amplify the murderous and savage instincts within him to an insurmountable degree, threatening to completely consume his will. Sun Wukong settled his mind, striving to sense the formidable energy coursing within him. It was undeniable that his wisdom in martial arts was extraordinarily high, almost as if he were a different person. Thus, he resolved to harness the power of the super scion through tranquility, aiming to evolve by mastering this energy, perhaps allowing for a complete fusion with the great ape's might. With this thought in mind, he began to gradually experiment, hoping to achieve true evolution. Outside the abode of Bardock at Mount Bowsy, it must be noted that Kakarot's natural talent was remarkably high, at least on par with Sun Wukong or Bardock himself. Under Bardock's guidance, within a mere day, he had thoroughly comprehended the usage of ki and could even perform the instant transmission technique, soaring through the air. Consequently, by the time of his 10th birthday, the flying nimbus gifted to him by Sun Wufan would prove to be of little utility. You have now trained sufficiently. What remains is for you to refine your own skills, Bardock remarked, watching Kakarot race through the air alongside the nimbus, a smile gracing his lips. Despite appearing cold and solitary in his daily demeanor, the boy was, at heart, innocent and endearing. For now, I shall withhold the teaching of the Realm Fist. Perhaps, after a few years of honing your abilities, I will impart it to you. Bardock pondered, recognizing that the Realm Fist was still premature for Kakarot, and that premature learning could potentially harm his development. Ah, Bardock, has it not been nearly a day? GNEI entered the open training ground, addressing Bardock. Indeed, it is about time. Let us venture to the other world together, Bardock replied with a smile, glancing at his wife and son. Certainly, I too wish to see what the other world of this planet is like, GNEI said, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Even as a mother of 3, her beauty remained captivating. With a resounding whoosh, 3 figures soared into the sky, ascending towards the zenith of the azure expanse. Accompanied by a radiant golden light, Kakarot's nimbus, racing alongside them towards the pinnacle. In the hyperbolic time chamber, the mastery over the Super Saiyan transformation had finally been achieved. It was time to put it to the test. Goku, with his golden locks, took a deep breath, and in the blink of an eye, his golden hair cascaded down, reverting to its original ebony hue, while his emerald green eyes faded back to inky blackness. All right, let us commence. Clad in tattered garments, Goku's attire could not conceal the glimmer of excitement in his eyes. As dawn broke once more over Earth, all martial artists prepared to embark on their arduous training, bracing themselves for the impending arrival of Frieza's formidable army. On came House Krillin, having obtained Master Roshi's recommendation, along with his companion, concluded a day's journey and finally reached the island. So, Old Crane, which one will you choose? Master Roshi inquired, glancing at the old crane hermit beside him. Whichever I select, my disciple will undoubtedly surpass yours, the crane hermit retorted dismissively, never one to concede to his senior brother in the realm of martial arts. Then please proceed. Master Roshi remarked with a casual demeanor, perceiving both Krillin and Yamcha as fine gems in need of careful refinement. As for who among them would undertake this task, it mattered little to him. After all, while his disciple possessed a somewhat extreme temperament, his heart was fundamentally good, and his martial prowess was exceedingly impressive. I shall choose this lad named Yamcha, he decided. Master Shin appraised both individuals, recognizing that although their potential paled in comparison to his own 3-eyed pupil and the 2 little monkeys from the martial arts tournament, they were still formidable when compared to his former self. Ultimately, he opted for Yamcha, reasoning that his slightly weaker disposition would provide an opportunity to surpass Krillin under his tutelage, thereby demonstrating his superiority over his elder brother. Furthermore, Krillin's lack of a nose would detract from his image as a student. Well, these 2 lads are quite similar. It matters little who I take as a disciple. We shall see whose student proves stronger in due course, Master Roshi said, smiling at his brother. Humph, old turtle, I will not concede to you, Master Shin retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Master Roshi with a smirk before turning to the bewildered Yamcha and instructing, Yamcha, come with me. Farewell, Master Roshi and Krillin. Yamcha, being a disciple of Master Roshi, politely performed the customary bow to his master before following Master Shun as they executed the technique of flight. Thus, Krillin, from this day forth, you are my disciple within the Turtle School, Master Roshi declared, observing the receding figures of Master Shun and Yamcha. Turning his attention to the noseless Krillin, he became serious and stated, the Turtle School, passed down from Master Mateto, has few rigid rules: eat well, sleep well, and train diligently. However, one principle you must remember is that it is absolutely forbidden for disciples to tarnish the school's reputation or to harm one another. The strong must not bully the weak. Should such behavior occur, I will personally intervene. Yes, Master Rashi, Krillin replied, bowing his head in respect to his teacher. By the way, Master Rashi, I have a small token of appreciation for our meeting. Suddenly recalling something, Krillin retrieved a stack of colorful magazines from his backpack and presented them to Master Rashi. Oh, quite nice. You, my boy, show more filial piety than Gohan and that cockroach fellow, Master Rashi exclaimed as he accepted the magazines, momentarily shedding his divine demeanor as the god of martial arts and reverting to his lecherous old self. As he gazed for a moment, the old master, his eyes sparkling with fervent enthusiasm, suddenly realized that his new disciple, Klin, was still present. He hastily set aside the magazine and declared, "Now, we shall commence your training." "All right, Master Wutian," Klin exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of receiving guidance from the legendary Turtle Hermit. After all, the name of the god of martial arts, Turtle Hermit, had been revered for centuries. Even the so-called master of 100 schools, another martial arts sage, could be considered his half-disciple. To receive his instruction was indeed a rare blessing. In the dense jungles of the southern wilderness, two figures emerged under the blazing sun. Both were clad in tattered garments, their appearances strikingly unusual. One was a robust youth, around 13 or 14 years of age, drenched in blood, marked by the extraordinary presence of a third eye. The other was diminutive, his true age indiscernible, floating in midair with a pallid complexion, his cheeks adorned with a hint of crimson, lending him an air of eeriness. At last, I have emerged. This should meet my master's expectations. The three-eyed boy inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with hope as he peered into the distance. Indeed, Tianjin has grown remarkably strong. There should be no rivals among my peers now. The boy soaring through the air regarded the three-eyed youth with admiration. Then, let us accelerate. Jiaozi, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Tianjin, the three-eyed boy, radiated boundless joy as he leaped forth, soaring into the distance. All right, Tianjin, responded the peculiar individual named Jiaozi, who promptly quickened his pace and followed in pursuit. In the ethereal realm of the Spirit Time House, Sun Wukong stood bare-chested, emanating an aura of unprecedented potency. Yet, in this moment, his heart was as tranquil as still water, exuding an air of serenity that starkly contrasted with the surging might surrounding him. First and foremost, this is the power of the great ape, Sun Wukong murmured, and in an instant, a glimmer of gold flickered in his obsidian eyes. Despite this, his appearance and aura remained unchanged, suggesting that he had fully mastered this power, with no excess energy leaking during the exchange of states. His tail swayed gently behind him, attuned to the energy coursing through his being, as he maintained an unshakable composure. Then, Sun Wukong's golden pupils suddenly constricted, transforming his entire demeanor as a golden aura began to radiate outward. With a sudden surge of a brutal aura enveloping him once more, Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, a golden flame transformed into a colossal dragon, entwining around his diminutive figure. His jet-black hair stood on end, shimmering with flecks of golden light. Thump knock, knock. At this moment, Sun Wukong once again perceived his heart pulsating with a certain rhythm. A colossal golden ape gradually magnified within his gaze, exuding a wild and ferocious aura that swiftly enveloped the entire realm of his mental sanctum. A mournful roar echoed, as if traversing the vast expanse of time. The diminutive figure of Sun Wukong, enveloped in a golden aura, began to enlarge, the golden flames gradually shifting to a resplendent crimson, reminiscent of a magnificent fire lotus. The golden silhouette of the monkey leaped amidst the blooming red lotus. As Sun Wukong endured an excruciating pain that felt as though his very being was being torn apart, inch by inch he ascended, and the fiery red first sprouted upon his arms, unleashing an overwhelming aura that threatened to shatter the very confines of the Spirit Time House. With a cry of anguish, feeling a tearing pain coursing through his body, Sun Wukong unleashed his fury once more. His immense aura swelled once again, causing the confines of the time room to seem rather unstable under the weight of such unparalleled power. In the midst of the crimson inferno, a multitude of violet lightning bolts materialized out of thin air, while Sun Wukong's body ceased its expansion. The golden silhouette of the colossal ape merged with the suddenly wide-open golden pupils, enveloped within a blazing aura of gold, gradually revealing a majestic figure. Was this the state achieved after mastering the Super Saiyan form atop the power of the giant ape? A somewhat hoarse voice emerged from within the golden flames. Soon, a red figure began to emerge, as the golden flames receded slowly into his being. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, an ordinary body finds it exceedingly challenging to simultaneously contain these two forms of power. Sun Wukong's voice bore a hint of weariness, and at that moment, his form became increasingly visible. He had now assumed an adult appearance, his orange trousers and dark blue boots tattered and torn, exposing his snow-white skin. The upper body, also adorned with pale skin, sprouted fiery red fur. Where the fur grew, robust muscles were revealed. His once golden hair had inexplicably transformed back into a wild mane of black, cascading chaotically like a deity or demon. This bore a slight resemblance to the otherworldly version of myself that I had previously encountered, albeit with slightly shorter hair. With a purposeful stride, Sun Wukong approached the mirror in the room of spirit and time. Gazing at his reflection, his face, now marked by a hint of maturity, bore signs of fatigue. Within the crimson sockets, his golden pupils flickered subtly, seemingly harboring immense energy. What a formidable power! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. As countless violet lightning bolts erupted from the void, the fusion of the giant ape's strength with the Super Saiyan form had induced this remarkable transformation in his body. Though he sensed a dull ache in both his body and mind, as he contemplated his current state, waves of sharp pain coursed through him. This condition would likely render prolonged combat untenable. Could it be a reflection of my insufficient cultivation? Dispelling the concentrated energy within, he reverted to his diminutive form, only to find himself drenched in a crimson hue, as if he had bled profusely, a truly terrifying sight. He could also faintly perceive a certain frailty in his body at this moment. While this form exhibited tremendous enhancements in both physical prowess and energy, the toll on his body and spirit was excessively burdensome. Were he to remain in this state for an extended period, even he would struggle to endure it. Sun Wukong pondered, realizing that while this transformation was a preliminary success, it had inflicted significant damage upon his body due to his still developing cultivation. Time was drawing near, and he understood that his personal cultivation would not experience any substantial advancements for the time being. He could only gradually reconcile these two energies. Shaking his head, he resolved to conclude this session of training, for in his current state, he was more than sufficient to confront Frieza. As he pushed open the door to the time chamber, Sun Wukong once again beheld this familiar realm, feeling as though he had traversed through time itself. Oh, father, mother, and brother are here too? With a fleeting glance from his golden pupils, he quickly discerned that Bardock and the others were indeed present in the temple. He strolled lightly, and in the blink of an eye, he exited the palace, encountering three very familiar figures. Wukong, what has happened to you? Jine stared at her son, who approached her with a bare torso, his skin a vivid crimson as if he had recently endured a harrowing battle. His trousers and boots were tattered, revealing faint traces of blood where the fabric had worn thin. Yet, his iconic hair and innocent visage remained unchanged. Upon seeing her son, an inexplicable wave of sorrow surged within Jine. She hurriedly stepped forward, embracing him tightly, her tone laced with reproach. You reckless child, why do you push yourself so relentlessly in your training, disregarding your own well-being? You have your father to protect you, after all. Hey, Wukong, what has happened to your eyes? Bardock, who had approached with the intention of speaking, was taken aback to find that Sun Wukong's pupils had transformed from their previous black to the striking gold before him, leaving him puzzled. It's nothing. Merely the mastery of a new energy, Sun Wukong replied candidly, harboring no intention of concealing his strength, for he had never been one to shroud himself in secrecy. New power? Bardock's eyes suddenly brightened as he continued, have you become a Super Saiyan? Upon hearing this, both Kakarot and Jine gazed intently at Goku, seemingly eager to discover the extent of his current strength. Well, I suppose it can be considered that way. Super Saiyan, Goku replied, looking at his father and nodding calmly. However, he did not believe he had fully achieved the Super Saiyan form, as he sensed that the path ahead of him as a Super Saiyan was still quite distant. Is it true? I always thought that was merely a tale from fairy tales. So, Super Saiyans truly exist? Jine questioned, her skepticism evident. Although she believed her youngest son would never lie, the convergence of legend and reality sparked a flicker of doubt even within her. Yet, I sense that your energy feels somewhat depleted. Is that due to your recent transformation? Bardock observed Goku, noting that his once snow-white skin was now crimson like blood. His face slightly pale, while his golden eyes shone brightly. Indeed, this energy places a significant strain on both my body and spirit, Goku acknowledged, appearing quite fatigued as he rested his chin on his mother's shoulder. You should return and rest well. There should be about a month before Frieza arrives. So take the time to recuperate and gradually master your powers, Bardock said, feeling a pang of concern for his son. He gently nodded and stroked Goku's head while speaking softly. Hey, Jine, you two should head back. Kakarot, let's make our way to the hyperbolic time chamber next, Bardock said, pulling Kakarot past Jine, who was holding Goku. Yes, I will train diligently, Kakarot replied, his unwavering gaze fixed on Goku, as if sensing the latent power within him. Speaking each word deliberately. Is that so? In that instant, Chi felt a wave of melancholy, realizing that her family had not truly come together in years. Yet, she was not one to lack understanding. She nodded and said, You two must also strive for success. Indeed, I shall, Bardock replied, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to the recently arrived deity of Earth, saying, I apologize, but I require another session in the hyperbolic time chamber. That is acceptable. Though I must remind you that one may only utilize the chamber for 2 days within a lifetime. Should you exceed this time limit, you will succumb to mental disorientation and find yourself eternally lost within the chamber. The deity's gaze shifted slowly from Sun Wukong back to Bardock, stating, And your time remains limited to just 1 day. Make the most of it. Is that so? Understood, Bardock replied thoughtfully, yet his strides towards the chamber did not falter. I will become stronger, Kakarot declared, casting a determined glance at his mother and brother before turning to follow Bardock. After all, a brother cannot remain perpetually atop the other. Let us return, mother. I feel rather fatigued. At that moment, Sun Wukong indeed felt an unprecedented weariness, for this transformation had taken a severe toll on his spirit. More than he could bear. Very well, we shall head back. Mother will prepare something delicious for you. Chi watched as Bardock and Kakarot gradually faded from view, gently ruffling Sun Wukong's hair before addressing the deity, saying, Farewell, Mr. Deity. Well, farewell. The celestial being was exceedingly polite, particularly towards such an evidently pure-hearted human. This child has fallen asleep. He must indeed be quite exhausted. Just as Janae intended to gently place Wukong on the ground so they could return together, she suddenly realized that Sun Wukong had drifted into a deep slumber. A smile of bliss graced her lips as she took delicate steps, slowly approaching the edge of the divine temple. Gazing down at the world enveloped in layers of floating clouds, she remarked, In that case, let us return on the somersault cloud of Nimbus. Accompanied by a gentle voice, a golden cloud broke through numerous barriers and soared to the edge of the temple. Genei, cradling Sun Wukong, leaped onto the Nimbus cloud, its golden radiance once again piercing the confines of the heavens, heading towards Baozi Mountain. After completing his training on Kame House, Son Gohan finally returned to Baozi Mountain. The first thing he did upon his return was, of course, to visit his grandfather Bardock and see his 2 little grandsons. It must be said that these 2 young boys are indeed extraordinary at such a tender age. They managed to secure both the champion and the runner-up titles in the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament, where masters abound. Are they not at home? Son Gohan knocked at the door for quite some time, yet there was no response. He carefully attuned himself to the surroundings and discovered that there was, in fact, no trace of them within the house. Where has the brush gone? As Sun Wukong was about to release his aura to sense the whereabouts of Bardock and the others, he suddenly noticed the azure sky divided by golden clouds moving toward Bardock's home. Ah, the Nimbus cloud. Is it Giant and Little Wukong? Have Bardock and Kakarot gone to train? Sun Wukong sensed the 2 individuals sitting atop the Nimbus cloud. Ah, Mr. Sun Wukong, you have returned. Giant, holding Sun Wukong, spotted Sun Wufan standing outside the door and promptly leaped out. Yes, I've just returned. I completed my training under Master Mateto. My strength won't see significant improvement in the short term, Sun Wufan replied with a smile, glancing at the sleeping Sun Wukong in Giant's arms. Why do I see you both at home? Have you just returned from training? Yes, Wukong just finished his training with the KO, and now it's Bardock and Kakarot's turn. Giant instinctively glanced at the still sleeping Sun Wukong and smiled, saying, Then I'll head home first. All right then, I will come back once Wukong awakens. Sun Wufan thought for a moment before smiling and walking towards a small wooden house. As he saw Sun Wufan slowly depart, Giant returned to her own home. However, her heart was still troubled. The terrifying shadow of the cosmic tyrant Frieza lingered in her mind, indelible. even though her youngest son claimed he had completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan. She remained apprehensive about the day when Frieza's forces might come and disrupt her current family life. Inside the sacred world, Bardock and Kakarot, bare-chested, engaged in intense combat. Their speeds had reached their zenith, colliding with each other over 100 times in mere moments. Kakarot, my boy, you truly possess remarkable talent. After approximately half an hour of continuous clashes, Bardock paused, somewhat astonished as he regarded Kakarot. Although he had been born with a power level of only 2, his aptitude for martial arts undoubtedly surpassed Bardock's own. Yet it is still insufficient. This level feels far inferior to Wukong. Kakarot clenched his fists, his aura suddenly erupting with overwhelming strength, surpassing his previous limits. However, his expression still bore dissatisfaction. At your age, you are doing exceptionally well among Saiyans. Reaching nearly 10,000 at your age is virtually unheard of. Bardock looked at Kakarot with satisfaction. After training here, Kakarot's power had finally reached the threshold required to utilize the Kaioken technique, and he had achieved this at a pace even faster than Bardock's own. Still, it is not enough. The gap in strength compared to that Wukong fellow is simply too vast. Kakarot tightened his fists, feeling a lingering sense of discontent within. It is precisely because of this mindset that he was able to elevate his combat prowess from nearly 1,000 to approximately 10,000 in such a brief period. Let us conclude this phase of training. I have imparted all that I can. From now on, it will depend on your own efforts. I firmly believe that your innate talent is no less than that of your brother. Although Bardock still harbored the belief that Kakarot could not surpass Goku, he nonetheless offered encouragement to Kakarot. Yes, I will. Kakarot acknowledged, aware that his own energy was still leagues behind that of Son Goku. However, he felt no sense of despair. Instead, a subtle thrill coursed through him. Let us depart, Bardock stated, making his way towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, preceding Kakarot. By the way, did someone mention that formidable warriors were to arrive on Earth today? Kakarot quickly followed Bardock, suddenly recalling the words spoken by Wu Ming on that day, and thus inquired. Indeed, there are several worthy adversaries, quite suitable for your current growth. You might consider training against them. Bardock pondered for a moment, recalling the Jinyu Force, a specialized unit of Frieza's army, which had previously seemed an insurmountable challenge. Now, however, with a mere hand, he could vanquish 5 of them. Aside from Captain Jinyu, whose power level exceeded 100,000. The remaining members should possess strengths akin to Kakarot's when utilizing the Kaioken technique. With Bardock supervising, Kakarot would remain unscathed. I yearn to engage them in combat and enhance my strength. A fierce determination ignited within Kakarot's obsidian eyes. Simultaneously, Bardock pushed open the door of the hyperbolic time chamber, once again basking in the sunlight of the original world. Meanwhile, 5 spherical spaceships from the West Wilderness finally descended upon Earth, creating 5 colossal craters. From within these immense depressions, mechanical sounds began to resonate, and in the next moment, 5 figures leaped forth from the depths, clad in the standard armor of Frieza's army. They stood in varying heights and builds, positioned in different directions. Is this the extent of battle prowess on this planet? Questioned an unusual alien with purple skin and horns. Crossing his arms over his chest, with a scanner over his right eye intermittently displaying various data. Wasn't it said that the maximum power level could reach 100,000? Remarked another, a man with red skin and white hair. It seems they possess some tricks for concealing their power levels. How tiresome. The purple-skinned alien spoke again, seemingly dismissive of their methods of hiding their energy. It appears there is a notable energy signature approaching. Let me assess. Over 100, quite impressive. In comparison, a power level of 5 is indeed pathetic, yet that individual is still a master. A blue-skinned man with a bony crest atop his head directed a mocking glance towards the east. They must have techniques for concealing their battle power. Let us not underestimate them. By the way, before we engage, hold off on the attack. Jinyu surveyed his team and declared, regardless, we must showcase our newly rehearsed formations to demonstrate the prowess of the Jinyu Force to these Earthlings. Indeed, Captain, for voices resounded in unison, reverberating throughout the area. The turtle sage, who had been engrossed in viewing certain indescribable videos at the Kame house, abruptly stood up, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. There are a total of 5 presences, malevolent and formidable. It seems they are indeed the Jinyu Force, as mentioned by my junior disciple Wu Ming. It appears I too must step in to support those young ones. Krillin, the turtle hermit exclaimed, rising swiftly to his feet. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at a construction site, where the young Krillin, clad in work attire, was diligently toiling away. The turtle hermit addressed him directly. "Cease your labors at once and accompany me to witness those extraterrestrial beings." Aliens? Krillin was taken aback for a moment. But then he recalled the words of Master Wu Ming during the Grand Martial Arts tournament, and his eyes sparkled with realization. I had explicitly stated that the opponents would be exceptionally formidable. You are to observe and must not intervene recklessly. The turtle sage, observing Krillin's delighted expression, felt a pang of concern that he might act impulsively, for he lacked the confidence to rescue him should that occur. Understood, Master Wu Tian. Krillin nodded obediently. Yet his eyes darted about, revealing a mind racing with thoughts. In a thatched cottage in the northern region, Crane was watching his newly acquired disciple, Yin Cha, as well as Tien Shinan, both of whom were laboriously training with enormous stones on their backs. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze, becoming vigilant as he eyed the western region. Has the time finally come? However, if this is all the strength they possess, it is still too early to speak of invading Earth. Let me witness what these so-called aliens are made of. Dumpling, Tien Shinhan, Yin Cha. Today we shall forego our training and accompany me to observe the foremost Special Operations Unit under Frieza. With a wave of his hand, Crane cast aside the stones they were bearing and, without further ado, turned towards the west. Let us go. Upon witnessing the figure of Kame heading westward, Tien and the others exchanged glances before following suit in the same direction. At that very moment, Master Dorian, the venerable teacher of the Xingyi style, along with his disciple Bra, the female Master Xueqiong, and all the formidable warriors of various schools, also set their sights on the west. Baozi Mountain, has it finally arrived? Suddenly turning his gaze westward while training alongside his grandfather's son Gohan, Son Goku appeared to sense the 5 familiar energies. It seems they have indeed come. Could it be that I am the last to perceive this? Son Gohan, deeply engrossed in his training, was jolted awake by the realization, having been too absorbed to notice until now. Indeed, one of those energies is surprisingly potent. However, such a level should not pose a threat to Earth. The disparity is vast compared to the aura you released that day, Goku, he remarked, glancing at his father with a smile. Nonetheless, that individual possesses considerable skill. Exercise caution if you engage him, Grandpa. Son Goku had no intention of intervening at present, as even the mightiest of the Jinyu Force paled in comparison to him now, failing to pique his interest. More importantly, there were individuals on Earth capable of handling Jinyu. Hey, Goku, and Mr. Gohan, are you heading somewhere as well? A gentle voice chimed in, and soon after, Jine, donned in a pink fighting outfit, approached Goku and Gohan. Oh, Mom, are you joining the fray? Goku asked, puzzled, as he had always perceived his mother as someone averse to conflict. Feeling your father and brother have arrived there, I find myself a bit uneasy. I think I shall go and take a look, Jine sighed and continued, moreover, I believe they might have information regarding your brother Raditz whereabouts. Is that so? Then let us go together, Gohan replied, already aware that Bardock and his wife had another child lost in the cosmos, a lingering concern in his heart. In the western wilderness, the Jinyu Force stood excitedly, their backs turned to the approaching masters. They were eager to display the most spectacular entrance in the universe to the Earthlings. It seems we are nearly ready, and Captain, we have prepared as well, remarked a short, stout man with 4 eyes, his excitement palpable. The silhouettes of the 5 figures appeared formidable indeed. What do you think, Master? Are we confident? Brah. Clad in black, queried the venerable Dorian beside her. One cannot say for certain, Master Doran replied succinctly. The 5 individuals stood with their backs to us, given their prowess. They surely sensed our approach. What schemes might they be plotting? The venerable master of the Xingyi school donned a garment of animal hide, his disheveled black hair lending him a wild appearance. Yet, in his speech, he exhibited a notable caution. Indeed, as Master Wu Ming had once remarked, these extraterrestrials might possess unique abilities, and their current demeanor undoubtedly harbors some intrigue, thus necessitating great vigilance. Clad in a white martial arts uniform, Xueqiong exuded a distinct elegance, her short black hair swaying with the breeze, and her striking visage retained an ineffable allure. With a sudden rush, the 5 figures ahead sprang into motion, generating a palpable aura that compelled the 4 masters to instinctively prepare for action. Lickum, a man with orange hair, resembling an earthling, suddenly trembled and shouted in a powerful voice, directing his hands towards a specific direction. Barth, the man with azure skin, took a deep breath, suddenly shrugged, and simultaneously bent his body into an unusual posture. Jis, the man, adorned with flowing white hair and a crimson physique, suddenly bowed his head, allowing his white locks to cascade down to the ground. In an instant, he lifted his head sharply, his hands raised slightly. Ancient Dudu. The short and stout man's eyes gently shifted from side to side, suddenly lifting as he struck a peculiar pose once more. Jinyu, the purple-skinned man, serving as the captain, suddenly bowed his head between his thighs, placing his hands before his eyes, and proudly proclaimed. In unison, the 5 individuals shouted out. And in the next moment, their forms transformed, collectively forming a more peculiar assembly as they cried out together. The Jinyu Force. Even with a state of mind as refined as that of Master Daolin, one could not help but experience a moment of shock. Gazing bewilderedly at the 5 individuals before him, utterly perplexed by their actions. What folly were these 5 engaged in? The 4 masters exchanged glances, perceiving an infinite array of confusion in each other's eyes, simultaneously expressing their inability to comprehend the alien psyche. How amusing are these earthlings, who, despite possessing a mere combat strength of 400, have ventured forth to court death. The man named Jinyu regarded the 4 earthlings with a calm demeanor and declared, "You are indeed fortunate, are you not? You stand witness to the inaugural ceremony of the universe's premier special operations team." He continued, "Are you subordinates of Frieza? What, pray tell, is your purpose on this planet?" Although he was acutely aware that battle was unavoidable, the master of Shingi sought to buy a moment's respite. He sensed that the other 4 were manageable. Yet the man called Jinyu was an opponent they could never hope to defeat. They could only wait for Master Wutian or Master Wuming to intervene. "You are aware of Lord Frieza, I see." Indeed, even in far-flung corners of the universe, his name resonates. Jinyu sincerely praised Frieza and continued. "This planet of yours must harbor scions or individuals whose power exceeds 100,000. Bring them forth, and perhaps I shall extend to you some leniency." Sans? The 4 masters exchanged bewildered glances, entirely unaware of this race. "Never mind. It seems you are not familiar with it. So let me indulge you for a moment." A sly smile crept across Jinyu's lips as he approached the 4 masters. "Hey, Captain, it can't always be you stealing the spotlight. You must leave some for us." The team members expressed their dissatisfaction, encircling Captain Jinyu in an attempt to impede him. "Really? Fine, fine." Jinyu turned his head to glance at them, sweat beading on his forehead, and said, "I'll leave these individuals to you. I will await the ensuing battle. Now, let's divide the 4 among us. I will make the first move." With a fierce determination, Berta transformed into a streak of blue lightnings, charging towards what appeared to be the strongest master of the formless school. TCH, always relying on your universe's unrivaled speed to behave this way. The remaining 3 team members shrugged helplessly, and soon after, Jis and Goldo swiftly joined the fray. Jis faced Master Doran, while Goldo simultaneously confronted Bra and Shueqiong. "This is unfair, Goldo. You snatched my opponent." Goldo exclaimed, leaping up in frustration, his short and stout figure appearing rather comical. "There's no helping it. They attacked me together." "Don't worry, Goldo. I will leave you the final blow," Goldo replied, while fending off the attacks of the 2 opponents. "These humans are quite impressive. During battle, their combat power can reach around 10,000, which would classify them as elite warriors in Frieza's army." Jinyu nodded as he observed the combatants. "Who are you?" Suddenly, Jinyu heard Goldo's astonished voice beside him and turned to find 2 humans, one large and one small, had inexplicably appeared by his side. Sans? Jinyu's gaze swept over their identical crab-like heads, finally settling on their tails. You are a member of the Jinyu Force?" Bardock's tail flicked up and down as he coldly regarded Jinyu, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. It was undeniable that Jinyu was powerful, yet Bardock was no longer comparable. Sans, combat power only 1200? Jinyu's scouter displayed fluctuating data above his right eye. However, this figure raised doubts within him. There was no way a combat power of 1200 could approach him without his notice. He spoke solemnly. "It appears there is a technique that can control combat power. Nevertheless, I estimate your actual combat power to be around 100,000. "What? 100,000? Impossible. They are just mere Saiyans." Goldo exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing that this Saiyan possessed a combat power of 100,000. "Is that so?" Bardock replied noncommittally. A battle power of 100,000 had once seemed utterly unattainable to him. Yet, in retrospect, it now elicited nothing more than a dismissive smile. "Hey, you're called Gudu, right? I'm here to challenge you." Just as Jinyu was about to speak, he was interrupted by the fervent Kakarot standing nearby. "You possess a mere 500 battle power. Little scion, are you certain you wish to engage in combat with me?" Gudu remarked with an expression of disdain, perceiving Kakarot's skills as woefully inadequate. devoid of any challenge. With a resounding exhalation, Kakarot emanated an overwhelming aura, instantly generating an immense sense of pressure directed towards Goku. A battle power of 9,600. The little brat possesses some degree of skill, Goku observed, scrutinizing Kakarot from head to toe, as a flicker of intrigue sparked within him. Prepare yourself, Kakarot exclaimed sharply, his fist striking swiftly and unexpectedly, sending Gudo hurtling through the air. With a flurry of movement, Kakarot activated his instant transmission, transforming into a streak of light that appeared above Gudo, raining down punches upon him like a relentless downpour. Scion, allow me to witness your prowess. Perhaps it will compel me, Captain Jinyu, to unleash my full potential and engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Jinyu's gaze burned with anticipation as he fixed his eyes on Bardock, eagerly awaiting the impending clash. You are woefully outmatched, Bardock replied coldly, casting a dispassionate glance at Jinyu, devoid of any desire to engage. The disparity between them was insurmountable, so vast that it hardly warranted his effort. Although Scions relished the thrill of combat, facing Jinyu, who could be dispatched with a mere slap, offered no such enjoyment. How dare you underestimate me, Captain Jinyu? The captain, feeling the sting of contempt, was instantly incensed. In a sudden burst, his aura erupted, and he launched a powerful punch toward Bardock. You are still too weak. In the face of Jinyu's full-force strike, Bardock merely extended his right hand, effortlessly grasping Jinyu's fist, causing the captain to cry out in agony. No, this is impossible. Realizing that even with all his might, he could not escape Bardock's grasp, Jinyu's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, there is nothing impossible. Bardock observed Jinyu, whose face was flushed with rage, and shook his head. Had he not come to Earth, he could never have fathomed possessing such terrifying strength one day. With a sudden flourish, Bardock extended his right hand, unleashing a formidable gust of energy that sent Jinyu crashing into a nearby rock, shattering it into a flurry of debris. Fortunately, Bardock was aware that Wuming intended to allow the Earthlings to train against Jinyu, thus he refrained from using excessive force. Impossible! How can a mere Scion possess such terrifying power? As the fragments of stone danced in the air, Captain Jinyu soared into the sky, his countenance a mixture of disbelief and astonishment as he gazed at the unperturbed Bardock. Suddenly, a fabled legend resurfaced in his mind, transforming his shock into an overwhelming dread. Sweat soaking his back, his fingers trembled as he pointed at Bardock, stuttering, the legendary Super Scion. I apologize, though I yearn to become a Super Scion. I have yet to reach that level, Bardock replied candidly, fully aware of his own capabilities. Indeed, you are far from it, Jinyu responded, relief washing over him. I always maintained that Super Scions are the most savage and warlike race in the universe, and you do not fit that description at all. Upon hearing that his opponent was not a Super Scion, Jinyu exhaled in relief. The mere thought of facing a Super Scion, one that even Lord Frieza feared, sent shivers down his spine. Although you have not yet ascended to Super Scion status, your current physical form is immensely powerful, far surpassing my own. Which I find rather appealing, Jinyu remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he scrutinized Bardock's physique, as if he had encountered a prized possession. What are you planning to do? Bardock inquired warily, suspecting that Jinyu might harbor ulterior motives regarding his body. What kind of subordinates does Frieza recruit? I want your body, Jinyu declared fervently, discarding his scouter onto the ground. With fervor, he struck his own chest, causing a spurt of blood to erupt from his mouth. What sort of madness is this? Bardock thought to himself, alert and increasingly uneasy. The implications of Jinyu's intentions were chilling, if he were to acquiesce. Would Jai not challenge him upon his return home? Jiao extended his arms wide, adopting a peculiar posture, his face alight with fervor, reminiscent of a zealot. As Peng had yet to complete his utterance, Jinyu was suddenly struck by an intense pain in his abdomen, causing his body to be forcefully driven into the mountainside once more. I am uncertain of the techniques you might employ, but as a precaution, it is best to prevent your intervention. Bardock retracted his fist and cast a cold glance at Jinyu, who was ensnared within the rock, his countenance pale and wan. These Earthlings truly possess remarkable abilities, although their energy may be slightly inferior to that of the members of the Jinyu force. Their combat skills and the manifestation of their ki far surpass those of the Jinyu team. As Bardock turned, he observed the four masters gradually shifting from a disadvantageous position to a stalemate. After all, one side had exhausted a significant amount of energy, while the other remained poised and ready to strike, naturally leading to such an outcome. However, given the disparity in combat power by several thousand, merely achieving a stalemate was already at the limits of possibility, making victory elusive. To his astonishment, Kakarot appeared to be gaining the upper hand, and remarkably, he had not even utilized the Kianzen technique. Bardock's attention was drawn to Kakarot, who was still relentlessly pummeling Gudo. Stop. The battered and bruised Gudo finally found a moment of respite, extending his hand to Kakarot in a plea for a pause. Are you conceding? Kakarot inquired, halting his fist mid-swing, a look of confusion crossing his features. Allow me a moment to catch my breath, you little rascal. You struck before I was ready. Gudo glared at the seemingly calm Kakarot, inwardly cursing him for his mischievousness. However, Kakarot's innocent eyes sparkled with a sense of entitlement as he responded. But why should I wait for you to be prepared? With that, he raised his fist, poised to charge once more. Now I shall unleash my full power. Gudo took a deep breath, and in that fleeting instant, everything around him froze, every gust of wind, every movement. Every form of attack and defense suspended at a singular point in time. Even the formidable Bardock was not exempt. Is the duration too brief due to the presence of such a powerful being? Gudo pondered, before lunging forward to deliver a punch that sent Kakarot flying, avenging the grievances of their earlier encounter. Ah, Captain. As Gudo finally caught sight of the Kinyu embedded within the crevices of the stone, he could no longer contain his excitement and exhaled fervently, instantly restoring the atmosphere to normalcy. What have you done to me? Kakarot, feeling a slight ache in his head, gradually rose from the ground, gazing at Gudo with a serious expression. This is my true power. Did you behold it, little one? Gudu's four eyes spun wildly, gathering energy for the next moment, while his mouth continued to boast unabashedly. Is that so? Kakarot lowered his gaze, taking a deep breath. In an instant, a faint blue aura enveloped him, and his presence expanded severalfold. A combat power exceeding 20,000. How could that be? At this moment, Gudo was seized by a sense of dread, although his strength was 14,000. His over-reliance on psychic abilities rendered him less formidable than those with a mere 10,000 in combat power. Faced with a seemingly insignificant opponent whose power surged to 20,000 in an instant, he felt a wave of panic. Ah. The captain is signaling to me. What could it mean? Gudo inadvertently caught sight of the seemingly dazed Jinyu, who appeared to be gesturing towards him, leaving him contemplative. I have arrived. Kakarot unleashed his full power, a formidable aura erupting forth as he advanced once more towards Gudo. I cease. Upon witnessing Kakarot's imminent strike once more, Gudo abruptly unleashed his supernatural powers. In the next instant, all returned to a state of stillness. However, at that moment, Captain Jinyu leapt forward, positioning himself before Bardock. Exchange. Jinyu once again posed with both hands, opening his mouth to unleash a surge of violet light waves. I can no longer endure it. Ultimately, Gudo could no longer restrain himself. After all, ensuring Captain Jinyu's vitality under the condition of suspended time was an even greater challenge for him. He was solely focused on Captain Jinyu, neglecting the fact that his own Goku was once again sent flying by a single punch. At that moment, Bardock felt a wave of disorientation. In the blink of an eye, he found himself facing Jinyu, as a purple energy sphere hurtled towards him. A violet wave of light connected the two individuals, and Bardock felt a momentary disorientation. Upon regaining his senses, he realized something was amiss with his body. An excruciating pain coursed through him. When he looked up, he was astonished to see his own reflection staring back at him. Haha, what a powerful physique, he mused, incredulous that a mere scion could attain such strength. Yet, this power now belonged entirely to him. In the next moment, Bardock heard his own voice, now tainted with the laughter of Jinyu, causing a surge of terror within him. Have we exchanged bodies? Bardock, being astute, quickly deduced that the other possessed a unique ability for body swapping. Very well, allow me to showcase the terrifying potential of this body. Jinyu cackled, observing Bardock's agonized expression, as if victory were already assured. What is happening? Why does that guy sound like Dad? Kakarot pondered aloud, standing atop Goku, bewildered by the scene unfolding between Bardock and Jinyu. Now, let me test the might of this body. Jinyu, inhabiting Bardock's form, laughed maniacally as his white aura erupted, soaring skyward and cleaving through the clouds above. Such immense power. This strength could even surpass that of King Frieza. Perhaps it boasts a battle power of 1 million. Truly an unexpected boon. Jinyu's eyes sparkled with boundless delight. Indeed, this is a fearsome ability. However, I'm curious about how you so suddenly appeared before me and swapped bodies. Surely, you understand that with my power, I would not be oblivious to your actions. Bardock and Jinyu's body inquired calmly, pressing a hand against his wounds. Ah, you have my dear teammate Guldo to thank for that. He possesses the extraordinary ability to pause time, Jinyu replied nonchalantly, brimming with unprecedented confidence in his current form. Time stands still. Bardock was momentarily taken aback. Such a skill indeed held a certain terror. However, upon glancing at Goku, who was firmly pinned to the ground by Kakaroto's foot, he quickly comprehended that the application of this ability was far from effortless. Alas, my dear Gudu has been reduced to a mere footstool for a scion. Jinyu also noticed Gudu, now battered and bruised beneath Kakaroto's weight. Suddenly, the figure of Bardock, whom Kakaroto had been intently watching, vanished in an instant. Perhaps due to the sheer swiftness of his movement, Bardock's form fragmented into countless afterimages, dazzling to behold. Kamehameha. Kakaroto remained unfazed, as a chilling blue aura enveloped him, gradually converging between his hands. In a fleeting moment, an ethereal blue radiance intensified, illuminating the desolate wasteland in a brilliant white glow. Kakaroto, enveloped in the aura of his afterimage, suddenly focused his gaze, and the energy wave radiated with an extraordinary brilliance, hurtling towards the adjacent shadow. Ah, remarkable. My eyes are indeed able to keep pace with my speed. The afterimage gradually faded, leaving only Bardock's form standing resolutely before the Kamehameha, that dazzling and formidable energy wave, which he effortlessly halted with a single hand. Yet it still fell short in power. Bardock, one might say, suddenly exerted force with his right hand, effectively pushing that energy wave back. Ah! Kakaroto gritted his teeth, crossing his arms defensively in front of him, as all his strength coalesced in an attempt to withstand the impending strike. Kakaroto, move. At that moment, the body of Jinyu, which bore Bardock's soul, suddenly charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kakaroto flying, intercepting the energy wave before him. Fortunately, he had foreseen their abilities. Otherwise, if he had exchanged bodies with Goku, it would have spelled disaster. Although it was Kakaroto's full-force attack, it paled in comparison to the energy of Jinyu's body. Thus, even the injured Bardock managed to block it, his heart racing as he gazed at Jinyu. What was happening? Suddenly, a figure leaped down from the sky, clad in traditional orange attire and bearing the weight of a gigantic turtle shell. Master Roshi had just arrived. Teacher Wutian. Another voice echoed, belonging to Krillin, who, dressed in work attire, managed to catch up just in time, escaping the clutches of Master Roshi. Bardock, what is happening? It seems as though the two of you have exchanged essences. Master Roshi's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Bardock, contemplating the potential complications if his suspicions were indeed accurate. No, I am Bardock. In a moment of carelessness, that rascal took advantage and swapped bodies with me. The other Bardock clutched his chest, overwhelmed by an excruciating pain. What? This is quite troublesome. Master Roshi's countenance shifted. Despite his significant progress in strength over the past 3 years, he felt uncertain when it came to confronting Bardock. After all, he had personally sensed Bardock's formidable aura on that fateful day. Indeed, he is immensely powerful, possessing not only the peculiar ability of body exchange but also other extraordinary powers. Krillin, surveying Bardock's form, couldn't help but tremble all over. However, a sudden recollection of Goku from that day jolted him, and he exclaimed, "It doesn't seem all that impressive. I can even perceive his information. What is it, old turtle? What is happening?" The arriving Tien Shinhan noticed Master Roshi's vigilant gaze fixed on Bardock, prompting a wave of confusion within him. Bardock has had his body swapped. Prepare for a fierce battle. Master Roshi, without turning his head, maintained his serious demeanor, feeling an unprecedented pressure bearing down on him. Are you certain you wish to engage me? This body possesses a battle power of around 1 million. Jinyu tossed Gudo aside and, with a subtle motion, retrieved the distant scouter, eagerly observing the group poised for action. With the arrival of Master Crane, Tien, and others, a succession of martial artists descended upon the scene, including masters from various schools such as the Flying Crane School and the Heavenly Maple School. Attempting to seize my father's body? Kakaroto mused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as his azure aura intensified, elevating his energy to unprecedented heights. Kakaroto, be cautious. This adversary is not easily vanquished, Bardock cautioned, his own body trembling as he gathered his blue energy, emanating a tremendous force. Do not approach. This matter is best left to us. Master Roshi called out to the martial artists who had drawn near, his aura erupting and shattering his orange attire, revealing his well-defined muscles, robust and formidable. The blue energy swirling around him conjured clouds, instilling trepidation in the surrounding fighters. Is this the full extent of Master Wutian's power? A master from the Heavenly Maple School gasped, awestruck by the formidable might of Master Wutian. Let us assist the 4 elder masters over there. We shall leave this battle to Master Wutian and his companions, the master of the Flying Crane School remarked. Acutely aware of the vast gap in strength compared to Master Wutian, and retreated to another battlefield. Feel free to come at me together. I yearn to experience the true strength of this body, Jinyu declared, his spirit soaring as he faced the formidable opponents before him, his heart swelling with the magnitude of his power. I never imagined I would one day join forces with you, old turtle, Master Crane proclaimed. Adopting a stance reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings, enveloped in a pristine white aura tinged with a delicate blue, embodying the essence of life itself. With a sudden burst of energy, Master Rashi, Crane Hermit, and Bardock launched a fierce assault against Jinyu. I still prefer to fight alone. Kakarot observed the trio's simultaneous strike. Taking a step back to approach the solitary Goku, the figures of Master Rashi, Crane Hermit, and Bardock moved with astonishing speed, akin to lightning, causing rocks to scatter in their wake. Yet, Jinyu effortlessly deflected all their attacks. The power of this body is truly formidable. During the clash, Captain Jinyu felt an inexhaustible source of energy surging within him. In a sudden explosion of power, he sent the 3 warriors sprawling, fracturing the ground around him like ripples in water, leaving a pristine patch where he stood. Damn it! Although it pales in comparison to the power Bardock unleashed last time, it is still beyond our capability to contend with. Master Rashi's face turned ashen as he fixed his gaze on Jinyu. Fortunately, he could only harness the energy inherent to his body and lacked knowledge of techniques like the Kaioken or other methods to amplify his power. Otherwise, the situation would be even more dire. Bardock wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, kneeling as he stared at Captain Jinyu. Tom, stop! What a terrifying superpower! Just then, a voice resounded, revealing the arrival of the headmaster of the Superpower Academy, Baddies. Dressed in white, with rectangular glasses perched on his distinguished face, he exuded an air of refinement. You can actually perceive my superpower? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. It was the first time his time-stopping ability had been seen through. Because I, too, am a superpower user, and I possess several abilities simultaneously, Baddies replied, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his brown eyes as he regarded Goku with a gentle smile. As Gudu was about to inhale, the moment he released his ability to halt time, he felt as though his body were suddenly subjected to approximately 20 times the force of gravity. With a forceful exhalation, the cessation of his temporal manipulation came to an abrupt end. How intriguing! This is the prowess of gravitational manipulation. Even as an extraterrestrial, one would undoubtedly find it overwhelming. Wouldn't one? Baddies raised a finger, gazing at Gudu with a serene smile, fortunate to have received assistance from Master Wu Ming. As the principal of the Superpower Academy, his combat capabilities may not have been formidable, yet he possessed mastery over various superhuman abilities. Hey, old man, he is my rival. Please refrain from interfering. Kakarot expressed his dissatisfaction upon witnessing Baddies' intervention with Gudua. Baddies felt a moment of awkwardness and could only respond, all right. I shall leave the next part to you. I am coming. Kakarot's aura surged to its utmost limit, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. In an instant, he transformed into a piercing arrow, racing towards Gudu. With a deep breath, Gudu noticed that Baddies had already moved far away, prompting him to once more invoke the art of temporal stasis. As the energy flowed, everything once again fell into a state of stillness. Gudu swiftly dashed to the side, simultaneously employing his extraordinary powers to maneuver a large tree. One side of the tree became sharp, poised to thrust towards Kakarot. After all, this space harbors terrifying beings like Jinyu, and simultaneously wields 2 types of superpowers. The great tree has yet to pierce Kakarot, and thus, Gudu can no longer contain himself. Here, just as Gudu had released his abilities, he was exerting all his strength to control the massive tree when a wave of white energy struck him squarely in the face, causing him to tumble over. Once Gudu faltered, the levitating tree plummeted to the ground. Indeed, Kakarot exhaled in relief. His careful observation had allowed him to predict Gudu's next move, enabling him to strike true. With a few agile leaps, he reached Gudu and delivered a solid punch to his forehead, knocking him unconscious. It is over, remarked Jinyu, observing the disheveled trio with a smirk of amusement. Ah, finally arrived. A figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform gently landed. Characterized by his iconic hairstyle and eyes filled with purity, it was none other than Son Goku. The long mountain ranges of the western wilderness stretched for miles, cradling lush greenery and ancient trees swaying gracefully in the wind. With exquisitely beautiful rocks that dazzled the eye, their existence spanning countless years. At that moment, the ancient mountains trembled intermittently, as if powerful beings were engaged in intense battle. Along the rugged paths of the mountains, a few cars bearing the Capsule Corporation logo were making their slow approach. Deep within the sprawling mountain ranges, extraordinary masters were indeed clashing, gathering the remaining elite fighters of Earth who were locked in fierce combat with extraterrestrial beings that had traversed light years to arrive. The four venerable martial arts masters of Earth were exerting themselves to the utmost, bathed in blue light, desperately resisting the three invaders from another world, feeling considerable pressure. Fortunately, their martial skills far surpassed those of the aliens, somewhat compensating for the disparity in strength. Even so, they were barely able to hold their own against Ginyu Force members, as their combat power still fell short by several thousand. However, being on Earth, the four masters were soon joined by countless martial artists seeking to lend support, led by the headmaster of the Superpower Academy and a multitude of superpowered individuals. Although the combined prowess of these martial artists and superpowered beings did not match that of the four masters, their concerted efforts ultimately became the final straw that broke the camel's back, rendering the three aliens severely weakened before binding and casting them to the ground. Hey, you lot. Teaming up like that isn't the mark of a true warrior. Have the guts to challenge me one-on-one, bellowed the bruised and battered Raikum, expressing his defiance. We are fighting against invading aliens, not engaging in friendly duels. You should just step aside, snapped the fiery-tempered Master Feiya, delivering a slap to Raikum's head with an air of menace. Even if you manage to restrain us, our Captain Ginyu possesses a combat power of 120,000. You Earthlings are no match for him, grunted Guise, whose swollen face resembled that of a pig beneath his white hair. Your captain's level is hardly impressive here on Earth. Master Doran, despite his advanced age, clasped his hands together, yet he was panting heavily. This was troubling. The being known as Ginyu seemed to emanate a terrifying aura, intertwined with the essence of Bardock. What had transpired? Bra cautiously sensed the distant energy and was startled to discover that Jinyu's presence had inexplicably grown immensely powerful. It appeared that the alien had exchanged bodies with Bardock, thus acquiring his combat prowess. However, such strength was beyond our capacity to confront and would have to be entrusted to Master Wutian and his companions. Master Tianfeng recounted the earlier events, leaving the four grandmasters astounded. Indeed, with Master Wutian and Master Wuming still on Earth, there was hope. Let us go see. Perhaps we can assist Master Wutian, suggested Grandmaster Shueqiong, attempting to reassure everyone, for the energy Bardock had unleashed that day had profoundly unsettled them. Very well, let us proceed together. If all else fails, Master Wuming and the others will intervene. As long as we remain cautious of his body-swapping technique, we should manage, reflected the old master of Xingyi. He then turned to the esteemed principal of the Psychic Academy, Baddies, and inquired, this body-swapping technique must belong to a certain kind of supernatural ability. Baddies, as a paragon of Earth psychics, do you have any insight into resolving this phenomenon? This ability indeed falls under the realm of the supernatural. However, without first-hand experience, I cannot ascertain its specific nature. Records concerning soul-related abilities on Earth are exceedingly scarce, Baddies replied, adjusting his glasses in a contemplative manner. Though he still arrived at no conclusion, it appears that this skill necessitates a face-to-face encounter to execute. Well, that suffices for now, the master of Xingyi asserted. And he soared toward another battlefield, followed closely by the other grandmasters. In a distant mountainous region, half of the terrain lay in ruins. Charred vegetation and trees bore witness to a fierce energy onslaught, and remnants of once mighty beasts littered the ground. Bardock, what has happened to your body? Exclaimed Jine, who had just arrived, glancing between Bardock's form and Jinyu's. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she ultimately recognized that Jinyu's body was, in fact, Bardock's. Father must have had his body swapped, Son Goku stated, standing before Bardock and the others, his youthful visage still adorned with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by the Jinyu occupying Bardock's form. Is that so, Bardock? Jine inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon him. It seems I inadvertently fell into his trap, Bardock admitted, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes as he met Jine's gaze. He then looked at Son Goku and asked, what do you think, Goku? Do you believe you can handle me in this state? Haha. So all the Scions have arrived. How convenient for me. I never expected such a den of Scions to be hidden in this small corner of Earth. At this moment, Jinyu wore a smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. Suddenly, upon hearing Bardock's question directed at his son, his expression turned peculiar. He looked at Bardock and said, Have you lost your mind to let this inexperienced child confront me? Well, that's amusing. Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of cold severity as he fixed his gaze on Jinyu, remarking, "This fellow has completely failed to unleash the latent power residing within Bardock's body. What a joke." Haha. Jinyu laughed heartily, pointing his thumb at himself as he caught sight of Sun Wukong's unwavering confidence. He continued, "You must understand that my current power exceeds 1 million in combat strength. Even King Frieza cannot defeat me without transforming. Do you really think you can triumph over me, little boy?" As Kakarot looked at Sun Wukong, who stood valiantly at the forefront, her anxiety was palpable. "Mother, you wouldn't wish for father to bear such a burden indefinitely, would you? Rest assured, I can manage him." Upon hearing his mother's voice of concern, Sun Wukong turned and offered her an innocent smile. "Very well, but please exercise caution." Though she sensed the surging energy within her son, this was her first experience witnessing him in battle, especially against such a formidable adversary, which naturally filled her heart with trepidation. "Do not worry, mother. My brother is unharmed." At that moment, Kakarot approached her side, gently clasping her hand. His gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, a mix of reluctance and excitement evident in his eyes. "Wukong, be wary. That foe possesses the ability to exchange bodies." Bardock considered this and addressed Sun Wukong, wishing to prevent him from being subjected to such an exchange. "Understood," Sun Wukong replied, the energy within him flowing steadily, never spilling forth. His golden irises fixed upon Jinyu as he inquired, "Will you return to my father directly, or shall I deliver a beating first before the exchange?" "Haha, what a jest. With a mere combat power of 360, you think you can defeat me, Captain Jinyu?" Jinyu activated the scouter he wore, and a series of data points flickered before finally settling at 360. A cold smirk crept across his face. Even with hidden strength, how formidable could one truly be? "We shall retreat," Master Wu Tian remarked, glancing at his companions and realizing their proximity to Sun Wukong might disrupt the battle. He took a step back and continued, "Come forth, Jinyu." Sun Wukong smiled at Jinyu, inciting a profound ire within him. "Repent for your foolishness in the depths of hell." Jinyu seethed with fury. Feeling belittled by the mere scion child, as a surging purple energy enveloped him, his right fist raised, seemingly capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. The speed of Jinyu reached its zenith, as he sought to deliver a devastating blow to the scion who had underestimated him. However, in that moment of heightened velocity, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth. This cannot be possible. Jinyu gazed in astonishment at Goku, who had appeared before him seemingly out of nowhere. No, perhaps Goku had not moved at all. He had merely shifted his body, angling his right elbow, which had inadvertently collided with Jinyu. "I must apologize. Your vulnerabilities are far too apparent." Goku wore a warm smile as he exerted force with his elbow, sending Jinyu sprawling. This must be mere coincidence." Clutching his stomach and crouching on the ground, Jinyu was engulfed by a sense of terror. For although Goku had seemingly remained stationary, he had not witnessed any sign of movement from his opponent. "It is impossible." Jinyu abruptly stood up, roaring with madness, his formidable aura shattering the ground and rendering even the distant masters immobile. As for the drones from Capsule Corporation above, they were thrown into chaos by this overwhelming energy. Truly terrifying. Even Master Wu Tian felt a jolt of fear within, for such energy was utterly beyond his comprehension, though it seemed less intense than the aura unleashed by Sun Wukong that day. He is not even exerting his full strength." Bardock observed Jinyu, who resembled his own body, and couldn't help but sneer at the extent of his power. "Be careful, Goku," he prayed silently. In an instant, the figure of Sun Wukong vanished, and confronting the terrifying aura of Jinyu, he delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. "What is the matter? Are you still unwilling to obediently revert back?" Sun Wukong, however, did not exert his full strength, for after all, it was his father's body. Inflicting harm would be undesirable. "Receive this move." Jinyu staggered back 2 steps, raising both hands high, as a brilliant white light coalesced, gradually forming a colossal energy sphere, a testament to his concentrated power manifesting as a formidable energy wave. A brilliant white radiance cascaded across the entire mountain range, blinding all who gazed upon it, their eyes struggling to remain open. The rocks and vegetation gradually disintegrated, transforming into ashes. With a sudden exhalation, the colossal air burst vanished. And as the blinding white light gradually faded, it revealed a young boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform, who still bore an expression of innocence, extending one hand towards Jinyu. The opposing Jinyu suddenly unleashed a voice, emitting a wave of purple light from his mouth. With a sudden burst, golden radiance flickered intensely, enveloping Sun Wukong in a resplendent aura. One hand gently shielded him from the oncoming waves of violet light. "Dad," Sun Wukong said, gazing at the astonished Bardock, offering a gentle reminder. Oh, at this moment, Bardock finally came to his senses and swiftly rushed to Son Goku's side. With a subtle motion of his hand, Son Goku sent the swirling purple light wave soaring directly into Bardock's mouth. As the purple wave enveloped Bardock and Jinyu once more, disbelief coursed through Jinyu. "Impossible. Your combat power exceeds 100 million. Absolutely inconceivable." As the violet light dissipated, Jinyu's expression morphed into sheer terror, his finger trembling as he pointed at Goku. His eyes wide with horror. 100 million in combat power. The revelation struck Jinyu with astonishment. While she was aware of her son's extraordinary abilities, she had never fathomed they could reach such terrifying heights. To her, a combat power of 100 million was nothing short of astronomical. "My body has finally returned." Bardock glanced at his hands, his pupils narrowing in realization. A surge of energy erupted from him, radiating an immense aura that surpassed the might Jinyu had exhibited when he occupied Bardock's body. Yet, this overwhelming power dissipated almost instantaneously. 100 million in combat power. Could it be that you truly embody an infinite terror? Fear began to engulf Jinyu's heart, his face contorted with dread as he trembled, uttering, "The legendary Super Saiyan." What? Has Goku's power indeed surpassed 100 million? How can I shake the feeling that he has yet to reach that threshold? Bardock himself was taken aback by this figure. He had sensed Goku's formidable aura moments earlier, yet it did not seem to breach the cosmic limits. Even at his utmost, he believed he was only a few times stronger, estimating his power at a mere tens of millions. Impossible, without transcending the boundaries of the universe. There is no way to so easily unravel my body-switching technique. Jinyu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Bardock, his voice laced with fury. "Is that so? If your exchange limit is indeed 100 million in combat power, perhaps that is why you remain content as Frieza's lackey," Bardock observed coolly, his words striking deeply, rendering Jinyu silent in shame. Bardock continued, "It seems my suspicions were correct. Surpassing the threshold of 100 million in combat power elevates everything, body, soul, and more, to a new realm, enabling feats unimaginable to ordinary beings. To think it is the Super Saiyan. Frieza himself may face peril now." Jinyu's eyes betrayed a profound sense of fear and despair. This was the Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior spoken of throughout the universe. Bardock suddenly noticed the detector adorning Captain Jinyu's ear. In a swift motion, he seized the device, his gaze filled with a myriad of emotions as he coldly declared, "Frieza, feel free to come to Earth. This shall be your grave." With a decisive crack, Bardock crushed the detector in his hand. What's going on? Are you speaking to Frieza?" Jin observed Bardock, whose face bore an unprecedented seriousness, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Indeed, Frieza had been using the detector to monitor his subordinates, and it was likely that he had already overheard everything happening here and would soon arrive. Bardock's gaze was profound. He had deciphered Frieza's intentions. It seemed preparations needed to be made in advance. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Master Wu Tian fell into contemplation. "It's all right if Frieza arrives. I shall handle him." A soft voice echoed as Master Wuming, clad in a pristine martial arts uniform, appeared before them. His demeanor serene as if he were an ethereal being. Leave that rascal Frieza to me." Sun Wukong turned to gaze into the depths of the cosmos, where his arch-nemesis, the cosmic tyrant Frieza, awaited. "Can you transform into a Super Saiyan with golden hair now?" Master Wuming inquired, sensing that Wukong's aura had become even more profound and restrained than before. "You mean the Super Saiyan?" "Yes, I can reach that state now." Although Sun Wukong was uncertain how Master Wuming knew that the Super Saiyan had golden hair, he nodded in affirmation. "Golden hair, Super Saiyan? Are you saying one must have golden hair to become a Super Saiyan?" Bardock was suddenly taken aback. He had always believed that a Super Saiyan was a state beyond mortal reach and had never realized it required a change in hair color, well, not just dyeing, but a transformation in hue. "Speaking of Super Saiyans, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with these 5 individuals?" Master Wu Tian interjected, noting their serious discourse on Super Saiyans seemed to be straying off topic. Bardock cast a glance at the newly arrived buddies and remarked, "These 5 are aliens with considerable superpowers. I leave them to you and the Research Institute. Yet their strength is not to be underestimated. If they recover in the lab, it could inflict significant harm upon us." Buddies shook his head slowly as he regarded Captain Jinyu. It's simple. We can erase their powers and seal their abilities. Master Wu Ming radiated a blue light, resembling a celestial being, evoking a sense of reverence. How is this possible? Another with combat power exceeding 100 million? What kind of place is this planet? Captain Jinyu felt an enormous hand pressing down upon him, sensing his energy being gradually extinguished while his superpowers were enveloped by a layer of energy, rendering him aghast. Clearly, this power could seal his abilities, surpassing the threshold of 100 million. I shall also assist you in eradicating this malicious power. Teacher Wu Ming's gaze was serene as he swept over the 4 individuals sprawled nearby, Jaisai, Gudo, and others, before his large hand descended once more, completely erasing their energies. Well, the matters here are concluded. Everyone may return. The real battle lies ahead in a few months. The azure points of light surrounding Teacher Wu Ming gradually faded, restoring his tranquil demeanor as he addressed the assembly of martial arts masters. Farewell, Teacher Wu Ming, the martial artist responded. Having first paid their respects to the venerable Wu Ming and the immortal Crane, both esteemed ancestors of martial arts, before departing. In a mere moment, the vast expanse was left devoid of people, save for the 3 major martial arts factions of Turtle, Crane, and the Scion Bardock family. Notably, the second disciple of Master Turtle, the Ox King, had also managed to arrive at the last moment. By the way, Brother Crane, I believe your disciple, known as Dumpling, could greatly benefit from joining the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities. Surely, he would gain immensely from such an experience. Wu Ming pondered for a moment before suggesting to his senior brother, feeling that Dumpling's talent in martial arts was rather modest. However, his aptitude for extraordinary abilities was remarkably high. Failing to enroll him in the academy would be a grave oversight. Leave that to me. I have my own plans, replied Immortal Crane, seemingly indifferent, though his heart stirred with consideration. Yet, he was known for his pride and would never concede to his junior brother that he had not thought of it himself. No, that would be impossible for him. Is that Tangent Fan? Wu Ming inquired, sizing up the robust man with 3 eyes, nodding in acknowledgement. Brother Crane, it appears your disciple possesses unique qualities indeed. Do I even need to say it? The Crane Hermit boasted, exuding an air of superiority. My esteemed senior brothers and Mr. Bardock, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Wu Ming bowed respectfully to Master Rashi, the Crane Hermit, and Bardock before turning to depart, though he felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness. Upon arriving in West City, Wu Ming suddenly slapped his thigh in frustration and exclaimed, "Curse it! I intended to witness a Super Saiyan with my own eyes. Yet here I am, having completely forgotten." Sighing, he lamented, "I shall have to wait for another opportunity. What a pity." Wu Ming shook his head, his expression heavy with regret. As a former devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he had longed to behold the legendary Golden Warrior, a desire that intensified upon learning of Goku's achievement. Having successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, he reassured himself that opportunities would arise in the future. However, the fact that such a remarkable feat could be accomplished in just 9 years hinted at the peculiar potential possessed by that child. The glimmer of wisdom in Wu Ming's eyes indicated he was pondering the reasons behind Goku's rapid progress in training. In the Western Wilderness, the Ox King approached Master Wu Tian with utmost respect, bowing deeply. "Master Wu Tian, I have a daughter who possesses considerable martial talent. I am contemplating sending her to you for training in the near future. What do you think?" "Very well," replied Wu Tian. "Once the situation with Frieza is clearer, send her my way for an assessment. After all, she is my disciple." "Thank you, Master. Now, I shall take my leave. There are numerous matters awaiting me at my dojo," the Ox King said, bowing once more to the esteemed figures present. "I may visit your dojo in a few days. Do ensure you provide a warm welcome," my junior brother, Son Gohan remarked with a wry smile, having spent more time with the Ox King than with Master Rashi, thus feeling a sense of camaraderie and responsibility toward him. "Indeed, I shall await your arrival, senior brother." The Ox King, with his imposing stature, appeared almost childlike in the presence of Gohan and the others. He turned and soared into the sky using the flying technique, albeit at a slower pace than his peers due to his massive physique. "Hey, Goku, what exactly is this golden-haired Super Saiyan?" Bardock finally inquired, looking at Goku with curiosity. "Ah, it's just a Super Saiyan," Goku replied, his eyes wide with innocence. "Why not simply transform so we can see for ourselves?" Master Rashi suggested, equally eager to witness the revered Super Saiyan in action. "Oh, very well then." Goku's pupils, once golden, instantly reverted to a deep black. A golden aura flared around him, stirring only a slight breeze, enough to lift his black hair into an upright position before it transformed into a golden hue, his dark pupils shifting to a vivid green, presenting an impressive sight. Is this the Super Saiyan? It doesn't seem to have become significantly stronger, remarked Bardock, observing the transformation with a mix of intrigue and skepticism. Kakarot gazed at Goku, who had completed his transformation, his brow furrowed. He did not perceive the terrifying increase in power that the transformation should entail. It seemed as though Goku's hair merely stood on end and changed color. Jin also nodded, unable to sense the formidable energy that lay dormant within Goku. No, there was indeed a qualitative enhancement. The strength was overwhelmingly potent. Bardock's eyes sparkled as he felt the terrifying energy concealed within that slender form. It appeared that not only had Goku ascended to this new realm, but he had also mastered this power entirely. Although he could vaguely sense the immense energy within, its release was nearly imperceptible. The turtle hermit looked at Goku and nodded in acknowledgement. The ability to completely conceal a battle power exceeding 1 million was indeed fearsome. I never imagined my son would truly become a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Jin, with focused intent, sensed the surging energy within her small son's slight frame. Vast as the ocean. A Super Saiyan indeed. Kakarot gazed at the resplendent Goku, his fists clenched tighter as he envisioned even greater realms ahead, fueling his desire for strength. I always feel that there must be further levels beyond Super Saiyan. As Goku spoke, the golden aura enveloping him dissipated, replaced by emerald green pupils tinged with gold. He pondered the possibility of new heights beyond Super Saiyan, reminiscent of a golden-haired version of himself he had glimpsed in another time and space. But that was a matter for another time. I am curious about how you achieved this Super Saiyan transformation. Upon hearing his son contemplate the next step beyond Super Saiyan, Bardock pondered and finally posed the question. You mean the Super Saiyan transformation? That can be accomplished in a state of rage. It seems that Goku recalled each instance of his transformation into a Super Saiyan, the first being on Namek when he transcended his limits in anger following Krillin's death. Subsequently, after training, transforming again requires maintaining a tranquil state of mind, then using anger as a catalyst to initiate the transformation. His eyes brightened as he pointed to his back, stating, "It seems like you gather all your energy here, and then you achieve the Super Saiyan change." Anger? Gathering energy at the back? Bardock wore a skeptical expression, yet he reasoned that his son would not deceive him. Thus, he tentatively attempted to concentrate all his energy at his back. Is that so? Jin glanced at Sun Wukong and Bardock, attempting to concentrate all her energy behind her. Although she cherished peace, she was, after all, a Saiyan, raised on tales of the Super Saiyans. Yet, in this moment, a profound anger stirred within her. Kakarot, observing the inscrutable Sun Wukong, felt a surge of fury rise within him, and thus cautiously sought to amass all his energy behind him. Bardock pondered with an inscrutable expression as a faint golden aura began to manifest behind him. His energy surged, stirring the heavens and ruffling his hair into an upright position, while a hint of gold infused his aura, causing his pupils to gradually fade. Has this succeeded? Wasn't he supposed to be the universe's mightiest warrior? Master Roshi gazed in bewilderment at Bardock, whose energy was expanding exponentially, filled with astonishment. Is becoming a Super Saiyan this effortless? Should I give it a try? Master Shun observed Bardock with a serious demeanor, contemplating whether to attempt the transformation himself. This seems utterly impossible. Jin discovered that despite channeling all her strength into her back, it was of no avail and even somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps it was due to insufficient training? Kakarot also dissipated his aura, sensing that no matter what, he could not transcend his own limitations. Hey, Krillin, what are you up to? Master Roshi's gaze shifted away from Bardock, only to find Krillin looking rather constipated. Master Roshi, I want to see if I can gather energy in my back to break my limits and become a super earthling. Upon being noticed by Master Roshi, Krillin straightened up and addressed him earnestly. Have you tried it? What was the outcome? Master Roshi, sweating profusely, cast a sidelong glance at Krillin. Do you think you are a Saiyan? I tried, but it didn't work, Krillin replied, appearing serious yet betraying a hint of embarrassment. Hey, you lot, take note. You mustn't end up like that old turtle's disciple, who trained so hard that he muddled his own mind. Master Shun disparaged Krillin with a glance, relieved he had not chosen that disciple for himself. Indeed, teacher, Tianjin Fan and the others responded in unison. While Incha couldn't help but feel relieved that he had merely contemplated the idea earlier without acting upon it. Otherwise, he would surely have faced the teacher's wrath. As the pressure around Bardock escalated, He suddenly coughed up blood, his vitality waning as he collapsed to the ground. "Bardock, what has happened to you?" Khan exclaimed, rushing to her husband's side, her concern evident as she supported him. "I'm fine. It's likely due to my insufficient training." Goku's method is indeed correct, Bardock replied, leaning on Khan's shoulder to rise, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He continued, "I have been too eager for success, but I can sense that I am not far from that realm. That is reassuring. I hope you can reach this state before Frieza arrives," she said. Master Roshi then pulled a green bean from his pouch and tossed it to Bardock. "This is a Senza bean. Consuming one will heal even the most grievous of injuries." "Is it really that impressive?" Bardock questioned skeptically, with a flick of his finger. He tossed the Senza bean into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. In an instant, his body returned to its peak condition, even surpassing his previous state. This was a characteristic of the Scions. Their cells possessed a memory function that allowed them to store the experiences of battles and training, once injured and subsequently healed. They could utilize these memories to the fullest, resulting in a tremendous increase in combat prowess. Truly a remarkable item. This indeed had the power to sway the tide of battle. Bardock attentively sensed his body, and he realized that he had fully recovered, filling him with immense joy. Indeed, such wonders were a gift from Master Karen, who exchanged these beans for various items with the Martial Arts Alliance each year. Master Roshi stroked his beard, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. "Well, the matter is settled. I must return to my training." Master Shin glanced at his disciple, then compared him to Sun Wukong and Kakarot. Although the old turtle did not explicitly state that Sun Wukong was also his disciple, the unmistakable turtle school attire made it abundantly clear. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he bellowed, "You three, return and each increase your training tenfold." "Ah!" A cry of despair echoed, and the three had no choice but to follow Kakami towards the training grounds. We also returned. Master Roshi greeted Bardock's family and Gohan before turning to depart. Krillin bid farewell to Kakarot and Goku, then followed suit. Well, Goku had attained the status of a Super Saiyan, thus, we could enjoy a period of tranquility at home. Chi-Chi gazed at her three family members, particularly her youngest son's radiant smile, feeling as though the dark cloud hovering above her had finally lifted, and she exhaled deeply. "No. We still need to engage in more rigorous training," Bardock and Kakarot declared in unison. What a jest! As their father and brother, could they not take pride in being surpassed by the youngest in the family? It seems there is no longer any danger, Chi-Chi remarked in surprise, her gaze shifting to the serious expressions on Kakarot and Bardock's faces. When they looked at Goku, a flicker of combativeness gleamed in their eyes. Being a Scion herself, she understood and said, "I comprehend, but one thing is certain. You are not to harm my Goku." Bardock and Kakarot exchanged a glance, pondering who had truly inflicted harm upon whom. Was it truly necessary to be so protective? As Wukong beheld the sight of his father and Kakarot, he burst into hearty laughter, his innocent and pure smile infectious enough to envelop Bardock and the others, momentarily filling the entire forest with joyous echoes. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship within the vast cosmos, Frieza listened intently to the sounds emanating from the machinery, his expression darkening. For the first time in his life, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger, a desire to rush to Earth and obliterate that detestable Scion into 1,000 pieces. How infuriating it was that these monkeys, with their combat power barely exceeding 100 million, dared to flaunt their strength. In merely 2 months, I shall ensure that you experience the utmost terror the universe has to offer. At this moment, Frieza's gaze was as bleak as it could be, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, longing for the instant he could reach Earth and reduce its inhabitants to ashes. "Lord Frieza, should we contact King Cold? There may be a Super Saiyan on Earth." Dodoria observed Frieza, noting the flames of fury flickering in his crimson eyes, causing a chill to run down his spine. Frieza's gaze shifted, coldly fixating on Dodoria as though regarding a lifeless corpse. He raised his right hand, a single finger pointing at Dodoria, whereupon a violet radiance coalesced, shimmering with twinkling starlight. A violet beam of light shot forth, piercing through Dodoria's kneecap. Frieza coldly fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, "Mr. Dodoria, you should be aware that I detest discussions of such trivial matters. The Super Saiyan is ultimately nothing but a tedious jest. That Scion is merely a product of genetic mutation." Yes, Lord Frieza," Dodoria replied, half kneeling on the ground, his hands clasped over his wounded knee, blood staining his palms. His visage contorted in agony, yet he dared not utter a sound. The Scions are indeed clever monkeys to have made their presence known on Earth. However, a battle power exceeding 100 million is quite unexpected, Frieza mused, his eyes glinting with a cold light. It was astonishing that a seemingly ordinary planet like Earth had not only one Scion with a power level of 1 million, but now another surpassing 100 million. And notably, he was still quite young. At that moment, a flicker of fear stirred within him. Notify all legions to head to Earth at full speed. Should we fail to arrive within a month, I shall offer the leaders of each legion as sacrifices. After pondering briefly, Frieza felt an unsettling peculiarity about Earth, prompting him to issue the first ever urgent command in history. A sense of humiliation enveloped him. To contend with mere Scions necessitated alterations to his grand plans. After all, he was the mightiest ruler in the universe, second only to the god of destruction, Beerus. Understood, Lord Frieza. Dodoria responded with a single phrase before slowly crawling out of the chamber to relay the orders. Unbeknownst to Frieza, a colossal planet lay in their path, inexorably advancing toward a collision with Earth. As time flowed on Earth, half a month elapsed in the blink of an eye, with all martial artists engaged in rigorous training, ever prepared to confront the legendary cosmic tyrant, Frieza. At this moment, within the confines of Bardock's home on Mount Paozu, only Goku and Chi-Chi remained. For Bardock had ventured to the Martial Arts Alliance for further training. The alliance boasted the latest invention from Capsule Corporation, a gravity chamber, complemented by advanced healing equipment and the aid of Senza beans, all of which would significantly enhance his energy levels. Kakarot, meanwhile, accompanied his grandfather to Master Roshi's island for a deeper exploration of the Turtle School's teachings. Notably, the Turtle School also featured a gravity chamber. After all, Master Roshi was a deity of martial arts, and his reputation carried weight. Although Kakarot's power was already formidable, there remained much for him to learn from Master Roshi, whose 3-century accumulation of martial knowledge and experience surpassed Bardock's by immeasurable degrees. In matters of mentorship, even 100 Bardocks would pale in comparison to Master Roshi. Goku, however, refrained from seeking training outside, as he understood that his strength would not significantly augment in the short term. True enhancement required the crucible of fierce battles, wherein he could transcend and digest his experiences, evolving toward new realms. Thus, he quietly awaited Frieza's arrival, harboring a desire for the tyrant to grow even stronger. Only then can I truly engage him in battle, allowing him to ascend to a new realm. That Frieza fellow, I suspect, will not yield so easily. However, I believe I am now fully equipped to confront him. Son Goku pondered, as Frieza's presence had always exuded a sinister and malevolent aura. Previously, he had been concerned that Frieza, in a fit of rage, might obliterate the Earth itself, even contemplating a solitary confrontation with him. Yet, with the completion of his new transformation, all obstacles seemed surmountable. Now, regardless of Frieza's cunning schemes, he would possess ample time to address them. Moreover, he had heard from his father that a plan existed to venture into the depths of the universe to challenge the tyrant Frieza, though Master Wuming had intervened, seemingly intending to elevate Earth's martial arts to unprecedented heights through the Frieza Core incident. Son Goku lowered his head in contemplation, harboring a lingering curiosity about the true nature of Master Wuming. However, his naive and carefree disposition often caused such curiosities to dissipate swiftly. After all, Master Wuming could hardly intend any harm to Earth. Lately, there has been an unsettling sensation of being watched. Son Goku revealed a look of confusion, sensing a powerful energy that had briefly lingered on Earth. If not for his fusion of Super Saiyan and Great Ape powers, he would have struggled to detect it. That energy bore a resemblance to that of the Azura from earlier times. Son Goku gazed thoughtfully toward the west. In the vast cosmos, a colossal planet, resembling a frozen giant, traversed an impossible trajectory, effortlessly crushing numerous stars without sustaining any damage, unlike ordinary celestial bodies. At the heart of this planet stood a grand hall. Within the hall, a towering figure occupied the highest throne, clad in a purple bodysuit enveloped by a layer of yellow garment, adorned with a helmet predominantly purple in hue. He occasionally reached for a red capsule at his side, consuming it with a gesture that hinted at aging. Lord Shrag, it appears that our course may lead us to encounter a formidable cosmic legion, reported a creature, entirely azure and resembling a frog. As it bowed before the high seat to deliver its message, "Crush the past," echoed a hoarse voice, imbued with an unfathomable malevolence that sent shivers down the spine. Yet, it appeared that this legion belonged to the nefarious Emperor Frieza. The creature, resembling a frog, remained prostrate, too fearful to raise its head and confront the exalted ruler. Upon hearing this, the malevolent monarch known as Shrag narrowed his eyes slightly. Crimson beams shot forth from his gaze, pinning the frog-like being to the ground. He spoke again. The mere Frieza dares to proclaim himself the emperor of evil in the universe. With me, the great cosmic king, present, he shall be utterly crushed. Indeed. Shrag, the great cosmic king, commanded deference. The subordinates standing nearby knelt before him, demonstrating their unwavering loyalty, proclaiming, "The insignificant Frieza is indeed trivial in the presence of the great cosmic king, the emperor of evil. How surprising it is to encounter such a foe before my own demise," thought Shrag, his pupils glimmering with unrestrained excitement. As plans brewed within him, let the blood of this tyrant mark the conclusion of my conquest across the cosmos. An alarm blared, signaling the emergence of a vast army ahead. Shall we engage emergency halt mode? Moments later, the alarm within the grand hall resonated, and the intelligent devices transmitted a strategy for addressing this urgent situation. "We shall advance decisively, prepare for battle," commanded Shrag in a hoarse voice. Yet it possessed an enchanting quality. Not only did it reach the ears of every formidable warrior within the chamber, but it also resonated with every soldier scattered across the planet. "Lord Frieza, a planet is hurtling towards us at an alarming speed, potentially on a collision course with our advanced reconnaissance forces," reported the trembling Sab, his green skin reflecting his trepidation as he knelt before Frieza, who sat within his command pod. "Then shatter that planet. Must I instruct you further, Mr. Sab?" Frieza's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon Sab, his mind in turmoil at the prospect of a suspected super science emergence, a recent trigger for his increasingly violent disposition. "Why yes, Lord Frieza," Sab stammered, ignited by a flicker of defiance in the face of Frieza's indifferent stare, and he fled swiftly, gripped by an unexplainable dread. Was it merely an ordinary planet? Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile as he gazed at the rapidly approaching planet displayed on the screen to his right. A premonition stirred within him. That very planet was hurtling towards him. Should it indeed be coming for me, the great Frieza? His smile deepened into an even more malevolent grin. His narrowed eyes glinted with a chilling brilliance, and his icy voice resonated once more. "I shall make all aware of what it means to be the emperor of the universe. Ha ha ha." The harsh, cold laughter reverberated throughout the entire flight chamber, causing the soldiers of the Frieza force below to tremble in fear. In my recollection, the laughter of King Frieza invariably heralds the onset of torment for some unfortunate soul. Within the command room of the Frieza force, Zarbon and Dodoria utilized a newfangled communication device to issue orders to the leaders of various legions, commanding the entire army to mobilize and obliterate that troublesome planet. In an instant, the ships of the Frieza force underwent a remarkable transformation. The vessel housing King Frieza remained stationed at the center, while the ships of the various legions surged to the forefront, all aiming at the distant planet that approached with relentless force. A brilliant flash of white light erupted, as countless waves of luminescence converged around the spacecraft, creating a spectacle that was both awe-inspiring and unsettling, particularly for those afflicted with a fear of dense crowds. Just as the colossal planet drew near, all the light waves surged forth, enveloping the immense celestial body in a dazzling display. In an instant, the cosmos transformed into a resplendent expanse of white, captivating and radiant. It was indeed a breathtaking display of fireworks. However, if there were a hand guiding this spectacle, Frieza's seemingly entranced smile belied the cold calculation in his eyes. With a powerful gust, all light waves were dispersed, yet the planet continued its relentless course. Shrouded in a layer of cerulean protection, a colossal planet thundered through the air, crushing several of Frieza's formidable spacecraft, and came to a halt directly before the Frieza force, serving as a formidable barrier that halted their entire fleet in the vastness of space. Among the cosmic void floated remnants of Frieza soldiers and the debris of their vessels. Who could this be? It appears they are truly here to challenge me, Frieza. Observing through the screens in the hall, Frieza perceived the scene with acute clarity. To be candid, even if every soldier of the Frieza force were to perish, not a flicker of emotion would disturb his icy heart. However, should anyone dare to provoke his existence, they would undoubtedly face the full brunt of his wrath. All members of the Frieza force, exit your vessels. Let us extend a warm welcome to our distant guests, Frieza declared, his gaze icy, yet his lips curled in a semblance of a smile, as if genuinely preparing to greet a friend. The top hatch of the Kyra spacecraft gradually opened, and countless soldiers clad in standard armor of Frieza soared into the vastness of space. The leaders of various legions stood at the forefront, while Frieza himself ascended slowly in the flight pod, gazing contemplatively at the distant planet, lost in thought. With a resounding crack, the planet trembled as if a formidable sound resonated through the cosmos. In the next moment, a grand portal fissured open, unleashing an innumerable horde of white-armored soldiers, their ranks rivaling those of the Frieza force. The great cosmic king Shrag had descended, yet Frieza did not approach to pay his respects. A man, his body clad in gleaming white muscle and crowned with yellow hair, gazed haughtily at the Frieza force, uttering words that left them in astonished silence. The existence of such a figure in this universe was truly unexpected. While many anticipated Frieza to be furious, he instead wore a smile, though those familiar with him could detect the latent murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Was he to bow in submission to Lord Shrag? A diminutive figure cloaked in a robe emitted a voice filled with dread. Of course, one must pay their respects. I have long heard of the audacious claim of the East Galaxy to be the domain of the great cosmic king. Frieza chuckled mockingly. Having heard whispers of such a person from the East Galaxy, yet their vast territories had prevented any prior encounter. To his surprise, fate had brought them together at this moment. A spark of fire ignited at his fingertip, and an immense energy sphere materialized, overshadowing the entire starry expanse. Frieza erupted in maniacal laughter, declaring, "This shall be my gift to the great cosmic king." The gift, while impressive, paled in comparison to what I truly desire, the life of the evil emperor. An elderly figure gradually emerged, extending a hand to nullify the fiery energy sphere, rendering it into nothingness. Here, on the North Galaxy King planet, resided the supreme deity governing the North Galaxy, the North Kai. At this moment, he paced anxiously, devoid of the usual gravitas associated with his title. It was terrifying. These two adversaries had clashed within the North Galaxy, and the ramifications could be dire, potentially leading to the very obliteration of the galaxy itself. As the North Kai continued his restless pacing, a gorilla and a grasshopper leaped and bounded closely behind him. What to do? Frieza and Shrag had both appeared in the North Galaxy. Although their conflict would deplete much of their strength, it was conceivable that they might devastate half of the galaxy. The North Kai was frantic, acutely aware that this realm was under his jurisdiction. Should devastation strike, he would be unable to justify it to the Great Kai or the celestial beings above. Contemplating reaching out to Wuming and Wutian, he quickly shook his head, recognizing that while those two possessed extraordinary talents, they were still woefully inadequate compared to the evil Emperor Frieza or the self-proclaimed Great Cosmic King Shrag. It must be understood that the power of the cosmic monarch Frieza rendered the four Great Kais powerless, forced to watch as he acted with impunity. Shrag, born with an exceptionally malevolent spirit and strength far surpassing that of ordinary Namekians, was no less formidable than Frieza, truly a super Namekian. Faced with such titans, what could Wuming and Wutian possibly offer in resistance? Never mind, I ought to inform them. Otherwise, the battlefield may extend to Earth without their knowledge. It has been quite some time since I last contacted Wuming and the others. As the King of the North contemplated this, the antenna-like appendages atop his head shimmered faintly, signaling the commencement of a reconnaissance mission on Earth. Due to Bardock's exceptional adaptability, the gravity training facilities provided by the Martial Arts Alliance were no longer sufficient to support his further training. Therefore, he accompanied Master Wuming to the Capsule Corporation, where they took residence in the latest gravity chamber created by Dr. Brief. Now, after 3 months, Bardock's combat prowess had yet to achieve significant enhancement. He still could not transform into a Super Saiyan. However, his battle power was gradually approaching 2 million, and there was hope that it might exceed 2 million before Frieza's arrival. Master Wuming had also made considerable progress. Daily sparring sessions with Bardock provided him with an opportunity to glean insights. Yet, he discovered that Bardock was far more astute than he had anticipated. In comparison, Goku, Kakarot, and the like seemed utterly unlike his own progeny, leaving him with no choice but to focus on his training. Nevertheless, his strength had reached an impressive plateau. Without the trials of life and death to forge him further, advancement proved difficult, though his techniques had indeed improved. Bardock, would you consider summoning your son Goku to train alongside us? I believe he too could benefit from some training. Perhaps he could advance beyond the Super Saiyan threshold. Making it easier to contend with Frieza, Wuming tentatively inquired, eager to draw closer to Goku and uncover the mysteries surrounding him. Even if Goku were to join, Wuming felt that significant progress would be unlikely. His training had likely transcended this method of enhancement. Yet, it was hard to envision that the boy could truly achieve Super Saiyan status, let alone advance beyond it. Bardock shook his head, He sensed that even with his current strength, training here would yield minimal growth. Moreover, Goku had already reached the Super Saiyan realm. However, when it came to Goku, a sense of pride welled within him. As Teacher Wu-Ming was about to articulate something, he was suddenly jolted, shifting the focus of his conversation. Lord North Kai, what prompts you to seek me out all of a sudden? Ah, Wu-Ming, the malevolent Emperor Frieza is engaged in battle with the cosmic King Slag in the North Galaxy. Their conflict is perilously close to Earth, and it could potentially affect your realm at any moment. Do you possess any means to address this? A voice echoed in Wu-Ming's mind. It was the North Kai, communicating through telepathy from the other side of the underworld. What? Frieza is clashing with Slag? Wu-Ming's expression turned peculiar, leaving Bardock momentarily bewildered, unable to decipher his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Bardock was taken aback. There exists someone in the universe bold enough to confront Frieza. Indeed, both of these individuals wield terrifying power. While Slag, due to his advanced age and frailty, may be slightly inferior to Frieza, his cunning nature makes him a formidable opponent. Thus, the duration of this battle remains uncertain, and should it reach Earth, you must be prepared. The North Kai's voice resonated once more, causing Wu-Ming's expression to grow even more unusual. I waited for Frieza for 3 months, only to discover he was waging war in the cosmos. However, it appears that neither of these fellows possesses virtuous intent. Is it not true that Frieza's initial objective was to arrive on Earth? Are you unaware of this, Lord Kai? Wu-Ming inquired. Well, I have not been particularly attentive lately. After all, with you on Earth, I felt reassured. However, why would Frieza seek Earth? Is it possible that there are Scions present? The North Kai, being the overseer of the North Galaxy, could not devote all his attention to Earth, yet he had heard whispers of Frieza's recent galaxy-wide manhunt for Scions. Indeed, one of them has even attained the status of Super Saiyan, and I have also experienced significant growth recently. Thus, if Frieza and Slag were to come together, it would not be an insurmountable challenge. Wu-Ming contemplated before clarifying Earth's situation to the North Kai, considering the latter as his mentor. Super Saiyan. The North Kai's voice trembled with astonishment. Despite having presided over the North Galaxy for countless years, he had only heard tales of the legendary Super Saiyan, never having witnessed one himself. Hearing of its existence was utterly staggering. Yes, therefore, Lord Kai, you need not worry. Even if Frieza and Slag were to arrive together, we would be capable of managing them. Ideally, they would eliminate each other in the process. Wu-Ming attempted to reassure the North Kai, but he received no response. Unbeknownst to him, the North Kai was in a state of shock, desiring nothing more than to absorb the gravity of the situation. Who were you conversing with just now? Bardock inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face, as he had never known Wu-Ming possess such abilities. Ah, it was the divine overseer of the North Galaxy. Lord North Kai, Wu-Ming replied, having awaited a response that never came. He informed me that Frieza and Slag are embroiled in battle within the cosmos. Shirag, who is this individual brave enough to challenge the malevolent Emperor Frieza? Bardock pondered, admitting he had never heard of such a figure in the vast cosmos. It must be that Namekian, akin to a deity, for when a crisis befell their planet, the Namekians were dispatched across the universe. However, unlike the typical peace-loving Namekians, this one had been imbued with an insidious power that grew relentlessly since birth, eventually establishing dominion in the Eastern Galaxy, without ever venturing into the Northern Galaxy. Hence your ignorance. Wu-Ming contemplated for a moment before recalling Shirag's entry on Baidu, transforming into a learned sage. A Namekian capable of contending with Frieza? Bardock wore an expression of incredulity. In his mind, the mightiest Namekian was limited to the strength of Nail. A chasm of disparity separated them from Frieza. Yet, this was no ordinary Namekian. If one were to insist, he should be termed a Super Namekian. Wu-Ming shifted his gaze, looking at him earnestly, and remarked, much like your Scion Super Scions. This revelation piqued Bardock's interest, prompting him to continue. Then let us persist in our training. I wish to achieve the evolution of the Super Saiyan before their arrival. Very well, I shall not hold back. Wu-Ming's aura underwent a profound transformation, enveloped in a cascade of azure light, transcending a certain threshold in an instant. In the gravity chamber, two formidable masters clashed violently, igniting an intense battle. Concurrently, the time chamber began to show signs of disintegration. Perched upon a great tree, Sun Wukong, having just completed his training at Baozi Mountain, leaned back with his arms crossed. Gazing up at the vast sky, he sensed the fierce confrontation between Frieza and an ominously malevolent presence. The aura was remarkably potent, capable of contending with Frieza for an extended period. Yet, as Sun Wukong delved deeper into his perception, he discerned that, amidst the conflict, the life force of another individual was steadily dissipating. However, he dismissed the concern. Neither of these individuals were virtuous. With his fingers poised at his brow, he reconsidered his intentions and lowered his hand. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he peered into the distance, exclaiming, "Who is this person that has gone to Bulma's location? This aura feels distinctly malevolent. It does not bode well." As he spoke, his figure abruptly blurred, and in the next instant, he vanished from his position. Meanwhile, within the Brief residence, Mrs. Brief paced anxiously, her mind racing with thoughts of Bulma, who had yet to return home despite the hour being ripe for her arrival. What could be the cause of this delay? Had Bulma ventured to Bowsy Mountain alone once more, or perhaps embarked on yet another perilous adventure? A sense of unease began to grip Mrs. Brief, an instinctive feeling that something dire might have transpired. "Doctor, madam," a sleek, new automobile sliced through the air. Arriving at the Brief household, a young man emerged, his body stained with blood, his once pristine martial arts uniform now tattered and torn. He addressed Mrs. Brief urgently. "Miss Bulma has been abducted by a terrifying creature. Its strength is beyond my capacity. I was utterly no match for it. We must act swiftly." "What?" The anxious Mrs. Brief, appearing composed as ever, gently addressed the martial artist. "To have sustained such injuries is truly unfortunate. You must attend to your wounds promptly and report it as a workplace injury." Having spoken, she hurried toward the gravity training room in search of Master Wuming. After all, the fearsome unknown creature had effortlessly harmed Bulma's guards to such an extent, indicating that it was no ordinary human. Only formidable individuals like Master Wutian and Bardock could confront such a threat. Nevertheless, Mrs. Brief felt a sense of reassurance, believing that with Master Wuming's intervention, everything would be all right. Above the swirling clouds of the divine temple, the god of earth leaned upon his staff, scrutinizing events transpiring in the mortal realm. Thanks to the martial arts alliance's assistance over the years, he could finally catch his breath, no longer burdened as he once was. Yet, as the god of earth, his thoughts were ever on his home. Thus, he diligently observed the state of affairs below, while Bobo silently stood behind him, fulfilling his duties. This was the horrifying entity that had last visited Earth, a formidable being from another world that had abducted Bulma. In an instant, the god of Earth broke into a cold sweat. Ever since Wuming's ascendance, Earth had frequently been beset by these bizarre, malevolent beings. Their presence was unnerving, almost nauseating. These individuals were likely the denizens of the fabled demon realm, yet that realm was the antithesis of the universe itself. Why would they concern themselves with a mere planet like Earth? What could they possibly seek here? The god of Earth was soon drenched in perspiration, feeling a sense of despair at being targeted by a world as vast as the cosmos itself. The terror was palpable, particularly with the malevolence that had emerged in the year 474 of the Age of Gods, an adversary that seemed insurmountable, far exceeding even the current Frieza. The more he pondered, the more his fear spread, causing his body to tremble. After a moment, he managed to speak. "However, it is fortunate that Wuming and Bardock have already taken action. I hope they can vanquish that fiend." Earth was plagued by numerous calamities. Not only was the tyrant Frieza on his way, but now there were also terrifying beings from other worlds lurking. The old deity sighed deeply, increasingly aware of the challenges faced by the divine guardians of Earth, as they contended with formidable foes beyond the annals of history. The source of all this turmoil must lie there, the god of Earth thought, casting his gaze toward a towering mountain in the mortal realm, where an ominous gate stood, exuding an aura of eerie dread that seemed utterly unnatural. Yet, as the deity of Earth, he found himself powerless to erase such a wicked place. Meanwhile, within the Brief residence, Wuming and Bardock, engaged in their training, were summoned by Mrs. Brief. Upon hearing her words, both men were taken aback, for they had not sensed the presence that had just manifested. "Hey, Wuming, Bardock, the ones who captured Bulma are heading toward the western region. Their target must be the gate to the demon realm." The voice of the celestial being resonated above them, illuminating the path for the bewildered pair. The gate of the demon realm. Wuming's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, he leaped into the air, soaring westward like a great bird. The gate of the demon realm. What kind of place could that be? Bardock, enveloped in a white aura, swiftly matched Wuming's pace. "I do not know. It is an exceedingly strange realm. Should Bulma be taken inside, unspeakable calamities may ensue." Wuming's entire being was taut, a hint of anxiety flickering in his eyes. He had ventured into the gate of the demon realm before, albeit not deeply. For if his conjecture held true, its depths concealed a terrifying abyss, where beings thrived who, At his former strength, he could not hope to overcome. No, even now, he would stand no chance against them. He had once attempted to obliterate the gate, only to be repelled by its eerie aura, sustaining grave injuries in the process. Since then, a deep-seated trepidation had taken root within him regarding that place. The demon realm. What realm is this? I have never heard of it before. Bardock, once again bewildered, felt that since arriving on Earth, he had gained a wealth of knowledge, be it the legendary scion from Namek, Slag, or Frieza with a battle power exceeding 100 million, and now he had stumbled upon the enigmatic gate of the demon realm. In the western mountains, Son Goku sensed a dark figure rushing into that gate. He barely had time to act before the immense door swung shut behind the entity. What a wretched creature to have escaped. Son Goku gazed at the door before him, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. He had almost caught up with that devilish figure, but had let his guard down, allowing it to abduct Bulma. Observing the figure, he discerned it bore little resemblance to the Azura he had encountered before. Shaking his head, he prepared to approach and push open the imposing door. Oh, it's Dad and Teacher Wu Ming. Have they come as well? As Son Goku spoke, he took a step back, quietly awaiting the arrival of his father and Teacher Wu Ming. With a swift motion akin to a lightning bolt, Bardock and Teacher Wu Ming traversed the boundless expanse to arrive at a secluded valley, stirring up a whirlwind of dust in their wake. They paused, and their gaze fell upon a towering mountain, beneath which stood a colossal stone door approximately 4 meters in height. This grand entrance comprised 2 outward opening panels, intricately adorned with enigmatic and marvelous patterns. At that moment, one of the panels was firmly locked, while the other was ajar, obstructed at an angle by a sharp sword. Before this sword stood a child of about 8 or 9 years, clad in orange attire, his hair styled like a crab's shell. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Father, Teacher Wu Ming, do you both feel it too? Sun Wukong approached them gently, his innocent smile illuminating his face once more. It's a pity I couldn't catch up with that fellow. Indeed, this adversary may prove troublesome, Teacher Wu Ming replied, nodding thoughtfully while scrutinizing the grand door. The peculiar entrance loomed like a ravenous demon, evoking a chill down his spine. I sense a formidable foe lurking beyond. Thus, I shall venture forth alone. You both should return. Sun Wukong attentively assessed the door and the aura it emanated, perceiving it to be akin to the depths of hell, dark and unfathomable. Even he would need to tread carefully should he enter. No, I cannot allow you to face this alone, Bardock resolutely countered, indignation flaring within him. As a father, he could not permit his son to confront the unknown terrors by himself. I possess some confidence if I go alone, but if I bring you along, I might be unable to ensure your safety, Sun Wukong replied earnestly, gazing intently at Bardock. How infuriating, Bardock thought, observing his son's serious demeanor. His anger stemmed not from any other reason, but from his inability to assist him. Wukong, have you attained the form of Super Saiyan 2? Teacher Wu Ming inquired, a sudden thought flashing through his mind as he regarded Sun Wukong. Super Saiyan 2? What is that? Is it an evolution beyond Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong responded, his expression one of confusion, his pure eyes devoid of any trace of knowledge regarding such a transformation. Oh, it's nothing. If you decide to go, be exceedingly cautious, for there may be foes far stronger than Frieza lurking there, Teacher Wu Ming admonished gravely, although he was reluctant to admit it. He recognized that Sun Wukong had likely surpassed both him and Bardock. After all, he had detected the infiltrating demon clan before they did. Far stronger than Frieza? Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, displayed no hint of fear. Rather, a spark of battle intent ignited in his eyes, as if he eagerly awaited a confrontation with such a powerful foe. Should you proceed, that is acceptable. However, promise me this, regardless of whether you can rescue Bulma, you must ensure your safe return. Bardock contemplated for a moment, ultimately neither hindering Goku nor insisting on accompanying him. Instead, he gently ruffled Goku's hair, a deep sentiment washing over him. Rest assured, I shall return with that Bulma character safe and sound. Goku flashed a broad grin at Bardock, his right hand gripping his sword, which he drew effortlessly. In the next instant, the great door slowly creaked open, releasing a foul and decaying stench that was utterly nauseating. This bag of senzu beans is entrusted to you. Remember, should the situation turn dire, return swiftly. We still have the dragon to rely on for our final recourse, Teacher Wu Ming said, unfastening the pouch from his waist and tossing it to Goku. Understood. Thank you, Teacher Wu Ming, Goku replied, accepting the bag of senzu beans, weighing it in his hand, and securing it at his waist before stepping into the abyss of darkness. All right, Bardock, Now close the door. Otherwise, we might have malevolent creatures slipping into Earth. Teacher Wuming remarked as he watched Goku's figure gradually meld into the shadows. I think I shall wait here for a while, Bardock said, remaining still. His gaze steadfast in the direction Goku had departed. Suit yourself. If Bulma has been taken to the demon realm, he should return swiftly, Wuming acknowledged with a nod, tacitly accepting Bardock's decision. Indeed, with Goku's powers, as long as he did not encounter the Demon King Depura, he should be able to handle whatever else awaited him. Teacher Wuming, after this, let us engage in a fierce battle. I wish to advance further. Bardock turned to Wuming, his eyes filled with fervent desire and determination. His longing to grow stronger was unprecedented, for he did not wish to be a father who hindered his son. After all, he was a scion, imbued with the pride of his lineage. Do you wish to achieve your transformation through this? Teacher Wuming asked gravely, well aware of the arduous challenge of surpassing a combat power of 100 million, a feat he had striven for 2 centuries to barely attain. Though scions possessed innate qualities and talents far surpassing those of Earthlings. However, the endeavor to transcend into a super scion, or to surpass the threshold of 100 million, is indeed an arduous challenge. In the past, Son Goku, having diligently cultivated martial arts from a young age and endured trials across Earth, the heavenly realm, and King Kai's planet, possesses a profoundly solid foundation. Yet, even after enduring numerous tribulations, achieving a combat power of approximately 3 million, he still finds himself unable to transform into a super scion, thus failing to transcend the limits of the universe. Had it not been for Krillin's sacrificial act at the hands of Frieza, which ignited a dormant energy through his fury, it is likely that even someone as gifted as Son Goku would have struggled to breach the threshold of 100 million. Furthermore, Prince Vegeta, endowed with substantial talent, also found himself ensnared in the agony of Goku surpassing him and the bitterness of his impending demise. Only through relentless training in the gravity chamber was he able to break free from his cocoon and exceed the 100 million barrier, becoming a super scion. As for Wu Ming, it was even more pronounced. Upon reaching a combat power of over 3 million, he believed he could achieve approximately 35 times the combat essence. Yet, he remained unable to transcend the 100 million threshold, even suffering physical setbacks as his strength waned. It was only after decades of contemplation, compounded by the pressure from Frieza, that he finally shattered the 100 million limit. Indeed, I am unwilling to accept this. Bardock's gaze was distant, his voice low yet imbued with a hint of determination. Upon stepping into the demon realm, Son Goku was immediately assaulted by an exceedingly foul odor, reminiscent of decayed matter entombed for millennia, nauseating to the core. Moreover, he could sense that the atmosphere here was exceedingly thin, with a high temperature that disoriented the mind. He could even vaguely perceive that the aura of the demon realm was influencing him, albeit subtly, as if the realm itself were repelling him. Something feels different. Son Goku furrowed his brow, recalling his childhood visit to this place. However, the sensation he experienced this time was entirely distinct. To be precise, he could feel that the malevolent energy here far exceeded that of his previous life, the nauseating stench having multiplied several times over. Fortunately, his experiences far surpassed those of ordinary beings, allowing him to endure it. As he cautiously traversed the lengthy, dark corridor, the scene before him suddenly opened up, revealing the demon realm in all its grim glory. He glanced around, noting that the desolation mirrored that of his past life. The vast expanse bore no signs of vegetation. Instead, it was engulfed in charred remains, with a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky, casting a dreadful light upon the barren land and decaying mountains. Bulma and that fiend's presence seemed to have vanished. Son Goku's brow furrowed slightly as he meticulously searched for the auras of the two he had sensed earlier, only to be astonished to discover that in this realm, he could sense neither Bulma nor the demonic creature. This realization left him astounded. If that were the case, they must have departed from this area, complicating matters significantly. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, sensing a predicament. Observing the desolate surroundings, he felt a twinge of confusion. Uncertain of his direction. Well, it seems there is no other recourse. I shall inquire with that Azura. Perhaps this mischief is the result of his doing. With 2 fingers placed upon his forehead, Sun Wukong attuned himself to the most potent aura in the vicinity, and suddenly, his pupils constricted as his figure vanished from sight. Ah, I distinctly perceived the presence of someone here just moments ago. A deep voice resonated, and a towering figure gradually materialized in the spot where Sun Wukong had just departed. Beneath the crimson moonlight, his features became discernible, a blue-skinned giant clad in rudimentary garb. Adorned with 2 horns atop his head, his visage fierce, wielding a massive axe. Surely it is but an illusion. I have been vigilant. If anyone were present, I would have noticed. A lithe figure emerged from the mist, her back turned, obscured by the blood-red moonlight. She continued, "It is imperative to maintain our watchfulness, lest the demon lord take action against our realm. Indeed, I am simply concerned about the potential for intruders from the demon realm." The blue-skinned giant's expression was grave, tinged with a palpable fear of the demon lord. Ever since the demon king visited Earth years ago, we have known no respite. We are perpetually on guard for the demon envoys, with no end in sight. How I long for the tranquility of the past. The lithe figure sighed softly, her breath heavy with resignation, for such was the decree of the demon king. Within the Azure Palace, the ruler of the Earth demon realm had just bid farewell to the returning demon envoy. He returned to the grand hall, taking his seat upon a throne draped in animal hides. Casually, he embraced a demoness pouring wine beside him, eagerly watching the enchanting dancers of his kin sway gracefully below. He swirled a metallic cup in his right hand, the crimson liquid sloshing within, while his hand wandered over the form of the woman beside him, displaying a lively interest. However, the fact that the envoy returned with but a mere earth woman, and yet sustained injuries, left him pondering the strength of the adversaries outside. The Azure's hand did not pause, yet his mind was in deep contemplation. The envoy's injuries on Earth truly astonished him. After all, this envoy was a formidable warrior personally selected by Lord Dabra, the king of the demon realm, to serve the demon king. Yet, such a powerful being was wounded in a mere terrestrial realm. Moreover, it seemed he had barely escaped with his life, returning directly to the demon realm as if nothing had transpired, an incredulous notion indeed. My Lord Azura, what occupies your thoughts?" The Azura, lost in contemplation, had unwittingly ceased his movements, disregarding the approaching dog-headed demon who sought to present him with wine. The dog-headed demon was taken aback, wondering if he had committed some error to warrant such treatment. "Oh, it is nothing. I simply find these times rather burdensome." As Ashura raised his goblet, the crimson liquid spilled forth. He drank deeply, sighed, and continued, "Initially, we believed ourselves free from the clutches of the dark demon realm, residing upon this desolate planet, and thought we could indulge in joy and tranquility without restraint. Yet, little did we anticipate the peculiarities of this world, which have drawn the gaze of the demon king, leaving us in a state of unrest. In truth, it is your excessive hesitation that has led to this predicament. The demon king has sent forth scouts to Earth with increasing frequency over the years, indicating that there must be something of great significance to him hidden within. If you were to conquer Earth, it would indeed be a monumental achievement, and you could surely seek an audience with the demon king, who might grant you a realm of your own, where you could relish in happiness and serenity. The dog-headed figure's eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light as he proposed this to Ashura. "Earth?" A peculiar expression crossed Ashura's face as he shook his head and remarked, "Even the father and son of Karak have endured tribulations on Earth, ultimately meeting their demise. Although I consider my strength comparable to theirs, I am not so audacious as to believe I could vanquish them." Moreover, Ashura hesitated, slowly shaking his head. What a jest! Even the renowned demon lord from the demon realm was recently injured on Earth. How could I, a mere Ashura, dare to set foot there? I would likely be obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. However, within the large, canine eyes of the dog-headed demon, a glimmer of wisdom seemed to flash. Just as he was about to utter something, he was suddenly startled to find a figure standing before him, causing his heart to race and his body to retreat swiftly. "Long time no see, Azura." At this moment, Azura had also regained his composure, lightly striking the ground with his hand and propelling himself several paces away. Gazing in astonishment at the individual before him, the person stood at a mere height of about 1 meter 20 to 30, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab and eyes that sparkled with purity and clarity, a mere child of around 10 years old. "Who are you?" Upon realizing that the figure before him was a child, Azura's taut nerves began to relax slightly. If it was merely a child, perhaps he was one of the captives brought back by his subordinates, who had now managed to escape. It was understandable that he had been too deep in thought to notice earlier. Azura reassured himself. "I am Sun Wukong." The child in the orange martial arts attire regarded Azura with a calm demeanor, and after a moment, continued, "I would like to inquire if you have seen Bulma. Accompanying him is a peculiar creature with wings and a body covered in lumps, seemingly possessing two heads. Bulma? Lord Azura expressed that he had never heard this name before. When Goku mentioned the person behind him, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Why did he feel such a sense of familiarity with this individual? Had he encountered them somewhere before? Lord Azura pondered if he was referring to the demon Lord, Tesla. At that moment, the dog-headed demon's expression changed. The demon lord's exquisite appearance, adorned in splendid magical attire, indeed appeared grotesque to ordinary mortals. Furthermore, possessing two heads, he exhibited vitality far surpassing that of a common demon or human. Was this not the unmistakable hallmark of Lord Tesla? How peculiar it was for such a creature to bear this name. Goku mused aloud, before inquiring once more, where has that fellow gone? I sense he is no longer within this vicinity. Hey, you mere human dare to stir trouble in the demon realm and audaciously slander the demon lord? Upon hearing Goku mention Tesla, the demons below immediately stood up, roaring in outrage, their movements and tone devoid of any respect. Human. You would do well to leave quickly. I can pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, you may bring calamity upon the entire earth. At this moment, Azura awoke to the gravity of the situation. After careful consideration, he refrained from attacking the child before him. His intuition, honed over many years, told him that this child was far more complex than he appeared. Listen, I ask you, where has Tesla taken Bulma? Goku's expression turned serious. He had witnessed those dear to him vanish amidst the rifts of various worlds, making him value familial and friendly bonds even more this time. Bulma was among his closest friends, and he would never allow anyone to harm her. Haha, what a joke. A mere human dares to question me? In an instant, Azura's irritation flared. After all, he was a ruler of his domain, and it was an affront to his authority for such a young child to speak to him in this manner. So where exactly is Bulma? Tell me at once. Goku's gaze grew icy, impatience creeping into his tone. Time had already passed, and his concern for Bulma's well-being intensified, amplifying his urgency. With a sudden exclamation, the Azura's expression darkened, though he felt a twinge of apprehension towards the unexpectedly appeared child. However, as the formidable Azura king, how could he genuinely fear a mere child? Extending his right arm, a spiral of waves enveloped his entire being, seemingly harnessing immense power, and he launched a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, the seemingly terrifying fist ensnared by spiraling waves was effortlessly halted by a mere finger of Sun Wukong, unable to advance even an inch further. It appeared that without engaging in combat, this troublesome fellow would not speak candidly. With a subtle yet firm pressure from his fingertip, Sun Wukong deftly deflected the Azura's fist aside. In a swift motion, his right hand coiled into a fist and delivered what seemed to be an ordinary punch directly to the Azura's abdomen. With a resounding thud, what appeared to be an utterly ordinary punch sent Azura hurtling backwards, embedding him into the palace wall. His form was disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his face was a canvas of shock, wide-eyed as he gazed at the child before him. In that fleeting moment, a horrifying realization dawned upon him: the audacity to show disrespect towards Lord Azura. The demons below, whether due to an inherent lack of intellect or some other reason, showed no sign of fear upon witnessing Sun Wukong's punch that had driven Azura into the wall. Instead, they surged forward with reckless abandon, their aggression palpable. Drink. Various demons arrived one after another, their presence exuding an aura that was utterly nauseating. Sun Wukong's gaze turned steely, and with a sudden jolt, he unleashed a vast energy that stirred the winds and clouds, causing the demons to stumble and falter. Could you be the Azura? The spiraling ripples around him resonated, shattering the walls surrounding him. Just as he intended to strike at Sun Wukong, he felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura, swift as a tempest and fierce as thunder. Even the grand hall trembled under the force. He found it difficult to breathe, kneeling on one knee, astonishment etched on his face as he stuttered, You hurt Lord Tesla, the Earthling. Indeed, it was I who injured the one audacious enough to abduct Bulma. However, I did not anticipate that he possessed skills such as instantaneous movement, allowing him to escape. Sun Wukong's boundless aura continued to swell, resembling an endless abyss. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, as if he had exerted no effort at all. He turned to Azura and inquired, Tell me, where exactly did that pockmarked fellow take Bulma? All right, I will tell you, Azura replied, visibly shaken by the presence of the child before him, who had managed to injure the Demon King's envoy, Lord Tesla. Given his earlier punch, Azura felt compelled to speak truthfully. After all, such a figure was not someone he, a mere survivor in the demon realm, could confront. He struggled against the overwhelming pressure of Sun Wukong's energy, trembling as he said, "Lord Tesla took that Earth girl to the demon realm. However, I advise you against going there. It is a graveyard for the strong. In your universe, there should be no one capable of contending with the Demon King." The Demon King, a title that sounded immensely formidable. Sun Wukong's clear eyes held no trace of fear. Rather, there was an undercurrent of excitement as he replied, "Then, where is this demon realm you speak of? Do you truly wish to go? Even your universe's mightiest, Frieza, would find it challenging to match even a fraction of the Demon King's power," Azura remarked, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. It was the first time he had encountered someone eager to venture into the demon realm, which was viewed as a vile place by those from other worlds. Most importantly, any powerful being from another realm who was slain by a denizen of the demon realm would find their soul unable to reach the afterlife, condemned to endure endless suffering and torment. Such a being intrigues me, especially since he has taken Bulma, Sun Wukong said, withholding further comments. As he relaxed his aura and nodded earnestly at Azura. "Very well," a cold smile flickered at the corners of Ashura's lips. "Since you wish to court death, do not blame me." With a pointed finger directed towards the north, he declared, "At the end of that direction lies a cave. And beyond that cave is the path leading to the demon realm. Is that so?" "Thank you," Sun Wukong replied, his gaze sweeping towards the north, as if he had transcended the grand hall to behold the distant landscape. He could sense a potent aura emanating from that region. In the blink of an eye, his figure flickered and departed from the grand hall, his departing words still lingering in the air. "Then, farewell, Mr. Ashura." What a terrifying individual. Ashura, still shaken, gently wiped the blood from his lips, rearranged his appearance, and returned to his original seat upon the beastskin throne. He gestured for a maid to pour him wine. While privately contemplating, "It is a pity he is somewhat foolish. To venture into the demon realm is to squander one's life. Can a mere human truly believe they can rival the Lord of Demons?" The festivities continued, yet this individual, Sun Wukong, dared to embark alone towards the demon realm, a path that seemed nothing short of self-destruction. Ashura looked down to see the demons below wearing expressions of confusion. Appearing composed, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling for everything to proceed as usual. Indeed, no matter how formidable that lad may be, he cannot contend with the Demon Lord, the most powerful being in the entire demon realm, one who even the gods tremble before. The crowd of demons erupted into a cacophony, seemingly to suppress their earlier trepidation. As Ashura lifted his cup, he realized his hand was trembling. He shook his head in silence, downed the drink, set the cup upon a nearby stone, and rose to return to the inner hall. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, preoccupied with thoughts of Bulma, swiftly traversed vast distances towards the northern frontier. The blood moon cast its glow, and towering mountains loomed ahead. At last, he halted at the mountain's edge, gazing into the encircling peaks. The air here felt even more intense and acrid. This must be the place. Sun Wukong attuned himself carefully, locating the source of the aura, which resided amidst the surrounding mountains. There flowed a river of crimson, and beyond it lay a cavern. With a deep breath, Sun Wukong's entire being was enveloped in a luminous white aura, gradually forming a protective shield that isolated him from the searing heat and ominous atmosphere. He traversed the crimson stream and stepped into the cavern, an instant transition into an abyss reminiscent of hell itself, where darkness loomed and endless dread encircled him. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. Within the shadows, his clear, radiant eyes sparkled with an indelible brilliance. He moved forward slowly, unaware of the vast distances he covered or the time that slipped away. Outside the Azura Palace, Bardock had been vigilantly guarding the area for 3 consecutive days and nights. During this time, a few demonic beings attempted to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm, but he effortlessly dispatched them, all the while waiting in vain for Sun Wukong's return. Bardock's heart bore a tinge of sorrow, despite the myriad secrets dwelling within his son. He could not bring himself to believe that Sun Wukong had truly met his demise. "Bardock, do not be troubled. Wukong's fate may not be as dire as it seems," resonated a deep voice infused with a comforting power. It was Master Wuming, returning once more. Observing Bardock's despondent demeanor, he felt compelled to offer solace. "It is said that time flows differently in the demon realm. 1 year in our universe equates to merely a day or a month there." "Really?" A glimmer of hope flickered across Bardock's face as he inquired of Master Wuming. He could hardly believe that the son capable of transcending the limits of the Scion race, destined to become the mightiest warrior in the universe's legends, could be so easily vanquished. Yes, it is true. In the demon realm, the fabric of time and space indeed differs from that of the mortal world. The reasons remain elusive, Wu-Ming nodded, though he possessed some understanding. It was not comprehensive, merely something mentioned in passing by the king of the world, without delving into details, as it was said to be a secret of the divine realm. Such an explanation might clarify matters, if a day there equates to a year here. Hence, although 3 days have elapsed here, perhaps little time has passed there. Bardock, having once ventured into the hyperbolic time chamber, nodded thoughtfully, his eyes rekindling with determination. Yet, after a moment, a hint of regret surfaced as he lamented. But how am I to explain this to Jine if the boy is gone for several days? That's your concern, Wu-Ming replied, shaking his head with an expression of helplessness. Refraining from revealing that the different flow of time likely indicated a journey to the great demon realm, where countless formidable beings resided, including the first among them, the demon king Depura, whose strength rivaled that of a Super Saiyan too. Never mind, I must return. This is truly troublesome, Bardock sighed, ultimately deciding to inform Jine to alleviate her worries. By the way, if Goku hasn't returned in 2 years, we shall gather the Dragon Balls. With the eternal dragon present, even the deceased can be resurrected. Wu-Ming observed Bardock as he approached the entrance to the demon realm, preparing to return, and offered a reminder. Such a thing exists in this world? Bardock asked, astonished, seemingly struggling to fathom the existence of such a miraculous phenomenon that could grant life anew. Yes, in due time. Continue seeking me for training. Your limits should soon be reached, Wu-Ming responded, turning to depart, as he too required cultivation, striving to surpass Son Goku before his return. Thank you, Bardock, imbued with the essence of the divine dragon, felt an immediate sense of relief. With a subtle shift in his footing, he was soon suspended in midair, a white aura enveloping him as he directed his path towards Baotou Mountain. In the realm of the great demon world, Sun Wukong sensed the world spinning around him. His gaze pierced through an endless abyss of darkness. Suddenly, a cerulean light flooded his vision, and he found himself transported to an entirely new realm. Is this the great demon world? But how shall I return? Sun Wukong pondered, surveying his surroundings. Towering mountains loomed above, and unique trees blanketed the ground. Yet he could not locate the cave from whence he came. Nevertheless, the great demon world showcased a distinct beauty of its own. Taking a deep breath, he noted that the air, while still unpleasant, had lost much of its nauseating quality. However, the malevolent energy was overwhelming, far surpassing that of the Azura's realm. And the scenery was infinitely more captivating. The vegetation varied greatly in hue, the sky was crimson, and the earth was adorned with lush green foliage, creating an oddly striking vista. I must seek out that rascal Bulma, Sun Wukong thought, his eyes narrowing. He placed 2 fingers upon his brow, allowing his aura to disperse and search for the presence of someone named Tulis. After all, Bulma's energy was too faint for even him to detect easily. He found it, yet was alarmed to sense a formidable aura accompanying it. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and trembled slightly as he murmured, an unprecedented power. Could this individual be the so-called Demon King? Indeed, he was an impressive adversary, far surpassing Frieza. No, even androids 17 and 18 paled in comparison. Excitement welled within him. Yet, a moment later, he composed himself, stating, however, this time is for Bulma's rescue. Engaging in battle with that individual while escorting her would not be prudent. There will be opportunities in the future. The orange silhouette vanished in an instant, transcending the constraints of space, arriving at the heart of the demon realm. At the core of this realm stood a magnificent citadel, the residence of the supreme ruler and the most formidable being, revered as the Demon King. Towering above, the Demon King's castle resembled a monstrous head with a gaping maw, within which resided the Demon King Dapra, the ultimate sovereign of the demon world. Inside the grand hall, various demon elite troops stood in formation, while the walls were adorned with eerie characters and illustrations, starkly contrasting with the aesthetics of Earth, evoking a sense of dread. Upon the opulent throne lounged a tall figure clad in azure attire, revealing crimson flesh at the open neckline. His visage, both sinister and terrifying, bore a hint of stubble, and his elongated, pointed ears sprouted fleshy horns. Draped in a gray cloak, he wore an unwavering expression of confidence, exuding an aura befitting a ruler. Is this the one you have brought back? The Demon King inquired, a hint of mockery in his gaze as he swept it over his recently returned subordinate, Tesla. The latter, with his corpulent purple form adorned with black patterns, bore a significant bulge. And on his back sprouted leathery wings as he cradled a 12-year-old girl with violet hair. Indeed, my lord, Tesla replied, handing the girl to a nearby attendant and bowing respectfully to the Demon King. I instructed you to capture some martial experts from Earth to ascertain the current state of affairs there. What use is a little girl? The Demon King maintained his enigmatic smile, his dark golden eyes glinting with a magical hue. This girl is no ordinary child. She is the daughter of the largest conglomerate on Earth, and she has deep ties to the individual known as Wu Ming, whom you have been closely observing, Tesla responded, kneeling on one knee and addressing the Demon King earnestly. I wonder how that planet is faring. It is the palace Dapra, have reserved. If it develops to my satisfaction, I shall incorporate it into the territory of the Demon Realm, the Demon King mused, having previously scouted Earth 300 days prior, when it was still in a primitive state. However, it piqued his interest, especially a certain man who seemed to possess knowledge of many hidden truths, leading him to contemplate the annexation of Earth. Ultimately, it was his sister who advised him to bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment to conquer the planet. Thus, he had often dispatched agents to gather intelligence, occasionally abducting Earthlings but refraining from outright invasion. Is the present Earth truly captivating? From around the corner emerged a lithe figure clad in a tight-fitting ensemble of red and black, accentuating her alluring curves. With white hair cascading around her striking features and slightly bluish skin, she delicately tapped Bulma's head with her pale blue fingers, breaking into an exuberant smile. Well, Tawa, have the awaited ones finally made their appearance? Dapper gazed at the woman, a questioning expression evident in his eyes. He was aware that his sister was one of the most exceptional sorceresses in the demon realm, endowed with numerous incredible abilities, even possessing the foresight to glimpse fragments of the future. It seemed that not just one, but multiple anomalies had manifested, indicating that the waters of Earth were becoming increasingly murky. How intriguing. The woman named Tawa wore a sweet smile, yet a glint of coldness flickered within her gaze. You speak of humans who can contend with the gods. Do they truly exist? Dapper chuckled softly, shaking his head. He found it hard to believe that ordinary humans could assist him in confronting divine beings. After all, even as the king of the demon realm, he had been forced into a corner by the 5 sovereign gods, although now only one of those 5 remained, rumored to be ineffectual. Whispers spoke of the existence of destroyer gods in this universe, entities far beyond his capability to confront. Perhaps, Tawa gently nodded. She could only occasionally glimpse fragments of the future, drawn from the memories of one named Wu Ming. However, due to limitations in her magical prowess, these glimpses were but mere snippets. It was precisely this that ignited her profound interest in Earth, compelling her to decide that she would incorporate it into the demon realm in her battle against the deities. What's the matter? Weren't you confident before? Depura observed his sister's momentary hesitation with a twinge of displeasure. The future I see seems to diverge somewhat from the present. Why are Kakarot and Son Goku 2 distinct individuals? A hint of confusion crossed Tao's face, fleeting as it was, as her confidence swiftly returned, gracing her lovely visage once more. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. I need to continue my studies in magic, so I shall take my leave for now. Oh, by the way, my dear brother, I once glimpsed a corner of the future where, during my absence, an evil sorcerer attempted to control you. Do take care. Tawa lifted Bulma, preparing to return her to Earth, for this young girl was destined to be a pivotal character in the future of Earth. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she paused momentarily to communicate telepathically with Depura. Hey, you lot, return Bulma to me at once. Depura curled his lip, pondering what kind of sorcerer would dare attempt to dominate him, the king of the demon realm. Just as he was about to speak, a voice reached his ears, calm yet brimming with latent power. A mere child dares to stir trouble in the demon realm. Depura's gaze shifted from his sister Tawa to the front, where he beheld a child of about 8 years old, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab, with a tail swaying behind him. The sight was oddly endearing, prompting a teasing remark from him. Ah, Son Goku. Tawa turned at the mention, her expression one of astonishment. How did you arrive in the demon realm at this juncture? Hey, you're a girl, right? Quickly return Bulma to me. Son Goku's eyes locked onto Bulma in Tawa's arms, his voice earnest. Lord Demon King, that child once injured me back on Earth, Tesla whispered as he approached Depura. What a disgrace. As an elite of my great demon realm, to be wounded by such a child, Depura scoffed, his expression darkening as he glared at Son Goku. Tao's eyes flickered with unspoken intentions, and just as she was about to speak, she felt a flurry of punches before her. She swiftly retreated, only to find, to her astonishment, that Bulma had already been seized by the other party. It seems he possesses considerable strength, Depura noted, his pupils narrowing as he regarded Son Goku below, recognizing the extraordinary power he wielded. Even within the entire realm of demons, only a mere 100 have attained such a level. The Demon Moon Envoy, the Demon Spirit Envoy, and the Demon Nether Envoy, along with the gaze of Depula, lingered upon the recently returned Tesla, their lips involuntarily twitching as one of them remarked, Demon Guide Envoy. You might as well take a rest. You three should decide who will entertain that little child. You three should join forces. I am pressed for time. Sun Wukong cast a glance at the trio of peculiar beings before him. One was clad in purple garments, their azure skin wrapped beneath, with a crescent moon adorning their head, the Demon Moon Envoy. Next was the Demon Spirit Envoy, draped in a long robe, with a blue beard trailing upon the floor. Lastly, the Demon Nether Envoy, possessing crimson skin and a singular horn atop their head, exuded an ethereal gaze reminiscent of a specter from the underworld. The younger brother displayed considerable audacity. However, holding on to this little girl would ultimately prove inconvenient. It would be better to pass her to the elder sister. Despite Sun Wukong snatching Bulma from Tova's grasp, she remained unfazed, continuing to smile sweetly. With a subtle motion of her hand, a surge of black radiance enveloped the air, and in the next instant, Wukong felt a lightness in his grasp. Bulma had inexplicably returned to Tova's hands. Bulma, with a sudden movement, Sun Wukong unleashed a surge of energy that crackled like thunder and lightning. Hey, little one, your opponent is no ordinary foe. Just as he was about to charge forward, he was abruptly halted by an individual standing in his path, who even grasped his fist. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the enigmatic moon sorceress with her striking emerald hair. Drink! Sun Wukong exclaimed with fury, his golden eyes shimmering even more brightly. The aura surrounding him gradually shimmered with a hint of gold as he forcefully broke free from the grip of the moon demon. In an instant, he tilted his body and delivered a powerful kick. The envoy of the demon realm, known as Peng, was indeed formidable, embodying the strength befitting a messenger of the Demon King. He swiftly launched his attack, his arm colliding with the thigh of Sun Wukong. Is this truly your utmost strength? While commendable, it merely represents the pinnacle of power from your world. However, it is utterly insufficient to wreak havoc in the demon realm, the demon envoy remarked, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Despite his masculine appearance, his voice resonated with the soft timbre of a woman. This will suffice to deal with you. Sun Wukong's entire being ignited with a fierce intensity, gradually transforming into a golden hue as he engaged in rapid combat with the demon envoy. The sheer force emanating from him caused the surrounding stone pillars to become pockmarked and battered. With a resounding bang, two fists collided with tremendous force, sending an overwhelming shockwave radiating from the two individuals at its epicenter, causing the entire hall to tremble uncontrollably. The two clasped their hands tightly, facing each other in a contest of their energies. However, Sun Wukong ultimately found himself at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. Little brother, this simply won't do. The opponent has yet to unleash their full power. Sensing Sun Wukong's impending defeat, the moon demon appeared exceedingly pleased. Is that so? Sun Wukong's lips curved slightly, and in an instant, the golden hue in his eyes vanished. Yet, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly radiant. A touch of gold illuminated his form, and in a heartbeat, the golden brilliance flickered like the blazing sun, causing his dark hair to stand erect and transform into a golden mane. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, shifting to a vibrant green, rendering his demeanor strikingly aloof. This was the transformation into a Super Saiyan. With a mere exertion of force, the formidable Son Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan, propelled the Demon Moon Envoy away. He followed up with a swift kick, sending the envoy hurtling across the grand hall. The sheer might of his strike causing the envoy to pierce through the entirety of the chamber. Thus commenced the second round. Goku's golden figure stood resolute in the arena, his emerald eyes sweeping across the hall, exuding an aura of chilling indifference. The intensity of his presence was now incomparable to that of moments prior. Even the mighty Demon King Depura found himself taken aback. The demon realm had long been renowned as the most nefarious place in the cosmos. Yet now, it had been infiltrated by a mere child of the Saiyan race. Consequently, chaos erupted anew as the long-quiet demon realm was plunged back into conflict. A figure emerged from the fractured castle, suspended in midair. Its crescent-shaped eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld the glimmering golden light emanating from below through the shattered gaps of the fortress. What a terrifying child, yet I find his demeanor quite appealing. The Demon Moon envoy extended his purple tongue to lick away the dark blood at the corner of his mouth. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the moonlight gathered and coalesced, ultimately forming a slender crescent. As the new moon converged with a violet radiance, pulsating amidst the sorcerous hands of the moon's envoy, he suddenly stirred. In an instant, that purple lunar glow surged back into the castle from the shattered remnants. Within the grand hall, Sun Wukong's slender form was bathed in golden light, transforming his hair and tail into shimmering gold. He stood resolutely, and in the blink of an eye, an extraordinarily sharp aura began to subdue itself. With a fleeting glance, Sun Wukong beheld the violet glow of the moonlight. His body quivered slightly as a golden aura transformed into a diminutive dragon, shattering the moonlight in an instant. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, his right fist clenched tightly. He struck out fiercely in midair, and amidst the resplendent golden radiance, his blow collided with the void. Suddenly, a silhouette materialized, only to be propelled through the grand hall once more by the force of his punch. It was evident that he possessed considerable prowess. Depura observed Sun Wukong with a barely perceptible nod, recognizing that this child's strength had indeed surpassed even that of the mightiest being in that universe, Frieza. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Taoan narrowed her eyes, watching Sun Wukong, lost in contemplation. Let us act together. The demon spirit masters exchanged glances as they witnessed Sun Wukong effortlessly vanquishing the Demon Moon Master. In the next moment, the three of them struck simultaneously, their black, blue, and azure luminescence converging in the air, illuminating the small hall with an extraordinarily vibrant radiance. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong's aura erupted violently, enveloping them in a brilliant golden light. His figure moved with astonishing swiftness, engaging the three in an intense battle. Their exchanges transcended the very speed of sound, leaving the grand hall reverberating with cracks and fissures. Yet, despite the ferocity of their clash, the individuals showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, their pace only seemed to accelerate further. The hall endured yet another fracture as a sudden burst of violet light pierced through the palace, colliding directly with the depths of the golden radiance. At the moment these two hues intertwined, they surged forth from the hall at an angle, soaring into the heavens. Soon after, 3 more beams of light followed suit, ascending into the sky. It had indeed been a long time since the hall had suffered any damage. The Demon King Depura merely shook his head lightly, his figure flickering as he stepped out of the grand hall, continuing to observe the unfolding battle. What an intriguing contest, is it not? A smile graced the lips of Tawa as her fingertips danced, lifting Bulma into the air. The two of them, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, ascended to witness the progression of the conflict. Against the backdrop of a crimson sky, akin to a blazing inferno, countless wonders manifested. The golden flames and violet moonlight halted midair, revealing the figure of Sun Wukong, bathed in golden brilliance, alongside the Demon Moon envoy, whose presence was shrouded in a purple aura. At that moment, the Demon Moon envoy's right hand transformed into a crescent blade, yet Sun Wukong held it firmly, rendering it ineffective. Ah, how perilous indeed. A faint smile graced Sun Wukong's lips as he clutched the violet glow with his left hand, suddenly yanking the Demon Moon envoy closer to him. Releasing the energy blade with his left hand, he clenched his right fist, summoning a flash of golden light. His formidable strength struck the Demon Moon envoy, sending him crashing into the earth. I must admit, you are indeed formidable. Among all we have encountered, aside from Lord Depura, you stand as the strongest. The Demon Spirit envoy floated gracefully before Sun Wukong, wearing a smile. Indeed, to overpower the Demon Moon envoy single-handedly is quite an impressive feat. The Demon Spectre envoy similarly elevated, positioning himself behind Sun Wukong with arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness. To think one could inflict harm upon me even on Earth. You are truly a fearsome individual. The Demon Guide envoy also hovered at his side, their 2 heads and 4 eyes reflecting a gaze filled with animosity. You are excessively powerful, little brother. I find myself utterly outmatched. The earth suddenly split open, and the violet figure sliced through the air, joining forces with the other 3, encircling Sun Wukong. So, are you all joining forces? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, his muscles taut and ready for action at a moment's notice. Indeed, your strength is overwhelming. It seems that regardless of the opponent, victory would be elusive in a one-on-one encounter. The demon spirit invoice pupils gleamed with shrewdness as they remained fixed upon Sun Wukong. Very well, I find myself increasingly intrigued. Sun Wukong formed a claw with his left hand while his right fist rested at his waist, adopting the stance of the Turtle School martial arts. Brother, is this the first time your 4 demon envoys are uniting their efforts? Tao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she turned to inquire of the Demon King Depura. If we exclude the Demon King himself, it indeed marks the first occasion. I had not anticipated such immense power from this earthling, Depura remarked with a hint of delight in his gaze directed at Sun Wukong. Tao, it appears your assertions were not unfounded. This little fellow may indeed assist us in confronting the god of destruction. It is difficult to control. Tova shook her head, her violet eyes revealing the sight of a golden figure floating in the air, as pure and flawless as a crystal. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, "This child is too innocent. His willpower surpasses all imagination. My magic may not suffice to restrain him. Is this child truly such a nuisance?" Dapper glanced once more at the airborne Sun Wukong, furrowing his brow as he pondered whether to simply eliminate him. However, if they could capture him, it might be possible to exert long-term magical control and compel him to serve their purposes. A flicker of delight crossed Tova's violet gaze, as if she had conceived a certain strategy. "I shall bring him to you shortly. However, it seems my assistance may not be necessary." Lord Dapra, the Demon King, crossed his arms confidently across his chest, his expression suggesting that all was already within his grasp. Hope, perhaps. Tova appeared to be confident. Yet a sense of foreboding lingered in her heart. In the heavens above, the spirit of magic casually conjured a cerulean light, transforming it into a rope that entwined Sun Wukong's left hand. Simultaneously, the demon enchanter's eyes glimmered, and within his ethereal blue pupils, the visage of a demonic deity emerged, enveloping Sun Wukong's golden radiance. A shroud of black light engulfed the surroundings, seemingly obscuring the infinite stars of the demon realm. The demon conjurer let out a thunderous roar, his 2 heads swelling with a pulsating energy that hinted at life itself. With fierce determination, he launched a powerful strike through the darkness towards Sun Wukong. Amidst the darkened sky, a violet full moon suddenly appeared, its mysterious and eerie glow exuding an unusual beauty, while shadows danced ominously, brimming with lethal intent. "Is this truly your greatest skill?" Sun Wukong's deep voice resonated, startling the 4 adversaries, for under such circumstances, they anticipated he would be rendered voiceless. "Together, let us swiftly vanquish him." The anxious voices of the demon enchanter and the spirit of magic echoed simultaneously, sensing Sun Wukong's attempt to break free from their bindings. In an instant, they struck, extending their arms in an effort to overpower him in a single blow. "Drink!" Sensing the onslaught from all directions, Sun Wukong bellowed, and the golden aura, which had been extinguished by darkness, suddenly ignited fiercely, piercing through the shadows and illuminating the entire starry sky. The vast aura resonated with the depth of the Milky Way, and wherever the golden light reached, the 4 adversaries found it increasingly impossible to advance, leaving even Dapper astonished. He could sense that within a mere moment, Wukong's energy had surged once more. The 4 mighty sorcerers, having failed in their assault, swiftly retreated. The hues of purple, azure, blue, and black erupted in unison to counter the golden blaze, momentarily dividing the sky into 2 realms, one bathed in gold, the other a tapestry of crimson, azure, purple, blue, and black. In this climactic moment, their combined might managed to suppress the golden brilliance to some extent. Without hesitation, the 4 pressed forward, their colors merging into a singular beam of radiant light, imbued with an unparalleled aura, surging towards the golden figure. The interwoven waves of color broke through the golden luminescence, gradually approaching Sun Wukong's form. His expression remained composed as he gazed at the advancing light waves, his hands gently clasped at his waist, with a cerulean vortex coalescing in his grasp. "Drink!" At the moment when the colorful, intertwined waves of light reached before him, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was also fully concentrated. With a sudden thrust of his hands forward, the cerulean energy wave illuminated the sky with a brilliance unparalleled. "Are you engaging in a contest of strength?" Dapper observed with keen interest as 2 formidable forces clashed in the air, while his mind busily calculated various possibilities. "Brother, if you decide to intervene, make sure not to engage that young man in a contest," Tova remarked, her brow furrowed in contemplation. "Why not?" Dapper inquired, puzzled. momentarily setting aside the question of whether he should intervene. Even if he chose to act, he doubted that the young rascal could surpass him in a contest of strength. I don't know, but I have a sense that this Sun Wukong possesses an innate advantage in such confrontations, Tova replied earnestly, recalling fragmented scenes from Wuming's memories. Dapper gazed at his sister Tova with a look of perplexity. The resounding roar of Sun Wukong surged forth in waves, his golden aura spiraling upward with wild intensity, seemingly intent on transforming the very heavens into a golden expanse. His power swelled, breaking the standoff as the forceful wave engulfed the four adversaries. In the next moment, a violent explosion erupted across the land, sending shattered stones soaring through the air. How about it? Can you return Bulma to me now? Sun Wukong, having swept through the smoke, stood before Tawa, sweat still glistening on his brow. He regarded her with utmost seriousness, bathed in a radiant golden light. Sun Wukong stood before the Demon Realm King, Depura, his expression stern as dust clouds billowed behind him. It seems you wish to challenge me, Depura remarked, crossing his arms despite having witnessed Sun Wukong's formidable strength. He stepped forward, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded the young warrior. Indeed, unless I defeat you, I assume you will not relinquish Bulma, Sun Wukong replied, his emerald eyes locked onto Depura. He could sense the overwhelming power emanating from the Demon King, far surpassing anyone he had ever known. To dare challenge me, Lord Depura, is quite courageous of you. I must commend your audacity, Depura said, maintaining his usual demeanor while slowly ascending into the air, a smile playing on his lips as he looked down upon Sun Wukong. Then come forth. In Sun Wukong's gaze, there was no trace of fear. Amidst the shimmering golden light, he leapt into the air, rising to the same height as the figure of Depura. His diminutive form, even before the king of the demon realm, exhibited no sign of inferiority. Lord Depura, as the two were about to engage, a voice resonated from below, echoing through the air. It was none other than the four injured demon emissaries, who, at that moment, were drenched in blood, their garments tattered, and their bodies grievously mutilated. We sincerely apologize, Lord Depura. We have been defeated by such an inexperienced child. We must trouble you to intervene personally. The demon spirit emissaries gazed at Depura suspended in the air, their eyes reflecting remorse intertwined with a hint of fear. What a group of inept fools. Yet, this young one possesses commendable strength, perhaps sufficient to stretch my limbs a bit. Observe closely. Lord Depura, the Demon King, let out a prolonged, grating laugh that was anything but pleasant. In the next moment, a dark crimson aura surged, ominously engulfing half the sky. Truly unexpectedly formidable. Sun Wukong sensed the malevolent yet formidable aura emanating from the flames, his emerald-hued pupils igniting with boundless combat fervor. Even under the provocation of Depura, he could perceive the gradual increase of power within himself. The obsidian-red flames intertwined with golden fire, continuously ascending in a harmonious dance, while spiraling currents of energy coalesced in the air, forming a mesmerizing spiral. The essence of both warriors surged ever higher. At the pinnacle of the sky, both individuals trembled simultaneously as they directed their forces towards one another. In an instant, the dark crimson flames intertwined with the golden blaze, nearly merging into one. It resembled a tempestuous assault, clashing in the air, rendering them equally matched for a fleeting moment. In the midst of a fierce assault, Sun Wukong's pupils abruptly constricted as he discerned Dapura's impending move. Channeling all his energy into his right fist, he launched a formidable strike, only to find himself hitting nothing but air, a sense of foreboding flooding his mind. The figure of Depura appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick that transformed the golden figure into a shooting star descending towards the earth. Simultaneously, Depura morphed into a streak of light, arriving at the ground before Sun Wukong, a smug expression adorning his face as he gazed upon the golden streak. Tawa, prepare yourself. With a sudden motion, Depura propelled Sun Wukong towards his sister Tawa. Tawa, wearing a smile, flicked her right hand, conjuring a slender staff that floated into existence. With a delicate gesture, she directed it, instantly enveloping the golden light in a sphere of purple radiance. Ah, unexpectedly simple, Tawa remarked, observing the bound Wukong ensnared in the purple glow, her lips curling into a sweet smile, radiating delight. I anticipated this fellow to possess greater prowess. He couldn't even complete his warm-up. The dark crimson light surrounding Depura receded into his being as he approached the purple luminescence, eyeing the enraged Sun Wukong with a mocking grin. This will suffice. though it may require some time. Tao regarded Wukong as if he were a flawless piece of craftsmanship, her joy intensifying with each glance. After all, transforming benevolent humans into malevolent beings who obeyed her whims was her greatest delight. Indeed, the formidable Lord Depura was unmatched. No mere human could hope to rival him. Witnessing Sun Wukong subdued, the demon envoy approached, half-leaning as he lavished exaggerated praise upon Depura. A sudden roar erupted amidst the violet radiance, where flickers of golden light began to emerge, gradually forming cracks within the purple glow. In the next moment, a golden brilliance radiated forth, and that figure reappeared in the arena. Ah, how perilous! I had thought it impossible to evade such an attack. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the side where Dubra stood, saying, "Now, let us continue with the ensuing battle." To his surprise, Dubra responded, "You truly are a resilient one, little brother." Meanwhile, Tawa observed Sun Wukong, her initial shock transforming into fervent admiration as she smiled at Dubra and remarked, "Then, my dear brother, I leave it to you." "A trivial matter," remarked Dubra, his gaze laced with mockery as he observed the radiant Sun Wukong, chuckling. "Should I commend you or deem you foolish? You could have remained inside, free from suffering and devoid of troubling thoughts. Having fought, one cannot say for certain." At this moment, Sun Wukong was on high alert. He had discerned during their recent skirmish that Dubra was concealing considerable power, while he himself had exerted every ounce of his strength, at least that of a Super Saiyan. "Let me put it this way, our previous battle barely constituted a warm-up. My true capabilities are far beyond your imagination," Dubra declared, raising his fist with a smile directed at Wukong. "In that case, my anticipation has only heightened," Sun Wukong replied, his body trembling as he unleashed his full power, the golden energy radiating from him capable of shaking the very heavens and shattering the starlit expanse. "Even with such might, there remains a vast chasm between us. I am the sovereign of the demon realm, and I assure you, whether in your universe or the demon realm, no human exists who can contend with me, Dubra," he proclaimed, gazing at the golden aura emanating from Sun Wukong, which split the sky in twain, exuding an air of fearlessness and pride as he recounted his formidable prowess. "Is that so?" Sun Wukong felt no trepidation in his heart. He had never feared the might of his adversaries. Instead, he had always sought formidable opponents. Whenever he encountered adversaries who far surpassed him, his spirit would soar with exhilaration, plunging him into a wondrous state of transcendence. In the next moment, he unleashed his attack, and as his body moved, it conjured an endless tempest. The ferocious golden aura surged forth, and with an all-encompassing strike, he reached Depura. "Ah, your strength has indeed grown," Depura remarked, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he deftly caught Sun Wukong's fist in the nick of time. With a fierce shout of "Drink!" Sun Wukong, caught by his right fist, leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick toward Depura. However, Depura merely smiled calmly, seizing Sun Wukong's leg with his right hand and forcefully slamming his body onto his knee. In an instant, a piercing pain coursed through Sun Wukong's body, accompanied by a metallic taste in his mouth. Suddenly, his tail shot upright, striking Dapla's arm with force. Despite Dapla's formidable strength, the blow caused him to loosen his grip, granting Sun Wukong the freedom of his right fist. He raised his right hand, and a golden disc gradually coalesced above it, slicing towards Dapla's left arm. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Dapla raised his left hand to block the attack, astonishingly catching the razor-sharp disc. He exerted tremendous force, shattering the disc into a cascade of glimmering light that scattered throughout the air. "It seems this is where your journey ends," Dapla mused, a hint of solitude mingled with regret in his voice, reflecting on the unmatched power he possessed, leaving him without an equal. "Kaioken!" Sun Wukong exclaimed suddenly, as a golden aura was enveloped by a surge of crimson energy, greatly amplifying his strength. He forcefully broke free from Depura's grasp and retreated to the side, the red flames dissipating once more. "Ah, he possesses hidden power. Let us see it all unveiled." Depura's eyes flickered with excitement, seemingly pleased to face a formidable opponent. Regrettably, such power can only be wielded in moments of explosive confrontation. Employing it regularly would inflict severe harm upon my body. Sun Wukong regained his stance, gazing at Depura, ready to exert his full strength. "What a pity. It seems we must bring this to a conclusion," Depura remarked, shaking his head as he regarded Sun Wukong before him, acknowledging his considerable strength. Yet, the disparity between them and his own status as a demon king was insurmountably vast. He spat contemptuously. "This is it. Sun Wukong exclaimed as he extended his arm to shield himself, only to find his entire limb ensnared by a peculiar energy that left him profoundly astonished. Then become stone. When you willingly heed Tova's commands, that will be the moment you revert to your former self. Dapula observed the child before him with unwavering confidence, seemingly assured of his victory. How infuriating! As he felt his arm growing increasingly rigid and numb, progressing towards petrification, beads of sweat began to form on Sun Wukong's brow. Remarkably, this strange energy was even able to thwart the might of a Super Saiyan. In that case, let us give it a try. With one arm already turned to stone, a faint smile crept across Sun Wukong's lips. Yet, this mere smile ignited a flicker of ominous thoughts within Tova's heart. Drink. The golden flames suddenly surged, howling winds roared, the heavens trembled, and the earth quaked. Sun Wukong's muscles gradually swelled. Simultaneously, primal instincts and the awareness of slaughter began to clash violently within his mind. In the midst of the boundless tempest, a roar reminiscent of an ancient giant ape reverberated. Deep within Sun Wukong's eyes, a colossal simian figure gradually magnified. In the next moment, his stature ascended inch by inch, enveloped in flames that blazed fiercely, reducing the petrified surroundings to ashes and restoring them to their original form. How is that possible? Dapura and Tova, along with the 4 demon generals, gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment. The aura he exuded, brimming with primal ferocity and brutality, sent shivers down their spines. With a resounding crack, the crimson figure expanded, tearing through the martial arts robe to reveal an exceptionally muscular physique. In the next moment, amidst the golden flames, purple lightning surged, entwining around the magnified form. Resembling a celestial deity. Still somewhat unaccustomed to this transformation, Sun Wukong had now assumed an adult form, his long black hair cascading to his ears, draped in a red fur that flowed like molten lava. His tail, akin to a flaming whip, added an element of awe. While the golden pupils etched within his red orbs had shifted from their usual gentleness to a chilling coldness, even exuding a hint of malevolence. This had become intriguing. The previously astonished Dapura, upon feeling Sun Wukong's gaze sweep over him, finally regained his composure, maintaining a facade of calmness as he observed Sun Wukong silently. This is the first time I shall engage in battle with such power. Let us commence, Sun Wukong declared, his golden eyes fixated on Dapura, instilling an inexplicable pressure upon the demon realm's king. Unbeknownst to him, this individual had concealed such formidable strength, a blend of power and wickedness that could potentially prove advantageous. Tao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if contemplating some action against the Sun Wukong before her. I must admit, your current appearance marks a significant transformation from before. However, merely becoming a crimson monkey will not intimidate me, Dapura remarked with a continuous cold smirk, though Sun Wukong now elicited a slight unease within him. As the king of the demon realm, he could not concede that this individual could genuinely rival him. You can no longer triumph over me, Sun Wukong asserted, tilting his body slightly, his icy gaze casting a sidelong glance at Dapura as he slowly extended his right hand in a provocative gesture. Do you understand, human? I do not appreciate such jest. Dapura, the king of the demon race and the most formidable being in both the demon realm and the outer universe, suddenly found himself enraged to the point of laughter upon hearing those words. Pang Dapura was once again enveloped in an aura of black and crimson energy. His fists moved like the wind, striking Sun Wukong's head in an instant, the tremendous force propelling the latter into the air. With a soft exhalation, Dapura watched the crimson figure descend onto the plain. He took a couple of graceful steps and found himself at the pinnacle of the sky. As he opened his mouth, a dark crimson energy began to converge between heaven and earth, gradually transforming into the form of lightning, piercing through the myriad obstacles and racing towards the red figure. With a swift motion, the crimson figure of Wukong gently pushed off the ground and leapt into the clouds above. His speed was astonishing, almost beyond comprehension. The 4 demon envoys had yet to perceive his action before he had already ascended to the celestial heights. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Dapura conjured a blade of infernal flame from the black and crimson energy, imbued with an aura of boundless malevolence. The chilling edge of the sword sliced through the air beside Sun Wukong, effectively halting his imminent advance. With a slight sense of delight at witnessing Sun Wukong's movement hindered, Dapula opened his mouth once more, and the dark crimson energy coalesced anew, striking forth with a swiftness akin to lightning, directly hitting the Sun Wukong before him. The crimson figure of Pong was struck squarely by a blow from Dapura, plunging directly into the earth, accompanied by a resounding roar. A thick cloud of smoke billowed upwards, gradually taking the shape of a mushroom. Ah, with such meager skills, you dare to be arrogant before me, Depura? Truly, you are blissfully unaware of your own demise. It seemed that Depura sensed the newly manifested form of Sun Wukong was equally unimpressive, prompting him to laugh maniacally. Ah, the maniacal laughter of Depura suddenly ceased as he realized that the figure resembling a raging inferno, Sun Wukong, had inexplicably positioned himself before Depura. Startled, he quickly slid back. How is this possible? When did you arrive? Depura, drenched in sweat, was astonished that he had completely overlooked the moment the opponent had closed the distance. The fear that had previously dissipated began to coalesce anew in his heart. Perhaps it was your overconfidence during your laughter that allowed me to approach, Sun Wukong observed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, which appeared exceedingly sinister in Depura's eyes. No, it cannot be. I must have been careless, failing to notice your movements. Cold sweat streamed down Depura's forehead, yet he resolutely refused to believe that this mere human could possess speed far surpassing that of the demon realm's sovereign. Honestly, not only you, but even I did not anticipate that I would wield such astonishing power, Sun Wukong remarked with keen interest, gently clenching his fist. Feeling a surge of strength even more overwhelming than during his initial transformation. Do not become too complacent. Enraged, the Demon King launched another punch, and in an instant, he traversed the 10-meter gap, the force of his blow creating a cracking sound in the air. With an unexpected crack, this blow, infused with the wrath of Dapula, was astonishingly caught by Sun Wukong with an air of nonchalance. Ah, with a slight exertion of strength, Sun Wukong managed to distort the face of the Demon King Depura. With a resounding roar, a torrent of black and red energy surged forth, enveloping the entire sky. The malevolence within Dubra's gaze intensified, as the overwhelming force even compelled Sun Wukong to stagger back several steps. Ah, it seems he has yet to reveal his true capabilities. Sun Wukong, with his golden eyes still tinged with a hint of indifference, wore a smile that hinted at his exhilaration for the impending battle. It must be acknowledged that the fusion of these two transformations not only rendered his power unprecedentedly formidable, but also amplified his scion nature to extraordinary heights. It is indeed a surprise that there exists someone in this world capable of drawing forth my full strength. I must commend you, Earthling. However, as a reward, upon your demise, I shall flay your skin and extract your tendons, ensuring your soul resides eternally in the demon realm, relishing unending torment. Naturally, the earth you inhabit shall also be graciously absorbed into my dominion. The black and red hues that had mysteriously tainted Dubra's pupils were both sinister and terrifying. The smile that played upon his lips was wild and domineering. Perhaps at this moment, he truly embodied the essence of the demon realm's sovereign. So be it. Then you may attempt to challenge me. Sun Wukong, unfazed by Dubra's words, continued to regard him with a calm demeanor, his icy gaze laced with a hint of mockery, seemingly devoid of fear. Is it possible that my brother Dubra is finally prepared to unleash his full power? Even when confronting the previous Demon King, he did not display his true strength. This Sun Wukong is indeed formidable. Tao's eyes flitted between the two, lost in contemplation. You shall regret your foolishness, Sun Wukong. Dubra grinned, showcasing his stark white teeth, and under the ominous black and red glow, he appeared utterly terrifying. As Depura and Sun Wukong struck simultaneously, their fists collided in an instant, creating a straight line in the sky. Lightning danced around them like frenzied serpents, and in the next moment, an immense force began to radiate from the two, shattering even a great mountain into fragments. How do you fare, human? Depura sensed his power incessantly overwhelming the figure before him. Observing the terrifying scene wrought by his punch, he could not help but feel a surge of pride. Casting repeated scornful glances at Sun Wukong, with a resounding bang, a golden radiance erupted from Sun Wukong, momentarily eclipsing the ominous crimson hues that filled the sky. In that instant, his power surged to an unparalleled ferocity, overwhelming Depura with a sudden and forceful blow. I, Lord Depura, shall not be defeated, he declared defiantly. As he braced against the immense force akin to a meteor's descent, Depura's body began to plummet, perilously close to being driven into the depths of the earth. Yet, in a brilliant flash, the light surrounding him surged, halting his descent with sheer determination. As soon as his body regained freedom, Dapula launched a ferocious assault on Sun Wukong. His strikes were executed with such swiftness that they seemed to transcend the limits of the earthly realm, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to the might of wind and lightning. Even a formidable being like Sun Wukong, in this moment, found it quite arduous to withstand the full force of Dapula's onslaught. as the two momentarily parted ways. The black and red radiance in Dapra's hand transformed once more into a blade of magical flames, its sharp glint seemingly capable of slicing through the very stars. As the blade flashed with a swift motion, it seemed intent on cleaving everything in its path asunder. Earth, lofty mountains, serene lakes, and dense forests. All that the two encountered was rendered into perfectly symmetrical halves. At this moment, Dabra surprisingly managed to keep pace with Sun Wukong's speed, narrowly avoiding several strikes that merely grazed him, even leaving behind a few strands of crimson fur. What a terrifying opponent. Despite reaching such a formidable level myself, I find it exceedingly difficult to claim victory against him. Our battle remains evenly matched. In the midst of this fierce conflict, the two combatants traversed the vast expanse of the demon realm, leaving it in disarray. Sun Wukong sensed that in terms of raw energy, Dabra still surpassed him. However, in terms of speed and combat technique, he was undeniably inferior. This disparity allowed Dabra, despite wielding the Demon King's weapon, to find himself at a slight disadvantage. Reflecting on the time I spent in Death's embrace, I encountered many powerful beings, yet none seemed comparable to this one. Was he simply too formidable for my past self to comprehend? Lost in thought, Sun Wukong narrowly avoided a lethal strike from Dabra, the razor-sharp blade slicing through his trousers. Frustration welled within him. A swift resolution was imperative. At this moment, Sun Wukong felt an excruciating headache, his focus utterly shattered. It was this distraction that nearly cost him dearly in their recent clash. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Sun Wukong extended his right arm, adorned with crimson fur. Straight as an arrow, a blazing red lotus ignited upon his arm, gradually revealing a slender sword of energy that manifested in his palm. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong launched a swift counterattack against Nadarpla, his sword of energy descending like a myriad of stars, hurtling towards Nadarpla. Even Nadarpla found himself momentarily overwhelmed. The crimson flames surged forth, lifting the blade towards the heavens. Simultaneously, the blazing red lotus blade in Sun Wukong's grasp vanished without a trace. In a swift motion, he propelled himself forward and, before Dapu La could react, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. In that instant, the demon Lord Dapura, enveloped in a dark crimson aura, transformed into a meteor, crashing down upon the surface. The Kamehameha wave. At this moment, Sun Wukong felt an unbearable headache, with his body experiencing a sensation akin to tearing. Forcing himself to draw a breath, the brilliant red lava converged between his hands, expanding in an instant like a wildfire igniting the stars. The vibrant crimson waves of energy surged forth, embodying the entirety of Sun Wukong's strength as they cascaded towards the formidable Dapula. A resounding cry of disbelief echoed from the far side of the chasm. The Demon King Dapula expressing his incredulity at the prospect of being vanquished by an ordinary mortal. In the midst of the air, Sun Wukong gasped for breath. Having reverted to his juvenile form, his attire tattered and his body drenched in blood, it was evident that he had escaped from a dire state. As his mental fortitude was no longer sufficient to withstand the encroaching darkness, and his physique could not endure the simultaneous onslaught of two terrifying energies. As he hovered in the air, panting heavily, he gradually regained his composure before gently descending to the ground, casting a glance at the astonished Tova beside him. In a flash, Sun Wukong's figure darted, and the Bulma floating above Tawa vanished without a trace. In the next instant, Sun Wukong, cradling Bulma, stood beside her. Farewell, esteemed beings of the demon realm. From the pouch at his waist, Sun Wukong retrieved a magical bean, flicked it with his finger, and it swiftly found its way into his mouth. A surge of vibrant life energy coursed through him, swiftly mending his injuries, yet the ache in his mind remained unabated. Fascinating, indeed intriguing. Tawa scrutinized Sun Wukong from head to toe, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, exuding an air of confidence as if she harbored no concern about his potential escape. With a sudden exhalation, Sun Wukong became acutely aware of the presence of intangible entities surrounding him, akin to a myriad of fine threads seeking to ensnare his form. Embracing Bulma with his left arm, he extended his right hand towards Tawa, channeling a wave of energy that alleviated the constriction around him, albeit slightly. A resounding shockwave struck the ground as Tova transformed into a radiant beam of colorful light, soaring skyward. With a gentle flourish of her staff, an enigmatic energy enveloped Wukong's head. What is this? A sharp pain suddenly pierced through Wukong's already troubled mind. In the next moment, whispers of a demon resonated deep within his consciousness. Despite his formidable strength, he felt an overwhelming irritation. Golden light flickered around him as he attempted to dispel the intrusive voice within. Yet, he only succeeded in liberating his body from restraint, while the murmurs in his mind persisted. "Hey, little son, where am I?" Wukong, distressed by the voice echoing in his mind, suddenly heard a sound from his embrace. "We must leave." After a brief contemplation, Wukong acknowledged the intense pain throbbing in his head, not to mention that Bulma had already awakened and was by his side. He could not guarantee her safety in the midst of battle. With a swift movement, he made his way toward the distance. I hope this proves useful to him. Watching Wukong's silhouette fade into the horizon, Tova sighed. Although she appeared confident, she was acutely aware of her lack of certainty in controlling Wukong. Moreover, in his full strength, he was no weaker than her brother, Depura. At this moment, her magic could only plant a seed, but whether that seed would flourish in his pure heart remained uncertain. What a terrifying individual. From the depths of the crater, a bloodied figure emerged. It was the vanquished demon king, Depura, whose body was severely mangled, leaving only half intact, with his face a grotesque mask of flesh and blood. "Brother," Tova remarked, shaking her head at her brother's condition. With a gentle wave of her staff, pure life energy gradually began to mend his wounds. "You're almost healed. Return and recuperate at your own pace." As the green glow enveloped Depura, his disfigured face started to restore, and the vitality within him reached a normal level, prompting him to halt Tova's healing. "Very well. I shall resume my studies in magic. However, I must ask, once you recover, will you go to Earth?" Tova paused her treatment, her staff vanishing as she turned to walk toward the palace, only to suddenly inquire once more. "I will go. I was momentarily careless, allowing Lord Depura to suffer his gravest loss in his lifetime. Once I recover, I shall seek vengeance." Depura's gaze brimmed with murderous intent, determined to eliminate Wukong swiftly. "Be cautious, then. If you desire revenge, act quickly. That child's transformation comes at a great cost. However, I hope you can deliver his soul to me." Tova mused, smiling at Depura. After careful consideration, she concluded that Wukong posed little threat to Depura at present, having observed that he was already at his limits. The reason for not retaining the adversary lies in the fact that, despite their significant weakening, they remain beyond the capabilities of a sorceress like her. Indeed, this notion carries a hint of intrigue. Dapra's gaze narrowed, seemingly eager to vanquish that son Wukong. "By the way, Lord Dapra, that human likely lacks the knowledge to return to Earth. Perhaps we should initiate a pursuit." At this moment, the injured demon conjurer recalled certain matters and hastily advised Lord Dapra. To be candid, he harbored resentment towards that earthling as well. "Oh, it seems this human is destined to fall into my grasp. Demon conjurer, I entrust this task to you while I retreat to tend to my wounds." Dapra soared towards the palace, his sanctuary for healing. As the king of the demon realm, he always emerged from that place with newfound, unique powers after his recuperation. Beside a towering mountain, a blood-red river hung ominously, casting an eerie aura. It was indeed perplexing. He could sense no trace of Earth's essence. At that moment, the tattered son Wukong placed 2 fingers on his forehead, attempting to perceive the surrounding energies. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to breach the inherent barriers of this realm and detect the essence of Earth. "Hey, ever since I awoke, everything has felt so strange. Little son, where on Earth are we?" Bulma cautiously surveyed her surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. We are in the great demon realm." "That fiend has brought you here," Sun Wukong replied, continuing to gather his energy and radiated outward. What? Are you saying I've been captured and taken to the great demon realm?" Bulma gasped in shock. Though she was an exceptionally clever and formidable beauty, the mere mention of the demon realm instilled fear within her. Indeed, Sun Wukong lowered his finger, realizing that no matter how he concentrated his mind and energy, he could not transcend the confines of this realm. "Let us hasten back. This place feels rather ominous." Bulma glanced around, observing the towering mountains inhabited by terrifying birds, while beneath the stagnant river, white bones occasionally surfaced, intensifying her fear as she gripped Sun Wukong's arm tightly. "I regret to inform you that returning is not feasible at this moment, as we do not exist within the same realm as Earth, and I am currently unable to break through the barriers of this domain." Sun Wukong gently extricated himself from Bulma's grasp and cast his gaze into the distance. "What shall we do then? Are we to remain trapped in this dreadful place indefinitely?" Bulma, overwhelmed by fear, found herself in tears at the thought of being condemned to such a horrifying existence for eternity, feeling as if life itself had become unbearable. Please, do not cry, Sun Wukong said, shaking his head in mild exasperation as he turned his attention toward the blood-red river flowing endlessly, its depth shrouded in mystery and an unsettling aura. Sun Wukong took 2 steps forward, arriving at the edge of the Crimson River. He quietly absorbed the essence of the blood-red waters, sensing an unusual presence lurking at the riverbed. As he continued to attune himself to the river, he felt an intriguing aura at its terminus. Given the circumstances, there was no other option but to take a chance. Sun Wukong, invigorated by the refreshing energy, had his eyes gleam as he turned to the weeping Bulma and said, "Let us go, Bulma." "Wait, didn't you say there was no way to return?" Bulma looked at Sun Wukong, her face a canvas of confusion. "Well, at this point, we must try. There must be a way," Sun Wukong replied, offering Bulma a warm smile. That radiant smile, pure and bright, seemed to lift the shadows from Bulma's heart. With a sudden splash, Bulma found herself momentarily disoriented, only to realize that she was standing upon a river of crimson. She could not help but let out a startled scream. "Hey, Bulma, could you perhaps lower your voice? Your shrieks startled even Goku," he remarked, casting a glance at her. "You foolishness. You leaped into this foul river without a word, and now dare to blame me?" Bulma retorted boldly, unafraid in the face of Goku. "I apologize. I truly do. Now, let us depart," Goku replied, grasping Bulma's arm tightly. A brilliant white light enveloped them, transforming into a vast net that shielded them from external resistance as they ventured towards the source of the blood-red river. With a rustling sound, it was uncertain how long the two had been flying, until they finally beheld a crimson vortex at the confluence of the sky and the blood river. The floating clouds above spiraled endlessly with the sanguine waters, resembling the gates of hell itself. "Hey, Shao Sun, is this really the place? It doesn't quite seem right." Bulma mused, her heart filled with hesitation as she gazed at the blood-red whirlpool. "I'm not sure, but we have to give it a try. Should I go in first?" Sun Wukong turned to Bulma and suggested. "You fool, let us enter together," Bulma replied, furrowing her brow. She pondered that if she were to be left alone here, she would likely be terrified to death. Accompanying Sun Wukong, at least she would have someone by her side. More importantly, despite his youth, this little son possessed martial prowess that rivaled that of Master Wu Ming, making him a commendable protector. "Oh," Sun Wukong replied. And together with Bulma, they leapt into the swirling vortex. In the next moment, various energies began to converge upon them. A cacophony of the world's collision in the river's furious roar. Fortunately, shielded by Sun Wukong's aura, both remained unscathed. As they beheld the crimson scenery before them, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped them, and the sanguine hues transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors. The river beneath their feet became remarkably clear, bringing a sense of relief to their hearts. At last, they had returned. This must be Earth. Breathing in the exceptionally fresh air, Bulma stood in the crystalline waters, gazing at the picturesque landscape, her heart brimming with joy. "Not necessarily," Sun Wukong stepped forward, sensing the essence of this realm. Beneath the surface of tranquility, a torrent surged. Though he was unaware of his location, he discerned with certainty that this was not Earth, causing him to furrow his brow. In the vast cosmos, the cosmic king, Frieza, gazed coldly at the green figure before him, his inner turmoil and fury escalating at an unparalleled pace. It was the Namekian before him who had thwarted him for 3 long years in the universe, making the illustrious Frieza waste his time in vain. "Do you truly believe that mere fruits can contend with me, Frieza?" At this moment, Frieza resolved once more to take action. Despite having engaged in numerous battles over the past 3 years, he could suppress the colossal slug, yet the latter's cunning had prevented him from achieving a decisive kill. With a swift motion, the figure of King Frieza glided through the vastness of space, his fingertips emanating a gentle purple glow. Countless soldiers lay lifeless in his wake, and he finally stood before Shrag. "So, Frieza, are you eager to commence battle once more?" Shrag inquired, tilting his head back to consume a peculiar fruit. Instantly, his muscles swelled, and he gazed at Frieza with a calm demeanor. "What utter nonsense, O sovereign of the universe! This battle is precisely what you have requested," Frieza replied, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the strange fruit that had once spared Shrag's life during an earlier encounter when he could have vanquished him. "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Shrag's muscles expanded dramatically, his green form bursting through his garments as he grew to an imposing height of approximately 100 meters. A truly terrifying sight. "Ah, it seems your physique deteriorates with each passing day. However, being the considerate individual I am, allow me, King Frieza." To accompany you on your final journey, Frieza remarked, observing the deep wrinkles on Shrag's massive green body, a smirk playing on his lips. Prior to that, however, I am far more inclined to claim your life. Shrag, now colossal, sensed the immense power coursing within him, yet simultaneously felt his vitality dissipating at an alarming rate. You may find yourself devoid of opportunities, for before long, I shall send both your forces and yourself to the depths of hell. Oh. And that individual who provided you with the fruit shall not be spared either. Do you not agree that I am rather thoughtful? Frieza's gaze turned distant, his smile growing increasingly sinister as an ominous aura enveloped him. If you truly wish to be considerate, then relinquish your life to me, Shrag responded calmly, his massive form suddenly generating a tremendous gust of wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Frieza's right fist clenched tightly, while his left foot hovered in the air to maintain balance. He executed a swift rotation of his body and delivered a powerful punch backward, perfectly intersecting with the green arm in midair. Truly, it was always the same technique. One could hardly be surprised, given that it belonged to a Namekian, a fool devoid of intellect. In stark contrast to the immense figure of Slug, Frieza appeared almost inconspicuous, akin to mere dust. Yet, despite this, he effortlessly blocked the assault of that colossal form with a single fist. With a swift motion, Frieza extended his left hand, and a violet orb materialized before him, swiftly enveloping Shrag in its embrace. This is your final journey, he declared. At this moment, Frieza stepped back, his fingertips weaving the purple radiance into a swirling vortex. A smile gracing his visage as he gazed upon Shrag, who now floated in the air. With a swift motion, Frieza's fingertips flickered, and a violet beam shot directly through the heart of Shrag, effortlessly piercing through and resulting in a tremendous explosion in the air. See, I shall not resort to your worn-out tactics, Frieza remarked, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Shrag, as if victory were already assured. With a disdainful sneer, Frieza conjured a circular blade of light, which coalesced in an instant, spinning gracefully in the air as if capable of slicing through any obstacle in existence. Amidst his maniacal laughter, that radiant blade surged forth towards Shrag with unparalleled velocity. With a sharp crack, a massive arm suddenly detached and floated in the air. Simultaneously, the colossal form of Shrag was freed from its constraints, drifting in the vastness of space, one arm severed, and purple blood gushed forth like a fountain. Oh, you managed to evade it, did you? Nonetheless, you've lost an arm, and it appears I can finally send you on your way today, Frieza remarked. Observing the undulating figure of Shrag against the cosmic backdrop, his smile growing ever more radiant. The so-called Emperor of the Universe was nothing extraordinary. While he criticized others for their Klitsch D techniques, he himself struggled to recall even the most familiar of moves. Shrag's uninjured right hand suddenly opened wide, a surge of crimson energy coalescing upon it. In the next moment, Frieza felt an overwhelming force pulling him in, catching him completely off guard. I must admit, your superpower is indeed well concealed. You had never revealed it until now. With a whoosh, the severed portion of Shrag's left arm erupted in a spray of verdant fluid, saturating the entire expanse of the starry sky. In an instant, a robust new arm sprouted from the jagged stump, and as Frieza arrived, the newly formed left arm emanated a radiant green light, launching itself toward the cosmic sovereign, Frieza. Frieza was sent flying by a single punch. Yet his overwhelming strength allowed him to halt mid-air, arms extended forward to intercept Shrag's subsequent powerful strike. I nearly forgot. You possess a regenerative ability akin to that of a lizard, a rather troublesome skill. However, soon I shall ensure that not a single cell of yours remains intact. As Frieza spoke, a purple aura began to emanate from his entire being, his arm muscles slightly swelling, signifying a sudden multiplication of his power, which he unleashed to overturn that massive form. Then let us see, Shrag retorted, flicking his fingers to send a red fruit soaring into the air, which he promptly consumed. Instantly, his body quivered, enveloped in a crimson glow, and he silently resolved that once he vanquished Frieza, he would seize that individual named Darius, who possessed such a terrifying fruit. Ah, indulging in that fruit again, are we? Permit me to offer a friendly reminder. The consumption of that fruit drains your precious vitality. Frieza, with arms crossed before him, floated amidst the cosmos, observing Shrag devour the fruit without any intent to intervene. No, no, no. It is your vitality that is being consumed. Shrag, with the corners of his wrinkled mouth curling into a cold smirk, darted through the air, summoning an incredibly fierce whirlwind that sent the warriors engaged in battle around him tumbling helplessly. Some of the feebler ones were even obliterated by the tempest he conjured. How utterly tedious. Did you truly believe that such a minor enhancement could defeat me? Allow me to inform you that your incessant antics have nearly exhausted my patience. Soon, you shall witness the most terrifying force in the universe. Frieza's white form shimmered with purple light, and within his red pupils, a murderous intent erupted fully. As his energy surged, the purple radiance obliterated the surrounding warriors of Shrag's legion. The white figure, enveloped in a purple radiance, though diminutive in stature, emitted a brilliance in the cosmos that rivaled the vibrant red light wrapping around the green form. As both combatants engaged once more, a tempest swirled around them, swiftly rendering the battlefield devoid of any presence save for these two. On the surface, they maintained a facade of civility. However, once the battle commenced, their intentions turned lethal, each seeking to eliminate the other without hesitation. Given their respective powers, Frieza could have easily subdued his opponent. Yet, at this moment, Shrag, having consumed the crimson fruit, experienced a fleeting vitality that enhanced his strength, rendering their contest nearly even. Surely, a victor would emerge from this encounter. After effortlessly dispatching a few of Shrag's minions, Zebo's gaze shifted to the intertwining spheres of light within the vast cosmos. Astonished that someone could withstand Lord Frieza for 3 years. Indeed, the time spent here had been excessively prolonged. This duel marked the longest battle since the inception of Frieza's army, a testament to the formidable prowess of the great universe king. Doria, equally astonished, observed the green figure ensconced in the red aura, sharing a sense of disbelief, as even they had not anticipated such a formidable opponent. In the universe, aside from King Cold, it was astonishing that another could contend with Lord Frieza to such an extent. Previously, it seemed that victory was within Frieza's grasp. Yet the peculiar fruit had altered the course. Zebo's eyes narrowed as he recalled the spacecraft they had encountered, from which the mysterious red fruit had been discarded, rejuvenating the near-death Shrag and enabling him to stand against Lord Frieza. The purple figure was sent flying, leaving devastation in its wake. Shrag laughed maniacally in the vastness of the cosmos, proclaiming, "Well then, Cosmic Emperor, I shall unceremoniously claim your life." It seems rather premature to utter such words. Does it not, Mr. Cosmic Monarch? The violet radiance surged ominously, a terrifying power erupting forth. The diminutive Frieza, now with muscles bulging, transformed into an embodiment of strength. His power multiplied beyond measure. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gazed at Shrag and said, "To have pushed me to unleash my full potential. I must commend you, Cosmic Monarch. You have successfully made me feel humiliation. To think there were hidden depths of strength, how intriguing. Yet, this is where it ends." Shrag once more retrieved a crimson fruit from his pocket, swallowing it whole, as the sinister red glow intensified. With a resounding boom, two figures once again collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves through the surrounding planets. Yet, these two continued their relentless and rapid assaults, relying solely on external forces. One could never hope to triumph over me, the mighty Frieza. Frieza uttered a cold exclamation and delivered a powerful kick to Shrag's abdomen, causing Shrag's enormous form to gradually revert to its usual state. With a flick of his finger, Frieza unleashed several beams of purple light, piercing through the vital areas of Shrag's arms and thighs. Smiling, he addressed him, "Mr. King of the Universe, you are about to take your leave for the underworld. Do you have any final words? You see, I am quite considerate. I cannot bear the thought of you departing with regrets." Suddenly, Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of peril. He swiftly retreated, only to witness the monstrous Shrag unleash a colossal wave of light that narrowly missed him. What a cunning adversary! Frieza turned to glance back, witnessing a rotating planet disintegrate with a thunderous roar. A wave of dread washed over him as he raised his hands, conjuring a swirling orb of purple energy. Desperate halo, a golden aura descended from the heavens, colliding with Frieza's violet energy sphere in midair. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Shrag had vanished once more. "It seems you have chosen to join forces against me, the mighty Frieza. Very well, I shall eradicate all of you wretches together." At that moment, Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, feeling as if the entire universe conspired against him, and he resolved to hasten his campaign to conquer the cosmos. Within a slowly moving spaceship traversing the universe, amidst ancient pavilions, sat two individuals. One adorned in black armor, reminiscent of Frieza's forces, with a crab-like head and darkened skin, his gaze cold yet malevolent. The other, clad in tattered yellow garb, with green skin that had begun to sag, was none other than Shrag, who proclaimed himself the king of the universe. "So, Dalrez, have you decided to ally with me?" Shrag inquired, eyeing the scion across from him, coaxing him gently. "Once we defeat Frieza, this universe shall belong to us both. My days are numbered. Soon, the entirety of the cosmos will rest in your hands." "Defeating Frieza? I'm afraid, Lord Shrag, I lack such grand ambitions. I merely seek to acquire enough to sustain my existence. As for unifying the universe and vanquishing Frieza, I have no interest," replied the man named Dalrez, waving his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in their conflict. "You seem rather at ease," Shrag observed, staring at Dalrez for a considerable time before he spoke again. "Do you still have those fruits? I would like to procure them. Rest assured, when we vanquish Frieza, your rewards will not be lacking. I do possess some, though not in abundance. I must caution you, Lord Shrag, while the spirit fruit can enhance energy, excessive consumption can inflict significant harm on one's body and potential." Dalrez warned, concern etched on his face as he regarded Shrag. "No matter. By the way, does your crew accept commissions? I wish to enlist your aid against Frieza." Shrag contemplated before addressing Dalrez. "Confronting Frieza? No. I do not wish to partake in your battle, my lords. I am merely a wanderer of the cosmos, occasionally selling a few items to make ends meet," Dalrez replied, sincerity evident in his previously defiant gaze. "Very well, then. However, as a token of gratitude for your assistance, once I defeat Frieza, I shall certainly grant you half of the universe," Shrag proclaimed as Dalrez rose from his seat, his hunched figure moving towards the ship's exit. "Humph." Defeating Frieza, Dalrez also stood, arms crossed before him, his eyes cold as he watched Shrag depart, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. "I shall await a fitting opportunity to eliminate both of you, and then the entire universe will belong to me, Dalrez." At the entrance of the spaceship, Shrag turned to cast a final glance at the vessel, his aged visage betraying a glimmer of cunning. He murmured softly, "Cunning scion, once Frieza is dealt with, your end shall be at hand." In the year 749 of the age of AI, time on Earth flowed gently. Almost 4 years had elapsed since the conclusion of the 20th World Martial Arts Championship, and the world basked in a serene tranquility, with humanity having yet to experience the anticipated onslaught of the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. In fact, the memory of such an event had begun to fade into the recesses of their minds. However, in 746 of the age of AI, Capsule Corporation successfully developed virtual reality technology, which, in collaboration with the national government and the Martial Arts Alliance, was disseminated globally. This innovation introduced various martial arts games designed to assist novices in honing their skills. Thus, the intersection of reality and the virtual realm significantly fostered the flourishing of martial arts. Simultaneously, the virtual network established zones dedicated to the Martial Arts Alliance, where individuals who reached a certain level of martial prowess could apply for assessments. Upon successfully passing these evaluations, they could officially become members of the Alliance and receive advanced martial training. Nonetheless, mere engagement in virtual games was insufficient for joining the Alliance. It required rigorous practice in the real world. The virtual realm merely offered a pathway, while reality served as the cornerstone. Only through the harmonious integration of both could one attain the zenith of martial arts mastery. Indeed, it was this symbiotic relationship between the virtual and the real that led to a vibrant resurgence in martial arts on Earth, surpassing the achievements of many previous eras. At this moment, teacher Wu Ming, having just concluded his training within the virtual machine, stepped out and gazed at the sky above. He mused. It has been 4 years since Sun Wukong ventured into the demon realm. Could he have truly encountered Depura? Such a meeting would pose quite a dilemma. Fortunately, the Dragon Balls remain as a final safeguard. Strangely, the current time aligns closely with the onset of the original tale. Could this be a twist of fate? A glimmer of intensity flickered in teacher Wu Ming's eyes. Over the years, he had been engrossed in the development of virtual technology and its integration with martial arts, momentarily neglecting thoughts of Sun Wukong. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that more than 3 years had already passed. With a deep breath, teacher Wu Ming vanished without a trace. Bardock observed his wife's beautiful face, which was as frigid as ice, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Ever since Sun Wukong had departed over 3 years ago, there had not been a single day of peace in his home. He faced complaints incessantly, and the most distressing part was the imposed restrictions on their intimacy. They had promised that after 1 year, they would reunite with Wukong, yet 3 years had passed. Jine raised her gaze to Bardock, her stunning eyes seemingly frozen in winter's grasp. Isn't it true that Wuming has been preoccupied with developing that virtual technology all this time? I cannot even locate him. That technology, however, seems quite effective. You have benefited from it as well. Noticing the increasing chill in Jine's eyes and the slight clenching of her fist, Bardock hastily replied, Wuming mentioned that time flows differently in that realm. Only 5 days have elapsed there. Besides, Wukong is a Super Saiyan. He is not easily subdued. Bardock, you too are a Super Saiyan now, are you not? Jine's cold stare pierced through him. I shall go find Wuming and devise a plan. Even if he is hiding, I will bring him out. If all else fails, I might venture into the demon realm myself. Bardock cast a glance at his wife, filled with regret, for he had witnessed their son enter the demon realm alone. Very well, I will accompany you, Jine remarked after a moment's thought, still uneasy about her husband's safety. What if he impulsively ventured into the demon realm alone? All right, what about Kakarot? Let us take him along. Bardock observed the slight softening of his wife's expression, which offered him some solace. That boy has been training at Master Roshi's and seems to be with Princess Pifu. Jine's expression turned slightly peculiar as she spoke. Wuming appears to be heading toward Master Roshi's as well, so let us set out. Bardock sensed the energy of Earth and then addressed Jine. On Kame House, Kakarot donned a black martial arts uniform, with a metallic sheen peeking through, its weight unknown. He was currently training in the ocean, facing the waves. Though the results were minimal, Kakarot, how do you utilize the Realm Fist? According to the knowledge transmitted through the virtual network, it seems impossible to execute. A little girl dressed in a blue and red outfit approached Kakarot, her eyes filled with admiration. I don't know. Leave me alone, Kakarot replied, feeling vexed. Despite his brother's annoying strength, he had felt a twinge of concern during his prolonged absence. Brother, you no longer love Chi-Chi? The porcelain-like girl noticed Kakarot's impatience, and her clear eyes instantly glistened with tears. Hey, please don't cry, Kakarot said, feeling somewhat helpless as he saw Chi-Chi's eyes redden. It was no wonder women could be troublesome. Just the other day, she had spoken of wanting to be his bride. Although I am uncertain about the nature of the situation, I cannot help but notice that this woman weeps at the slightest provocation. I found myself agreeing on the spot, only to later be enlightened by my mother regarding the implications of my consent. Nevertheless, I find Chi-Chi to be rather agreeable, and my heart does not harbor any aversion. However, might you refrain from crying? If this continues, I fear the bride herself may become utterly exasperated. Hey, Kakarot, are you once again tormenting Chi-Chi? Little bald-headed Krillin seemed to have heard the sounds of weeping, and he approached with a rather peculiar expression on his face. No. Kakarot glanced at Krillin and spoke in a subdued tone. Come, Chi-Chi, tell Brother Kakarot how you've been bullied. I'll help you vent your frustrations. Krillin inquired with a mischievous grin. That's none of your business. This is a family matter, Chi-Chi retorted, ceasing her tears as she regarded the grinning Krillin. You little bald-headed rascal, always trying to steal my Kakarot. I'm not falling for your tricks. It's a family matter, Krillin chuckled awkwardly in response to Chi-Chi, pondering when he might have a chance to spar with Kakarot. His strength had recently improved, and he was determined to land a blow before Kakarot could elevate his own power. Ah, Teacher Wuming? Kakarot suddenly gazed into the distance as a towering figure sliced through the waves, heading towards the Kame House. It has been a long time since I last saw Teacher Wuming. Krillin also noticed the approaching figure, his mind racing with thoughts of what new events might unfold. Where are Goku, Kakarot, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Brother Wutian? Teacher Wuming inquired, his white-clad figure standing before them. Over there, Krillin gestured towards the Kame House, a knowing look in his eyes, though he refrained from voicing the implications. Cough, cough. Teacher Wuming cleared his throat a few times. I knew it. But really, does Teacher Wuming not take care of his health at all? Teacher Wuming, do you have business here? Chi-Chi asked sweetly, bowing respectfully to him. Regarding Goku's situation, Wuming said, glancing into the distance before continuing, Bardock and Jine will be arriving soon. We can discuss it when they arrive. Oh. Are we going to the demon realm to rescue Goku? Kakarot queried as he ascended the island, following Wuming's lead. No, take this, Wuming replied, producing an object resembling an alarm clock from his robes and tossing it directly to Kakarot. We'll discuss further once everyone is gathered. What is this contraption? Chi-Chi and Kling gathered around, gazing at the object resembling a clock. It featured 2 buttons, and its screen was filled with a verdant grid. Yet its purpose remained a mystery to them. Here they come. Wu Ming gazed at the distant sky as two figures gradually materialized. On this remote island of Earth, an extraordinary gathering of nearly all the formidable beings from the planet had convened. Hey, Wu Ming, I recall you mentioning a final method. One that can even resurrect the deceased, correct? Bardock, who had just landed, inquired directly. Indeed, there exists a mysterious energy on Earth capable of fulfilling any desire. Wu Ming replied with a slight nod. What could possibly possess the power to bring the dead back to life? Ji was equally astonished. Having spent 7 or 8 years on this planet, she had never been aware of such a phenomenon. Is this it? Wu Ming gently grasped the yellow, crystal-like orb that hung from Kakarot's chest, now firmly in his hand. He waved it towards Bardock and the others, a flash of golden light illuminating the space. The 4 red stars within flickering incessantly. Oh, could this orb given by Grandpa possess such remarkable power? Kakarot pondered, his gaze fixed on the orb. A sense of confusion washing over him. He had carried this orb for a decade, yet had never felt any distinct difference. Indeed, while it was visually appealing, he had never sensed any extraordinary power emanating from it. Jin also regarded the orb with curiosity, wondering if it truly held the ability to bring Goku back from another realm. Ah, exclaimed Klin, hands on hips, gazing in astonishment at the orb, his expression revealing a sense of understanding. This orb was no ordinary object. In the distant cosmos, it was known as the Wish Ball, while on Earth it was referred to as the Dragon Ball. Wu Ming weighed the 4-star ball in his hands, his gaze filled with nostalgia. Wish Ball? Bardock's gaze was filled with perplexity, as if the name struck a familiar chord. Jin, too, appeared somewhat bewildered, recalling that she had heard this term during casual conversations on planet Namek. Clearing his throat, Wu Ming interjected, if you are all already aware of it, this would indeed be quite awkward. His expression brightened as he continued, this object is known as the Dragon Ball. Upon fulfilling certain criteria, one can summon the eternal dragon through an incantation to grant 2 wishes of the summoner. Is it truly that extraordinary? Any 2 wishes? Jin's face transformed with astonishment as she took hold of the 4-star Dragon Ball, scrutinizing it from every angle. I presume there must be more than just this one Dragon Ball. Since this one bears 4 stars, it implies the existence of others. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, and even 8 stars. Collecting them all fulfills the requirement you mentioned? Bardock mused, gazing thoughtfully at the shimmering 4-star Dragon Ball. Indeed, that's about right. Although there are only 7 Dragon Balls in total. Wu Ming nodded, internally marveling at Bardock's deductive skills. You, a scion, typically inclined towards conflict, possess such impressive reasoning and intelligence. What kind of scion are you? To gather all 7 Dragon Balls and then recite the incantation to summon the eternal dragon, is that correct, Wu Ming? Bardock inquired, nodding toward his teacher. Precisely. The incantation is come forth, eternal dragon, and grant my wish. Wu Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly as he continued. Alas. The 7 Dragon Balls are scattered across the vast expanse of Earth. It has been quite some time since anyone managed to gather them all. Scattered across the planet? This complicates matters, Bardock mused, stroking his chin with a worried expression. The sheer size of Earth made the search for these 6 remaining orbs akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Even a super scion would find it taxing. So, the device you just gave Kakarot is designed to locate the Dragon Balls. Wu Ming observed Bardock and Jin's troubled expressions, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Just then, the small bald-headed Krillin chimed in. Yes, more or less. Wu Ming's gaze narrowed slightly as he glanced at Krillin, continuing, that device is called the Dragon Radar, which I had Dr. Brief assist in creating. It can pinpoint the precise locations of the Dragon Balls, making the task significantly easier. Ah, indeed, it is you, Wu Ming, who has thought of everything, Chi-Chi remarked, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Wu Ming, who appeared almost celestial. Is this the device? Kakarot, somewhat skeptical, activated the Dragon Radar under the watchful eyes of Bardock and Jin. A sound resonated from the Dragon Ball radar, followed by the display revealing shapes reminiscent of Dragon Balls. At that moment, only 3 Dragon Ball shapes were visible on the radar, of which 2 were located with them, marked by a triangular pattern. Why does it only show 3 Dragon Balls, and 2 of them are right here? Teacher Wu Ming, could this device be malfunctioning? GNEI glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, and then at Teacher Wu Ming, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she inquired. This indicates that there are indeed 2 Dragon Balls here, and perhaps there is another one at Brother Wu Tian's location, Wu Ming pondered, recalling that his senior had discovered a Dragon Ball several decades prior, and he shared this information. As for the display issue, it can be adjusted. Press the left button to increase the search radius, and the right button to decrease it. It's quite simple, Wu Ming explained, nodding to the group. Is it true that there are Dragon Balls at Teacher Wu Tian's place? Bardock's gaze shifted toward the Kame house. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the Kame Sanin, he detected an unsettling lewdness, causing his expression to darken. Wu Ming observed Bardock's reaction, a smile playing on his lips, fully aware of what his lecherous senior was likely engaged in. I'll go check on Teacher Wu Tian. Please wait here for a moment, Bardock stated, taking the Dragon Ball from Ji-Nei's hands before entering the Kame house. What greeted him was the sight of a bald old man, burdened by a heavy turtle shell, who was intently watching a group of alluring women exercising on television. Master Wu Tian, Bardock said with a grim expression, yet inwardly relieved that he had not allowed Jine, Kakarot, and the others to enter. He approached Master Wu Tian and shouted loudly. At that moment, the turtle hermit seemed oblivious, his mind seemingly transfixed upon the woman on the television, his eyes darting with an animated fervor, a true embodiment of rapture. With a deep inhalation, Bardock summoned all his strength and shouted once more, Master Wu Tian. A powerful wave of sound reverberated through the entire house, causing the walls to tremble. A metal cabinet behind the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, and from within rolled a crystal-like yellow orb, within which flowed red stars. What is happening? Has Frieza finally arrived on Earth? The turtle hermit, dazed from the shock, shakily stood up, his eyes still swirling in confusion, as if he had not yet fully awakened. Everything is fine. I merely need to borrow this Dragon Ball. Please, continue, Bardock said with a smile, having spotted the Dragon Ball. He picked it up, propped the cabinet back into place, and swiftly departed. What is this fellow up to? Taking the Dragon Ball? Has he finally decided to use it? The turtle hermit, recovering from his stupor, watched Bardock walk away, his murky gaze suddenly becoming clear. However, upon seeing the television, he reverted to his original state, adjusting the set and resuming his unfinished business. Is that a 3-star ball? John exclaimed, gazing at the Dragon Ball Bardock had tossed her, its crystal-like form beautifully showcasing 3 shining red stars. With this, we now have 2 Dragon Balls. Let us continue our search for the others, Bardock said gently to Jine, secretly yearning to locate his younger son, a constant concern weighing on his heart. Are you both going to take action personally? Wu Ming asked, observing Bardock and Jine, contemplating their long-held worry for their child. Now that they were aware of the Dragon Ball's existence, they would undoubtedly take matters into their own hands, hastening the quest for all 7. Yet, would this not erase the origins of their incredible adventure? Of course. Finding the Dragon Balls promptly would enable them to summon Goku, Raditz, and that girl named Bulma back together. Otherwise, what else were they waiting for? Jine looked at Wu Ming with a puzzled expression, questioning, what else are we to wait for? Cough. It's unnecessary for both of you to intervene directly. Look, Kakarot and the others have matured. Staying cooped up here, training isn't the solution. They should embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. It would serve as both an adventure and a trial, Wu Ming suggested earnestly. Although the plot had become utterly chaotic, with Goku and Bulma no longer on Earth, he still wished to preserve the essence of their extraordinary adventure. Very well, then leave it to me, Kakarot interjected, stepping forward with clenched fists, brimming with confidence. This time, he felt he must save his brother himself, a thought that excited him, for these years without his bothersome sibling had felt quite uncomfortable. Are you going alone? Despite the fact that Kakarot had few rivals left on Earth, he stood resolute. However, as a mother, Ji could not help but feel a constant sense of concern. Very well, Chi-Chi and Wu Ming intended for the 2 of you to embark on an adventurous journey together. Surely it would not pale in comparison to the initial escapades of Wukong and Bulma. However, upon witnessing the smug expression on the little bald head, he continued, Klin, you may go together, consider it a valuable experience. No flying along the way. Eh? And I as well? At this moment, Klin, who had been basking in his own delight, suddenly felt perplexed by his unexpected inclusion. The prohibition against flying took Ji by surprise. She was about to voice her thoughts, but was silenced by Bardock's gaze. All right. You all should gather your things and set off early. It would be beneficial to find the Dragon Balls sooner. I am confident you will have remarkable discoveries. Wu Ming shook his head, addressed the group briefly, and then turned to enter the Kame house, as he had matters to discuss with his senior brother. On Kame Island, Ji nestled against Bardock, watching the 3 figures gradually vanish from sight, her heart filled with boundless emotions. Kakarot has finally made friends. Let us patiently await their return with the Dragon Balls. Bardock gently caressed Ji's hair, yet she expressed her lingering worries. She rose and gazed into Bardock's eyes. A hint of concern evident. Kakarot has grown. His strength now likely surpasses that of most on Earth. Bardock's gaze drifted past G, looking toward the horizon. Sensing Kakarot's energy had significantly increased over the years, nearing 100,000. By the way, did you know that Kakarot is engaged to the daughter of the Ox King, Chi-Chi? G suddenly recalled something and spoke to Bardock. I hadn't realized this boy possessed such capability. He truly is my son, Bardock said with a faint smile. He held a favorable impression of the girl named Chi-Chi, who was charming and possessed commendable martial arts talent, making her well-suited to be a gentle and virtuous wife. You dare say that? You, a wooden block, cannot compare to my son. She shot him a teasing glance. Bardock had indeed been a hindrance to their union in the past, had it not been for G's efforts. They might not have come together at all. Coughing awkwardly, Bardock found himself at a loss for words, as he had been entirely ignorant of the concept of marriage back then. I can only hope that Wukong returns safely, G said, her hands clasped in prayer, her gaze sincere. After years apart, she deeply missed her young son. Indeed, Kakarot is striving for that very purpose, is he not? Bardock stepped forward, adopting a flying pose. The night wilderness stretched endlessly, its mountains outlining the wonders of nature, while hidden beasts slowly revealed their claws, searching for sustenance. All right, let us conclude here for today. It is time to rest. The bald-headed Krillin, burdened by a colossal turtle shell, was the first to voice his thoughts. This was hardly a quest for treasure. Trudging such a great distance with this immense weight was more exhausting than any training regimen. He wondered if Master Wu Ming was intentionally subjecting him to this torment. It was perplexing that, despite his combat prowess being comparable to that of Kakarot, he alone bore the burden of this oversized shell. Since Brother Krillin is fatigued, shall we rest here? Kiki suggested, glancing at the panting Krillin with sympathy, then pouting as she observed the heavily laden Goku striding ahead. Well then, let us take a moment to pause. It appears we are still quite far from the location of the Dragon Balls. Kakarot turned back, his gaze sweeping over the sweat-drenched Krillin before settling upon Kiki's face. Under the starlight, she appeared remarkably pure. Very well, Brother Kakarot, Kiki replied, retrieving a capsule from her backpack and tossing it into the air. Instantly, a cloud of smoke enveloped the nearby ground. As the mist dissipated, a two-story house emerged beneath the sparse moonlight, adorned with a striking character for cow drawn in bold red strokes. All right, let's go inside. My father prepared this for our journey, although I have never had the occasion to use it, Kiki announced, twisting the doorknob and gesturing for them to enter. You need not speak. We can guess, Krillin remarked, eyeing the prominently displayed character on the second floor with a smirk. He refrained from voicing further comments, and simply followed Kakarot into the room. Upon entering, Krillin placed the enormous turtle shell he bore against the wall, stretching his body in relief as he exclaimed, honestly, even with the weighted clothing, Master Wu Ming still insists I carry this heavy shell. It's truly excessive. Krillin, perhaps Master Wu Ming holds you in high regard and wishes to cultivate your potential, Kiki suggested earnestly, her tone suggesting the gravity of her words. You see, neither I nor Brother Kakarot have been bestowed such an honor. He clearly intends to take revenge on me, but such efforts are futile. I am the strongest earthling. Krillin clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power within him, far surpassing his strength from 4 years prior, along with his recent breakthroughs. He even felt capable of contending with the former Sun Wukong. Ah, the strongest earthling? Not to mention Master Wu Ming, but you can't possibly defeat Brother Kakarot, Kiki pondered aloud. During their training, she had observed that Krillin often lagged slightly behind Kakarot, though he would sometimes achieve unexpected power boosts after performing odd feats. What? We've never truly fought at full strength, so how can you claim I cannot best Kakarot? Krillin, now brimming with confidence since his power increase, sought to assert that he had surpassed Kakarot. Hey, Kiki and Krillin, it seems we might be short on food here. I'm going out to forage, Kakarot remarked. Having overheard Krillin's words, yet he felt no inclination to engage in a confrontation. His focus had always been on his insufferable brother, who had disappeared for 3 or 4 years, causing immense worry for his parents and grandfather. Upon his return, Kakarot was determined to teach him a lesson. Brother Kakarot, do you need me to accompany you? Kiki expressed her concern for Kakarot, the man she envisioned as her future husband, wishing for more time together, though she regretted the presence of another bald-headed brother. No need. I can manage alone, Kakarot replied, ultimately preferring solitude as he declined her offer and stepped out the door. I'm exhausted. I'll rest for a bit. Call me when dinner's ready, Krillin stated, retreating to the adjacent bedroom. Today had indeed been taxing, as the immense turtle shell not only bore its own weight but also the magical influence of master wombing. Had it not been for the mission, he would have discarded it long ago. Very well, I shall prepare for when Brother Kakarot returns. I must create a sumptuous dinner to demonstrate that I, too, can be a devoted bride, Kiki mused as she ascended the stairs, ready to don her chef's attire and showcase her culinary skills accumulated over the years. Beneath the night sky, a colossal flying vessel cruised through the air, seemingly approaching the direction of Kakarot and his companions. Lord Pilaf, we are nearing those 2 Dragon Balls. With this, we will possess 4 Dragon Balls, one of his subordinates reported with anticipation. A tall and strikingly beautiful woman clad in military attire saluted the short figure with pale blue skin standing upon the sofa. With a chuckle, the diminutive ruler, known as King Pilaf, mused that this development brought him halfway closer to his grand aspirations, seemingly affirming his destined greatness. Little Mai, advance with utmost haste and procure the remaining 2 orbs before the night concludes. A beaming smile adorned King Pilaf's face, and he could hardly contain his excitement, a droplet of saliva escaping his lips. Indeed, my Lord Pilaf, Little Mai replied with a bow before retreating, unable to bear the sight of his lascivious expression. Humph. This time I shall compel those insufferable martial artists to kneel before me. King Pilaf's gaze grew distant, as if he envisioned a time when all martial artists would bow to his supremacy, the world resounding with his name. How intriguing, he pondered. Is fate that cannot be severed? In the distance, Master Wooming appeared to sense the approaching threads of destiny, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even he had not anticipated the profound transformations occurring in this world, where these individuals could still encounter one another amidst great adventures. Yet, he wondered where the fates of these characters would lead them this time. Master Wooming furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the starry sky, muttering to himself. That slag fellow has managed to engage in a 3-year struggle with Frieza. Truly, he is deserving of his title as a Super Namekian. But let us hope Frieza is not compelled to undergo genuine training. He contemplated the ramifications of Frieza arriving on Earth with a gleaming golden visage. Would it not spell disaster for all? Even awakening the malevolent demon buried deep within the earth would be futile, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. However, in the original tale, Frieza's training stemmed from enduring endless torment in hell, experiencing the profound humiliation brought upon him by Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Presently, it seemed unlikely he had reached that point. Dismissing his concerns, Master Wooming resumed his training, pondering what could possibly provide greater solace than the pursuit of strength. Meanwhile, a curious aircraft had been circling around their abode. Kakarot, burdened with a massive centipede, ambled towards the house, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the aircraft above, though he paid it little mind. Oh, Sun Wukong. As Kakarot approached the entrance, he spotted 2 figures. One, a woman in military garb wielding a hunting rifle with cascading hair, and the other, a ninja clad in yellow fur, bearing a long blade. Each held a flashlight, inadvertently illuminating their faces. Furrowing his brow, Kakarot was about to speak when he heard their terrified cries. In the next moment, the duo swiftly activated a mechanism and launched themselves towards the aircraft overhead. What on earth are they doing? Kakarot, with a perplexed expression, gazed at the 2 figures soaring into the sky, feeling a twinge of annoyance at their audacity to address him by his brother's name. We were merely passing through. Please do not take offense, a stammering voice echoed from above. In the next moment, the 2 individuals descended into an aircraft, which then transformed into a blazing comet, hurtling towards a distant shore. What a peculiar bunch, Kakarot mused, shaking his head, his heart devoid of any tumult, as he pushed open the door, burdened by a grotesque crimson centipede. In the clear night sky, a small airplane morphed into a shooting star, swiftly traversing the air, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached a floating airship. Xiao Wu, Ashio, what on earth is wrong with you 2, looking so flustered? At that moment, Master Pilaf reclined comfortably on the sofa, his gaze fixed on certain indescribable images. A faint blush gracing his pale blue visage as he regarded the fiery entrance of a man and a woman with a hint of irritation. Master Pilaf, we have spotted Sun Wukong, exclaimed Ashio, panic evident in his voice as he disregarded the images on the television, addressing Pilaf directly. It seems both Dragon Balls are in Sun Wukong's possession. This makes our quest for the Dragon Balls exceedingly difficult. Sun Wukong? Master Pilaf, with his hands clasped behind his back, leaped lightly onto a nearby long table, furrowing his brow as he paced back and forth. That name sounded so familiar. He felt as though he had heard it somewhere before. Could it be that infamous martial arts alliance? Was it not the same individual who had led them to be pursued relentlessly for 3 days and nights? Xiao Wu, observing Pilaf's bewildered expression, offered a timely reminder. Are you implying? King Pilaf momentarily paused, his pupils suddenly dilating as he recalled that fateful day. Originally, the three of them had been fishing by the river, discussing their grand ambition of unifying the world, while the television beside them broadcasted the illustrious martial arts tournament, a means for them to assess their adversaries. However, in the blink of an eye, they witnessed, spurred by the malevolent little bald head, that child with a crab-like head unleash a tremendous force, akin to a tempest or a bolt of lightning, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble and the river to surge with tumultuous waves. This lad, named Sun Wukong, possessed quite the formidable prowess. Perhaps he could be summoned to serve King Pilaf. As Pilaf gazed at the child exerting himself in the video, he pondered how to harness his own imperial aura to subdue him. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself suffocated by that overwhelming presence. With a crisp sound, the azure stone, upon which three individuals were seated, trembled under the force of the intense aura, severing its connection with the earth and plunging directly into the water. With a rumbling sound, they soon spotted dark shadows emerging from the surging river. What on earth is that? King Pilaf exclaimed, as he leaned closer to one of the shadows, mistaking it for solid ground and preparing to leap onto it. Suddenly, a massive jaws gaped open before him, revealing a gigantic crocodile. King Pilaf, run! Asa shouted, yanking him aside as they swam away. Thus, they were relentlessly pursued by the crocodile for 3 days and nights before finally managing to escape. It's that wretched creature. Pilaf seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. How could he, the illustrious King Pilaf, endure such a nightmarish 3 days? With his feet firmly planted and a finger pointed ahead, he declared with a serious expression, "Let us set forth and eliminate Sun Wukong." With a resounding rip, his undergarments succumbed to their fate, a flush of crimson creeping once more across his visage. Xiao Wu and Ashu remained transfixed, gazing at him in a daze. In that moment of bewilderment, an unexpected chill wafted through the air. Lord Pilaf, Sun Wukong is the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. His mere presence could easily overpower us, Ashu remarked, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow as he regarded King Pilaf, a warrior by origin. Ashu possessed a far deeper understanding of the martial arts alliance than King Pilaf himself. Let us then alter our strategy. We shall keep a vigilant watch on them and remain poised to execute the plan to seize the Dragon Balls, Pilaf contemplated. He acknowledged the sheer terror of the aura he could not withstand, nodding in reluctant agreement. His gaze shifted as he coldly mocked, by the way. How audacious you two are to attempt a retreat at such a critical moment, and to dare intrude upon my chamber. As they beheld the sinister and terrifying grin spread across Pilaf's face, Xiao Wu and Ashu instantly trembled, drawing together in a tight embrace. Puffed, Pilaf leaped from the table, his short legs carrying him swiftly to the wall. He pressed gently against the steel-formed surface, causing it to part and reveal a crimson button. With a swift motion, he pressed it, and in an instant, the entire room began to tremble. Doors within the steel framework opened, extending mechanical arms that seized the two individuals, while another arm deftly removed their shoes, teasingly prodding their soles with a feather. "Haha, Lord Pilaf, we truly apologize." Xiao Wu and Ashu laughed uproariously, tears streaming from their eyes as they humbly submitted to Pilaf, who stood aloof. "Very well, you may relish your predicament here. I shall take my leave to rest. Tomorrow we shall deal with that insufferable brat," Pilaf declared with a smug expression, disregarding their contrition as he strode toward the adjacent bedroom. In the depths of the mountains, Kakarot prepared the centipede he had captured, removing its head and tail, and squeezing out the venom and other impurities before placing it over the fire to roast. Quite fragrant, he mused as he bit into the crispy centipede, casting a glance at the brightly lit house before making his way back, gently pressing the doorbell. "Kakarot, did you throw away the centipede?" Chi-Chi exclaimed as she opened the door, only to be met with Kakarot holding the roasted delicacy. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she pushed him away. "This centipede is rather tasty, you know. It has a chicken flavor, crunchy and delightful. You should try it," Kakarot said. Though his demeanor was typically indifferent, he still understood the value of sharing with friends like Chi-Chi and Krillin. Idiot Kakarot, who would eat such a thing? It's utterly disgusting. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson as she glared at him, particularly at the roasted centipede in his hand. "Actually, it tastes quite good," Kakarot replied. tearing off a piece of centipede meat and popping it into his mouth, the sound of his chewing resonating, suggesting he was enjoying it immensely. In the midst of the chaos, the foolhardy Kiki erupted with an overwhelming aura, and from her hat materialized a long blade that shot forth towards Kakarot. Simultaneously, a gem-like object atop her head began to emit a continuous barrage of lasers. In a sudden outburst, Kiki unleashed a torrent of powerful attacks, catching Kakarot unprepared. Fortunately, his reflexes were remarkably swift, allowing him to evade the onslaught. However, the centipede meat in his grasp and the nearby fire pit were utterly obliterated. In her disarray, the foolish Kiki's formidable strikes carved deep ravines into the earth, yet thankfully, the devastation was confined to her front, leaving the structures behind her unscathed. Kakarot curled his lip, accelerating his speed in an instant. Skillfully evading the barrage of attacks, he found himself behind Chi-Chi, gently applying pressure with his right hand, rendering her unconscious. How peculiar it is for her to despise the giant centipede. It is undeniably delicious. Women are truly enigmatic. With a disdainful expression, Kakarot cradled the unconscious Chi-Chi in his arms and returned to the room, placing her delicately upon the sofa beside him. Goo goo, Kakarot's stomach grumbled once more, protesting against its empty state. He placed his right hand over his belly, furrowing his brow as he remarked, I am still quite hungry. Perhaps I shall seek out something to eat again, but this time, I shall avoid centipedes. Ah, there lies a tiger. As Kakarot stepped out of the house, he immediately noticed the large tiger concealed within the thicket, its massive form and rich layers of fat appearing particularly delectable. As the sovereign of the jungle, the king of beasts was poised to launch an assault on the monkey, intending to satiate his hunger. However, in the next moment, he sensed an overwhelming threat. Despite his status as the ruler of the wild, he did not believe that the diminutive creature before him posed any real danger. Nonetheless, he chose to retreat out of caution. As soon as Peng had scarcely taken 3 steps out of the realm of beasts, a sharp pain struck his head, and his consciousness abruptly faded away. Ah, Kakarot, my dear senior brother, have you finally heeded Chi-Chi's advice and decided to exchange the ingredients? It is inconceivable for Kakarot to be harsh with Chi-Chi. He could only urge her to remain calm for a moment. In a brief span of time, he regained his senses, only to behold his senior brother Kakarot dealing with a formidable tiger at the entrance. Kakarot merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He decided to leave the tiger in the capable hands of Chi-Chi. Upon hearing her senior's acquiescence to her suggestion, Chi-Chi's heart brimmed with joy. She hurried over, lifted the tiger onto her back, and made her way directly to the kitchen. Kakarot observed Chi-Chi entering the adjacent kitchen while carrying a tiger. He shrugged his shoulders, casually clearing away the remnants of a centipede and the campfire before stepping into the house to wait. Chi-Chi's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Kakarot is in for a treat in the future. At this moment, the little bald-headed Krillin finally awakened, eagerly indulging in the delectable dishes prepared by Chi-Chi. Indeed, they are far more delicious than centipede meat. As Chi-Chi reveled in her success, she heard Kakarot, with his mouth full, utter a remark. Instantly, a wave of annoyance washed over her. Are you certain that this is meant to be a compliment? Centipede meat? Krillin exclaimed in confusion, yet at that moment, Kakarot was thoroughly enjoying his meal, utterly indifferent to his companion's bewilderment. As for Chi-Chi, she had no desire to recall that dreadful memory. The mere thought of the blood-red, grotesque centipede stirred an unwelcome wave of nausea within her. Ultimately, Kakarot devoured the tiger completely, a sight that Krillin and Chi-Chi had long grown accustomed to, rendering them unfazed. I'm so tired. It's time for rest. Tomorrow, we embark on a new journey. Having just finished his meal, Krillin rubbed his eyes and returned to his room. Good night, Kakarot, Chi-Chi called out while tidying the dishes, before ascending the stairs to her father, the Ox King's specially prepared room, fully equipped with all necessities. Indeed, Kakarot replied, turning to enter another room. It must be said that the abode prepared by the Ox King was indeed quite spacious. Aside from Chi-Chi's private bedroom, there were 3 guest rooms, perhaps a reflection of his grandiose taste. Even the houses he casually procured exuded luxury. How I yearned to discover the Dragon Balls. As Kakarot reclined on the bed, an inexplicable longing for his brother surfaced, though it was merely a fade. In truth, he solely wished to surpass him entirely upon their reunion. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the room, dispelling the darkness of night, Kakarot and his companions tidied themselves and shared a meal before indulging in another feast. Why do 2 of the Dragon Balls seem to be closer to us? Chi-Chi inquired, retrieving the house into a capsule and examining the dragon radar. To her astonishment, 2 Dragon Balls were indeed situated not far from their vicinity. It appears that others are also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Krillin glanced at the radar's display, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of other presences. To the west, he sensed the auras of 3 individuals, though they felt rather feeble. Should we confront them? Kakarot furrowed his brow, finding their energies too weak to warrant his attention. Let us go take a look. Although their presence is not formidable, I have a sense that these 3 intend to seize our Dragon Balls. Krillin pondered, feeling a lingering unease, especially as a certain system had also issued a task. Stealing the Dragon Balls? Chi-Chi immediately wore an expression of astonishment, which was truly endearing. Is that so? Kakarot's gaze sharpened as he directed it towards the west. This Dragon Ball was intended for my insufferable brother. Dare you attempt to seize it, and I assure you, I will not hesitate to strike you down. Hey, Kakarot, Chi-Chi, I shall proceed ahead to investigate. Krillin observed Kakarot's piercing stare and silently mourned for the trio. Should they genuinely risk approaching to snatch the Dragon Ball, Kakarot likely would not obliterate them, though he might leave them on the brink of death. Yet, this predicament would hinder his mission. Thus, he uttered a quick word to Kakarot before soaring into the air. Well then, we shall wait for you at the location of the other Dragon Ball. Kakarot contemplated for a moment. He deemed that Krillin could easily handle the 2 individuals, and thus he said nothing further, proceeding towards the opposite direction. Kakarot, my senior. Chi-Chi glanced back and forth between Krillin and Kakarot, realizing the choice was remarkably clear. Resolutely, she decided to follow her senior, leaving the little bald-headed warrior behind. As he watched the figures of the 2 individuals gradually recede, Krillin tightened the large turtle shell strapped to his back, leaping into the sky above. He felt a slight unsteadiness in his body and took a moment to compose himself before channeling his energy and soaring westward. To his surprise, he noticed that their flying craft was quite substantial. Could it be that this King Pilaf was no ordinary person, and had the system deceived him once again? Furrowing his brow, Krillin approached the exterior of the flying vessel and knocked firmly on the door. The imposing mechanical door swung open with a resounding creak, and Krillin stepped inside, fully releasing his aura as he sensed the lurking danger in the shadows. Could it be a ruse? There seemed to be nothing amiss. Merely 3 feeble beings. Krillin always found the situation somewhat peculiar. After all, he and Kakarot were renowned martial artists, celebrated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and now under the tutelage of the divine martial artist, Master Mateto. It was absurd that mere mortals would attempt to seize the Dragon Balls from them. Oh, but one of these intruders was indeed among those responsible for the previous misdeeds. Emperor Pilaf glared at the video, his teeth clenched as he watched the small, bald figure approach with trepidation. It was this very individual who had incited that peculiar being named Sun Wukong to unleash his full power, leading to a moment in Pilaf's life that was too shameful to recall, an unforgivable offense. Xiao Wu, a Xiao, prepare to attack. Capture that little bald head for me. I want him to experience a pain that he will never forget. Emperor Pilaf declared, standing atop the table, wielding his diminutive whip with a sinister expression. Yes, Lord Pilaf. Xiao Wu and Xiao, having yawned moments earlier, perked up at the sight of Pilaf's whip, hastily arming themselves and stealthily moving to set an ambush. Oh, are they approaching? Krillin sensed the 2 presences drawing nearer, and his initial wariness began to fade. Did they truly believe they could overcome him, the strongest Earthling? Suddenly, the walls surrounding the corridor disintegrated with a mechanical whir. Robotic arms and crimson lasers relentlessly advanced toward Kellen. Is this all they can muster? The buried menace has finally erupted, yet at this moment, Klin wears a smile, his diminutive frame bearing a large turtle shell, swiftly springing into action. In the blink of an eye, he escapes the passage and comes upon 2 individuals concealed on either side. Hey, you 2, Klin begins to speak. But before he can finish, the pair launches an assault, bullets raining down like a torrential storm, while the glint of sharp blades flickers ominously. It is futile. Krillin moved both hands in unison, capturing all the bullets, while Ash's long blade lay abandoned on the ground, having been discarded at some point. So you few have been lurking around us, seeking the opportunity to seize our Dragon Balls, haven't you? With his hands outstretched, Krillin let the bullets cascade to the ground, instilling considerable psychological pressure on the 2 individuals before him. Yes, no, perhaps. The 2 trembled as they gazed upon the noseless little bald man, feeling as though he were a devil, capable of disregarding the onslaught of bullets. Is the martial arts alliance truly this fearsome now? Tell me, Where are your Dragon Balls? Upon hearing their admission of intent to snatch the Dragon Balls from him and his companions, Krillin couldn't help but smile broadly. This presented him with ample opportunity for plunder. No, rather, a chance to seize the moment. Neither Xiao Wu and Ashio spoke in unison, addressing the bald-headed Klein simultaneously. With a sudden eruption of his formidable aura, Klin shook the entire aircraft, causing both Xiao Wu and Ashio to tremble uncontrollably and collapse. Little bald head, do not let your pride overwhelm you. In the adjacent chamber, Pilaf, observing Klin's bullying of his subordinates through the surveillance, was infuriated. He believed his minions were only meant to be bullied by him. He activated a mechanism, causing the mechanical walls surrounding Klin to retract once more, revealing an array of machine gun barrels. This poses no threat to me, Klin remarked nonchalantly as he tossed Xiao Wu and Ashio into a designated safe zone. With a surging aura, he charged through a hailstorm of bullets towards another chamber. Krillin gazed at the formidable steel door, applying a slight force to dislodge it, and soon found himself confronted by the comical figure of King Pilaf standing atop a table. Was that a Dragon Ball? His eyes drifted past the ridiculous King Pilaf, landing on an ancient box beside him. Before Pilaf could react, Krillin had already approached the venerable box, exerting strength to shatter the lock. Upon opening it, he beheld two crystalline orbs, one bearing 5 stars and the other two, which suddenly radiated a brilliant light. At last, he had found them. Krillin exhaled a sigh of relief, for now he would not need to interrogate these ordinary individuals. Otherwise, he would return to a wrathful Master Mateto who might break his legs. Thank you for retrieving the Dragon Balls. Consider it a purchase on my part. Here. This is for you. Krillin casually waved his hand, and the Dragon Balls vanished into thin air. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it to King Pilaf. Fool, how dare you so easily take my belongings? Pilaf exclaimed, only to realize that the small bald head had vanished without a trace. What is this? He muttered, shaking the capsule in confusion, unable to decipher its purpose. He pressed it, tossing it to the ground. Instantly, a crystalline helmet materialized before him. Wow, it's the limited edition virtual connector from Capsule Corporation. This one even bears the insignia of the Martial Arts Alliance, granting access to various virtual games and martial arts data. Just then, Xiao Wu and Ashu entered, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the helmet. A helmet adorned with the Martial Arts Alliance emblem was indeed priceless and exceedingly rare. Everyone, stand back. This belongs to Lord Pilaf, Pilaf declared, observing the envious expressions of the two. With swift strides, he cradled the helmet in his arms, excitement radiating from him. For it allowed access to all games, far surpassing his own shabby virtual connector. Ahem. In the next moment, King Pilaf recalled that he had just been robbed. This helmet was merely a form of compensation. Reluctantly, he contemplated discarding it, but found himself unwilling. First, let us locate the final Dragon Ball. Once we have gathered them all, we shall lure them to our fortress and seize all 7 Dragon Balls in one fell swoop. Indeed, Lord Pilaf is remarkably astute. Capable of devising such a meticulous plan, Ashu flattered at the opportune moment. However, Xiao Wu hesitated, thinking, but will we truly be able to overpower them? You two are remarkably swift, Krillin remarked with a hint of reproach as he finally spotted the two figures after a lengthy flight, gently landing on the ground. Master Kakarot says that running swiftly aids in cultivation, and Krillin, you flying here would surely result in punishment for Master Wooming, wouldn't it? Chi-Chi inquired, scrutinizing Krillin. Not at all. I have my reasons. I believe that even Master Wooming would not object upon seeing this, he responded. Klin glanced around cautiously. Yet an air of guilt suddenly washed over him as he broke into a sheepish smile. Hey, Klin, have you retrieved the Dragon Balls? Kakarot inquired, observing Klin's uneasy demeanor. Well, I wasted a bit of time, but fortunately, I managed to bring them back, Klin replied, reaching into the bag behind him, and in the next moment, he produced 2 Dragon Balls, the 2-star and 5-star. Kakarot took the 2 Dragon Balls, unburdened his pack, and placed all 3 Dragon Balls within it, while the 4-star ball hung prominently from his chest. With this, only 3 remained, and it felt rather swift. Chi-Chi looked on with excitement as Kakarot shouldered his pack once more, exclaiming, by the way, Klin, you didn't engage those 3, did you? Just as Kakarot was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he cast a questioning glance at Klin. How could I? I merely engaged in an exchange with them. I even gave them my virtual connector, Klin replied, hands raised in a gesture of innocence. Well then, let us proceed. The next Dragon Ball seems to be located in the village ahead, Kakarot affirmed, nodding with determination as he focused on the path ahead, prompting the group to set forth once again. After winding through the southern village, Kakarot and his companions finally arrived at the site of the fifth Dragon Ball, illuminated by the fading light of the sunset, revealing the village's eerie stillness. How strange, I could distinctly sense a multitude of energies moments ago, remarked one of the trio, standing at the village entrance, peering through the towering wooden stakes at the desolate streets within. It is indeed peculiar, Kakarot agreed as he stepped inside, keenly attuned to the energies around him. Hey, Kakarot, it seems there are two formidable warriors in this village. Do exercise caution, Klin warned, drawing alongside Kakarot. He had gleaned this information from a certain system, which indicated the presence of two potent energies, albeit the system failed to discern their identities, calling it a test for the host. Indeed, but they don't seem malevolent, Kakarot observed, taking in the ethereal yet harmonious essence of the two energies, which resonated with a sense of equilibrium, reminiscent of their own. As little Kiki observed her two senior brothers becoming increasingly cautious, she too cautiously surveyed the silent village. In truth, there was nothing particularly alarming. Krillin regarded Goku's entrance into the village with a sense of calm, aware that no one on Earth could surpass the two of them simultaneously. Aside from Goku's father Bardock and Master Roshi, there were likely no others. Oh, it seemed there was someone behind that door. Goku, ignoring Krillin, noticed that the door in the middle appeared slightly ajar, with shadows moving behind it. Is anyone there? Goku asked, slowly approaching the door and gently knocking on the wooden structure, which produced a resounding echo. With a soft creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing an empty space beyond. Though filled with uncertainty, Kakarot stepped inside nonetheless. As the word pin was uttered, a figure swiftly emerged from the side, wielding a gleaming axe that shimmered ominously. In an instant, the axe was brought down upon Kakarot. The axe of Pung came crashing down upon Kakarot's head. Despite witnessing the attack in its entirety, Kakarot chose not to evade. Such an assault held no significance for him. Indeed, as he anticipated, the axe struck against his aura and shattered into fragments. Hey, old man, launching an attack without provocation is rather unpleasant, Kakarot remarked coolly, fixing his gaze upon the figure before him. It was an elderly man, his hair a mix of gray and white, adorned with spectacles. Clutching the remnants of the axe handle, his expression one of sheer terror directed at Kakarot. How could this be? He truly is a devil. The old man raised the axe handle high, seemingly as a final resort, though his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Moreover, your actions are causing me a bit of discomfort, so I shall not hold back, Kakarot said, feeling the two distinct presences behind him. He quietly retrieved his Rui Bang from his back, assuming a stance prepared for combat. Humph. I never expected anyone would dare to commit wrongdoing here. Two disdainful snorts echoed simultaneously, and from the shadows emerged two figures, both of adult stature, radiating an immense aura that far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Ah, Insha, Kakarot's pupils constricted as he recognized one of the presences, none other than Insha, with whom he had engaged in fierce combat at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tianjin Fan, Krillin, peering through the shadows of the room, caught sight of the three eyes of the man, suddenly reminded of the peculiar disciple of Master Roshi, the one with three eyes. Ah, Goku, no, it's Kakarot. And there's Krillin too? As the two figures gradually came into view, clad in green martial arts attire adorned with a conspicuous character for Crane on their chests, it was evident they were disciples of the Crane School. The distinctive scar and curly hair of the three-eyed Tianjin Fan were unmistakable. Is the esteemed Turtle School really going to strike against ordinary people? Upon first seeing Kakarot, Tianjin Fan's surprise flickered momentarily, as if recalling the golden figure he once encountered, only to quickly conceal his thoughts. No, we. Before Chi-Chi could finish her sentence, Kakarot raised a hand to silence her. Do you intend to challenge me? Kakarot asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Tianjin Fan. Indeed, I, Tianjin Fan of the Crane School, humbly request your guidance. A glimmer of determination flashed in Tianjin Fan's three eyes. He knew Kakarot was not the villain they had been described as. Yet, upon seeing his opponent, an overwhelming desire to fight surged within him, impossible to suppress. In the next moment, he tore off the green garment draped over him, revealing the powerful muscles encased in a white tunic, his aura intensifying. Is there really a need for this? Kakarot's companions, Krillin and the others, looked on helplessly at the two combatants brimming with anticipation. It's fine. It's clear they both yearn for a duel, Krillin reassured them, patting the shoulder of a fellow companion. Smiling as he spoke. "Hey, Master Ran Fan, it's been a while." At that moment, Chi-Chi finally noticed her father's proud disciple and greeted him. "Chi-Chi, you two have come?" To everyone's surprise, Ran Fan's usual calm demeanor transformed. His face turning an intense shade of red, whether from excitement or something else, was uncertain. "Young Master Ran Fan, what seems to be the matter?" A small blue creature drifted from the darkness behind, its nature unknown, yet it appeared somewhat endearing from afar. "Oh, poor, it's nothing, just." Seeing Ranfan's flushed face, he said, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. "Back to your antics again, honestly." The creature named Poir bowed its head, feeling embarrassed to be acquainted with this young master. "I don't have time to fight you. I'm merely searching for something." Kakarot pondered. He deemed his brother's well-being more pressing than this encounter, although the prospect of battling such an opponent intrigued him slightly. It paled in comparison to the satisfaction of overcoming his brother. "Do you underestimate me?" Tianjin Fan's three eyes narrowed, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. Fortunately, the elderly couple had been escorted to safety by Chi-Chi, away from the impending clash. "I am quite busy. By the way, have you seen anything like this?" Kakarot pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to be courteous, and retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball that hung from his chest. "You dare!" exclaimed Tien, feeling belittled by his opponent. The flames of anger blazed fiercely within him, as he summoned all his strength, his fist clenching resolutely, launching towards Kakarot without hesitation. "Hey, you!" Kakarot furrowed his brow. Catching Tien's fist with one hand, his body propelled out of the room. With a slight exertion, he halted his backward momentum and coldly remarked, "Are we truly ready to engage in battle?" With a resounding blast, Kakarot unleashed his energy, executing a powerful attack that sent Tien flying. "Kakarot, cease your assault." An elderly gentleman interjected, claiming he had encountered the Dragon Balls before. As Kakarot prepared to pursue Tien, Chi-Chi hurriedly approached him, inquiring about the situation. Kakarot cast a glance at the airborne Tien, ultimately deciding to momentarily halt the conflict, recognizing that Tien was giving his utmost effort, and even he would require a respite. The old man recounted having found a similar orb in the past, but it was contingent upon their assistance in vanquishing some nefarious foes. Chi-Chi looked back to see Tien momentarily restrained by Yajirobe, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Villains?" Kakarot cast a discerning glance and noticed the old man trembling with fear. Indeed, from time to time, nefarious characters would descend upon their village, not only to pilfer wealth, but, more alarmingly, to abduct the village's most beautiful young women. Chi-Chi nodded, clenching her small fists, her face a portrait of righteous indignation. "I recall that such matters ought to be addressed by the Martial Arts Alliance," Kakarot pondered, remembering that the Alliance seemed to oversee criminal activities across various regions. "Indeed, we have summoned members of the Alliance on numerous occasions. Yet, whenever a skilled warrior arrived, they would scour the vicinity only to find no trace of the villains. Even when fortune favored them and they captured one, it was but a few days before another different miscreant emerged. An elderly woman, leaning on her cane, slowly approached and gently shook her head at Kakarot, her expression filled with resignation, though she felt no fear of the boy, for despite his cold demeanor, there was a warmth in his gaze that melted the chill of winter. "Is that so? It appears these ruffians are rather intriguing," Kakarot mused solemnly, releasing his energy to sense any malevolent presence nearby. "Hey, if you keep releasing your energy like that, you'll only scare everyone away," Tien Shinon remarked, eyeing Kakarot with a disapproving glare, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Then why don't you seek out those individuals?" Kakarot shot him a sidelong glance, retracting his energy. "As it happens, that gang has set their sights on our little girl, claiming they will come to claim her as a bride tonight. So we must prepare," the old woman interjected, observing the tension between the two. "Is that so? Then let them come," Kakarot declared, clapping his hands together, untroubled. For him, it mattered not who arrived. He would simply send them flying away. "By the way, young sir, I sincerely apologize for mistaking you for one of those villains and for my earlier aggression." The old woman courteously expressed her regret to Kakarot. "It's quite all right. Once I've driven those miscreants away, just hand over the Dragon Balls to us," Kakarot replied with a newfound respect, his tone softened considerably. "Now, let us return indoors and discuss how to deal with those ruffians," Krillin suggested, noticing the crowd had begun to calm. "If you all remain here, those villains might just sneak away." The group complied, returning indoors, only to find that the entire village had gathered. At that moment, they realized that the old man was, in fact, The village chief. What manner of villains could be so elusive that even the Martial Arts Alliance cannot apprehend them? Krillin wondered, astonished that the Alliance's efforts had failed to eradicate the scourge plaguing their home. Who knows? We may never understand what transgressions have led to such calamity. Once, this town was filled with laughter and joy. Now, it seems only a single girl remains amidst the shadows of despair. The village chief, wearing an expression of helplessness, gazed at Kakarot and the others and lamented, "It is indeed my daughter, but just days ago, she caught the attention of a monstrous fiend." Why does that sound so familiar? Puer murmured softly, always feeling that this behavior bore a striking resemblance to a certain classmate from his childhood. When will they arrive? Kakarot inquired directly. They mentioned around 7 in the evening, which is merely an hour from now. The village chief glanced at the time and suddenly became alert, evidently anxious about the impending arrival of that villain. What? Suddenly, the previously tranquil Krillin let out an exclamation, his expression one of utter astonishment, as if confronted with an extraordinary revelation. "Is there a problem, Krillin?" Chi-Chi inquired, observing his bizarre demeanor. Although puzzled, she recalled that he often exhibited such overreactions, which alleviated her concerns. Meanwhile, the others, In-Cha, Tianjin Fan, and the village chief, were left utterly bewildered by Krillin's antics. What peculiar antics is he up to now? Kakaroto mused. Eyeing Krillin, having spent ample time together, he understood that this was merely the precursor to one of Krillin's eccentric episodes. Village chief, may I ask if you have any of her clothing available? Krillin stammered, his face flushed. Pointing at the little girl who was hiding behind the village chief, one of the innocent children that the villains had demanded to take away. Yes, we do have some. But may I inquire what you need her clothing for? The village chief replied, his expression one of confusion, unable to fathom the intentions of this peculiar bald man. TCH. I never expected that such oddities would emerge from the esteemed turtle school, Tianjin Fan remarked disdainfully, taking a couple of steps back from Krillin, his 3 eyes narrowing in disapproval. Kakarot slowly lowered his arms, casting a menacing glare at Tianjin Fan, as if on the verge of an outburst. You foolish buffoon. Krillin's already small eyes squinted further in embarrassment and anger as he shouted at Tianjin Fan. What are you, a muscle-bound oaf? Understand. I am merely employing strategic subterfuge, disguising myself as a little girl to infiltrate the lair of those villains, eradicate them, and rescue the young girls. Your reasoning is quite compelling. Icha observed the suddenly explosive Krillin, and upon hearing his words, found himself utterly bewildered by Krillin's excessive caution. A hint of embarrassment crept across Tianjin Fan's forehead. He had not anticipated that the seemingly lewd and perverse bald man would possess such a selfless and fearless spirit. He loathed himself for having disparaged him. With a chuckle, Kakarot rolled his eyes at the indignant Krillin, his longtime friend. Although he was unaware of Krillin's true intentions, he was certain they were not as superficial as they appeared. Wow, Brother Krillin is truly astute, Chi-Chi remarked, her gaze fixed on Krillin's flushed face, genuinely impressed. Here, this is my daughter's outfit. Quickly change before those people arrive. The village chief's wife said, approaching with a bundle of pink garments, which she handed to Krillin. He dashed into the room, and after a flurry of activity, he emerged transformed. The form-fitting attire accentuated his shiny head, emanating a subtle fragrance that only intensified the rosy hue of his already bashful cheeks. Clad in pink, he was momentarily unrecognizable. Brother Krillin, you look absolutely refreshing. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face lighting up with a unique smile as she scrutinized him from every angle. Honestly, I suddenly feel that you truly suit this attire, she continued. Tianjin looked on, suppressing laughter, and playfully nudged Krillin with his elbow, wearing an expression that conveyed a shared understanding. Indeed, it suits you quite well, Kakarot concurred, nodding in agreement. You rascals. You absolute rascals, Krillin shouted, his face now a deeper shade of crimson as he glared at the snickering group around him, his eyes aflame with indignation. Hurry and hide. What if the bad guys discover us? There's no need to worry. We still have half an hour until 7 o'clock. We are well aware of the time. Tianjin replied with a smile, unexpectedly finding comfort in the company of these individuals. Humph, Kirin snorted softly, inwardly thinking that these fellows should not feel too triumphant. Once he completed his transformation into a woman and enhanced his abilities once more, he would surely overpower everyone present. Nevertheless, he found the idea of cross-dressing rather appealing, as it carried a delicate fragrance reminiscent of youthful femininity. Let us retreat to the inner chamber and await their arrival, he suggested, for he suspected that those individuals would soon join them. Kakarot contemplated for a moment before choosing to assist his dear friend in alleviating the awkwardness of the situation. Although this peculiar bald fellow had some rather eccentric interests, he was, nonetheless, a good person at heart. Very well. Chi-Chi and the others nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Krillin had indeed made significant sacrifices for the sake of the village, it would be rather unkind to mock him. As night gradually descended, time stealthily crept past 7 o'clock, unwavering, and swiftly advanced to 7:30. A small pig, clad in military green attire, hopped joyfully toward the village. Observing the deepening twilight with a hint of sagacity gracing its lips, having arrived after half an hour, it stands to reason that even the formidable warriors of the Martial Arts Alliance must have departed, it mused, irritation etched across its features. Cursed Martial Arts Alliance. Complicating matters so unnecessarily. This time, it must be a gentle and charming girl. The small pig clasped its hands in prayer toward the sky, lamenting that the women at home could hardly bear the strain. After all, they had only just managed to amass their fortune, only to see it slip away. All right, my little beauty, I am coming. With a swipe of its mouth to wipe away the drool, the pig's form shimmered, transforming into a colossal figure with crimson skin and a single horn atop its head, resembling a fearsome demon as it strode boldly into the village. Why haven't they arrived yet? Half an hour has already passed. Within the confines of a small room, 4 individuals had gathered, accompanied by a puer drifting through the air. Their patience was wearing thin after waiting for nearly an hour. It appeared these individuals were quite cautious. Tien Shin'an wore a sardonic smile, impatience evident on his face. A temperament shaped by his upbringing under the eccentric Master Roshi, which had imbued him with a rather fiery disposition. At that moment, he yearned to unleash his fury upon the nefarious foes. How infuriating! Why are they still not here, especially at this hour? Krillin, meanwhile, felt a pressing urgency. An overwhelming urge that was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Yet, the one they awaited still had not arrived, causing a swell of anxiety within him. Compounded by his growing discomfort, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. They should be arriving soon. It seems they always choose the night to evade the Martial Arts Alliance. Even when a time is selected, they rarely arrive punctually and instead opt for random intervals. The village chief pondered, attempting to decipher the patterns of their movements. Suddenly, the ground trembled, as if the very earth itself was quaking. Krillin, caught in this unexpected upheaval, felt the urgency of his need intensifying, his face turning an ashen hue. It's fine. To become the strongest human, one must endure what ordinary people cannot. If I cannot even withstand this, how can I hope to grow stronger? He chastised himself, gritting his teeth as he listened to the approaching footsteps. They're coming. Both the village chief and his wife wore expressions of sheer terror, their concerns mounting. If Kakarot and the others were unable to contend with the villains, they too would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, they were reluctant to part with their daughter, thus they had no choice but to take a gamble. The sound of footsteps drew ever closer, amplifying Klin's anxiety. He was engulfed in a state of agitation, inwardly cursing, "Hurry up and come here. Do you not fear attracting the attention of the Martial Arts Alliance?" Just then, amidst his growing impatience, a voice resonated at the entrance, booming like a thunderclap, causing a reverberation that echoed painfully in everyone's ears. With a soft pull, the door creaked open, revealing a large and unsightly crimson head. Oh, why is it trembling? Could it be that my appearance has frightened it? The malevolent spirit swayed, instantly transforming into a dapper gentleman clad in a white suit. His features were strikingly handsome, and he held a bouquet of flowers, exuding an aura of refinement coupled with warmth. I could no longer contain myself. With a thunderous shout, Klin dashed outside, positioning himself before the grand tree, and began to release the anguish he had suppressed for so long. Oh, what is this? Do you not enjoy the company of someone like me? The newly emerged handsome young man wore an expression of bewilderment, wondering if his transformation no longer conformed to human aesthetic standards. However, what followed was an astonishing sight. A charming girl was standing and urinating. How could this be possible? The handsome young man was filled with confusion and astonishment. He had never witnessed a girl behaving in such a manner. Approaching her with a sense of unease, he was met with an awkward visage, one that astonishingly lacked a nose. How infuriating it is that something typically associated with boys has dared to deceive me. The handsome man, initially filled with doubt, found clarity in an instant upon gazing at a certain object. A white mist began to emanate from his nostrils as his robust, iron-clad physique surged upright, resembling a towering mountain that instilled a sense of awe. How dare they deceive me? This is utterly outrageous. The colossal steel body pulsates incessantly, unleashing a cacophony that momentarily seems to make the entire village tremble. It is over. The village is doomed. Witnessing the furious display of the massive iron behemoth, both the old village chief and the elderly woman are gripped by a chilling dread, their bodies quaking in fear. Have they been discovered? Inside, Kakarot felt a keen sense of alertness and soon sensed that something was amiss. He pushed open the door and ventured outside. It was utterly unforgivable. The furious iron block heaved up and down, its steel arms pounding against its own chest, while white vapor emanated from its nostrils, suggesting an overwhelming rage intent on annihilating the entire village. It may appear quite ordinary, yet isn't it rather simple to resolve such a creature with a single strike? Kakarot scrutinized the towering iron giant with keen observation, perceiving that despite its terrifying appearance, it was remarkably feeble. Ah, how delightful! Klin let out a long sigh, finally regaining his composure, only to realize that his masquerade as a girl had been uncovered. He decisively tore away the little girl's outfit and turned to face the towering steel giant. Ah, so you must be called Wulong, hailing from the Southern Transformation Kindergarten? A glimmer of golden data flickered in Klin's pupils as he continued. I wondered how this village could harbor so many vile individuals. It turns out it was all you're doing. How outrageous. Huh, how do you know, you fool? What a blunder. What are you talking about? The metallic giant paused for a fleeting moment, only to resume its normal demeanor, though it continued to brandish its claws menacingly. It was evident that its bluster concealed a profound weakness. Ah, the name Wulong sounds remarkably familiar. I can't shake the feeling that I've encountered it before. As Pu'er, drifting along with the tea, heard that name, he felt a twinge of confusion. Pu'er. To his astonishment, the metallic giant, upon seeing Pu'er, was even more taken aback, retreating 2 steps as if rendered speechless. Klin soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the metallic giant flying, despite its seemingly imposing and weighty form. Indeed, it was a mere illusion. A smile broke across Klin's face as he leapt closer to the metallic figure, remarking with amusement. Truly an imperfect transformation technique. The body may have changed, yet the inherent strength and weight remain remarkably light, utterly incongruous with this guise. Suddenly, a realization struck him, Wulong. At that moment, Kakarot and the others arrived, encircling the metallic giant. It was then that Pu'er's expression darkened with fury as he pointed at the giant, exclaiming, You are the petty thief Wulong, who was expelled for stealing the teacher's underwear at the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. Ah, you know him, Pu? He observed Pu'er's sudden rage with curiosity, recalling how he had taken Pu'er in out of pity for his plight as a wanderer. Unbeknownst to him were the details of Pu'er's past. He is one of those who bullied me at the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, Wulong, Pu'er declared, his small fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Hey you, why don't you revert back? Kakarot demanded, delivering a couple of kicks to the massive metallic form. Wulong, with a resigned sigh, muttered under his breath, transforming back into a small pig clad in a green military uniform. How could you deceive the entire village for so long? Tian Shinhan remarked, astonished at the diminutive pig's head, incredulous that the source of the village's troubles was this creature. It was clear that Wulong had assumed various forms to engage in mischief, escaping capture by the Martial Arts Alliance through his half-baked transformation skills, remaining undiscovered in his true form, which allowed him to continue his nefarious deeds. Klin narrowed his eyes, unable to suppress his admiration for the pig's audacity. Indeed, his audacity was boundless. So where have all the girls gone? The village chief and others approached, brandishing an array of weapons, glaring menacingly at Wulong. They're all fine and living well. Please, I beg you, take them away. Surprisingly, Wulong responded with delight, as if it were he who had been wronged. Then lead us there, T threatened ominously, extending his hand towards a nearby stone. A flash of white light illuminating the scene, and in the next instant, the stone crumbled to dust. As the sun shone brightly on that fateful morning, Wulong gazed at the shattered stones, nodding with a vigor akin to that of a chick pecking at grains. Deep down, he longed to express his exasperation with the girls. The promised gentleness had turned out to be an illusion, and it was a bitter pill to swallow, for his inheritance had been irretrievably lost. Once again, the group set forth on their journey. Upon learning of Kakarot and his companion's quest, Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu eagerly requested to join the adventure. Having honed their skills under the tutelage of Master Rashi, they were eager to explore the world but were uncertain of their destination. When they discovered that Kakarot and the others sought the mystical Dragon Balls, they resolved to accompany them on this exciting expedition. As for Oolong, he was compelled along by Krillin, who, out of concern for Oolong's propensity for mischief, insisted on his presence. Although the sight of Oolong being mercilessly tormented by a horde of girls was quite the spectacle, it did not alleviate the weariness that now beset him. Why must we trek on foot when there are modern vehicles available? Oolong lamented, wobbling unsteadily and feeling lightheaded. Traveling on foot is part of our training. Only through such rigorous discipline can one ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, Tenshinhan asserted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Yet, in a moment of nostalgia, he found himself missing Dumpling, who had been at the Superpower Academy for 2 long years. He had yet to adjust to the absence of his friend. I'm utterly exhausted. Oolong gasped, panting heavily. Fool, can't you just transform into a flying creature? Krillin retorted, rolling his eyes at Oolong's pitiful state. With the ability to transform, why do you remain so foolishly grounded? I am well aware of that, but flying also depletes stamina and magical energy, Oolong replied, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment at being called a fool. However, upon noticing the large turtle shell on Krillin's back, he could only scoff and say, not everyone is as peculiar as your group. You weren't this weak when you used to bully me at school. Meanwhile, Poir, soaring gracefully, cast a derisive glance at Oolong before settling comfortably on Kaiatsu's shoulder. As he was about to utter something, they suddenly encountered the piercing gaze of the tea-drinking individual, immediately silencing their words, for they were not one to provoke a pet with powerful backing. Why does this path feel so familiar? Kakarot, might I have a glimpse of the Dragon Radar to ascertain the location of the next Dragon Ball? Chi-Chi traversed this desolate landscape, perpetually sensing an air of familiarity. Here you go, Kakarot said as he retrieved the Dragon Ball radar from the pouch at his waist and handed it to Chi-Chi. Your words evoke a sense of familiarity within me as well. At this moment, Icha surveyed the surrounding desolate landscape with a hint of confusion, feeling an overwhelming sense of déjà vu wash over him. Oh, could it be that the next location of the Dragon Ball is indeed at the Fiery Mountain? How splendid! I shall see my father once more. Chi-Chi grasped the Dragon Ball radar and adjusted the range by pressing a couple of buttons, soon discerning the precise location of the next Dragon Ball. Oh, now I realized this was once my home, prompted by Chi-Chi's reminder. Icha finally recalled that this was indeed his birthplace, where he had been taken under the wing of the Bull Demon King and embarked on his martial arts journey. Hey, Kakarot, we're heading to Chi-Chi's house. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? Krillin squinted playfully and nudged Kakarot with his elbow, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Why should I have any thoughts? Kakarot replied, still lacking understanding, and turned back to coldly question Krillin. I fell silent during the Clinton era, signifying my uncertainty on how to respond. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks resonated from the distant desert, capturing the attention of several individuals. Tianjin Fan, with keen eyesight, spotted a stumbling blue-haired girl amidst the vast expanse of sand. Once again, a group of bullies preyed upon the vulnerable. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Tianjin Fan's mouth as he took a decisive step forward, swiftly covering several kilometers in an instant. Positioning himself before the blue-haired maiden, his gaze fixed upon the figures gradually emerging from beyond the desert. Are you one of her accomplices? He demanded. A group of burly men, arriving on motorcycles, bore menacing expressions, their eyes scrutinizing both Tianjin Fan and the blue-haired girl with ill intent. The leader, a fearsome brute wielding an assault rifle, appeared ready to unleash violence at the slightest provocation. Their collective demeanor suggested a notorious alliance. A woman with ever-changing hair and a creature with 3 eyes, unmistakably a band of rogues. With a frigid glare, Tianjin Fan let out a cold snort, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged forth, pressing down upon the approaching individuals like an unstoppable force. What a peculiar creature. The man across from him felt a sudden constriction in his breath as his machine gun erupted into action, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets directed towards Tianjin Fan. Simultaneously, several individuals beside him also opened fire at Tianjin Fan. Observing the barrage of bullets flying toward him, Tianjin Fan wore a disdainful expression. His hands moved with remarkable swiftness, rendering his form almost elusive. As the gunmen exhausted their ammunition, panting heavily and trembling, they beheld Tianjin Fan standing unscathed. Is this all they can muster? Tianjin Fan smiled at them, slowly extending his arms as countless bullets fell to the ground, all astonishingly crushed. The devil is indeed a devil. The motorcycle's throttle was twisted to its fullest extent, emitting a deafening roar. Several individuals swiftly turned their vehicles, racing towards the distance, leaving behind a scatter of spent bullet casings. Tianjin Fan tilted his head, still refraining from pursuing those individuals. After all, they were merely ignorant commoners, albeit their actions had irked him somewhat. However, he was fundamentally different from his master, the Crane Hermit, possessing a profound sense of martial integrity. Why are they hunting you? At that moment, Krillin and the others approached, gazing at the petite girl with azure hair. I don't know. They accused me of blackmailing, claiming I stole their belongings. Perhaps she has emerged once more, the girl replied, her expression one of helplessness, tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, rendering her exceedingly pitiable. What a tedious bunch, Tianjin Fan remarked, turning his gaze to the girl, now fully aware of her appearance. She wore a light green tank top that accentuated her alluring figure, paired with yellow hot pants that showcased her slender legs, exuding an air of youthful vibrancy. Let us not waste any more time, Kakarot said as he brushed past the two, moving ahead with the singular aim of gathering the Dragon Balls. Hey, Tianjin, why not take her along? She seems quite fond of you, Krillin chimed in, nudging his companion while glancing at the girl who was cautiously clinging to Tianjin's arm. Can I join you? The adorable girl inquired, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked up at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin quietly withdrew her arm, nodding subtly towards the girl before proceeding alongside Kakarot and the others. Beyond the Great Demon Realm lies the Holy Demon Realm, a place distinct from both the Great Demon and Demon Realms, adorned with breathtaking landscapes, surpassing even the beauty of Earth, reminiscent of a poetic painting. The verdant mountains undulate, painting countless scenes that ignite the imagination, while peculiar vegetation flourishes along the mountain's flanks, exquisite as jade and transparent as crystal, evoking a divine realm. Amidst a grove of trees and a patch of lavender grass stands a three-story edifice, embodying Earth's architectural style. Seated at the entrance is a blue-haired girl named Bulma, her cheeks puffed in apparent frustration. This little son is utterly exasperating, leaving a vibrant beauty like me all alone here while he trains with another woman. Does he even know her? Bulma pouted adorably, silently vowing that she would never date someone like him again. It was simply too much to bear. However, that woman mentioned this place is the Holy Demon Realm, where returning with the strength of an ordinary person is utterly impossible. Goku has been incessantly entangled in training, which is truly excessive. Must I, a beautiful girl, remain in this desolate place for eternity? A wave of dejection washed over Bulma as she collapsed onto the ground, gazing helplessly at the sky. Mr. Sun Wukong, one must learn to restrain their aura during combat. Otherwise, when faced with a master, your attacks will prove ineffective. Two figures gradually approached. One was the tattered orange-clad Sun Wukong, and the other, a stunning woman garbed in an unusual blend of blue and black. Her white hair tied into a ponytail cascading down her back, her light blue skin only enhancing her allure. It seems so, yet completing it remains a challenge. Oh well, it's time for lunch, Bados. Sun Wukong mused briefly before regaining his cheerful demeanor. Truly an intriguing individual. It has been many years since I encountered a human with such a pure and clear heart. The woman named Bados gazed at Sun Wukong, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. The flames of Fire Mountain raged fiercely, yet at this moment, it did not evoke disaster. Rather, it transformed into a striking landscape, drawing travelers from around the globe. Meanwhile, the intense heat of the region facilitates the cultivation of martial arts, drawing numerous martial artists from afar in pursuit of breakthroughs, thereby fostering a robust culture of martial prowess. Beneath Flame Mountain lies a multitude of martial arts academies, where many formidable practitioners from various locales establish their roots and forge their legacies. The most renowned among these is the Neo-Mo Martial Arts Academy, presided over by the esteemed Neo-Mo Wang, a direct disciple of the martial arts deity Wu Tian. With innate physical advantages, he has significantly surpassed his peers on the path of martial arts, even carving out his own school of thought. At this moment, Kakarot and his companions, after a day of arduous travel, have finally arrived at the Neo-Mo Martial Arts Academy. During their journey, they encountered a new friend, Lan Chi, the girl saved by Tianjin Fan. She expressed a sense of possessing another side to herself, leading others to misunderstand her. Initially, her companions were skeptical, but soon after, the young girl named Lan Chi sneezed, her blue hair transforming into a golden hue, her demeanor shifting to one of wild ferocity. With a capsule tossed aside, she brandished two machine guns, prepared to unleash chaos upon them. Fortunately, Tianjin Fan managed to subdue her, and after another sneeze, she reverted to her composed and demure self. Finally, they arrived, their legs nearly giving out from exhaustion. Krillin gazed at the Neo-Mo Martial Arts Academy. Now within arm's reach, his eyes brimming with tears. Master Wu Ming has truly put us through the ringer. Carrying such a heavy shell is one thing, but it only grows heavier with time. Just as I become accustomed to one weight, it becomes even more burdensome. Ah, we are finally back. It has been far too long since I last saw my father. Kakarot, brother, come with me to see him, Chi-Chi said, gently wrapping her arms around Kakarot's. As they made their way into the academy, a guard observed the approaching group with caution. However, upon recognizing them, his expression shifted to one of delight as he realized it was his long-lost elder brother, In-cha, and his younger sister, Chi-Chi. Indeed, brother, said another guard, a newcomer to the Neo-Mo Martial Arts Academy, who looked quizzically at Chi-Chi before darting inside. We're here to find something, likely in this vicinity, and I thought I would stop by to see my father, Chi-Chi replied excitedly to the guard. Ah, it seems your father has taken on many disciples in your absence. The guard noted. Yes, during your years away, Master has indeed welcomed numerous students. However, he has often expressed concern for you, frequently lamenting your absence. The disciple whispered conspiratorially. Hee, I shall go see him, Chi-Chi replied cheerily as she entered the building. I too wish to visit Master, as it has been quite some time since my last visit. These are our friends, let them in as well. In-cha strolled over with a smile adorning his face, gently patting the shoulder of the person before him, nostalgia evident in his voice. In-cha, it has been such a long time since we last met. It seems your prowess has only grown stronger. At this point, we are likely left in your dust. The individual looked at In-cha and shook his head in resignation, acknowledging the undeniable strength of this senior. Yet, In-cha simply smiled and shook his head in return, choosing not to respond as he walked straight inside. What could he possibly say? Among those accompanying him, apart from a couple of pets and Lan Chi, he appeared to be the weakest. Chi-Chi, you have finally returned. I have missed you terribly. As Chi-Chi and Kakarot entered the Neo-Mo Martial Arts Hall, a voice boomed like thunder. Father, before Kiki could finish her sentence, she was already enveloped in the embrace of a tall figure who had rushed in. The Ox King gazed at Kiki with eyes brimming with affection. Father, this is my senior brother, Kakarot. I am also to be his bride, Kiki said, her face flushed and her voice barely audible. Ah, Kakarot, are you not Gohan's grandson? The Ox King, reminded by his daughter, finally noticed the presence of others who had arrived. He scrutinized the figure across from him before speaking. Master, it has been quite some time, remarked the tea drinker, who had just entered, looking at his teacher with deep nostalgia. Oh, it's you, T. And are your friends also here? Please, come in and have a seat. The Ox King instructed. Big Ox, inform all the students that the dojo will be closed for the day, no training today. As he cradled Kiki and was about to retreat to his quarters, he suddenly recalled something and turned to his diligent disciple, who was closely following him. Master, is it really appropriate to close the dojo for a day without reason? The man clad in a black and white martial arts uniform questioned, a hint of unease in his tone. It's all right, brother Nyo. Given the current state of our teacher, he lacks the spirit to impart martial arts today, T replied, giving a reassuring pat on his shoulder, fully embodying the essence of the elder brother of the Ox King Martial Arts School. Thus, the group lingered within the confines of the Ox King Martial Arts School. The Ox King was quite generous towards his daughter's friends, readily producing exquisite tea leaves and attentively listening as Kiki recounted her experiences. Although the notion of his daughter having chosen a lifelong partner stirred some discomfort in his heart, he rationalized that only the descendants of Gohan and the direct disciples of Master Wu-Tien could be deemed worthy of his little princess. While Master Wu-Tien also had a small bald disciple, the Ox King was not particularly fond of him. His appearance was unimpressive and he was of diminutive stature. In contrast, Kakarot was a far better match, being the runner-up in the World Martial Arts Tournament, akin to the rank he himself achieved in his youth, an ideal candidate for a son-in-law. By the way, what exactly is this Dragon Ball you speak of? The Ox King inquired, having heard about their quest for the Dragon Balls, eager to assist his daughter in any way he could. At that moment, Kakarot, sitting beside Kiki, produced the 4-star ball from his chest and waved it before the Ox King. To their astonishment, the Dragon Ball emitted a radiant glow. Oh, Kakarot, it sparkled. Does this imply that another Dragon Ball is not far from us? Kiki exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. her face alight with joy. I happen to have one here as well. I remember acquiring it long ago and kept it because I thought it quite beautiful, the Ox King mused as he looked at the 4-star ball. His memory sparked. He then stood up to rummage through his belongings in search of it. Found it. Here it is. It must be said that the estate of the Bull Demon King is indeed vast. After rummaging through every nook and cranny for an entire hour, he finally emerged with a Dragon Ball in hand, running over with great enthusiasm. Ah, it is the 7-star ball. That means only one Dragon Ball remains. How splendid. Brother Kakarot. Chi-Chi exclaimed excitedly as she approached Kakarot, clutching the Dragon Ball. Kakarot gently accepted the Dragon Ball, nodding towards the dirt-streaked Ox King as he said, "Thank you." The Ox King waved his hand dismissively, his expression warm and benevolent as he gazed at Chi-Chi, saying, "There's no need for formalities among family. Just treat Chi-Chi well from now on." Dad, Kiki gently tugged on the clothing of the Ox King, appearing somewhat bashful. "Let us seek the final Dragon Ball tomorrow. I eagerly anticipate the moment we summon the Eternal Dragon." Krillin's eyes glimmered with expectation, genuinely wishing to witness the legendary being. "Oh, are you all departing tomorrow?" The Ox King inquired, a hint of melancholy in his gaze as he looked at Kiki. "Yes, my parents are somewhat concerned about my brother. The sooner we gather the Dragon Balls, the sooner they can be at ease," Kakarot replied slowly, well aware of his parents' unwavering worry for his brother, who seemed to have an older sibling he had yet to meet. "Never mind, it's best that we find them as soon as possible." "Very well. Let us revel in this moment together." The Ox King, momentarily subdued, regained his excitement and declared joyfully. Meanwhile, not far from their celebration, a castle loomed to the north of Fire Mountain. "Hee, at last, we are prepared. This time, those martial artists shall learn the meaning of cruelty." King Pilaf reclined on a leather sofa, an air of ease enveloping him, with the last Dragon Ball resting beside him. "King Pilaf, do you truly believe we can contend with such individuals?" Shu questioned, his heart filled with doubt. He felt these measures were inadequate against such formidable foes, capable of shaking the very heavens with their might. Even a barrage of bullets would fail to reach them. "Rest assured, everything is under my control," Pilaf replied with calm confidence, casually sipping from a bottle of cola, for this was the long-anticipated moment of vengeance. As the night of revelry at the Ox King's dojo faded, a new day dawned, and Kakarot and his companions set forth once more on their quest for the Dragon Balls. With only one remaining, their spirits were buoyant, as if victory was within their grasp. Along their journey, they passed through a village known as Rabbit Village, reputed to have once harbored an evil rabbit king, who wielded the terrifying power to transform humans into carrots. A top student from the Super Ability Academy had come to capture the Rabbit King, though it was uncertain whether he had been sliced or preserved as a specimen. "Is this truly our destination?" Kakarot and his companions stood before the final location indicated by their radar, a grand fortress made of steel, imposing and magnificent. "Why does it feel as if someone has laid a trap for us here?" Krillin scratched his head, his gaze filled with suspicion as he regarded the castle, harboring an uneasy premonition. "Among us, I believe there are few who could easily contend with what lies ahead, even on a global scale." Gently patting Krillin's shoulder to reassure him, Tianjin turned and walked forward. "If you intend to strike at me, be prepared for the consequences." Tianjin's expression shifted. Sensing a palpable threat within the castle, he contemplated and then spoke to Launch. "When we enter, do not stray too far from us." "Indeed, very well." The blue-haired Launchi nodded obediently. As the group advanced towards the castle, bathed in the fading light of the setting sun, they prepared to confront their final battle. It is said that Kakarot has already located 6 Dragon Balls and is currently journeying to the last destination in search of the final orb. It seems he may complete the collection tonight. Shall we pay a visit? Wiping the sweat from his brow after removing the virtual helmet, Bardock addressed Jine. "Let us go and bring Goku, Raditz, and that little girl named Bulma with us." Jine contemplated for a moment, feeling a twinge of longing for her 2 sons. While Raditz was a lesser concern, Goku had grown up beside her, never having been apart for such an extended period. The absence felt profoundly unsettling. "Then we shall go. They should be in the northwest direction." "Ah, Kakarot has indeed made many new friends," Bardock mused with a faint smile, reminiscing about his comrades who had once fought alongside him, now all fallen to Frieza's tyranny. "Very well, let us proceed." Janae nodded gently, having taken care of all matters at home before setting off alongside Bardock. "Frieza, have you yet to arrive?" "I can hardly contain my anticipation." As memories of comrades long past surfaced, Bardock felt a flicker of murderous intent within him, The more he reminisced about his fallen allies, the stronger his desire to confront Frieza became. Unbeknownst to him, the warrior's instincts inherent to a scion surged fervently. Meanwhile, on the battlefield at the edge of the northern galaxy, Frieza and Shrag remained locked in combat, with no clear victor in sight. Shrag, at the cost of his dwindling vitality, relentlessly amplified his power, managing to hold his ground against Frieza. What a bothersome foe, Frieza mused, his muscles swollen and bloodied. A milky aura illuminating the starry expanse around him, signifying he was giving his all. Yet Shrag, incessantly consuming purple fruits, continued to elevate his strength, pushing Frieza to his limits. Frieza, you can no longer defeat me. I am invincible now. No one can best me. Surrender your head. The cosmos echoed with his triumphant laughter as Shrag, a towering figure with green skin, stood defiantly amidst the universe, purple blood seeping from his form, exuding an insufferable arrogance. How tiresome, Frieza retorted, his eyes burning with fury. You think a mere fruit can contend with the likes of me, Frieza the Great? Utterly foolish. With a fierce intensity, Frieza surged toward Shrag. The two most formidable beings in the universe collided once more, their immense energies clashing in the void. Red and purple luminescence intertwining brilliantly across the cosmos. I, Frieza the Great, shall not be bested by a creature of your caliber. After a brief exchange, Frieza began to sense his strength waning. He had never truly unleashed his full power against an opponent, and now he found his stamina depleting rapidly for the first time. Your life is forfeit. Sensing Frieza's encroaching weakness, Shrag felt a surge of exhilaration and prepared to strike decisively. Suddenly, an involuntary spasm coursed through his body, rendering him immobile. His once mighty frame began to shrink, his robust muscles steadily withering. Is this the consequence of your reckless consumption of that fruit? Well then, I shall gladly claim your life. Observing Shrag's sudden transformation, Frieza erupted into laughter, eyes glinting with malice as he extended his right hand, swiftly plunging it into Shrag's chest. It appears that your excessive indulgence has not only drained your life energy, but has also completely exhausted your body's vitality and potential, leaving you in this pitiful state. As he gazed upon the increasingly emaciated Shrag, Frieza's laughter grew maniacal, and the purple energy in his palm erupted violently, sending Shrag hurtling away. Farewell, great cosmic king. I shall forever remember you. Frieza pointed his right finger upward, and purple energy began to coalesce above it, culminating in the sudden emergence of a colossal purple orb. Cursed Dales. Slag gritted his teeth, expending the last vestiges of his energy to narrowly escape the explosion's radius. In that moment, he comprehended Dale's malicious scheme, to vanquish Frieza by utilizing his own life force, only to be left as a mere shadow of his former self after the victory. Thus, the universe would be devoid of any adversary for Dales. Yet, he had not endured long enough to see Frieza's defeat. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards a remote region of the northern galaxy, sensing a familiar aura emanating from a distant planet. 7 yellow crystal orbs flashed through his mind. In the next instant, a colossal azure creature surged forth, prompting him to exclaim, "The dragon! Has he managed to escape? No matter, your legion lies vanquished, and there is no one to rescue you. Relish the hellish terror that awaits." At this moment, Frieza's tensed muscles relaxed, returning to his usual demeanor. His gaze was filled with unrelenting cruelty as he mockingly regarded Slag. The dragon can grant wishes. I still have a chance. A series of thoughts abruptly flickered through Slag's mind. In the next moment, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he unleashed the remainder of his life and power, propelling himself towards that familiar aura with unparalleled speed. He had made up his mind. Upon reaching that place, he would summon the dragon, restore his strength, and return to the vast universe to exact vengeance upon Frieza and Dales. How dare you attempt to flee? Frieza scoffed, reigniting his aura as he pursued Slag. Yet, even at full speed, the distance between them continued to widen, leaving him to stand alone in the cosmos, seething with frustration. Is that the direction of Earth? Are a horde of misfits finally uniting? Frieza's keen gaze fixated on the trajectory of the fleeting light, a cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with depth. While he deemed them a mere rabble, perhaps they possessed some degree of competency. Frieza stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes glinting with malice, before suddenly transforming into a streak of light and darting away into the distance. TCH, has that fool failed to complete his mission? Following Frieza's departure, a spacecraft gradually approached. At the vessel's edge stood a man clad in black armor, his crab-like head unmistakably identifying him as Dales, who had previously allied with Slag. Lord Dales. Why did you not strike at Frieza? That was the perfect opportunity. A subordinate inquired as he approached Dales. We cannot defeat him, even though he has expended considerable energy. With our current abilities, victory remains elusive. Let us search for other suitable planets and continue cultivating the spirit fruit trees. One day, I shall triumph over Frieza and ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. Darius let out a cold snicker, exerting force as he struck the edge of the spacecraft. Attempting to mask the fear that gnawed at his very core, fear stemming from Frieza's brutality and terror. As a scion, he had comprehended this dread from a young age. A fear that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. Despite no longer being the person he once was, he still dared not confront Frieza. In the castle of King Pilaf, the king himself wore a smug expression as he surveyed the dazed individuals before him. With a self-satisfied grin, he stepped on them a few times and declared, "No matter how formidable your martial arts, they cannot withstand my hallucinogenic concoction. Soon, you shall all become my subordinates. King Pilaf, here are their Dragon Balls." Xiaowu and Ashu retrieved the 6 Dragon Balls from Kakarot's backpack and chest, handing them over to King Pilaf. Haha, with this, the world will soon fall under my dominion. Pilaf spread his arms wide, envisioning the entire earth as his to command. Let us leave these fools behind and go fulfill our wishes. He gleefully leaped off Krillin and scampered towards the interior of the castle. How dare he bounce around on me? I shall teach him a lesson. At that moment, Krillin suddenly stood up, gazing in the direction of the departing figures. The effects of the hallucinogenic had revealed the advantages of his non-nasal alien heritage, as he could not detect the drug and, consequently, was immune to its effects. He had merely feigned unconsciousness while observing the others succumb. What a tedious bunch, employing such mundane tactics. Kakarot also rose, gently cradling Chi-Chi and pressing his hands against her temples. The potency of the drug had caused him a momentary faintness. However, his constitution far surpassed that of ordinary beings, allowing him to recover almost instantaneously. Hey, Kakarot, weren't we searching for the last Dragon Ball? Chi-Chi, just awakened by Kakarot, remained in a daze, bewildered by the turn of events. Krillin, wake them up. I shall search for the Dragon Ball. Kakarot instructed Krillin before darting towards the hall of the castle with remarkable speed. My long-cherished wish is finally within reach. The 7 Dragon Balls. King Pilaf, elated, cradled the 7 Dragon Balls and, accompanied by his 2 loyal subordinates, made his way outside, eager to realize his long-held aspirations. Hey, you lot. Return the Dragon Balls to me. Suddenly, a figure materialized before the trio, clad in a black martial arts uniform with a crab-like hairstyle, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. It was Kakarot, back to reclaim the Dragon Balls. Impossible. How could you awaken so swiftly? King Pilaf and his companions recoiled in terror at the sight of the man before them. TCH, such trivial matters, Kakarot scoffed, coldly fixing his gaze upon the 3 adversaries. Don't get too complacent. I still have a plan B. The King of Pilaf swiftly placed the Dragon Ball into Aisho's hands and retrieved an object resembling a remote control, proceeding to manipulate it with deft movements. With a resounding clatter, the surrounding walls opened, unleashing a multitude of robots that completely enveloped Kakarot. Is this your grand scheme? Kakarot, unfazed by the encirclement, gazed at Pilaf with a look of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that so-called Plan B would amount to this. Haha, are you frightened? Behold, the latest model of robots crafted by me, King Pilaf. As King Pilaf prepared to revel in his moment, Kakarot effortlessly emitted a brilliant wave of light, reducing all the robots to mere fragments. The cacophony diminished until it became nearly inaudible. Come now, unleash any remaining tricks. I am pressed for time, Kakarot remarked, casually discarding a robot's arm and casting a cold glance at King Pilaf. Although he harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards these individuals, he felt no murderous intent. He merely wished to give them a sound thrashing. You impudent brat, brace yourself for the ultimate technique of King Pilaf. Pilaf snorted disdainfully, pressing the red button on his remote control device. A resounding rumble reverberated throughout the castle, followed by the sudden opening of the high-speed rail partition above Kakarot's head, as an enormous metallic sphere descended upon him with overwhelming force. A resounding crash reverberated throughout the castle as a colossal iron sphere plummeted to the ground, partially lodged on the path leading to the fortress. The members of Pilaf's crew were left dazed, their ears ringing and their vision spinning. I was expecting something more. A voice gradually emerged. The immense metal orb began to ascend slowly, revealing the figure of Kakarot, who effortlessly lifted the enormous sphere with one hand, appearing remarkably at ease. Have I stunned myself? Kakarot mused, casting a glance at the three disoriented individuals. With a swift motion of his right arm, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, propelling the massive metallic orb out of Pilaf's castle. With a resounding boom, the colossal metallic sphere ascended to an indeterminate height, ultimately succumbing to the energy wave, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Given this occurrence, it was time to make a wish. Kakarot approached the Pilaf trio, pondered momentarily, and enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls with a surge of energy he had once harnessed. Departing, Kakarot controlled the aura that followed his steps, moving towards the exterior of the castle. Oh, Kakarot, has everything been resolved? At this moment, Krillin and the others had also arrived. But upon seeing the 7 Dragon Balls floating in the air, they settled into a calm demeanor. Indeed, it is time to make our wish. Kakarot nodded, his body lifting into the air, guiding the 7 Dragon Balls away from the castle, with the others following suit in succession. You are grasping my arm, Tien Shinhan remarked, observing Lan Qi standing nearby, seemingly at a loss. Very well. Lan Qi obediently wrapped her arms around Tian Jinfan's right arm, and their figures soared into the air. In the distance, atop a hill, Goku and the others placed the 7 Dragon Balls on a slab of green stone, standing quietly in the gentle breeze. Goku, why haven't you made your wish yet? Krillin inquired, puzzled by Goku's distracted demeanor. We have already gathered everything, so why the delay? My father and mother are almost here. I will wait until they make their wish, Goku replied slowly, recalling that his mother, Jine, wished to bring his brother along, though he seemed to have forgotten his brother's name. Here they come. Kakarot's gaze was fixed towards the east, as 2 brilliant lights pierced through the confines of space, arriving in an instant. Kakarot truly is remarkable, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls in such a short span of time. Jine gently caressed Kakarot's head, her heart brimming with excitement. After all, she was about to reunite with her long-lost son, and oh, it seemed there was also Raditz. So, this is the essence of the Dragon Balls. Kakarot, since you have assembled them, it is only fitting that you summon the Eternal Dragon. Bardock observed Kakarot with a smile, his words laced with encouragement. Kakarot nodded, approached the 7 Dragon Balls, spread his arms wide, and proclaimed loudly, Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish. In that fleeting moment, everyone held their breath, quietly awaiting the arrival of the legendary dragon. In an instant, a radiant orb of golden light surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring towards the pinnacle of the heavens. In the next moment, the world, which had still retained a trace of twilight, was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. With a resounding crackle, a colossal golden lightning entwined with a beam of golden radiance as a gigantic creature gradually materialized. The tempestuous lightning ravaged the sky, heralding the arrival of an immense will, while azure scales shimmered in and out of visibility. A resounding roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, heralding the arrival of a being cloaked in divine intent. Its azure form spiraled gracefully through the air, adorned with antlers resembling those of a deer, a head akin to that of a camel, eyes reminiscent of a rabbit, a neck like a serpent, a belly akin to a mythical beast, scales akin to fish, claws like those of an eagle, paws resembling those of a tiger, and ears similar to a cow. This creature exuded an indescribable allure, embodying the essence of divine will. Each scale upon its body resonated with a mysterious cadence. Oh, summoner of my being, it intoned, speak forth your desires. Whatever your wish may be, I shall fulfill it. Limited to 2. Its crimson eyes flickered as the magnificent dragon turned its massive head toward a group of individuals, leaving them in awe. Indeed, this is the divine dragon. A truly astonishing entity, thought Klin and his companions, their gazes fixed in disbelief as they struggled to comprehend the existence of such a celestial being. Divine dragon. I wish to inquire about the well-being of Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Raditz. Are they still alive? Ji, consumed by thoughts of her son, was the first to recover from her astonishment and made her inaugural wish to the dragon. Is confirming their existence your first desire? The dragon's immense jaws parted, its voice resonating deeply within their hearts. No, Ji quickly interjected, gesturing fervently. Then please bring all 3 of them here. Too simple. The dragon's crimson eyes sparkled, and in the blink of an eye, 2 beams of golden light flickered, and 2 figures materialized before them. Bardoss, donned in a blue-black ensemble, hovered gracefully in the air, casting violet waves of energy around Sun Wukong, leaving him struggling to defend himself. This individual is indeed extraordinary, Bardoss mused, recognizing the rarity of both his talent and temperament. Remarkably, despite being marked by the passage of time and space, his spirit remains clear and unwavering, far surpassing that of Lord Kampa. Bardos observed Sun Wukong, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, and felt a genuine admiration for what might be the only human she had ever praised. With a sudden glance, Bardos felt an immense power descend upon the scene. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. A flicker of intrigue danced in her eyes, revealing that she had indeed sensed the origin of that formidable force. At that moment, Sun Wukong swayed slightly before coming to an abrupt halt, a hint of apprehension coloring his voice as he addressed Bardos. "Hey, Bardos, do you have a way to send me back to Earth?" "Earth? You mean located in the 7th universe, correct?" Bardos responded casually, her hand sweeping through the air to reveal a magnificent blueprint. Countless celestial bodies danced in the void, ultimately coalescing around a vibrant blue planet. "What 7th universe?" Sun Wukong inquired, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at Bardos, struggling to comprehend the depths of this revelation. However, upon catching sight of the azure planet depicted on the blueprint, his eyes sparkled with clarity, exclaiming, "That's the very planet." As Bardos observed Sun Wukong's expression, a faint smile graced her lips. Suddenly, she extended her delicate hand and pinched his cheek. "Hey, Bardos, what are you doing? That hurts." Sun Wukong exclaimed, swatting her hand away, his face a mask of confusion. Nothing. I just thought you looked too adorable just now," Bardos replied with a chuckle, covering her mouth. She had been momentarily taken aback by the endearing quality of his expression and couldn't resist the impulse to pinch his cheek. "All right. It seems Bulma should have safely returned to Earth by now," Sun Wukong mused, glancing towards the distant mountains while sensing the energy around him. Realizing that Bulma was no longer in this realm. "Yes, quite safe," Bardos affirmed with a smile, her gaze already transcending infinite worlds to witness a scene on Earth. "Now, commence your training, Wukong." With that, she retracted her gaze, her fingers deftly flicking, causing 2 more purple orbs of light to appear, swirling around Sun Wukong alongside the previous 2. "Are we increasing the difficulty so soon?" Sun Wukong observed the 4 orbs, a thrill coursing through him. "After all, I cannot afford to teach you for too long," Bardos thought to herself with a smile as she looked at Sun Wukong. She had a god of destruction to attend to, one that was rather challenging to manage. She was already contemplating returning to her father to request a different angel who did not require her constant supervision, thus sparing her from the daily ordeal of such appearances. Yet, having such a diligent disciple was quite rewarding. This trip to the sacred demon realm proved fruitful, even though she had not located the whereabouts of certain individuals. Bardos narrowed her eyes, fully aware of Sun Wukong's every move. On the desolate mountains of Earth, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly echoed as 2 golden lights vanished. As the onlookers beheld the 2 figures, Bulma, as charming as she had been 3 years prior, wore a face of surprise. The other figure, resembling Bardock in stature, donned tattered black armor, long black hair cascading down his back, and a scouter perched above his right eye. "Raditz, Bulma, wait, where's my Wukong? Why hasn't my Wukong returned to Earth?" The initially joyous giant scanned her surroundings, her expression darkening as she failed to spot her son. She turned her displeased gaze towards the dragon, questioning, "What happened to the 3 of us? Bardock and Mom?" Raditz stared in astonishment at the 2 figures before him, bewildered, as he recalled hearing that they had perished in the explosion of Planet Vegeta. "Ahem, mister. Sun Wukong has stated he wishes to continue his training and will not return to Earth for the time being. He will come back in due time." The dragon replied awkwardly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "What can I do? My abilities are utterly insufficient to control such a character's actions, let alone the presence of an even mightier deity beside him. Wasn't it said that any wish could be granted? Why must it require the consent of others?" Kakarot cast a disdainful glance at the dragon and remarked, "You promised to bring my brother to me. What use is it to present me with such a feeble brother instead?" The dragon coughed twice, at a loss for words. Eventually, with a hint of guilt, it spoke. "Now, please articulate your second wish. Regardless of what it may be, I possess the ability to fulfill it for you. Do you dare to speak?" The onlookers, including Klin, gazed at Shenron with contempt. How could he still be so arrogant after being exposed? "Are you not jesting? This is Earth, where miraculous beings exist that can fulfill any wish." Raditz noticed that neither of his parents were paying him any attention, but they were captivated by Shenron's words. His eyes lit up as he inquired of the dragon, "Oh, is there truly such a wondrous entity in this world? Is that how I was brought here?" Bulma, too, looked at the floating dragon in astonishment. "Indeed, any wish can be granted," Shenron's majestic voice resonated, instilling a sense of reverence. However, to Bardock and the others, it lacked credibility. Then please bring Son Goku here, Kaiatsu said, casting a sidelong glance at Shinron, her eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. I'm afraid Mr. Son Goku does not wish to come. Please do not coerce him, Shinron replied, a sheen of cold sweat upon his brow. I truly cannot comply. Should that formidable deity beside you become enraged, even 100 of me would be insufficient to withstand his wrath. Then I shall make a wish. May our friends and family around us forever enjoy health and happiness, Bardock contemplated, stepping forward to address Shinron. Having lost comrades, he cherished the bonds with his loved ones on Earth even more. Unable to bring his younger son back, and knowing that his son was safe and content, he resolved to wish for the well-being of those around him. That is a simple wish. It is granted, Shinron proclaimed, his eyes shimmering with red light. Everyone felt enveloped in a radiant glow, and in an instant, all gloom vanished, leaving their bodies feeling lighter. Shinron, having fulfilled his task, transformed into a beam of golden light, which gradually split into 7 parts, dispersing in different directions. How truly marvelous. At that moment, Bulma felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. Hey, Bulma, where on earth did you and Goku go? Why have you yet to return? Kaiatsu, having passed by Raditz, approached Bulma with a query. I'm not certain where we were. It seemed to be a place called the Demon Realm. Little Goku encountered a woman named Bardos who has been instructing him in his training, but it has been long, only about 3 days, Bulma recounted, counting with her fingers. I apologize. The flow of time there is not the same as here. While you experienced 3 days, 3 years have passed here, Bardock explained as he moved toward Raditz. What? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, realizing she had squandered 3 years in an instant, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Hey, can someone tell me what this place actually is? Raditz, feeling ignored, grew irritable. After all, he was a proud elite Scion warrior. Is that how you speak to your father, child? Bardock's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on his eldest son, whom he had always felt deserved a reprimand. After all, this son had, since childhood, shown disdain towards his own parents. I am quite curious about this place. With Kakarot present, could it be Earth? Raditz stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, having always been the target of ridicule in the presence of Vegeta. Yet, deep within, he was acutely aware of his formidable combat power of 30,000. Although he was uncertain how his parents had managed to survive, he felt the urgent need to demonstrate just how powerful he had become. Bardock nodded gently, his gaze towards Raditz filled with disappointment. Is this truly my son? How can he be so utterly different in both temperament and other aspects? Is this really my brother? Kakarot inquired of his mother, Jine, and upon seeing her nod, a slight smirk appeared on his lips as he remarked, why does he seem so insufferable? With a sigh, she couldn't help but press her forehead, for she harbored no fondness for her eldest son. He possessed an aversion to tranquility and had always maintained a strained relationship with both her and Bardock. It seemed he believed that the disdain he perceived was a consequence of their actions. Who do you intend to inform with this device? Bardock inquired, his hand gently lifting. Raditz felt a sudden lightness on his face, realizing that the detector had been seized by Bardock. With a swift pinch, Bardock effortlessly reduced the detector to mere nothingness. It seems that you, as a lower-ranked warrior, have made some progress lately. However, you remain a subordinate. Raditz, initially taken aback, soon gazed upon Bardock with pride and remarked, What, do you wish to spar with your son? Kakarot, engage him, but do not kill him. The rest is up to you. Bardock brushed past Raditz without striking, instead addressing Kakarot. He had long harbored the belief that Raditz had gone astray, often lamenting his own shortcomings alongside Jine and always facing challenges from him. Raditz had endured many beatings in his youth. Yet, it appeared that this child had remained unchanged over the years, still deserving of a good thrashing. Kakarot, are you suggesting that my dear brother should face me in battle? Surely you jest. He is but a mere lower-class warrior, inexperienced in combat. How could he possibly stand against me? Raditz scoffed at his younger sibling, whose appearance mirrored that of their father. Raditz, I must say, you have become even more deserving of a beating. Jine, observing Raditz at that moment, shook her head and turned to Bulma to inquire about Goku. In her heart, she had always missed her eldest son, Raditz. However, his personality was not to her liking. He bullied the weak and feared the strong, displaying an overwhelming desire for attention that seemed unbecoming of her own flesh and blood. You truly are insufferable, Kakarot said, stepping towards Raditz, his demeanor serious as he regarded him. Despite Raditz's seemingly weak energy, he dared to be arrogant. oblivious to the fact that the majority of those present could easily overpower him. This was a disgrace for an older brother. Is this how you converse with your elder brother? It appears I must teach you the meaning of politeness. Raditz smiled at Kakarot. If it were a fight against their father, he might feel some trepidation. However, facing his brother filled him with confidence as he contemplated merely giving Kakarot a good beating. After all, he was his younger brother. As soon as Raditz finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and his pupils dilated slightly. Steadying himself, he realized that Kakarot had somehow appeared before him, striking him in the stomach with his elbow. Your reaction is far too sluggish, Kakarot remarked, observing Raditz's astonished expression. He gently shook his head, indicating that this brother was exceedingly weak. It was one thing not to reach Goku's level, but at the very least, he should possess the strength to challenge him. No, it is impossible. You are merely a lowly subordinate warrior, Raditz exclaimed, his bloodshot eyes reflecting unparalleled astonishment. He leaped backward, raising his hands forward as a faint purple wave of energy began to coalesce. A resplendent lavender wave of light coalesced into a swirling vortex, enveloping the entire night sky. Surging forth towards Kakarot, as if to obscure both the towering mountain and him within its grasp. Is this truly the extent of your power? A faint smile graced the corners of Kakarot's lips as he became enveloped in a luminous white radiance. The moment the energy wave reached him, he abruptly swung his right hand, redirecting the forceful wave skyward. Impossible. How could you wield such energy? Raditz, taken aback, extended his arms, summoning an innumerable array of energy blades that coalesced densely in his grasp, hurtling towards Kakarot. It is through rigorous training. Kakarot, now shrouded in a gentle blue aura, effortlessly deflected the barrage of energy blades. With measured steps, he advanced towards Raditz. Impossible. On this planet, no matter how much one evolves, surpassing me is unattainable. As he observed Kakarot's advancing figure, Raditz found himself retreating, yet the energy waves in his hands surged forth unabated. With a sudden burst of speed, Kakarot, also known as Pong, swiftly maneuvered behind Raditz before he could even comprehend the movement, delivering a gentle yet decisive strike that rendered Raditz unconscious. Let us return. Bardock gently lifted Raditz and spoke to the inquisitive Jain, who was asking Bulma questions. Indeed, Bulma and Chi-Chi, would you care to visit my home? Jain enthusiastically extended an invitation to Kakalo's companions. No, I must continue my travels and pursue further training. I shall participate in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Tien Shinhan replied, waving his hand to signify his need for continued growth. Likewise, I eagerly anticipate the next World Martial Arts Tournament, Yancho added, expressing his intent to persist in his training. I shall not be joining. I have my own matters to attend to. Krillin pondered for a moment before declining the invitation, recognizing his own path. Then, farewell. Bardock's family, accompanied by Bulma and Chi-Chi, headed toward Baozi Mountain. Meanwhile, Jain finally learned that Goku was training in a realm known as the Demon World and could not return for the time being, leaving her to mutter a few words with a smile. However, being a scion, she understood the situation, while Bulma harbored significant resentment towards Goku. Yet, in the presence of Goku's parents, she could not express her feelings and had to speak well of him. Master Wuming of Martial Arts City witnessed the appearance of the dragon as well. However, upon sensing the energy, he found no trace of Sun Wukong, leaving him perplexed. Since Bulma had returned, it was only logical that Goku should be fine as well. Could it be that he encountered someone extraordinary and was engaged in training? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. If there were indeed any circumstance capable of keeping Sun Wukong occupied, it could only be training. In light of this, I must intensify my own training, Wuming thought, as he opened the training chamber once more to embark on the next phase of his development. As a human, he faced an insurmountable gap in training compared to the Scions. If he did not exert sufficient effort, he feared he would soon be left behind. Speaking of which, has Frieza arrived yet? I have been waiting for him for years. Wuming shook his head and stepped slowly into the martial arts training room, harboring lingering resentment towards Frieza across the cosmos. On the other side of the universe, Frieza, bathed in purple blood, returned to the location where his army had been stationed. However, the once mighty spaceship lay in ruins, and the corpses of soldiers filled the space, accumulating like a mountain. He re-entered his battered spaceship, frowning as he discovered that the once mighty Frieza force had dwindled to a mere handful of survivors. Lord Frieza, you have finally returned. Though the Shrag army has been entirely annihilated, yet our forces are nearly extinct. Even Mr. Cyberman perished in the chaos. Doria was left with but one arm. Kneeling on one knee, and upon witnessing Frieza's overwhelming joy, tears welled in his eyes. At least the mighty Frieza had returned, indicating that they would not face imminent peril. It was astonishing that the diminutive Shrag had inflicted such damage upon my Frieza force. Yet, surprisingly, Frieza felt no anger. Perhaps the deaths of these individuals were trivial in his eyes. With his eyes narrowed, he addressed Doria. "Do not fret, Mr. Doria. As long as you remain, my Frieza force can be resurrected. I entrust this task to you, granting you 1 year. I desire the terror of Frieza force to once again envelop the universe. Can you accomplish this?" "Indeed, I can. Thank you for your trust, Lord Frieza," Doria replied, kneeling before Frieza with deep sincerity. Meanwhile, Frieza mused about the need to train, so that those who dared defy him could experience true fear. A cold smile played upon his lips as he contemplated Shrag's journey to Earth. If he allied with some super science, even he might find the situation complicated. Thus, he considered the idea of cultivating his strength, perhaps achieving a new realm like his brother. Although his brother, Cooler, might not be his equal even with a new transformation. Frieza's thoughts were interrupted as he pointed to a bald soldier amidst the remnants of his troops. "You there, accompany me in my training. What is your name?" "Your Majesty Frieza, I am Tagma, a recent addition to your force," the bald soldier exclaimed, dropping to his knees, overwhelmed with excitement. At this moment, in the sacred demon realm, Bados had personally joined Goku in training, eager to observe just how far this human could ascend. Goku, utilizing all his limbs, filled the skies with the shadows of his assaults. Yet, Bados effortlessly evaded them, appearing as though she remained perfectly still, not moving an inch. "Kamehameha!" Goku shouted as he leaped back, his hands shimmering with radiant brilliance, which coalesced in an instant and surged forth towards Bados. With a delicate flick of her fingers, Bardos effortlessly dissipated the Kamehameha wave into nothingness. She winked at Sun Wukong and remarked, "Let us pause our training for today, however. Your current state is hardly conducive to battle. Indeed, it was not suitable for combat, yet it was an unavoidable circumstance." Sun Wukong smiled at Bardos, his bright pupils reflecting no hint of dismay. "This is not without a solution." Bardos playfully winked back at Sun Wukong. Her mastery over the flow of time was profound. Among her siblings, she was undoubtedly the foremost in this skill. For her, adjusting Sun Wukong's temporal state to transform him into an adult form was hardly a daunting task. "Eh?" Sun Wukong gazed at Bados with a look of astonishment, seemingly unaware that she possessed such an ability. "Stand properly," Bados pondered. Although recklessly manipulating time was considered an illicit act under the authority of the Great King, that rule applied to others. Was it truly problematic for me to grant my own disciple a special privilege? With a gentle gesture of her delicate hand, Babadesa directed her energy towards Sun Wukong. A surge of purple energy enveloped his form, manifesting a clock-like appearance upon his skin. As time flowed incessantly, and his body ascended steadily. As the purple clock spun with a whoosh, Sun Wukong felt an inexplicable force surging rapidly. Simultaneously, his once diminutive frame began to ascend inch by inch, robust muscles tearing through his tattered martial attire, and he finally reclaimed his adult form. How marvelous it is! The shimmering purple light dissipated to reveal Wukong's figure, now transformed into that of a youth. His original garments could no longer accommodate his physique, having become utterly ragged. Even his boots lay in tatters. Yet, as he gazed upon his towering form, he could not suppress the joy swelling within him. For with this physical growth came an enhancement of his strength. This indeed feels more fitting for me. A golden glimmer sparkled in Wukong's eyes, as an overwhelming aura radiated from him, causing the very mountains to tremble. Then, he sprang into action, executing a myriad of movements in midair with effortless grace. "Your power has increased as well, hasn't it?" Observing his tattered clothing, the enchanting Bados could not help but stifle a giggle, though she had to concede that the exposed contours of his muscles were as pristine as his demeanor, exuding a distinct charm. There is little to be done, for my attire does not evolve alongside my body. However, it is of no consequence, as it does not hinder my cultivation." Wukong scratched his head and cast a helpless glance at Bados. Yet, in an instant, he revealed a broad smile, as if nothing in this world could restrain him. "At your age, how can you still be so adorable?" Bados teased playfully, pinching Wukong's cheeks. She contemplated his disheveled appearance before pressing her finger gently on his forehead. A mysterious energy surged, and Sun Wukong felt a gentle warmth enveloping him. In the next moment, an orange outfit materialized upon his body. Identical in style to his previous attire, yet adorned with a prominent character on the back. Ah, this garment feels remarkably comfortable. I am truly grateful to you, Bados. As Bados withdrew her finger, Sun Wukong beheld his new ensemble. He attempted various movements in mid-air, feeling an exhilarating freedom of motion. Indeed, this outfit is crafted from the finest materials in the universe, fitting him perfectly. Even if damaged, it can be mended according to its owner's physique. Bados looked upon the transformed Sun Wukong with satisfaction. Clad in his vibrant orange martial arts uniform, he appeared exceptionally spirited, and with each motion, it seemed as though the very winds and thunder resonated around him, his strength seemingly enhanced beyond his former prowess. Rumbling. Ah, my stomach is beginning to grumble. That rascal Bulma has left again, which truly vexes me. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Previously, with Bulma and her delectable provisions at hand, he hardly had to ponder about sustenance. Now, however, it has become a considerable predicament. Food? That is not an insurmountable challenge. But let it be known beforehand that I am not one to cook. With a smile directed at Sun Wukong, Bados conjured a staff from the void. Observing Sun Wukong's puzzled expression, Bados wore a sly smile as she gently waved her staff, revealing an abundance of ingredients laid out before them, fowl and beasts. An array of exotic items, indeed, everything one could desire. Leave it to me. Sun Wukong, gazing at the plethora of fresh ingredients, smiled faintly. He, too, possessed culinary skills. During a period after his grandfather's demise in his past life, he had to fend for himself in the kitchen, but that changed with the arrival of Chi-Chi. Then I shall entrust it to you. Make sure to put in your best effort. Bados winked at Sun Wukong, still floating in the air. After all, she would never deign to cook, not in this lifetime, and could only relish the culinary creations of others. The extraordinary gravity of the planet Diaojun results in a remarkably high density of life forms, whose ferocity far surpasses that of ordinary creatures. A crimson laser flickered through the dense darkness enveloping the planet, piercing an odd creature, while from the fiery aftermath, two figures gradually approached. The first, standing approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall, donned tattered blue armor that rose notably above the average human hairline. His hair blazed like flames, and within his eyes shimmered an unparalleled pride that seemed to overshadow the brilliance of the entire starry sky. Following closely was a man clad in worn black armor. His gleaming bald head shone brilliantly in the night, and his robust physique loomed powerfully beneath the fireworks. These two were indeed the Scions, Vegeta and Nappa, who had been fiercely battling the monsters of this planet. Raditz had suddenly vanished, and soon after, they picked up some intriguing signals through their device's radio. Isn't it fascinating? Raditz's parents have also found their way to Earth, implying that this seemingly insignificant planet is home to 3 Scions. No wonder Frieza has set his sights on Earth. Vegeta soared through the air with great speed, showing no intention of waiting for Nappa. Furthermore, it appeared that this planet possessed something known as Dragon Balls, which seemed capable of granting any wish. Nappa trailed behind Prince Vegeta, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such artifacts were a waste for lower-class warriors like them. They rightfully belong to me, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta set his course towards their spacecraft, having recently discovered Earth's location through his device. He felt a wave of relief wash over him for having compelled the scientists to tamper with their 3 devices, with his device taking precedence. However, it seemed Raditz's father was quite formidable, managing to destroy his device before Raditz could react, considering Raditz currently possessed a battle power exceeding 20,000. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Frieza had previously mentioned intentions to visit Earth. Now, Earth remained unscathed. Nappa furrowed his brow slightly, his unfinished thought lingering in the air. But his implication was clear. Nevertheless, he believed that event would inevitably transpire. TCH, Frieza must have been delayed by some matter. As for Bardock, he is ultimately merely a low-ranking warrior, standing in stark contrast to my elite status. After all, I, Vegeta, gaze intently, unable to fathom how Frieza could be defeated by a lowly Scion. Even with my terrifying battle power exceeding 200,000, reaching unprecedented heights for a Scion, I do not believe I could conquer Frieza, let alone the insignificant warrior Bardock. Of course, such individuals can never be compared to Prince Vegeta. Nevertheless, Bardock likely possesses a battle power of around 40 to 50,000, which is commendable for a Scion. As for Frieza, Nappa, straining to keep pace with Vegeta, found it arduous to speak further on the matter. We should make every effort to arrive on Earth before Frieza does. Regarding those low-ranking warriors, should they prove themselves worthy, I would contemplate accepting them as my subordinates, allowing us all to revel in the joys of battle. Speaking of Frieza, Vegeta's voice turned chillingly cold. He is the most formidable adversary of my life, wielding unfathomable power, and he is now en route to Earth. Yet, I must confront him, otherwise I shall have no chance. Indeed, I shall recruit them as my subordinates, and with the aid of the dragon on Earth, perhaps we can vanquish Frieza. Nappa nodded in agreement, though internally he recoiled at the thought of opposing Frieza. However, he feared that uttering such sentiments would lead to his immediate demise at the hands of Vegeta. With the power of the dragon, I could attain immortality, allowing me to truly confront that wretched Frieza. Vegeta gritted his teeth, fervently wishing for Frieza to experience the desperation of being cornered. A humiliation he was eager to cleanse in the name of his scion royal lineage. Indeed, with immortality, even Frieza would be powerless against us. Nappa's eyes gleamed with intensity, seemingly captivated by the notion. Soon, the humans and scions of Earth shall witness the universe's most elite warriors. Under the night sky, stars twinkling, Prince Vegeta revealed a wicked smile. Having located his spacecraft, he swiftly boarded. A year's time? I hope to find the dragon before Frieza arrives. For now, I shall rest peacefully, and upon awakening, the universe shall no longer belong to Frieza. Vegeta glanced at the time display within the ship, his impatience palpable as he yearned to locate the dragon and fulfill his wish. Set off. With the mechanical sound echoing, Vegeta and Nappa's spacecraft soared into the boundless cosmos. In the next instant, a stream of light surged towards a cerulean planet. In the demon realm, beneath the blood-red moonlight, Son Goku lay in deep slumber within a two-story house nestled in the mountains, having endured an exhausting day of training. Even he could sense the significant drain on his stamina. It seems he is sleeping soundly. I must attend to my own matters, thought Bardoss, observing the peacefully resting Goku. With a flicker of her fingers, a violet shield enveloped the surroundings, and in an instant, the house vanished from this realm. This way, those demonic creatures should not detect him, but it is a bit troubling. How should I communicate this to Kai? Bardoss gently cradled her head, lost in thought. She had been entrusted by the Kai of Time, Kai, to investigate certain matters in the demon realm. However, upon her arrival, she encountered Son Goku, a man marked by the traces of time and space. Despite Bardoss's profound mastery over temporal arts, she could not fathom how Goku bore so many grievances of time and space yet remained so pure. Thus, she developed a modicum of interest in this human. Upon closer interaction, she discovered his exceptionally pure and clear soul, which possessed an inexplicable charm, further enhanced by the allure of delectable cuisine. Consequently, she devoted herself to teaching her disciple, momentarily setting aside the responsibilities entrusted by the Kai of Time. Time passed. Oh well. Conveying a message to her should pose no problem, but there are matters to discuss with Lord Kampa as well. Bardoss suddenly felt overwhelmed with her obligations. She was caught between assisting the Kai of Time with investigations and aiding the Destroyer God of Universe 6, Kampa, with various tasks, leaving her little time to instruct her disciple. She contemplated resigning from her role as a supervisor upon her return. After all, her abilities had long surpassed the level of a Destroyer God supervisor. Meanwhile, on Earth, Raditz awoke at Mount Payos, still incredulous that he, a proud scion elite warrior, had been sent flying by a mere slap from Kakarot, a lower-class warrior. He believed that even if Nappa attempted to knock him out, it would require considerable effort, while Prince Vegeta could potentially dispatch him with ease. However, that was Prince Vegeta, the most formidable genius in Scion history. He absolutely refused to believe that Kakarot could even begin to rival Prince Vegeta. With a resounding crack that echoed across the earth, Raditz found himself once again thrust into the ground by Kakarot's forceful blow, marking the 10th time he had been bested. In that moment of disorientation, he reluctantly acknowledged a painful truth. Kakarot had indeed surpassed him entirely. Yet, how could a mere lowly warrior transcend one of such esteemed lineage? Should you dare to speak ill of our father and mother again, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson, Kakarot declared, his gaze fixed intently upon Raditz, who found himself ensnared by the stones. Unfazed by the fact that they were brothers, Kakarot believed that such a person deserved to be punished. I am your blood brother. Enough about our parents, but to utter a single disparaging word about that wretched old man, Raditz retorted, his face marred with blood, eyes ablaze with fury. I am your brother, and you strike me for the sake of an old man on Earth. Kakarot extended his right hand, unleashing a formidable aura that shattered the surrounding rocks into fragments. As Raditz had just emerged from the rocky shell, he was still in a state of shock when the overwhelming pressure forced him back to the ground, a searing pain coursing through his entire body. Indeed, the same fate awaited those who insulted his grandfather. Kakarot retracted his palm, gazing indifferently at Raditz. His father had advised him not to dwell too much on Raditz. A simple beating would suffice, for he was indeed deserving of it, a sentiment Kakarot wholeheartedly agreed with. "Hey, it's me," Raditz began to speak. But upon seeing Kakarot's raised hand, he instinctively withdrew his head, silenced by fear of being struck down by his younger brother. "Is there not a single rational individual here whom I could bully?" Tears welled up in Raditz's eyes. He had believed that his combat power of over 20,000 would make him a formidable warrior in the universe, yet upon arriving on Earth, he found himself in such dire straits. It was one thing to be beaten by his own kin, but even that old man named Son Gohan could deliver a blow. "Well, I'm leaving. Please tell Mom and Dad I said goodbye when you return." Kakarot cast a fleeting glance at him before turning away to walk into the distance. Having no time to waste on his so-called brother, he needed to dedicate his time to strengthening his abilities. He had heard that his brother had found some formidable master to train with, and after Krillin's recent power boost from cross-dressing, he certainly could not afford to lag behind. As Kakarot pondered, his figure gradually ascended into the air, heading towards the Martial Arts Alliance. Recalling that Master Wuming had some excellent training locations, "Rumor has it I have another brother. I hope he is weaker, at least someone I can overpower." Wiping the blood from his face, Raditz endured the immense pain as he trudged homeward. After being bullied by Vegeta for over a decade, he never expected to feel so meek upon arriving on Earth. Raditz suddenly realized how unfortunate he truly was. He just hoped that the youngest brother would return soon so he could have a turn at bullying him. At Bardock's home, "Hey, Bardock," Kakarot wouldn't he really kill Raditz? Would he? Although she harbored little affection for that son, Chi-Chi couldn't help but worry. After all, he was still her flesh and blood. Do not fret. Kakarot may appear somewhat aloof, but he values family deeply. If Raditz were not his brother, he would never waste so much time beating him up, Bardock replied, gently patting Chi-Chi's shoulder. Indeed, both of those boys are quite remarkable, she mused, feeling somewhat helpless. Both of her younger sons were endearing and captured her affection. So why was it that her eldest son appeared somewhat flawed? Kakarot has gone off to train again. Perhaps he felt pressured upon hearing about Goku's training, Bardock observed, casting a glance towards the northwest with a sudden smile. Alas, these two boys are wonderful in every way, but they train too much, Chi-Chi lamented inwardly. For both sons were often absent from home, and she missed them dearly. Yet Kakarot had barely spent a few days at home before he returned to his training. As for Goku, he was too consumed by his training to even come back. Because that is the way of the Saiyans. Bardock rose, gazing into the distance. Feeling the blood within him boil, he too yearned to grow stronger and engage in battle with even mightier foes. Indeed, Jai nodded reluctantly. As a Saiyan, she understood the situation. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired, "What about Raditz? Should we train him or take some other action? His temperament is far too unstable." "Perhaps we should wait a few days," Bardock mused, ultimately deciding against commencing Raditz's training at this moment. After all, no one could predict what actions he might take. By the way, I heard Raditz mention that his companions, including Prince Vegeta, intend to come to Earth to seize the Dragon Balls. Jai suddenly remembered what Raditz had said earlier and asked, "Prince Vegeta, with a combat power of 200,000? Bardock chuckled softly, shaking his head. In the past, such a level of power seemed insurmountable to him. However, at this moment, it no longer intimidated him. After all, even Kakarot, at his full strength and with the enhancement of the Ultra Instinct, possessed a combat power of at least 500,000. Indeed, you have become a Super Saiyan now. A transformation that exists only in legends." Jai gazed at Bardock with a newfound pride, marveling at how her husband had transcended the limits of a Saiyan and become the mightiest warrior in the universe. As Jilabadak was about to speak, he heard the sound of the door opening. Suddenly, a blood-soaked Leitai staggered into the room, leaving a trail of crimson stains in his wake. Though she harbored a disdain for his character, upon witnessing Raditz in such a state, Ji's heart ached for him, prompting her to rush over and gently support him. The Princess of Bardock cast a glance at Bardock, and he immediately understood her intent. He retrieved a magical bean from his pocket and tossed it over. "Consume it," said Janae as she fed it to Raditz, who offered no resistance. After all, she was his mother, and he feared further punishment. A surge of enigmatic power coursed through Raditz, mending his injuries in an instant while simultaneously unleashing a formidable force within him. With this revitalized strength, Raditz gently pushed aside his mother, overwhelmed by the boundless energy swelling within his being, elation swelling in his heart. He felt ready to challenge Kakarot in the sixth universe. "As for you, Kampa, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now." The delicate figure of Beerus stood amidst the cosmos, waving farewell to a plump figure on a distant planet. In an instant, she transformed into a vibrant cascade of colors, surging forth at a speed that transcended the limits of the universe. "Beerus, you wretch!" Kampa exclaimed, witnessing her sudden disappearance. He leaped up in frustration, his face contorted with anger. "How can this be? She vanished without a word for 4 or 5 years, and now she leaves right before my eyes?" Kampa's corpulent form trembled, seething with indignation. As his guardian and teacher, nay, his attendant, she had the audacity to disregard her master's presence and venture out at will. "Fine. Even if I discover delectable treats, I shan't share them with her," he muttered, his flesh jiggling as he waddled across the planet in search of the universe's most exquisite cuisine. Meanwhile, Beerus had already traversed the cosmic barriers, arriving in the sacred demon realm. One more day of instruction should suffice. It is nearly time for him to return. Her graceful figure floated effortlessly in the high skies, her voice soft yet enchanting, piercing through the fabric of time and space, glimpsing fragments of moments long past. "Ah, up so early for training. Truly remarkable. No wonder I chose you." Beerus smiled gently, nodding at the sight of Goku diligently honing his skills. With a gentle sweep of her right hand, Batos summoned forth the house concealed within the rift of space, along with Sun Wukong, who finally took notice of her presence. "Ah, Batos, you have returned," he exclaimed, observing her graceful descent to the ground. "Then let us commence today's training." Batos smiled lightly at Wukong, ready to begin their session. "Oh, wait for me a moment," Wukong said, as a thought struck him. He dashed back into the room, leaving Batos in a state of curiosity. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, and Wukong emerged, holding a sizable piece of roasted meat. "You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? I saved some roasted meat for you. Chi-Chi once told me that it's essential to have something to eat before morning training." At the mention of Chi-Chi, a trace of nostalgia flickered across Wukong's face. "Indeed, it appears quite appetizing," Batos replied, momentarily taken aback before accepting the roasted meat from Wukong. Her eyes nearly crescent-shaped with delight, she took a gentle bite, savoring the rich flavors that far surpassed anything she had previously tasted. "I shall head over there to train," Wukong said with a smile, watching Batos savor her meal before making his way towards the other side of the mountain. "What a remarkable human," Batos thought to herself, finishing the piece of meat, with remnants of grease still lingering at the corner of her mouth. She casually pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her lips and strolled leisurely towards Wukong's training spot. Knowing Chi-Chi, Batos did not hurry. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts, her gaze keen and contemplative. After a moment of deliberation, she seemed to reach a conclusion, smiling as she shook her head and remarked, "It must involve time travel. However, I find myself increasingly intrigued by him." "Hey, Wukong, let us spar today," she declared, having solidified her thoughts as she gracefully approached him. "Really? We're continuing our sparring today?" Wukong asked, noticing the playful smile on Batos' face. Before gradually assuming a combat stance, he had always perceived Batos as enigmatic. Previous encounters had proven that even with his utmost effort, he struggled to graze the fabric of her attire, intensifying his desire to witness the true extent of her prowess. "Do give it your all. This might be my last day instructing you," Batos teased, standing upright as she gazed at Wukong, a hint of regret flickering in her heart. "Understood," Wukong replied earnestly, aware that Batos had her own endeavors to pursue and could not remain his mentor indefinitely. However, he was content with the significant progress he had made in just 4 days. "Huh." Sun Wukong's gaze turned icy, and a golden aura erupted around him. His raven hair stood erect, instantly transformed into a radiant gold. In the blink of an eye, the golden figure launched a fierce assault toward Batos. "Relying on transformation, indeed. You have significantly enhanced your strength by tapping into the ancient power within your cells. However, allow me to remind you not to overly depend on this transformation." Batos, light on her feet, effortlessly evaded all of Sun Wukong's strikes, her demeanor exuding an air of ease. "Yes, I am aware. But I must first master the power at hand." Sun Wukong's attacks were blisteringly swift, igniting sparks through the friction with the air. "Oh, and one more thing," Batos said, raising her delicate hand. Though her movements appeared languid, they effectively blocked Sun Wukong's lightning-fast strikes. She continued, "You must learn to let your energy flow within you. Only then can you harness your power to its fullest potential. Moreover, the aura you release serves as a beacon, revealing the direction of your assault." "I understand." But Sun Wukong's speed has suddenly diminished, yet unlike before, Is attacks lack the overwhelming force? Is the speed too slow? No matter. As long as you remain on the right path, it will greatly benefit your future. Battles continued to spar with Wukong, her feet enveloped in a spreading purple glow, subtly altering the flow of time within a certain radius. Additionally, let me impart another technique. During battle, you must learn to allow your body to react instinctively, which will enhance your overall capabilities. Battles pondered for a moment, engaging in combat while sharing this insight with Wukong, knowing she might not see him for some time thereafter. In the solar system of the Milky Way, a crimson wave of light surged toward Earth at lightning speed. Through the shimmering red glow, a gaunt green figure could be discerned, drenched in purple blood, appearing as if his time was nearly at an end. Hold on just a little longer. I will soon reach Earth. There, I can use the dragon to restore my youth and eradicate all who oppose me. The figure let out a low growl. The very belief that sustained his flight for so long. Two figures flickered in his mind, both bearing a deep-seated enmity toward him. The thought of them propelled his speed, increasing it by yet another third. Amidst the enveloping shadows of a dark crimson figure, the green silhouette seemed poised to transcend the limits of velocity, hurtling towards Earth with fervent intensity. Time became an indistinct blur, and just as the extraterrestrial, with its verdant skin, felt the parchedness enveloping its being, it finally beheld the resplendent azure orb. Earth, I have arrived. The green figure roared, plunging headlong into the cerulean planet. As the fierce winds unleashed their fury, it successfully landed upon this exquisite world. With a resounding boom, the eastern region of the Earth, adjacent to the desolate lands of the East capital, was suddenly shaken by an explosion, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. Emerging from a vast crater was a slender green figure, seemingly emaciated. As the smoke dissipated, the figure leapt from the chasm, illuminated by the sunlight, revealing a being reminiscent of a celestial deity. However, its skin appeared parched, as if all vitality had been extinguished. This was none other than Slug, the Super Namekian, who had narrowly escaped death after a fierce battle with Frieza. I have finally arrived. Now I must search for the Dragon Balls, he thought. Yet, this planet seemed devoid of formidable adversaries. Slug gasped for breath, on the verge of collapse. Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him, and a man clad in black armor stepped forth, Raditz, who had been training in this very place. Who are you? Slug panted, turning to face the haughty scion. Have I finally encountered someone to pummel? Remember my name. I am Raditz. You may call me Lord Raditz, he proclaimed, a triumphant gleam in his eyes as he surveyed the frail Slug. Having endured relentless beatings on Earth for the better part of 6 months, he was elated to find a seemingly weak target. Raditz, are you a native of this planet? Slug scrutinized him with suspicion, sensing that this individual was not weak, and certainly not an inconspicuous Earthling. Earthling? Ha, I am a scion. Raditz scoffed, taking 2 steps forward, his colossal fist clenched tightly, and he struck fiercely at Slug. So, you are a scion. Slug's eyes narrowed, recalling a figure he utterly despised. A crimson glimmer flashed in his gaze, as if he were about to engulf Raditz in the moment that followed. Unexpectedly, Shrag was knocked back a considerable distance by a single blow from Raditz, who stood at a distance with arms crossed, gazing down at Shrag with contempt. One cannot help but commend the Namekian, he remarked. Yet their fighting prowess appears inferior to that of Earthlings. How dare a mere scion speak so boldly? I am merely a touch fatigued. Shrag, crouched upon the ground with his right hand pressed against the earth, was acutely aware of his dwindling vitality. Having endured months of flight without any means of energy replenishment, his strength had plummeted to an unprecedented low, rendering even the slightest movement an arduous task. Nevertheless, he believed that once he summoned the strength to act, Raditz and his ilk would be no match for him. How dare that Namekian belittle the Scions? Raditz thought, relishing the moment as he looked down upon Shrag. This was the most triumphant day for him since his arrival on Earth. After enduring numerous humiliations, Raditz reveled in the opportunity to assert dominance over another. Scions, are you here to conquer Earth? Shrag questioned, astonished. He understood that Scions typically aimed to conquer planets for trade, which constituted their livelihood. If they had come to Earth, it implied their intention to annihilate it, thus obliterating his hopes of summoning the dragon. Conquering planets for trade? Raditz retorted with a hint of mockery in his eyes, imbued with a simmering hatred. That was a task assigned to us by Frieza. However, our planet has been destroyed by Frieza, and our relationship with him has soured irreparably. Conquering Earth is of little concern. It is merely a new abode for us. Raditz did not finish his thought, secretly harboring desires to conquer Earth. Yet, The overwhelming presence of powerful beings on this planet intimidated him, particularly an elderly figure whose mere aura rendered him immobile. How could he possibly engage in battle under such circumstances? Is that so? Shrag was taken aback. He had been in another galaxy until now. While he had heard whispers of scions working for Frieza, he had never encountered the tale of Frieza's annihilation of Planet Vegeta. Of course, it is now your turn to speak. I shall not let you off so easily. Perhaps you might consider begging for mercy. A cruel smile curled at Raditz' lips. Yet he had no intention of taking his opponent's life. After all, it was a rare occasion to encounter someone weaker than himself. He merely intended to unleash upon this Namekian the pent-up humiliation he had endured over the years. Is that so? A hint of derision flickered in Shrag's eyes as he squatted on the ground, struggling to maintain his composure. He continued, I've heard whispers of a mystical artifact on Earth known as the Dragon Balls, which can summon a celestial dragon to grant any wish. Is there truth to this? Remarkable. You are aware of the Dragon Balls and the celestial dragon? Raditz responded, momentarily taken aback, for such knowledge had only come to him after arriving on Earth. It seems indeed true. I consider myself fortunate. Shrag slowly rose, a dark crimson aura gradually enveloping his frail form, which had become emaciated. Yet, an aura of malevolence emanated from him, striking fear into the hearts of those nearby. Ah, it appears you possess hidden power. This should provide me with some amusement. Raditz remarked, observing Shrag's crimson glow. Initially startled, a smirk soon crept onto his lips. Scions have quite the confidence. What say you? Would you be interested in becoming my subordinate and joining me in conquering the universe? Shrag regarded Raditz with satisfaction. Such power could indeed be a significant asset as a subordinate. A mere Namekian? What a joke, Raditz scoffed. His robust physique transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged at Shrag, intent on shattering his frail body. Above, Kakarot and Krillin engaged in combat beneath the temple's dome, while the Earth's guardian, who bore a striking resemblance to Shrag, stood before them. Terrifyingly, the Namekian guardian sensed the overwhelming malevolence radiating from below, filling him with an unshakable dread. The aura he perceived was steeped in profound wickedness, causing even him to tremble with fear. This overwhelming malevolence was truly horrifying, and it seemed that, had he not been nearing his twilight years, he would still harbor an even darker energy within. The Guardian quaked, acutely aware of the terror that such an aura possessed, being a Namekian himself. Kakarot, Krillin, cease your fighting. A truly terrifying being has arrived on Earth. The Guardian exhaled deeply, suddenly turning to call out to Kakarot and Krillin. A truly terrifying being? Kakarot and Krillin landed, gazing at the Guardian in confusion, pondering whether Frieza had finally descended upon Earth. Raditz? Kakarot exhaled, sensing the presence nearby. In an instant, he discerned an aura imbued with malevolence and immense fear. Confronting him was none other than his own brother, Raditz. But why not take a look? After all, it is your dear brother, Krillin remarked, patting Kakarot's shoulder with a smile. On another note, Raditz always seems to seek out opponents far beyond his own capabilities. Troublesome. I shall go and see, Kakarot muttered, leaping into the air, enveloped in a brilliant white light as he descended towards the ground. I will also take a look. Farewell. Lord Kami. Waving goodbye to Kami, Krillin plunged into the layers of clouds, heading in the direction of Raditz and Slag. Hey, you two, the gods observed the departing figures. Shaking their heads gently, they recognized the remarkable strength possessed by the two young warriors. Yet they were acutely aware of the vast disparity between them and that overwhelming dark power. Bubbles, please inform Bardock and Goku of the situation, so they can prepare themselves. Kami pondered, feeling a twinge of unease, deciding it was prudent to alert the strongest warriors on Earth. Yes, Lord Kami, Bubbles replied, bowing respectfully before taking flight on his magic carpet towards Earth. As Raditz descended towards Earth, Slag bore a cruel smile, extending his right hand at the opportune moment. With a soft thud, accompanied by Raditz's anguished cry, Shrag's right hand had already pierced through Raditz's shoulder, lifting the once proud warrior into the air. Is this truly the extent of the so-called warrior race, the Scions? Blood cascaded down Shrag's arm from Raditz, while a cold smirk lingered at the corner of Shrag's mouth as he forcefully cast Raditz aside. As I just cast Raditz aside, Shrag felt a wave of weakness wash over him, causing him to kneel once more upon the ground. This frail state of his body was indeed unsatisfactory. Shrag furrowed his brow, mustering his strength to rise. He approached Raditz slowly, placing his foot upon the wound, prompting Raditz to emit a series of anguished cries. Let me glimpse your memories, Shrag intoned, inhaling deeply as a crimson aura enveloped Raditz' head. Instantly, the events that had transpired within Raditz unfolded before him like a flickering lantern. There is some utility here, 7 Dragon Balls, but I must wait another 3 months? Shrag's face contorted in bewilderment. He had anticipated an immediate collection, only to discover that a prolonged wait was necessary. No, this is impossible. Raditz, witnessing the demonic visage of Shrag, felt a surge of terror as he bellowed in rage, having initially perceived Shrag as weak, only to find himself once again beneath his heel. "You are of no further use," Shrag stated, his gaze imbued with a murderous intent. From Raditz's memories, he had glimpsed several formidable beings, and anxiety gripped his heart at the thought of them uniting with Raditz, rendering him unable to contend with them. Thus, he began to coalesce dark red energy in his hand. With a deep breath, Shrag stepped back with his right foot, the dark red energy swirling in his hand. As he seized Raditz, gripping his neck tightly, a cough escaped him, perhaps due to the exertion, and he glanced at Raditz with a cruel gaze, reveling in his final moments of terror. Raditz, however, felt his breath growing increasingly labored. His desperate punches and kicks could not land a single blow on Shrag, and he sensed that his end was near. Why must my life be so wretched? Raditz harbored boundless resentment within him, having been born into a lowly scion family, ridiculed by his peers from a young age, subsequently oppressed by Prince Vegeta, and later beaten by his brother upon arriving on Earth. It seemed as though he had spent his entire life being bullied, and now, facing death, he felt the weight of his humiliation, not far from where Raditz trained. In his gravity chamber, Bardock suddenly sensed a chilling and malevolent aura, reminiscent of the most evil beings in the universe. Is it Frieza? As he approached the door, Bardock deactivated the gravity system. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he felt a sense of surprise. Beneath that chilling and bone-piercing aura lay an unspeakable terror, yet fortunately, it was accompanied by a sense of decay. Could it be Raditz again? Bardock concentrated, sensing that alongside that ominous presence was his eldest son, Raditz. His expression darkened. What kind of troublesome individuals was this guy summoning daily? Lacking strength and still unable to remain composed, Bardock had initially planned to have him participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in a few days, followed by training in martial arts. But now it seemed, "Jine, there's something going on with Raditz. I shall investigate." Bardock opened the door to the gravity chamber and happened upon Jine, who was busily engaged in her tasks. He greeted her before heading northward. "Raditz is such a troublesome child," Jine sighed, pondering why, despite all being children, he was the one causing her so much concern. She glanced at the gravity chamber, furrowing her brow in thought for a moment, before finally pushing open the gravity chamber door. How infuriating! Raditz roared in a frenzy, yet his voice was strangled in his throat, the boundless resentment and fury unable to be unleashed. With a sudden explosion of brilliant light, Raditz unleashed an overwhelming force, causing Shrag to feel a searing pain in his hand, rendering him unable to maintain his grip. Raditz then collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Indeed, he was a scion, and there was more to him than met the eye. Shrag glanced at his right hand, which, already withered and green, now bore deep gashes that were quite alarming to behold. "Go to hell." Leitais, sprawled on the ground, exhaled deeply, followed by an overwhelming surge of fury. He abruptly raised his hands, and dark purple waves of energy began to coalesce between them, hurtling towards Shrag. Despite the apparent frailty of Shrag's seemingly decrepit form, which could have easily evaded such suffering, he suddenly vanished. In the next moment, Leitais felt a massive hand resting upon his back. A resounding blast of crimson light surged across the expanse, engulfing the shadowy figure, followed by a colossal explosion centered around Naritas. How infuriating! The sound of explosions echoed, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of dust. As the chaos settled, a bloodied figure emerged, revealing none other than Raditz. At that moment, he felt immense pain coursing through his body, every inch of his flesh marred by the explosions. Remarkably, he was still alive. The resilience of a scion was indeed formidable. Shrag, observing the mangled form of Raditz, was astonished by the tenacity of the scion, yet he could not suppress a derisive smirk. "To perish at the hands of me. The great Lord Shrag of the universe is a privilege for a mere insignificant creature like you." With a subtle shift of his body, he directed a gleam of light from his fingertip towards Raditz's head. As Slag was about to exert himself to deal with the insignificant adversary before him, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze from his right. His gaze shifted, and he caught sight of a small foot that had already struck his forehead with a force that toppled him aside like a mountain. Was he reduced to this state? Accompanying the heavy thud of slag hitting the ground, Kakarot gracefully landed nearby. He cast a disdainful glance at the bloodied and disfigured Raditz and, upon patting himself down, realized that his senzu beans had mysteriously run out. Coughing, Raditz seemed to have spotted Kakarot, akin to a drowning man finding a lifeline, struggling to utter something. However, his severe injuries rendered his speech unintelligible. Krillin, do we have any senzu beans left? Give one to that guy, Raditz, Kakarot inquired, furrowing his brow at Krillin, who had just arrived. Although he did not yet acknowledge Raditz as his brother, the bond of family compelled him to prevent his demise. Oh, it seems I still have one. Krillin rummaged through his pocket and produced a senzu bean, making his way toward Raditz. Observing Raditz's gruesome condition, he couldn't help but chuckle. You know, seeing you like this isn't so bad. At least you're not as annoying as before. Tooth extraction, Raditz still spoke with difficulty. What? Tooth extraction? Krillin was taken aback. What was this absurdity of needing to extract a tooth after consuming a senzu bean? Extract, Raditz waved his right arm. Well, let us temporarily refer to it as his right arm. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Krillin smiled at Raditz and placed the senzu bean into his mouth. With a breath, infinite vitality surged back into Raditz's being. He leapt into the air, casting a fierce gaze upon Shrag, yet hesitated to make a move. The rapid recovery was indeed intriguing in this desolate place. Shrag casually brushed off the dust from his clothing, seemingly indifferent to the trio before him. Kakarot, this insolent individual has dared to insult the dignity of our scion race. Go and teach him a lesson, Raditz declared. Standing beside Kakarot and pointing an accusatory finger at Shrag, his face etched with righteous indignation. Hey, Kakarot, this fellow resembles a deity. Perhaps we should leave him to me. Krillin interjected, disregarding Raditz's outburst as he patted Kakarot on the shoulder. No way. Did you not hear? He has the audacity to belittle the honor of the Scions. Kakarot immediately shook his head. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a worthy opponent. How could he simply relinquish it? Besides, Shrag's resemblance to a deity bore no relevance to their impending confrontation. Hey, you two little brats, I am the great cosmic king, Shrag exclaimed. Observing the two as they debated who would engage first, he felt a wave of indignation wash over him. After all, he was indeed the great cosmic king, one of the mightiest beings in the universe. Though one may find themselves in a lowly position, it was hardly the case that two mere children could belittle him. Shrag and Rethys exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by the thoughts of these two individuals. I have emerged victorious, Kakarot proclaimed with a triumphant smile as he approached Shrag, feeling the malevolent aura that enveloped them. To challenge the king of the great universe alone, should I commend your courage or deem your actions foolish? Shrag, with arms crossed, regarded Kakarot with a chilling smirk, as if the child before him would be torn to shreds at any moment. With a startled exclamation, Kakarot slightly tilted his body, revealing his right elbow. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth, and his seemingly slender figure unleashed in astonishing speed. Without any preparation, Peng Sherlag felt a rush of stars before his eyes as he gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Immediately thereafter, a tempest of fists rained down upon his abdomen with unrelenting ferocity. Sherlag exerted himself to steady his body, the crimson radiance once again emanating forth as he grasped Kakarot's fists, one in front and the other behind. Now you find yourself at an impasse. Sherlag gazed down at Kakarot with an expression of triumph, his eyes shimmering with concentrated brilliance, and in the next moment, two beams of light were poised to coalesce and erupt forth. With a sharp crack, Kakarot's body spun in the air, his brown tail whipping like a long whip, striking Slag's face. Simultaneously, Kakarot broke free from Slag's grasp, pushing off the ground with his hand, pivoting around his arm, and launching himself upward once more with a powerful kick. Just as Kakarot was about to deliver a kick to Shrag, the latter, who had been shielding his face, revealed a menacing expression once more, his eyes glinting with intensity as two crimson beams shot forth with great speed. Kakarot, quick to react, brought his hands together as a beam of light suddenly struck the ground. Utilizing the force of the rebound, he leapt upward, yet, despite his agility, his arms were grazed by the two beams, causing blood to seep forth. Hey, you haven't unleashed your full power yet, have you? Kakarot gracefully landed on the ground, furrowing his brow as he examined the wound on his arm, then turned to Slag and remarked, against a little brat like you, it's unnecessary. Slag, sensing his advantage, appeared exceedingly pleased as he spread his arms wide and lunged at Kakarot like a great eagle. Realm Element Fist. Kakarot's gaze sharpened as he sensed that the power exerted by Shrag at that moment surpassed his own. Instantly, a subtle layer of pale blue enveloped the brilliant white aura, signifying a significant enhancement in both his strength and speed. Two figures collided with a resounding impact, generating immense pressure with each encounter. Their breaths intertwined, and even the peculiar stones and extraordinary trees seemed unable to withstand the force. In the sacred demon realm, it was indeed remarkable that one could master their aura to such an extent in a short span of time. One could hardly deny that this was a testament to Wukong's prowess. Battles wore a relaxed expression, effortlessly parrying Sun Wukong's attacks. Although Wukong's speed had not yet reached its zenith, it had seen significant improvement since the beginning. Is that so? I always feel it is still insufficient. I must at least surpass my former self, Wukong remarked, his strikes quickening as he spoke. At this moment, he sought not to surpass anyone else, but merely to advance beyond his own limitations. Very well, let us take a moment's respite. You are approaching your limits. Continuing would only result in physical degradation, Battles advised. Shaking her head, she gently grasped Wukong's fist, rendering him momentarily immobile. Indeed, it is quite exhausting. However, I can sense my growth, Wukong acknowledged, feeling the fatigue seeping into his bones. After an extended period of exertion, coupled with the mental strain of controlling his aura, even he found it challenging to endure. Despite this, he maintained his usual appearance, his golden hair still vibrant. You are in a commendable state. To endure such fatigue and still maintain composure is indeed impressive, Battles noted, observing Wukong closely, her eyes tracing the path ahead for the Scion. Yes, it is time to devise a way to transcend this realm, Wukong declared as he sank onto the ground, clenching his fist with determination to surpass the Super Saiyan threshold upon his return. I must reiterate, do not rely too heavily on your physicality, Wukong, Battles teased, winking at him without further elaboration. She believed that Wukong's inherent intuition would lead him to understand this lesson, and once he truly grasped its significance, it would herald his entrance into a new level of mastery. Do not rely too heavily on my body, Wukong pondered, momentarily taken aback by the weight of her words. Yet, he could not decipher their full meaning at that instant, so he dismissed the thought, trusting that with continued training, enlightenment would come in due time. The fierce clashes continued on Earth, each impact creating colossal waves, leaving Raditz in awe. He had always known his brother was a formidable force, but he had never anticipated that the aura emanating from him would render him breathless. This is too much, Krillin exclaimed, astonished as he watched Kakarot. He could feel Kakarot's techniques and power escalating rapidly in the midst of battle, the growth rate almost excessive. One could not help but admit that without the system, he would be utterly unable to keep pace with such velocity. As he observed the continuous ascent of Kakarot, Krillin pondered to himself, having already sensed that Kakarot swiftly grasped the essence of his opponents during their encounters, thereby enhancing his overall prowess. Such a talent was nothing short of terrifying. How could there be such a disparity among Scions? Krillin's gaze inadvertently fell upon Raditz, who stood to his right, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Both he and Kakarot had pummeled Raditz countless times, yet this fellow showed no signs of improvement, seemingly oblivious to the lessons that combat could impart. Was he truly a Scion? A fierce urge to thrash him arose. Raditz gritted his teeth, watching the fierce battle unfold, cheering for Kakarot while remaining poised to strike should the opportunity arise. It was evident that the notion of being a weakling was not without merit. Krillin shook his head at Raditz's expression. Amid such a spectacular clash, he was fixated solely on revenge, neglecting to observe the techniques and movements of the combatants. It was no wonder he would forever be bested by his younger brother. The hands of the two, named Peng, once again clasped together, engaging in a fierce contest of strength. Deep crimson and pale azure lights spread across the vast expanse, parting at the point where their hands intertwined. An immense force collided in the heavens, and the expressions on their faces grew increasingly ferocious. The voices of the two gradually rose in pitch, as the swirling vortex of deep crimson and pale azure entwined around their bodies, causing the rocks surrounding them to crumble. Subsequently, deep chasms radiated outward from their figures, spreading in all directions. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the figures of the two individuals suddenly parted, each retreating hastily. A flash of crimson light darted past as Shrag managed to stabilize his body first, yet he was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, seemingly at his limit. How infuriating! This body could barely muster even 1/10 of its strength. Shrag forcibly sought to summon the residual power within his form, only to discover that his current capabilities fell short of even 1/10 of his peak condition, leaving him secretly distressed. Nevertheless, he surmised that if he exerted his utmost effort at this moment, he could still vanquish the young brat before him. A crimson glow surged past her form, transforming his once emaciated physique into one that appeared slightly more robust. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura began to permeate the world, a chilling malevolence that pierced the heart like a longsword. Is this truly your full power? He mused, as Kakarot seemed to tremble all over, not from fear, but from an exhilarating fervor within. A pale blue aura expanded in tandem with the presence of Shrag, threatening to cleave the sky in twain. He gazed at Shrag, a broad smile gracing his face, and exclaimed, "I feel invigorated." Tenfold universe fist. As the pale blue aura expanded, Kakarot's energy surged to match that of Shrag in an instant. The two stood poised between the ravines, their energies clashing fiercely, ascending to the zenith of the sky. Yet it appeared this was not the ultimate destination. It was truly astonishing that such a formidable warrior existed on Earth. Could he be a Super Saiyan? Shrag gazed at Kakarot with astonishment, never having imagined that a mere Saiyan could attain such heights. He had always considered the mightiest Saiyans to be on par with Dales, but it was undeniable that Kakarot bore a striking resemblance to Dales. "No, I must advance," Kakarot replied with a subtle shake of his head. He had yet to reach the level of a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, he believed that day would not be far off. Immediately, an unquenchable fighting spirit surged within him, transforming him into a fierce tiger, channeling boundless power as he charged at Shrag. The muscle-bound fool, Shrag, scoffed derisively, gathering all his energy into his right hand. As a deep crimson light coalesced into a long whip, intent on ensnaring Kakarot. Over here, the whip of Shrag sliced through Kakarot's body, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Instantly, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart, followed closely by a resounding voice from the side, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of power. The figure known as Ping was propelled into the air by a forceful kick. His right hand, which wielded a dark crimson whip, faltered and disintegrated into specks of light, vanishing into thin air. His expression was one of fierce grimace, as if he were enduring unspeakable torment. As a powerful gust of wind surged forth, Kakarot was like a shadow, delivering a formidable punch to his abdomen. The immense force caused his belly to compress significantly, rendering him even more diminutive in stature. With a decisive strike, Kakarot landed a punch, causing the purple blood to flow from Shrag's mouth, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. Yet, Kakarot did not relent. Sensing that Shrag's aura had not significantly diminished, drawing back his fist and bending low, Kakarot unleashed a powerful whip kick, the air crackling with sonic booms in its wake, clearly demonstrating